Chapter 181. Xia Yi looked at the figures of the people running towards her, without any emotion on her face. After confirming that everything on the ship was ready, she slowly rolled up the side of the ship. Everything was already ready on the ship, and she only needed to take away the people who should be taken away. As for the others, she had no obligation, and she did not intend to give them any attention. Telling everyone about the mosquito repellent spray was her greatest kindness. As always, Xia Yi would not be stingy with kindness that did not require any cost, but if it required a cost, to save some ungrateful people who did not know right from wrong, she would not even think about it. The ship slowly set sail, and under the desperate gaze of the people on the shore, it sailed deeper into the darkness. Sun Jiang was the first to react, and raised her gun and shot at Xia Yi on the bow. Of course, it was impossible to hit her. She was still aware of her own level, and shouted angrily while shooting. Fuck. Shoot. Shoot. Shoot them. Don't let them run away. This is a whole ship of supplies. The last retreat left by her father. The entire inheritance. Just look at the size of the ship, and you will know that the supplies inside are enough for her to eat and drink for a lifetime. However, no one paid attention to her. No matter how important the supplies were, they would come later. At the moment, the most important thing in everyone's mind was to stay alive. The purpose of their pursuit of the ship was to spray mosquito repellent, and also to deal with the insects behind them. Now that the ship had gone far away, the insects behind were still flying in the sky. It was easy to imagine which was more important. No one obeyed Sun Jiang's orders, and no one paid attention to the ship anymore, but just ran away desperately. Xiao Liyuan looked at the appearance of everyone, and suddenly spoke. Don't run away, come back. After saying that, he waved his hands gently in the air, like holding the conductor of an orchestra, guiding the will-o'-the-wisp in the sky to dance like musical notes. The emerald green insect swarm shrank back, gathering in his direction, and fell back on his shoulders one by one. Xiao Liyuan held one between his fingers, looking at its appearance leisurely, and commanded with a smile. Everyone, go after them. Everyone present was stunned. Some people narrowly escaped death from the attack of the insect swarm, some people were bitten to pieces, and everyone was on the verge of death. Now the situation suddenly changed, and everyone had no time to react. Xiao Liyuan was a little impatient, raised his voice, and repeated softly, I said, go. Everyone present shuddered. After what just happened, no one would doubt Xiao Liyuan's ability. The horror scene he caused had been deeply implanted in everyone's heart. Yes. Yes. Finally someone reacted and rolled and crawled into the water. He didn't care whether the water was dirty, deep, or whether human power could withstand the force and speed of the ship. There was only one thing left in my mind. Listen to him, don't disobey him. Don't let the horror scene just now happen again. Once someone started, the others gradually reacted, and didn't dare to say anything more, and followed this person's figure into the water. Whether it was Sun Jiang people, or the people who came down from the boat, those who could fight, those who couldn't fight, those who had been infected by bugs, or those who had just escaped by luck, all of them were without exception. They all jumped into the water, and ran towards the direction of the ship. Swim away. Sun Jiang stared at the scene in front of her in a daze, shocked and speechless. Xiao Liyuan's casual words were taken as the rule by these people. She just gave the same order, but they turned a deaf ear to it. The attitudes of these people were in sharp contrast. But these people were originally her people, her people. She had more people and more weapons. If Xiao Liyuan hadn't messed up the situation, she would at least have had a chance to fight Xia Yi. But now she didn't seize the opportunity at all, let Xia Yi snatch the boat that belonged to her, and arranged everything in front of them, and walked away unscathed. If he wanted to stop him now, it would be too late. Sun Jiang calmed down a bit, knowing the importance of Xiao Liyuan at this moment, and didn't really raise her gun to shoot him. She just strode forward and slapped him in the face. This slap was fast and fierce. Xiao Liyuan was slapped so hard that his face turned sideways. He was used to being beaten, and he was not angry at this time. Looking at Sun Jiang's face, there was actually a smile in his eyes. He just called out to the two people on the ground who were injured and moved slower. You two, come back. The person who was called shuddered, watching the two fighting among themselves, but couldn't afford to offend them, and dared not disobey them. So he walked forward tremblingly. Hold her down, Xiao Liyuan said lightly. You dare. Sun Jiang looked at the two people on the left and right, both of whom were her subordinates. She just raised her eyebrows and wanted to scold them. Then she felt a strong force coming. Her hands were tied behind her back by the two people, and she was forced to kneel on the ground. Although she was used to being bossy, she was a delicate young lady after all. If they really fought, even Xia Yi was extremely afraid of these people. How could she be a match? Sun Jiang struggled for several times, but the hands on her back were like two iron hoops, holding her unable to move at all. What made her most unbearable was that these two people did not hesitate for a moment when they betrayed her. But at this moment, she also forgot that when these people betrayed her father and turned to her, their attitude was the same as it was now. Miss, you want power so much. Have you ever thought about what the foundation of power is? Xiao Liyuan walked up slowly, pulled off the hood of her protective suit, revealing her beautiful face, and looked at her slowly. Get lost? After all, Sun Jiang was raised in pampered care. She never bowed her head despite years of oppression from her father and brother. Naturally, she was a little arrogant. Although she was a little afraid of him, she still didn't look good. Don't be angry. You won't look good if you're angry. Xiao Liyuan gently twisted Sun Jiang's chin, stroking the soft skin on her face, asking and answering himself. Power is the ability to manipulate others, or to manipulate the other person's heart through deception, or to manipulate the other person's desire through resources and wealth, and to control the life and death of others through absolute strength. For example, your mother is willing to marry your father because of love. So she uses the power of her mother's family for your father. This is the first type, using deception to manipulate. For example, your father earns money to support the family, and tells your mother that he will earn money to support the family, and she can just enjoy the good life at home. This is the second type, using the desire for wealth to manipulate. For example, your father is tall and strong, and if he slaps your mother twice at home, she will not dare to resist. This is the third type, using absolute strength to manipulate. The results of these powers can be seen at critical moments. Your parents seem equal, but in your family, your mother has no decision-making power on all major matters. She can change your father's mind by coaxing him with gentleness, or by forcing him with loud scolding. The decision made by your father is natural. He does not need to discuss it with your mother. But your mother cannot make her own decision. If she tries to change your father's decision, she will be condemned by society. Everyone will think that her means are improper. This is power. The power in your family is much more stable than those lackeys who only obey you after you scold them. Xiao Liyuan spoke patiently and explained things in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Sun Jiang was stunned. She thought power was about making others obey, but she didn't know why power could make others obey. She could feel from a young age that her brother had power that she didn't have. She coveted the joy of power and wanted to take it away and have a taste of it herself. Her father refused to train her, and never explained the nature of power to her. She had never had it, nor could she understand it. In fact, she didn't know what power was. That was her father's power. Her father controlled it, owned it, and temporarily lent it to her. But when the person who understood power died, even if she held a sharp blade in her hand, she would not be able to drive it, and she would end up with nothing again. The so-called power. It seems complicated, but it is actually in your home, around you, but you don't know it. And your mother doesn't know it either, because you are the ones controlled by power, not the beneficiaries. Of course, this is also power. The right of women to know about power that is deprived by the whole society. Sun Jiang cannot know this. Men will not let women know this. Her father is also a man, and he will not want his daughter to see his despicableness. Moreover, if she knew, she would not repeat her mother's mistakes and choose to get married obediently. But slowly, she would really have the ability to compete with her son. Therefore, she would not be allowed to know this. Why do many women, even if they hold power, feel insecure? They can't help wanting to find a master for themselves. Even if it's a son-in-law who has nothing, they have to give up their power obediently, and then depend on the other party, craving for the other party's love. Of course, it's mainly because they are afraid. They dare not hold power. They are afraid of criticism from the world. They are afraid that someone will say, "You don't look like a woman." They don't know that the so-called womanly look is the look of not being worthy of power. But even if someone like Sun Jiang is not afraid of other people's words, it is far from enough, because they have been away from the center of power since childhood, and have never had any chance to understand. Nor will they be allowed to understand. Even if she holds power in her hands, she doesn't know how to use it. Xiao Liyuan looked at her quietly. seeing the anger and confusion in her eyes, and the complex emotions flashing in her eyes, which is so tempting. He put more pressure on his hand, and his thumb slowly rolled over her lips, prying open her teeth. Then he leaned over and pecked her lightly. "Ah, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but unfortunately you look down on me and never want to listen. Now I finally have the chance, but it's a little too late." Xiao Liyuan sighed softly, seemingly a little regretful. He slowly leaned close to Sun Jiang's ear, with a gentler smile, and whispered softly, "You no longer have power or anything like that." Chapter 182. Xiao Liyuan had not had contact with the opposite sex for a long time. His fingers were pressed against Sun Jiang's skin. The score increased by 1, increased by 1, increased by 1. But Sun Jiang seemed to be completely indifferent to it. The mouth that she had used the toilet plunger on was pressed against her lips. She didn't even have any emotion. Xiao Liyuan's words were too shocking. It reminded her of her mother, who disappeared on the eve of the end of the world. Her father was obedient to her mother, which sounded completely different from what Xiao Liyuan said. "My mother came from a good family, and she was a good match for my father. My father never argued with my mother most of the time. The most serious quarrel between the two was when my father wanted to be transferred to another place. It would have been fine if he was transferred, but he said he didn't want to leave his family, so he moved the whole family to his workplace. But my mother disagreed. At that time, everyone said that my mother was ignorant and didn't support my father's work. Even my brother thought so. In the end, they moved and the whole family came here. Now thinking about it, it is exactly the same as what Xiao Liyuan said. If her mother wants to leave the city, she must get her father's consent, and her father will most likely not agree. And if her father wants to move the family, he only needs to make a decision. Her mother's personal will is not important, and she can only obey. She doesn't want to move. She is dissatisfied and resentful about it. But she never understands why. Why her mother has to listen to her father. Now she understands. It's not that her mother can't hold on, but because her father's power has long been established, and he can easily suppress everything, and her mother must listen to her father. She has no power. If she disobeys, she may have to pay the price of losing her son and daughter. Think about it again. The person lost on the eve of the end of the world was her mother, and her father did not look for her. If it was her father who was lost, what would her mother do? She would definitely try every means to find her father. Is it because she loves him more? Not necessarily. It's just because his father can leave his mother, but her mother can't leave her father. All the resources in the family are on the father. Without the mother, the father can still live as freely as before, but without the father, the mother will face class decline. How many people would interpret this as love, female tenderness and affection? Actually, it is just because they have no power and want to maintain their current living standards. They have to do this. This is the essential difference between the master and the daughter. Everyone knows that it is great to have power, even if it is just to maintain the identity of the mother. The daughter, the father will not tell her how to get power and how to maintain power. Sun Jiang smiled slowly. Every word Xiao Liyuan said, actually, fits in, solving her doubts for many years. She had not been exposed to more power changes, and could not understand the complex power relationship between people. Perhaps it was because there were always similarities between the relationships between people. Xiao Liyuan was able to find examples around her, and explain the power relationship in a simple and easy-to-understand way. He helped her fill in the blind spots of these years. He made her understand why, after struggling for so many years, her father and his men still treated her as a willful and ridiculous little girl. All her fighting behaviors were regarded as jokes. She didn't grasp the essence of power, the real bargaining chip that belonged to her. So these people were only willing to submit to her temporarily, but not to truly obey her. "Miss, you should be grateful to me. I like you so much that I can't bear to kill you no matter what." Xiao Liyuan stroked her face and continued. "If you fall into the hands of those people, all your supplies will be divided up soon, and you will die without a burial place. No matter how cruel you are just an empty shell. You are far worse than Xiaoyi. Baby?" Sun Jiang's eyes flickered when she heard this. She pondered it carefully, and actually felt that Xiao Liyuan was right. Xiaoyi's actions were not as ruthless as her father or Xiao Liyuan, but they still conformed to the nature of power. She looked sometimes generous and a bit saintly, and sometimes she would find faults, which made sense when she thought deeply. The things she didn't care about, whether it was attacks or ridicules from others, were mostly insignificant to power, and the things she held tightly, whether it was weapons, resources, or medical equipment would clearly affect the implementation of power, and the things she would kill for would mostly threaten her power. So, if Xia Yi was humiliated, she would never do something like killing people in the gymnasium to vent her anger, but if someone coveted something that they shouldn't covet, she would not leave anyone alive, just like her brother Sun Jiling. It's just that she saw it too superficially before, and couldn't understand the meaning. No wonder the other party didn't want to follow her. Sun Jiang sighed slightly in her heart. Unfortunately, she was not a person who was inferior to others. Even if she admired Xia Yi, she was probably destined not to be able to walk together in the future. Sun Jiang raised her eyes, looking at Xiao Liyuan, who was looking down at her, and actually found it very interesting. This person was willing to tell her all this, probably because he thought she had no chance of turning the tables. Also, he wanted to see her regret looking down on him, regret humiliating him. Unfortunately, she didn't. Sun Jiang was very happy that she knew all this, otherwise, she would have died as a fool. Now she finally understood completely why these people were willing to listen to her, but were unwilling to listen to her from the bottom of their hearts, and after her father died, they followed her without hesitation. If there is only one regret in her heart, it is probably that she should let her father live a few more days. At least listen to his advice. And the dying man's words are good. Maybe many things that he didn't want to tell her in the early years, he would be willing to tell her before he died. Thinking that she was born in Rome, she had to learn what power was from people like Xiao Liyuan, which was really ridiculous. After Xia Yi drove the boat away, she did not intend to get entangled with these people. Lin Yongqing's men were obviously more skilled, although most of them were locked up in the cabin by her. Gu Shui and the other 5 took advantage of the terrain, and were not afraid of fighting against the other side. But what if? She didn't want this kind of meaningless confrontation and sacrifice. After Gu Shui repeated hints, she still refused the other party's request to fight and chose to leave. However, they didn't plan to leave directly. They needed to take a detour and go to the temporary dock at the main entrance of the gymnasium. She wanted to take away the speedboat of the Qianlu people, if possible, and take away some other means of transportation, such as a helicopter. There are more than 50 people here, and they are all skilled. They can't just rely on her capital to make a living. This is not only unreasonable, but also a waste for the other party. Going out is necessary, and transportation is also necessary. Xia Yi has quite a few transportation tools, which are quite comprehensive. But there are more cars than boats, and there is only one helicopter, which she has dismantled and scrapped. I don't know if it can be repaired. It can't support more than 50 people to move around. Now everyone is in the hotel. After a while, the center of the conflict will probably move from the hotel to the vicinity of the warehouse, where there are many kinds of supplies. Everyone always wants to grab them first. Before grabbing enough supplies, most people will not think about leaving. Now is a good time difference, so they can go to the front and have a look. Xia Yi was driving in the front. Ming Jiayi took some oil from the material truck on the plywood and poured it into several oil barrels. Gu Shui and the others were guarding different directions of the ship, and the speedboat they had brought was hanging behind the ship. Not long after the ship started, they saw the group of people who were originally standing on the shore going crazy and running wildly into the water. Don't fight if you can, but if you have to fight, don't be soft-hearted. This was the order Xia Yi gave to Gu Shui. Since the ship couldn't go fast in shallow water, these people behind were swimming to chase the ship, and they were actually getting closer and closer. Even if they didn't climb up, it was absolutely unacceptable for them to find out the direction the ship was heading. This was the time to must fight. As the ship got farther and farther away from the shore, the figures on the shore gradually disappeared. The people chasing behind the ship didn't stop. You're really not afraid of death. Gu Shui adjusted the scope, slowly half-crouched down, squinted one eye, and aimed the muzzle at the head in front. Holding the intercom, she tilted her head and whispered, "All team members, get ready." Received. Received. A crisp reply came from the headset. Everyone replenished supplies as soon as they got on board, and there were definitely enough bullets. In this situation of using static to control dynamic, they had an absolute advantage. Gu Shui's finger was on the trigger. Seeing the figure behind the boat getting closer and closer, everyone tensed their muscles, and each aimed at the target in front. Just when the battle was about to break out, the person swimming in the front suddenly slowed down. Looking through the scope, this person did not look exhausted, nor injured, he just slowed down on his own initiative. As he started, the people chasing behind also slowed down. These people seemed to have agreed to stay out of the gun's attack range, and far behind the ship. They just kept a distance. As the ship moved further away from the shore, the speed also increased slightly. The figures of those people became smaller and smaller, slowly disappeared into the night. What's going on? A question came from the headset. Gu Shui. She didn't know either. In short, these people didn't seem to have any intention of chasing, and it was impossible to catch up with them from a distance, so Gu Shui stopped worrying and slowly retracted the gun. Several people behind the boat floated on the water, watching the boat getting farther and farther away, completely disappearing from sight. The leading few people suddenly took out their guns and fired several shots at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the water exploded in the night, and it was very lively. The people in the water did not have any communication tools, but they seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and their movements were extremely tacit, and they performed a play in the void. After performing for a long time, they slowly turned around and swam back to the shore. Xiao Liyuan and Sun Jiang waited for a long time. They finally saw a few people climbing out of the water like drowned rats, with sad faces, apologizing aggrievedly. I'm sorry. We swam too slowly. We didn't catch up. Chapter 183. This is no longer important to Xia Yi. No matter how the two people behind her love and hate each other, it will not hinder her. The ship shook off the pursuers, and also shook off the gunshots behind, and headed for the main entrance of the gymnasium. The distance from the back door of the hotel to the main entrance of the gymnasium is not far, just a few kilometers. The ship turned a corner slightly, and arrived at the destination. Compared with the noise at the back door of the hotel, the main entrance was too quiet. In the endless night, the light at the entrance of the gymnasium was like the only guiding light, guiding the last piece of pure land in the entire city. The ship did not really approach the pure land. Xia Yi stopped the ship about 500 or 600 meters away from the door, released Gu Shui and other speedboat, and put the oil barrel prepared by Mingjiai on it. Gu Shui and others were familiar with the environment in the gymnasium, knew where to park the vehicles, and were also good at driving various tools, so they drove. Xia Yi and Mingjiai were responsible for guarding the ship on the one hand, watching the supplies on the ship on the other hand, preventing Sun Jiang people from returning. Gu Shui looked at the barrels of gasoline on the speedboat, scratched her head lightly, and whispered, "If we just drive the boat out, we won't need so much oil. Just give a little bit." Xia Yi, these children have been treated harshly since the end of the world. In order to ensure control over them, Sunlingji's people always only provide just enough supplies, and they can't get any more. These children have been treated harshly, and they are flattered when they are given some supplies normally. Why do you need to drive a speedboat? Or you can just drive a boat to tow the speedboat here, which will save more fuel. Xia Yi said expressionlessly. Gu Shui thought about it, and actually felt that it made sense, and nodded in reply. Okay. Xia Yi. She sighed deeply, and drove away the strong sense of helplessness in her heart, and ordered with a cold face. Just fill up like this, 1 barrel for each speedboat. Fill like this. Fill like this in the future, don't ask me why. Gu Shui had no idea what was wrong with Xia Yi, why he was so inexplicably angry, and moved forward in confusion, trying to observe Xia Yi's expression, but was ruthlessly waved away. Okay. Gu Shui blinked blankly, nodded and agreed. After a long while, she realized what Xia Yi said, and her eyes suddenly burst into joy. Really? We don't have to use oil through the gaps between our fingers anymore. Is that what you mean? She shook Xia Yi's arm, anxiously confirming. Are you serious? Sister Xia Yi? Xia Yi pulled her arm out, and nodded helplessly. Ah! So happy. Gu Shui almost wanted to dance on the spot, jumping off the boat. This kind of happiness is not the happiness brought by having materials to squander, but the feeling of being free from the constraints of doing things before, and being controlled by others all the time. Xia Yi, this child's happiness is too simple. Xia Yi counted the amount of oil stored in the ship, as well as the 2 gas stations in her sanatorium, and that she had not visited yet, and had a clear idea of the amount of oil. Not only the amount of oil, but also the amount of remaining supplies. She has carefully counted them. In the future, there will be more and more people, and supplies cannot be distributed to everyone without restraint, nor can they be completely denied to anyone. As for how to use them in the middle, it is naturally necessary to establish a complete supply management and distribution system. Sunlingji's management strategy is to hold all the supplies in his own hands, and only distribute a very small amount to anyone who needs it. In order to obtain supplies, everyone must be controlled by him for a long time and obey his orders. Xia Yi didn't want to, Nor did he want to control in this way. For capable and trustworthy people, a certain degree of freedom should be given, so that a long-term and stable cooperation model can be established. However, fortunately, Sun Lingji's strategy is to control materials, since all resources are in the warehouse, including gasoline and diesel. When subordinates need to travel, they must go to the warehouse to sign a bill to receive the appropriate amount of materials. Their strict control over materials has led to lax control over transportation. The reason for this is very simple. A plane or ship without oil can't go anywhere. It's no different from a pile of scrap metal. So, those speedboats and helicopters are parked by the water and in the square. With the quality of Gu Shui and her team members, it doesn't take any effort at all. They can easily pry open these vehicles and take them for themselves. They are not too greedy. 20 small speedboats were driven away. 2 large yachts were driven away. It was not the tourist yacht that Sun Jiang drove last time. It was a yacht with a more practical cargo hold that could store a lot of supplies. The helicopter took away 4 vehicles. This was the limit of what could be transported. The deck of the ship was already full of trucks. There would not be room for more. However, this number was enough. It was a big win. Xiao Yi could not help but feel her heartbeat accelerated. These things were hard to come by. 1 or 2 were a bargain. Now she could actually take away so many at once. It was a blessing from heaven. Gu Shui and her group were just robbing the stadium without any obstacles. There were 2 people standing guard at the entrance of the stadium. But they were not interested in this. After they found that the people in the stadium had broken out of the door, they were terrified and had no intention of resisting. After Gu Shui told them that the back door of the hotel was open and everyone was going to grab supplies, the 2 of them didn't even think about it and ran to the hotel. The whole process went incredibly smoothly. By the time Gu Shui reacted, a string of small boats had been hung behind the ship, and the deck was full of airplanes. Although these means of transportation were not unfamiliar to her, she had to fill out a form to borrow them before. But now they were taken away directly. She felt a little uneasy. Sister Xiao Yi, can we really take these things away? Gu Shui asked uncertainly. This was not only Gu Shui and her demon, but also Lin Yongqing's inner demon. These people had no concept of self, and they kept giving away all the time. They would feel guilty if they asked for even a little bit. This is a problem that must be solved. Xiao Yi thought for a while, and asked softly. You could have taken it away before. Why didn't you take it away? Why? Gu Shui was silent for a while, as if thinking, and answered softly after a moment. Maybe. It's for the people here. I want to protect them. This has been their unchanging belief for so many years. You protect them, who will protect you? Xiao Yi asked. Before the end of the world, people like Gu Shui and Lin Yongqing had a complete system behind them. While they were sacrificing themselves to protect the people, the system was also protecting them. It provided them with a full set of living security, high-quality supplies, and compensation for casualties. Under the operation of this system, their protection was already very rare and great. Today, this protection system no longer exists, and what they did can no longer be described as protection. It's just sacrifice. In the chaotic and disordered times, their sacrifice will not be supported, nor appreciated, but will be eaten by wolves and tigers, without even a bone left. This is not because human nature is evil. It's just the instinct of survival at the moment of death. If you still want to live like before, I won't stop you. Xiao Yi touched Gu Shui's head and sighed softly. But if possible, I hope that Lin Yongqing's tragedy will not happen to you. Gu Shui slowly fell silent. All of Lin Yongqing's men came to the ship in batches, and she counted them one by one, without missing a single person. Except for Lin Yongqing himself. No one dared to ask what happened, but everyone knew what happened. Most people were handed over to Xiao Yi in a confused manner, as if they were to obey her orders, and temporarily make a living with her. No one knew where the future would go, and what the direction of life would be. Suddenly losing their direct commander, they were all at a loss in their hearts. Gu Shui couldn't quite understand Xiao Yi, just like she couldn't understand Lin Yongqing. The other party's words and deeds had their own set of rules and bottom lines. He was not someone who was easy to bully, but she could also feel that he was a good person. Maybe that was enough. I believe you. Gu Shui looked at Xiao Yi's face, and her eyes gradually became firm. Well, I know. Xiao Yi smiled and patted Gu Shui's shoulder comfortingly. Their trust will become stronger and stronger. And this is just the beginning. Before leaving, Xiao Yi stood on the top floor of the cruise ship and slowly looked around. Looking at everything around her, she felt a little dazed. She had just been kidnapped by Lin Yongqing a few days ago, and landed alone with pitiful rations. When he left, he actually took away the strongest team here, as well as a large amount of energy and weapons. Thinking about it seems like a lifetime ago. However, with more people comes more responsibility. How to arrange the people on the ship, and how to distribute and use the supplies will also be a big problem in the future, and it will take time to sort it out. And it will take at least 3 days to ensure that the people on the ship have safely passed the quarantine period and can walk out of the cabin alive. Get ready to go. Xiao Yi returned to the cockpit, restarted the ship, and only waited for the last speedboat to return to its position, and then set off to leave here. Just when they were about to leave, they suddenly heard 2 reminders of beeping. Xiao Yi paused and looked in the direction of Gu Shui. It was the sound coming from the other party's intercom. Gu Shui stopped, turned up her headphones, and gave her half of the sound. A team member's report came from the other side. It was the driver of the last speedboat. Her voice was quite urgent, and she was even a little at a loss. I found a pregnant woman on the shore. Can I take her on board? She seems about to give birth. Chapter 184. This pregnant woman is really an old acquaintance, the one who survived the gymnasium, the one who was denied food by the district manager. The gymnasium was constantly tossing and turning. She had been trying to hide, not to get close to the center of the storm, but she was still quite frightened. Since she couldn't find a doctor, and no one was willing to help her, she could only crawl back to her bed, curled up alone. Until everyone rushed out of the gymnasium, rushed to the hotel, rushed to the material warehouse behind, and the noisy venue finally slowly quieted down. Supplies are limited. First come first served. Those who get them may not be able to feed themselves for many days, and those who don't are destined to starve to death. Those who are able to earn some food for themselves will not stay where they are. Those who are left without going out are those who really can't participate. They are either injured in the stampede, or the elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant. The pregnant woman's amniotic fluid has been broken for a long time, but there is no one to help her deliver the baby. There are only a few people left in the huge gymnasium, which seems extremely empty. So empty that it makes people despair. She breathed with difficulty. The intense pain penetrated deep into her bones, and every breath seemed like a sharp blade piercing through her body, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. The pregnant woman was almost in pain and almost lost consciousness. But her reason told her that she couldn't faint and had to leave. She didn't know where to go. It seemed that she couldn't follow the crowd. There were too many people, and there might be crowding, pushing, and her baby might be hurt. She just wandered aimlessly, from inside the venue to outside the venue. And when she arrived at the main entrance of the venue, she couldn't even say she was walking. And in the end, she was almost crawling. Even so, she still tried to land on her knees and elbows, hunched over, and tried not to touch her abdomen. It must be said that she was really lucky. If she had gone earlier or later, or went to any other point in the gymnasium, she would not have been saved. She just happened to meet Xiao Yi people at the right time and place. When she heard the report on the intercom, Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment. A pregnant woman who was about to give birth, which meant 2 mouths to feed, could not do anything. It was too cruel to even let her find supplies by herself. She could only be completely supported, and would not be of any help or bonus to the entire team. The team cannot keep such a person for a long time. It is too unfair to others. But this is the most vulnerable period for a woman. It is too cruel to leave her out and ignore her. Bring her up, Xiao Yi said softly. The supplies on the ship are still sufficient. It is still possible to support her and the child for a short period of time, but whether to keep her afterwards, it depends on whether she can provide value to the team. If she can be saved. Xiao Yi thought about it, turned to instruct Gu Shui. There are several doctors on the ship. Ask if there are any obstetricians and gynecologists. If someone is willing to deliver the baby, I will give you some extra supplies in return. Don't leave in a hurry. She stopped Gu Shui, who was about to leave, and warned her. Don't contact them during the whole process. Whether it's a doctor or a pregnant woman, pay attention to protection. After a lot of hustle and bustle, the pregnant woman was taken on board and arranged in an extra room, and the doctor was asked to help take care of her. The pregnant woman had not actually been exposed to the virus, but the doctor might not have. Although she was protected by protective clothing, there were still risks. But the pregnant woman still accepted it. There was no other way. If she was infected, She might die in 3 days. If nothing was done, she probably wouldn't survive tonight. At this time, she actually had a room to live in, a special doctor to take care of her, and even chocolate bars and Red Bull were prepared by her bed to help her replenish her energy. During this period of time when she suffered from the coldness of human nature, she could actually get this level of help. The pregnant woman was almost moved to tears. The corners of her lips were cracked due to lack of water, with thin cracks of blood, and her voice was hoarse and difficult. Thank you, thank you. Gu Shui arranged them into the cabin, put down the well-prepared supplies, smiled sincerely, and said softly, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Sister Xia Yi. After saying that, she left the room and locked the door from the outside. This time, the ship finally successfully sailed away from the shore. Xia Yi wanted to leave the gymnasium as soon as possible, just to avoid the crazy couple Xiao Liyuan and Sun Jiang. Xiao Liyuan has a system, and she is unwilling to attack him casually. If she really fights him, she is not sure whether she can afford the price. She does not want to have a conflict because of herself and let Ming Jiayi pay the price. The things prepared by Sun Jiang family were intercepted by her halfway, and she must not be willing to accept it. She will definitely think about taking them back. Most of Xia Yi manpower is in isolation, and only Gu Shui team is left outside. There is also a risk of loss if they confront the opponent head-on. She does not want anyone in the team to be injured or killed. If one day they must fight, Xia Yi still hopes that when she is ready, she will not strike, but will hit the target, leaving the other party no room to fight back. Before that, she should avoid the two while they are fighting. The ship sailed out of the gymnasium and drove for dozens of kilometers before stopping. The process of the pregnant woman giving birth was relatively smooth. I have to say that she is really lucky. After going through so much trouble, she did not have a difficult delivery. With today's medical conditions, if she really has a difficult delivery, there is no condition to help her with surgery. Maybe she had experienced too many setbacks before, and had already suffered all the hardships during childbirth. When she really gave birth, she did not experience any troubles, and the speed was surprisingly fast. Xia Yi had just stopped the boat at the destination, and heard the news from the back of the cabin. Mother and daughter are safe. Let them have a good rest first. It was not convenient for Xia Yi to visit now. They needed to rest here for 3 days, spend the quarantine period, and make sure that no one was infected. Release the staff, and then make other arrangements. The pregnant woman now has a child. There are no suitable maternal and child supplies on the ship, but Jiang Ji has some. There is a maternal and child store downstairs from the beauty salon. They have all the necessary items. We can pick up Jiang Ji on the way to fulfill our previous promise and send him to meet his parents. In addition, we have to pick up Gu Shui teammates, get weapons and ammunition from the shooting gallery, get some sulfuric acid from the sulfuric acid warehouse, but we are not in a hurry to go to the gas station, and then go back to Yuehu Sanatorium to arrange suitable accommodation for everyone. There are too many things to do, and we need to do them one by one. Xia Yi leaned into the bed in the captain's room, her head resting on Ming Jiayi's legs, and she lay in a big letter shape. She stared at the ceiling with a dull look, counting the things she needed to do next with her fingers, and her scalp was numb. Let's either run away, Xia Yi said on a whim. Just leave them all on this ship, and let them fend for themselves. You see, there are so many supplies on this ship, enough for these 50 people to live for a long time, and they can be fine without us taking care of them. Ming Jiayi listened to her nonsense, and smiled helplessly, gently unzipping her protective suit. Xia Yi lay there like a cripple, letting him pull at her protective suit. After he took off both of their protective suits, he disinfected his hands, put Xia Yi back on his lap, and gently combed her hair with his 5 fingers. Xia Yi's short hair had grown a little longer, and it looked much more natural. No longer the dog-bitten look after she had cut it off with a pair of scissors. The tail of her hair rested on her cheek, showing her natural temperament. Well, a little cute. Ming Jiayi gently stroked her hair until she was smoother, and then asked in a low voice, "Don't you want to eat something?" Xia Yi stretched comfortably, turned over, and turned into a side-lying position. A tingling sensation came from her scalp, and her eyelids began to feel heavy, and she mumbled in a daze, "No. I'm so tired, I want to sleep." After saying that, she fainted in the next second. Ming Jiayi, looking at the sweet sleeping face in front of him, there was a strange sense of peace. In order to be well prepared, he had been busy all the time before and after the apocalypse. But when the apocalypse really came, he found that the plan could not keep up with the changes. The two of them were like spinning tops being whipped, and they were pushed to do everything. They could not act according to the plan at all. Ming Jiayi preparations were almost useless. He could only run around with Xia Yi every day, like a little maid. He actually felt that it was not bad and enjoyed it. You sleep after finishing your work, and leave me alone. Right? You are so heartless. Ming Jiayi took advantage of Xia Yi's drowsiness to secretly pinch the flesh on her face, and successfully received a complaint from her in her sleep. He chuckled, hugged the back of his head, and laid down in this position, and slowly closed his eyes. This ship has a very complete security system. At least the infrared monitoring reminder is very well done. In such a desolate place, it is not a problem to turn off the lights and take a nap. Xia Yi was very tired and slept soundly. When she woke up in a daze, she suddenly heard someone around her suddenly have a whim. Shall we go fishing? Ah? Xia Yi stared blankly, and could hardly believe her ears. There were still a lot of things to be solved. Xiao Liu and people were still eyeing them covetously, and now there were wolves in front and tigers behind. It would be inappropriate to do this kind of entertainment. Right? Ming Jiayi reached behind her neck with one hand, and lifted her knee with the other hand, easily lifted her up from the bed, and put her on the seat by the window. Xia Yi was dazed and had no time to protest, but she saw him turn on the flashlight and shine it under the boat, and the dim light beam shone through the window, and onto the dark water. The two waited patiently for a moment, and then saw a fish come out with a boo. 1, 2, 3. The flashlight beam did not move. After waiting for a while, they saw several fish. It was obvious that there were not just one or two. There was probably a school of fish nearby. Ming Jiayi smiled and whispered in her ear. At this time, fish is the best food for survival. Xia Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 185. When Xia Yi went to the restaurant Xia for the first time to beg for food, Ming Jiayi was fishing. At that time, in addition to the delicious meal, Ming Jiayi mermaid line also remained in her memory, which was quite vivid, and she still remembers it clearly. At that time, she was only concerned with appreciating the beauty, oh no, food, and had not thought about it carefully. Ming Jiayi's identity was not quite in line with fishing. Even if he was a chef, there was no need to go to the water to get the ingredients himself, and if he was an internet celebrity or a boss, then it was obviously even more unnecessary. He was a food internet celebrity, not a sea hunting internet celebrity. Ming Jiayi obviously remembered the same scene. His ears turned slightly red. He coughed lightly, and said, at that time, it was just to try out the new fishing net. Regardless of whether it was to try out the fishing net or give her some hint. Anyway, the fish in this water were the ones that Ming Jiayi and his friends had eaten before. They ate them, survived, and didn't die. Although the water level had risen by many meters, it might be polluted, and there were corpses, but there were also living fish. But whether the fish could be eaten was an unknown, and Xia Yi was unwilling to try it. If this water is analyzed according to the flood, the fish and shrimp in the flood cannot be eaten, even if they are alive, because they may be contaminated and may be poisoned if eaten. If this water is seawater, the fish and shrimp in it can be eaten, because seawater has the ability to purify itself. Whether it is a flood or seawater, no one can give an answer. People in the end times are not without common sense. They also know that the creatures in the flood cannot be eaten randomly. But there is nothing they can do. It has to be said that this is an inhumane end times. The last way for people to survive. You can't tell a starving person that sprouted potatoes can't be eaten. And you can't tell a starving person that guanine soil can't be eaten. It's the same principle. When people are starving to a certain extent, they don't care about so many things. Ming Jiayi never talked about how he survived in his previous life. Whenever he mentioned it, he always downplayed it, as if what he had experienced was far less important than the password for his own anti-theft door that she gave him. Xia Yi suddenly clenched his fingertips. Ming Jiayi's knuckles were very bony, and they felt a little uncomfortable in his palm. She rubbed them hard twice, and felt inexplicably depressed. What's wrong? Ming Jiayi looked at her for a long time without saying anything, and leaned forward. He lifted the strands of hair on her forehead, observed the expression on her face, and there was some caution in his eyes. He opened his thin lips slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Don't want to go? Or are you hungry? Am I a pig who only sleeps and eats?" Xia Yi said speechlessly, and her eyes passed over his lips, and moved away. She supported herself with both hands behind her back, jumped to the ground neatly, and inserted her 5 fingers into his fingers with her backhand. Let's go fish! Ming Jiayi is really good at fishing. Perhaps because he made a living from this in his previous life, he did not forget to hone his fishing skills after his rebirth. After he got on the boat, he found fishing nets, and there were many kinds of them. He made preparations for this at that time, but unfortunately, he was too busy before, and never made time. Now he finally has some time, and can get some fresh food to eat. Ming Jiayi accurately found the most suitable net, pulled Xia Yi into the speedboat, and sped out as soon as he turned the throttle. Oh! Oh! Xia Yi hugged his waist, and the two of them cried out at the same time. The night wind hit his clothes, gently caressing his skin. A few months ago, the two of them did exactly the same thing. At that time, the sky was not so dark. When the day and night were intertwined, they could chase the gorgeous sunset and the pure moonlight respectively. Since the end of the world, the sky has never been bright, and the vision can only be confined to the small area in front of them. The range of the speedboat's lights is not far, and the dark water surface is all that can be seen, and almost nothing can be seen. Even so, they still felt the long-lost sense of freedom. Now there happened to be a school of fish passing by underwater, and they could catch a lot of fish with just one casual net. Xia Yi and the others played in the water for a long time, and there were a lot of fish in the speedboat cabin. Ming Jiayi also found a very peculiar net, which was shaped like a cube and could be immersed in water and hung under the boat, like a huge underwater cage, in which fish could live directly. The two happily drove the speedboat again, driving the fish school in. The joy was doubled and doubled. Gu Shui also woke up from a nap, and just changed her post at this time, standing alone in the post with the best view, and happened to catch the crazy scene of the two, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. This seemingly calm sister Xia Yi, when playing with her boyfriend, actually had a completely different face. She didn't expect it at all, and pretended not to hear it, just stood there expressionlessly, staring straight ahead. The two played for several hours before returning home with a full load. They caught a lot of fish, but not many, just enough for the few people who were not quarantined to eat, and the rest were stored in the fish cages under the water. Ming Jiayi said that the fish should be eaten fresh, and it would not taste good if frozen, so they should eat first and catch first. Xia Yi fully respected this decision, because the ship has very complete kitchen equipment. The next meal can be grilled fish. The way Ming Jiayi pointed out fully solved Xia Yi's most important problem. There is a limit to the supply of materials. The original food industry has been shut down, but everyone has to eat every day, and consumes materials, and all channels are only outflowing but not inflowing. This is a helpless situation. Whether they go to the supermarket, or search the warehouse, there will be a day when they are clean, and when all the food expires, what should they do? Xia Yi has so many people to support, and he can't just keep them alive like in the gymnasium, and then eat up all the food. Her supplies were limited. Although there were a lot of supplies on the ship, they were just a little more than those in the sanatorium, but they were still limited. The supplies on both sides combined could feed about 10 people. It was impossible to feed these people on the ship for their entire lives with these supplies. But since she had accepted them, there was no reason to give up halfway. She had to find a way to survive that was acceptable to both parties. This way of survival never included her feeding these people for their entire lives. In addition to the reason that she couldn't afford it, there was another very important reason. That, gaining without giving, would breed laziness and greed. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Instead of feeding them with materials, it is better to find a way for everyone to be self-reliant. Of course, the breeding base behind the sanatorium can also meet this condition. There are several acres of animals and plants in it, and someone needs to take care of them. But those resources have become extremely precious now, and are almost out of print. The care process needs to be extra careful, and there is no room for mistakes. It is okay to share them with everyone occasionally. If she leaves it to outsiders to take care of, she won't be able to rest assured. Moreover, Xia Yi also hopes to control the authority of the sanatorium. The inner circle and the main building are her living area, and are also the last line of defense. She doesn't want to be invaded by outsiders at will. Considering the above multiple dimensions, Xia Yi feels that fishing is a very good industry. If she does this job, she can replenish materials regularly and quantitatively, and she doesn't have to consume inventory to feed everyone, and she can maintain labor, and everyone will be allocated according to the more work, and it will not breed laziness or injustice. Most importantly, this single task can be completed outside Yuehu Sanatorium, and will not affect the safety of the inner residential area. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Xia Yi finally solved the biggest problem in the future, and was extremely happy, smelling the delicious roasted fish in the oven. Her happiness index doubled again. She hadn't eaten a proper hot meal for a long time. When was the last time? If I think back, it was probably the braised pork that Sun Jiang gave her to get closer to her, the source of all the troubles in the gymnasium. It was clearly a few days ago. But now when I think about it, I feel as if it were a lifetime ago. Maybe the end of the world always feels this way. Without time as an anchor, everyone's life goes on day after day, and there is a sense of depression that there is no end. In fact, this kind of endlessness is really endless, and no one can set surviving to the end as a goal. The only thing everyone can do is to survive as well as possible in a harsh environment. Xia Yi looked at the grilled fish and felt happy. Gu Shui and the others were in tears. Each of them held their own portion of fish, and they almost wanted to bow and thank their brother-in-law on the spot. The 3-day quarantine period was finally over. It was a relatively stable 3 days, and there was no interruption in the middle. Unfortunately, after the quarantine, there were still a few more bodies in some of the rooms. People were not too sad. Perhaps they had been mentally prepared. And now the situation is much better than expected. Everyone who survived has a sense of relief after surviving the disaster. The doctors who survived on the ship also watched the whole drama, knew the fate of those who left the ship, and were extremely glad for their choice. Now there was no better place to stay outside, and they all expressed their willingness to obey Xia Yi's arrangement. Xia Yi went to visit the woman who had just given birth. The woman was holding the baby and feeding, and when she saw her figure, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she was about to kneel down without a word. Xia Yi hurriedly stopped the person, and persuaded her to put him back on the bed. What are your plans? Compared to the others on the boat, this woman in labor was the most difficult to arrange a place to go. Xia Yi needed to confirm her thoughts. The woman in labor had experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature in recent days, and did not think that Xia Yi had the obligation to take care of her, but she really needed him now. She waited for Xia Yi to close the door, and after confirming that no one else was eavesdropping, she moved a little closer and whispered, "Can you take me somewhere?" All the people Xia Yi picked up from the gymnasium chose to stay. No one planned to leave. It was not because Xia Yi gave them good conditions. The reason was simple. Their families were basically all dead. They had nowhere to go. Theoretically, the same was true for this pregnant woman. If she had a better place to go, she would have been taken away long ago. How could she be bullied alone with a baby? Xia Yi narrowed his eyes and asked back, "Where are you going?" Chapter 186. The pregnant woman opened the map on her phone and showed Xia Yi the location marked with a star on the map. That was the destination she wanted to go to. She also knew that since she needed Xia Yi's help, she had to be honest enough to win his trust. She did not hide anything about this, and explained the whole story in detail. After the end of the world, her family did not have much storage, and her living conditions were very bad. However, she was pregnant for several months, and could not be displaced outside. She needed to be properly taken care of. After thinking it over, the husband wanted to ask someone to enter the gymnasium shelter. But there were limited places there, and the other party clearly told them that only one person could go. So the husband left the opportunity to her. Later, "I lost my phone on the way." The woman was shaking, and her eyes were almost filled with regret. Unfortunately, her husband's phone also had problems. She wanted to borrow someone else's phone to call him, but she found that she couldn't get through. In this harsh environment, everyone is displaced. No one knows where they come from, and where they are going, and the road ahead and behind is dark. The only tool for both parties to keep in touch is this string of mobile phone numbers. Nowadays, there is no service desk to help report loss or retrieve account numbers. Losing a mobile phone means completely losing the way to contact the other party. With the occurrence of floods, cables, optical fibers and base stations are not stable. Problems may occur in each link, and no one will maintain and repair them. As time goes by, power supply coverage becomes worse and worse, and communication coverage also becomes worse and worse. Recently, cell phones have been basically unavailable. If Xia Yi wants to contact others, she can only use a satellite phone. It was boring to stay at home for the past 2 days, so she used the satellite line that Bai Shanshan gave her to connect the ship to the internet. Only then could everyone on the ship have some entertainment and check the latest information online. However, there are fewer voices on the internet now. When the end of the world just arrived, the internet was flooded with requests for help, insults, and rumors. Everyone was afraid and angry, and they casually fell into various rhythms and could not extricate themselves. Nowadays, this kind of situation on the internet has gradually faded. There are fewer noises, fewer crazy people who are full of anger in the comment area and who criticize everyone they meet. And it can even be said that there are no more. Since the rise of the internet, it has gradually become a part of people's survival. It is difficult for everyone to imagine what their lives would be like if there was no internet one day. What these people's lives are like, no one knows. But we can still get a glimpse of them on the internet. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be desolate. It's not that there is no more anger or complaints, but that there is no more voices. Some IDs have lost the ability to access the internet, and some IDs represent people who are no longer around. Thanks to this, the amount of new information on the internet is decreasing, which is why this woman who had just given birth happened to see a missing person notice related to herself. My husband is looking for me. He is very anxious and wants to know the location of the shelter, but no one can tell him. The woman's eyes were red, and her voice was filled with tears. No matter how chaotic the gymnasium shelter was, it was also a gathering place for many powerful people. So of course, the address could not be exposed casually. Otherwise, she would not be able to live in peace here for a few months. It would have been attacked and looted by hungry civilians just like Sun Jiling's apartment. Her husband did not know the location of the shelter, and the woman did not have a mobile phone or internet access. So the two sides never succeeded in getting in touch. It was not until yesterday, when the ship was connected to the internet, that she borrowed a mobile phone from the doctor and got news from the internet that her husband had been looking for her. But the contact information left by the husband could not be reached. It was obvious that it was not easy for him to access the internet, or he had lost the ability to access the internet. The only way to find him was the personal address he left. I know I have nothing now. I have nothing to repay you. I am not worthy of negotiating with you. The mother held Xia Yi's wrist tightly. Her red eyes were firm. You send me to him. He will repay you. I will. This is true. Except for her baby daughter. The mother has nothing now. The husband has nothing to covet. But he is still looking for her, which shows that he really has feelings for her. Since he has real feelings for her, and is willing to take her to his side, it means that he has the resources to support her. Moreover, it is possible to post missing person notices on the internet on a large scale, and successfully let the information reach the mother. This person is not an ordinary person. Who is your husband? Xia Yi asked. Zheng Xiao. The woman in labor said her husband's name. She slid the screen of her mobile phone, found the personal information left by the other party, and read it slowly word by word. He said, he is in the Meijiang Agricultural Products Planting Base in the north of the city. Meijiang Agricultural Products Planting Base. This name made Xia Yi stunned. It's not that her husband is unreasonable in this place, it's very reasonable in this place. At this time, those who can survive either have sufficient resources, or have excellent survival skills, or join forces that have one of these two conditions. The agricultural and trade planting base, it looks like a place that can support many people. Maybe it is the soil that breeds a certain force. It is not a big problem that this is a certain force. It is not a big problem that my husband goes here. The big problem is, why did he dare to post the location on the internet so blatantly? That is equivalent to telling everyone, come to us. We have food and drink here, come and go, or come, rob. Can this base withstand the impact of hungry people? Or are they strong enough? So strong that they are not afraid of being attacked by a group. So strong that they are completely fearless. I can't send you there now. After Xia Yi pondered for a moment, she temporarily rejected the woman's request. The woman was stunned when she heard this. An anxious look suddenly appeared in her eyes. She spoke almost in a panic. I beg you, please. Can you? What do you need me to do? As long as you let me see my husband, you can ask me to do anything. Her 5 fingers clenched tighter and tighter. The finger bones turned slightly white, making Xia Yi frown slightly. She gently turned her wrist, using her strength to push the other person's fingers away, then asked slowly. Are you sure the person who is looking for you is your husband, and not someone else? The woman was stunned. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. She obviously didn't know what Xia Yi was thinking, and she couldn't imagine what Xia Yi was thinking. Xia Yi looked at her expression, secretly shook his head, and did not intend to say more to her. I will go to find out the news. And I will not leave you here and ignore you. Xia Yi did not want to support the other party. If she could find her family and get a reasonable reward, she would also be happy. She said lightly. But, in my way. Okay. Take good care of her. And I will inform you when there is news. Xia Yi said politely. And regardless of the other party's distraught look, she left the room and closed the door with her backhand. This is not right. This is not how missing persons notices are issued. Even if Zheng Xiao wanted to find someone, even if he was a very powerful person, he would not publish his address directly on the internet. The gymnasium shelter has such a strong armed guard, they are strictly guarding the specific address. How powerful is Zheng Xiao? Why do you think he can be fearless? Even if Zheng Xiao is very powerful, he is not afraid of others coming to him, and he will not publish a missing person notice for his wife. The more powerful he is, the more people will covet him, and the more enemies he will make. How can such a person easily expose the weaknesses of his family on the internet? What if someone knew that he was looking for his wife, and kidnapped his wife in advance to threaten him? From any angle, it can be seen that this could not be the work of Zheng Xiao. The person who posted the information on the internet is not only not Zheng Xiao, the husband of the pregnant woman, but is very likely to be Zheng Xiao's enemy. Xia Yi couldn't help but sigh. It has been several months since the end of the world. She has always lived in her own circle, and has not extended too much tentacles, and has taken the initiative to understand the situation outside. Unexpectedly, without knowing it, the forces outside have gradually formed, the relationships are complicated, and they have begun to fight openly and secretly. Xia Yi is not interested in the struggle between forces, but she is also very self-aware. Her existence, to a certain extent, will break the balance outside. Originally, they were unique in the gymnasium, and they should be the largest force in the whole city, both in terms of supplies and military strength. Now, a large number of weapons and elite combat forces have been taken into her possession. If no one covets them, she will not believe it. After thinking for a while, Xia Yi decided to send a team to investigate the situation. Gu Shui team still had members outside, and there were still a lot of supplies that had not been recovered. They had to go and pick them up. So she planned to let Quan Lu's team go and take a look. Bring supplies. Wear protective clothing. Just go to investigate the situation. Try not to fight. If you do, focus on protecting yourself. Don't get hurt. Can you do it? Make sure you complete the mission. Quan Lu smiled. Xia Yi was a little worried. Equip them with enough supplies and gasoline, and plan the route, and agreed to go back and forth within 1 day. If the other party did not come back after 1 day, more people would be sent to meet them. If her guess was wrong, the message was sent by Zheng Xiao. He just wanted to take his wife home, but he was a little brainless. So what? If by any chance her guess was right, the planting base was not Zheng Xiao territory, but a bait released by the enemy. Xia Yi slowly curved her lips. That's a planting base, I wonder. Is there rice? Chapter 187. Quan Lu took her team to the north of the city. Xia Yi gave them a speedboat, a satellite phone, a full set of protective equipment, enough supplies for a week, and weapons. In addition, she also brought 2 drones for them. Although the vision is not good, the drone can only see a limited amount of things, but at the same time, the probability of the drone being discovered is also reduced a lot. Many things that are inconvenient for people to inquire about, with the help of drones, will reduce a lot of workload. As for the information that needs to be understood, it mainly includes the following parts. First, what is the power distribution in the north of the city? How many famous refuge bases are there? What are the names of the managers? What do they do for a living? Secondly, is there a person named Zheng Xiao? If so, which refuge base is he in? What is his relationship with the manager? Finally, whether Zheng Xiao has issued a missing person notice to find his pregnant wife. Solving the problem of the mother's whereabouts is just a side job. The most important task is to understand the power distribution in the north of the city. After the distribution of forces is confirmed, Xia Yi also plans to survey the situation of the entire city, at least to have a general idea of it. If possible, she should also try to maintain relations with the main forces, maintain basic contact, and ensure the smooth flow of information. Of course, these are all later. Gu Shui also needs to send a team out, but it is not a speedboat, but a yacht for transporting goods. Their teammates are still guarding the supplies outside, in order to protect the safety of the ship. Gu Shui and her friends have been delayed for a few days, due to problems with mobile phone communications. They can no longer contact their teammates. They need to go over as soon as possible to pick them up and transport the supplies back. After they made all the preparations, Xiaoyi also equipped Gu Shui with a satellite phone to ensure smooth communication. After arranging the two groups of people, there were still other things to do. But Xiaoyi thought about it and decided to go home first. There was no time to sort out the people and materials on the ship, so they had to make good arrangements and solve all the problems. Only after the foundation was laid, things would go more smoothly. So, this huge ship, carrying more than a dozen yachts of different sizes, carrying several helicopters, carrying dozens of cars, and dozens of people, drove towards Yuehu's sanatorium. The ship did not enter the dock behind, but stopped at the main entrance. The entire sanatorium was already heavily guarded, and Xiaoyi would not allow loopholes in management just to save trouble because of the increase in the number of people. There were too many supplies in the ship, and it was impossible to transport them to the sanatorium. Even if they were transported there was no warehouse large enough to store them. The best way was to keep them in the ship and park the ship at the dock. The location of the dock needed to be kept secret. Most people only had one entrance and exit, which was to enter and exit from the main entrance. Xiaoyi drove 2 trucks out of the ship and unloaded the goods on the deck temporarily. More than 60 people on the ship took their personal belongings from the warehouse and loaded them onto the trucks. Xiaoyi had already greeted her sister and made preparations in advance, packing up the space capsules in the middle circle. The space capsules were all equipped with 2 bedrooms and a living room, so it was not difficult to arrange everyone in. Each space capsule could accommodate 4 people, 2 in each bedroom, and everyone shared a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, so it was not too crowded. There are more than 20 space capsules in total, and there are more than 60 people on board, arranged in 15 space capsules, which is still a bit vacant. But there are not many vacancies. Xiaoyi does not intend to let everyone live there for free. On the one hand, the houses are indeed not enough. And on the other hand, water, electricity, and other energy cannot be consumed at will. Resources are limited. And of course, they cannot be used at will. She plans to manage it through the point system. Whether it is living, receiving food, or using energy, it must be strictly controlled according to the points. Before this system is complete, water and electricity will not be supplied to each room. Of course, this lifestyle must be restricted, and Xiaoyi does not force it. If you are not satisfied with this set of rules, you can leave. She will arrange to send you to a nearby living area. But, where is it safer outside? The living conditions in the space capsule are closed and comfortable, which can almost isolate all disturbances and dangers. It is simply the safe residence that everyone dreams of. Everyone agreed without exception. The truck was carrying everyone's supplies, passed through checkpoints one after another, and drove on the winding mountain road. The headlights shone on the small area ahead, and it was pitch dark outside. Xiaoyi briefly introduced the middle circle where everyone lived, and the uninhabited area outside, the outer circle. To get to the residential area in the middle circle, you need to pass through layers of checkpoints, and if you don't have permission to pass, it's difficult to pass through any door. There are many people with top skills among them, but without special equipment, it is difficult to break through the obstacles, pass the protection net outside, and enter the residential area. I have set up many traps in the outer circle. Xiaoyi looked around calmly, observing the changes in the expressions of the people, but did not elaborate on the details of the trap, but just talked about the cost of breaking into the trap in a very lighthearted way. You will probably die. I don't recommend you try it. Everyone. No one could understand why Xiaoyi built such a place. Before the end of the world, people might think it was too absurd, completely unreasonable and illegal. But now, it can only be described in 4 words: breathtaking. It is safe enough outside. The house is comfortable enough, and the supplies are sufficient. It gives people a sense of security that they are unmoved even when there are strong winds and heavy rain outside. Xiaoyi sent people to the space capsule, arranged their accommodation, and moved their supplies in, then drove away. Anyway, the food that everyone brought with them can be eaten for a long time. The security measures of the inner, middle and outer circles are perfect enough. She is not worried that someone can really sneak into the inner circle. The ships outside still need to be dealt with. These things cannot be handed over to outsiders. Xiaoyi and Mingjiai can only handle it by themselves. It is a bit Versailles. This time, there are too many things brought back. There are so many that I don't know where to put them. Xiaoyi counted the supplies in the ship. Originally, the supplies were mainly food and drinking water. Later, Xiaoyi added gasoline and weapons. There was a lot of food and drinking water. If you roughly counted the total, it was about 5 times the amount of food and water in the warehouse of Yuehu Sanatorium, enough for more than 20 people to have enough food and drink for a lifetime. There were very few other supplies, basically enough for 1 or 2 people, which was roughly prepared by Sun Lingji for himself. Ming Jiayi drove more than 40 refueling trucks, each carrying about 30 tons of oil, a total of more than 1,200 tons, which was a pleasant surprise. If calculated based on consumption for 100 years, it would be enough to consume 102 tons per year, 1 ton per month, and about 300 L per day. This amount of oil is more than enough for my own use. But if there are 60 or 70 people, the trip is still quite tight, and we still need to use it sparingly. As for weapons, this is a bit exaggerated. There were so many people on the ship. Xiaoyi and Ming Jiayi did not count them properly. Only then did they have the opportunity to see with their own eyes how spectacular these dozens of vehicles of weapons were. There are many types of guns: pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles. In addition, there are also explosive weapons, such as grenades, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, C4, mortars, anti-tank missiles, and shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. Xiaoyi looked at these treasures, and couldn't help but laugh softly. He said, and turned around to ask, "Little friend Ming Jiayi, I have a question for you." Ming Jiayi was stunned, and his face showed confusion. You said my shelter is the most solid shelter? Ming Jiayi's confusion became more and more intense. You said these weapons are indestructible weapons? Ming Jiayi, If you use these weapons to blow up my shelter, do you think my shelter will win, or the weapons will win? Ming Jiayi. Xiaoyi counted these things, and couldn't help feeling that she was careless. She actually put them on the deck so openly, and dared to go fishing, and even slept well for 3 days. If she knew what these things were, she would hold these cars all the time, and dare not close her eyes for a second. This is fucking treasure. These treasures cannot be placed in the ship, and they need to be moved to the shelter in the main building and hidden in the warehouse downstairs. Only then can she feel a little safer. These treasures are too valuable, and their destructive power is too great. She will never allow them to fall into anyone's hands. Even if her shelter is blown up, she will blow it up from the inside. But from another perspective, with these treasures, she is more confident. Even if she encounters more complicated forces or powerful enemies, she will no longer fall into the helpless situation before. She will have the power to fight back no matter what. However, happiness is happiness, and troubles are real troubles. This is a total of dozens of trucks of stuff. I want to put them in her small shelter, but I don't know how long it will take to put them in. But I can't feel at ease if I don't put them in, and I can't feel at ease if I let outsiders do it. There is no other way. I have to do the work myself. Xiaoyi was in pain and happy, and she pulled Ming Jiayi to start the brick-moving journey. First, they have to drive this huge ship under their feet to the small dock behind. The dock is built in the natural harbor behind the mountain. When Xiaoyi built the dock here, the contractor suggested to move to another place, because the harbor space is too large. If you want to enclose it all, the consumables will cost several times more. At first, Xiaoyi coveted the enclosed nature of the harbor. The harbor was surrounded by mountains, and formed a natural G shape. It was difficult to discover the mystery from the outside. So she built the dock there. Now it seems that it is fortunate. Fortunately, this redundant and useless and huge space can allow her to squeeze this huge ship in. Chapter 188. After the ship docked at the dock, there were also a group of yachts and speedboats, like tadpoles behind a frog, densely packed, and neatly lined up in a row. It couldn't stop. After the huge ship docked, it occupied almost 2/3 of the dock space. In the remaining 1/3 of the space, it was not difficult to put all the boats in, but if you want to put them in, and still be able to drive them out, it would be not possible. But those are boats, they are means of transportation, not door gods, pendants, or decorations. If it can't be parked in, it can be left alone, it has to be driven. Xiaoyi Xiong thought that a small dock should be built at the main entrance. The boats should be parked in different categories. Most of them should be parked at the big dock. The small dock should park a yacht, 3 speedboats, and 10 small boats. It is also convenient to use the boats at any time. It avoids having to go to the big dock every time to pick up the boats. It can also ensure that the dock address is more confidential and secure. Small fishing boats may be the most commonly used means of transportation in the future. Yachts and speedboats consume too much fuel. If you are not traveling far, you can use a small fishing boat. If it doesn't work, you can bring a motor. Oahu Sanatorium is fully equipped with power generation equipment. Although solar power generation equipment is useless, wind and hydroelectric power generation equipment are suitable if fuel is not consumed. If it is designed this way, the dock not only needs to build protective measures, but also needs a team of people to be on duty regularly to ensure the safety of the boats. Fortunately, there is also a duty room at the foot of the mountain, and it can be expanded a little. It will take a lot of time to arrange these boats. This is just a boat. Next is the plane. There are 4 helicopters in the ship, and they all need to be driven to the inner circle helipad, and then they will probably need to be handed over to my sister for inspection. Although most of the people in the gymnasium shelter died, and now there is probably no one to locate these helicopters, but for safety reasons, the positioning devices, communication devices, etc., all need to be cleaned up, so that they belong only to me. Finally, the fuel and weapons. Cars can reach the top of the mountain directly through the direct ladder at the dock. It is easy to drive up, but it is difficult to find a place to park. Xiaoyi cleaned up the parking lot on the underground floor of Oahu Sanatorium, drove out most of the cars inside, and parked them in the parking lot of the ship. At the same time, he moved the trucks carrying weapons on the ship into the parking area of the sanatorium, and exchanged the positions of the cars on both sides. As for the tank trucks carrying fuel, there were too many of them, and there was not enough space in the underground of the sanatorium. These were less dangerous than weapons, so they were placed on the ship first. In addition, she drove a tanker truck to the middle circle as a temporary refueling base. When the car or speedboat ran out of fuel, it could be refilled anytime and anywhere. She also drove out several electric cars and parked them in the middle circle as the basic means of transportation for going up and down the mountain. This was considered to be a clear arrangement of all means of transportation. If someone wanted to go out, they could drive an electric car directly from the middle circle to the foot of the mountain, and choose an electric fishing boat at the small dock there to leave. The same is true for the return trip. This is an energy-saving route throughout the journey. If someone needs to go out in a hurry or transport goods, they can choose a yacht or speedboat at the small pier, or take a helicopter from the inner circle to travel. The next is weapons. As for the weapons in the underground parking lot, the number is a bit too large, and they should be roughly divided into several categories. First, control the more lethal guns and ammunition, and lock them separately in the second underground floor. When these things are used, they can really blow holes in the wall. Even if she installed heavy steel plates on the shelter, they can't withstand this kind of thing. If these things are hidden, the safety index of the shelter can rise sharply. She also wanted to store other weapons downstairs, but unfortunately, there was not enough space, so she could only store them in the car first, and temporarily park them in the underground parking lot. In addition, there were some things that needed to be stored and retrieved in time, such as daggers, bulletproof vests, and regular weapons and ammunition with relatively normal power, which were all stored in one of the cars, locked and placed in the warehouse next to the inner circle helipad. She wanted to temporarily close the underground parking lot, and outsiders could not enter and exit it will except herself, which was inconvenient for material extraction. These things were temporarily placed in a small warehouse next to the helipad, which was still safe enough and more convenient for timely replenishment of members. Xiaoyi arranged all these things, locked them in a specific area, and ensured that outsiders could not easily break in. Only then did he feel relieved. These weapons were placed at hand, like a tiger without shackles. Although they could deter the enemy, they could also intimidate himself. Only after all the weapons were locked up tightly did he feel a sense of relief. Of sealing the tiger, the weapons were sorted, but the work was far from complete. Next was the fish. Xiaoyi and Mingjiai caught a lot of fish on the way, and for a long time in the future, they might become the staple food for everyone on the mountain. So they naturally couldn't just ignore it. The fishing net was moved from under the ship to under several fishing boats, and 4 small fishing boats stretched out a large square on the water surface to trap the caught fish. But this is not a solution, and a small fish pond needs to be built by the water to facilitate breeding and fishing. However, this is like a dock, which can't be rushed, and it takes time to arrange people to do it. Before the end of the world, Xia Yi could throw money out and ask the contractor to solve the problem for him. Now money is useless. He has to arrange manpower and process for everything, and solve it bit by bit. However, at the entrance of the shelter, there are 3 urgent things to be solved. The first is that someone needs to stand guard and patrol regularly. Check the identity of people coming and going, and give timely warnings when encountering danger. The second is that a small dock needs to be built to park all the boats in an orderly manner, and there should be perfect rules for borrowing and returning boats. The third thing is to build a small fish pond, raise the fish caught on the road, and ensure the maintenance and breeding in the future to ensure a stable food source. Of course, before all these things, she has one most important thing to do. Personnel registration, get to know everyone here. Lin Yongqing just threw the people to her. Xia Yi only knew one Gu Shui, one Quan Lu, and she sent both of them out to do things. Now there is no one to look after the dock. Xia Yi wants to find someone to do the job, and of course there must be someone who can do it. But before doing anything, if she doesn't even know the other person's name, it's really inappropriate. Of course, it's not enough to just get familiar with the other person. She still has a lot to do. For example, establish a points system. Record the points reward and punishment principle according to the work content, and exchange the points for corresponding materials. For example, project management. Which people are needed to complete which tasks? Which links need support in the middle? Which materials are needed? How long it takes? And someone needs to coordinate. For example, logistics management. With so many people working, someone must coordinate shift changes and deliver meals. There is no reason to let others work while hungry. For example, security. Does the whole process need someone to protect everyone's safety? Do they need to carry weapons? And how much ammunition should they be equipped with? She needs to build a management team. Clarify the relationship between rights and responsibilities. Who is responsible for project management? Who is responsible for system implementation? Who is responsible for logistics management? Who is responsible for security? Who is responsible for technical support? How to allocate and control authority? How to design and implement the project? Then we can push these things forward step by step. What the hell is the difference between this and building a small company with 50 or 60 people? Xia Yi suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Lin Yongqing, you have a really good vision. How can you accurately choose me among all the people? It really is perfect. It's said that we can lie down and eat and drink in the end times. How come she is busier than when she was studying and starting a business abroad? Although she is helpless, Xia Yi is still full of energy to do things. After all, none of the more than 60 people above are useless. They are either pure high-level combatants or doctors who can cure diseases and save lives. They are all the most sought after and scarce human resources in the end times. And what she needs to arrange now is also a large number of transportation tools, weapons, and food, which are all precious treasures that others can only dream of. It is too late to start from scratch now. So Xia Yi called Lin Linglin and asked her to go to the next door to invite a team to come down for emergency rescue and come to protect the safety of the ship. As for the contribution and points of these jobs, just like Gu Shui and Quan Lu, keep them in mind for now, and then slowly make up for them after the rules and regulations are formulated. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi temporarily stopped at the foot of the sanatorium, sitting on the roof of the only yacht at the main entrance. The light and view here are relatively good. Before someone takes over the shift, she needs to temporarily play the role of guarding the security guard. While she is guarding, she is also rehearsing in her mind what needs to be done next, discussing with Ming Jiayi from time to time, and temporarily recording the results. When Xia Yi lowered her head and typed on her phone, she suddenly noticed Ming Jiayi's eyes fixed, and she subconsciously raised her head and asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as she looked away from the phone screen, she saw a beam of light rushing quickly from a distance. It was a speedboat. The speedboat was driving very fast, in the dark night, without any slowdown or hesitation, as if it was quite familiar with the surrounding situation. And it was obviously not the first time. Xia Yi slowly narrowed her eyes. When she saw the speedboat, the other party obviously saw her, and the speedboat came at full speed, and suddenly braked in front of the yacht. There were 4 people standing on the speedboat. The leader had a scarred face. Xia Yi looked familiar, but was sure she had never seen this face before, and for a moment she could not react to the identity of this person. The other party was obviously very familiar with Xia Yi. The moment he saw her, his expression suddenly twisted, and his eyes burst out with extremely complex hatred. He gritted his teeth and spoke, word by word. Xia Yi, you have been hiding for so long, and finally I caught you? Chapter 189. Xia Yi. Who are you? Are you kidding? I can't recognize the face, but I can recognize the voice. If there is a little more blood on this scarred face, I can recognize it. Lin Linglang. Is this person still alive? When Xia Yi saw this withered face, the words that came to his mind were stubborn and tenacious. I have to say, Lin Linglang is really lucky. He is a mama's boy with a bad temper. Before he broke down, he could pretend to be a good brother who was loved by everyone. Since then, he has become a person who is hated by everyone. He was indeed lucky enough. He was born with good parents and a good aunt, and he was still alive despite his suicidal behavior. After they parted ways at the entrance of the mall, Lin Yongqing probably spent some time to send Lin Linglang back home. But Lin Linglang would not know her plan, nor would she know that she took Xia Yi to the shelter, which was the place that the whole Lin family wanted so much. And she would not know that, before Lin Yongqing died, he left almost everything he had to Xia Yi. Although Lin Linglang missed a lot of important information, it was obvious that he had misjudged his own brain. He didn't know how his brain circuit worked, but he actually thought that Xia Yi was hiding. Xia Yi really didn't want to talk to him, but just curled the corners of her lips and asked back lightly, "You are familiar with this place? It seems that she has been here many times, but unfortunately she can't get in." Lin Linglang didn't hear the mockery in Xia Yi's eyes, and his sight was attracted by the boats outside. There were many boats. He had several speedboats like this, and there was even a yacht. Judging from the appearance of the yacht, it was not the one Xia Yi drove last time. She got a new one. Lin Linglang stared at the yachts in front of him, greed in his eyes, and a bit of sourness in his words. "I haven't seen you for a few days. You got rich again? There should be more than these boats, right?" Lin Linglang saw that Xia Yi didn't respond, secretly looked at her expression, and asked tentatively, "Did you get other good things, food? Gasoline? Weapons?" Xia Yi was very tired from packing, and she thought she wouldn't see outsiders, so she didn't wear protective clothing. At this time, Lin Linglang tried to move forward, watching the boat getting closer and closer. A trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Lin Linglang was completely ignored. I felt annoyed. He hated being ignored the most. Every time it happened, he would be furious. "I asked you if you had it." Lin Linglang couldn't help but yell. Xia Yi was silent for a moment, looking at the boy in front of him quietly. Lin Linglang was already an adult, not an ignorant age. When they first met, he even looked a bit tactful, not to the point of not knowing the importance of things. Is her appearance so deceptive? So harmless? So easy to mess with? Even if this is the first impression, the two have known each other for a few months. The second time, the third time, Lin Linglang has never changed his impression of her, always thinking that she is a soft persimmon. Why is this? Why do you think you can jump in front of me and point fingers at me? Xia Yi is really confused. She doesn't understand. Lin Linglang, have you forgotten that you have offended me? It's not a minor offense. It's an injustice. A frame-up. It could make her fall forever. And it's enough to make the two of them fight to the death. So what? Lin Linglang said disdainfully. You are afraid of everyone with weapons. You are afraid of Sun Jiang. You are also afraid of your aunt Lin Yongqing. And you are afraid of all her subordinates. Xia Yi looked at Lin Linglang steadily, and asked again, "Why aren't you afraid of me?" "Of course they are different." "They are not," Lin Linglang blurted out. He seemed to feel something was wrong halfway through the sentence, and reluctantly swallowed the second half of the sentence, and said nothing more. "They are not. They are not." Xia Yi carefully pondered the sentence, and suddenly realized, and slowly completed the second half of the sentence. "They are not your sister." Lin Linglang pursed his lips, and refused to speak again. "When you wanted to rob me, when you were harming me, you never thought of me as your sister, but at this time, you thought of me as your sister, and I can't do anything to you." Xia Yi suddenly felt a little funny, slowly relaxed his brows, and said slowly, "You regard our blood relationship as a golden ticket to avoid death, as a tool to bully me unscrupulously, right? Over the years, you have treated Lin Linglang like this. So, even if your sister has changed, a person with a completely different personality, you still have the inertia of thinking. You think that you can treat me the same way as you treat Lin Linglang, right?" Lin Linglang's face gradually turned red. He seemed to want to say something, but it was inexplicably stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it at all. because what he subconsciously wanted to say was what he had said to Lin Ling before. Lin Ling. Xiao's fingers touched her waist, and she spoke slowly. I have let you go more than once. Ming Jiayi saw her movements and subconsciously wanted to stop her. But she dodged. Lin Ling didn't notice the little movements of the two, but inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding through Xiao's tone. His back felt a little cold, and he shuddered slightly. What do you mean? I mean, it won't work this time. Xiao waved away Ming Jiayi's hand that was trying to stop him again, pulled out his pistol, pulled the safety, and did all the actions in one go. Bang, 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 almost at the same time, for gunshots rang out in succession. Lin Ling and the 4 followers behind him all had red blood holes on their foreheads. Plop, plop, for consecutive sounds. For people fell down without any order. Their bodies slid down and fell into the water. Xiao suddenly and decisively, without any hesitation or mercy. Lin Ling stared at her, looking at her in disbelief, totally unable to believe what was happening to him. He did not close his eyes until the end, and fell into the water with his eyes wide open. Although Lin Ling did all kinds of suicidal things, he also knew that Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. He even witnessed Xiao taking action in public, kidnapping Sun Jiang who had punched and kicked him. Even so, until the end, he still didn't react to what happened. He didn't expect that he would die. He also didn't react to the fact that Xiao actually dared to kill him. Of course Xiao dared. From the very beginning when Lin Ling coveted her supplies and found Yuehu's sanatorium, she had considered the consequences of killing him. But the world was not in chaos at that time. She didn't want to be a murderer who broke the rules. Nor did she want to wait for the end of the world in prison. So she was just soft-hearted and tricked the other party thousands of miles away. Although she didn't think Lin Ling would stop and turn over a new leaf. She always felt that people should learn some lessons. At least after finding out that someone is not easy to mess with. They would know not to mess with her casually. Who knew that Lin Ling was really outrageous. His methods were more and more low-level, and more cruel. Xiao could be sure without thinking that if Lin Ling found out that she had an enemy, he would go to the other party without hesitation and try every means to make trouble for her. So Xiao doesn't understand Lin Ling. If someone threatens her, she will carefully observe and analyze the situation of both parties, and then make a rational choice. Either she will kill the other person with one blow, or she will endure it for the time being, and wait for the next opportunity to kill him with one blow. Instead of being like a fly, flying in front of the other person's face every day, not only does it not cause any harm, but also has it written on its face. You can kill me. You can kill me. It has to be said that this is the illusion that Lin Ling's family gave him. He thought that he could rely on being a man to shit on the woman in his family, and do whatever he wanted to her. Xiao was not Lin Ling. She didn't deal with Lin Ling before, just because there was no suitable opportunity. Not because she was enduring for the sake of blood relationship. She couldn't stand Lin Ling. Nor did she need to. Moreover, Lin Ling knew the location of Yuehu's sanatorium. He even took the trouble to run around to monitor her movements. Judging from his familiarity with this place, he might come here every day to check the place, just waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble for her. Xiao now has more and more people under her command. And with more people, there may be omissions. Before everything is ready, before Yuehu's sanatorium returns to its iron wall, she will not allow anyone to mess up. Lin Ling's blood relationship is nothing to her. Xiao slowly put away the pistol, put it back on her waist, turned her head, and met Ming Jiayi's disapproving eyes. She shook her head gently and said nothing. Xiao knew what Ming Jiayi meant. He didn't care about Lin Ling's life or death. He just felt that this was her blood relative, and she shouldn't do it herself. Just like Xiao Jiping. If she did this, she might suffer the condemnation of her conscience. And he didn't want her to face this emotion. But Xiao thought the opposite. Since she had decided to take action, she would rather send the other party to death in person. No matter how she would view this matter in the future. It was her own choice. And she would bear the consequences herself. On the mountain road of Yuehu's sanatorium, a car was lingering down. Hearing the gunshots by the lake, the people in the car suddenly became anxious. And the speed of the car suddenly increased many times. With a sharp brake sound, several people rushed out of the car as soon as the door opened. The leader was Lin Ling. After Lin Ling received Xiao's call, She quickly went to the next door to borrow someone. Although she had conveyed the whole story clearly, she was still worried that something might happen in the middle. So she simply followed the car to take a look. Unexpectedly, she heard gunshots before she got halfway, which scared her a lot. After running all the way out of the car, Lin Linglin hurried to the water's edge and successfully saw the top of the yacht. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi were standing there safely. She patted her chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took a long time to finally recover from her shock and asked loudly, "Are you okay? What happened just now?" Chapter 190. Xia Yi looked at Lin Lingling's concerned expression, and after a moment of silence, she decided to tell the truth. Lin Lingling is dead. She knew that if she did this, Lin Linglin might be sad. Of course, not only Lin Linglin, her biological mother Su Jiaoan would probably go crazy. Right? She had thought about the consequences, and thought it was acceptable. If Lin Linglin thought she was too cruel, it didn't matter if they parted ways in anger. It was much better than being caught lying for a long time, or making up new lies to conceal the matter, and even causing the relationship to break up. Lin Linglin was stunned when she heard this. She stared at the water surface in a daze. It had not been long since the person fell in. There were still ripples on the water surface that had not yet faded, and red blood foam. Lin Linglang liked to commit suicide. When they met before, she thought that he might die at the hands of Sun Jiang, or die in other ways. She had already accepted that he might die, but he died in front of her, died at the hands of Xia Yi, still made her emotional for a moment. This is her brother who grew up with her. Although they are not related by blood, her mother Su Jiaoan also knows that they are not related by blood. And the harsh treatment she has received since childhood is real. Her mother is partial, her brother is cunning. And she always feels uncomfortable in the logically self-consistent environment created by the other party, but she never doubts it. Rather than believing that the other party is deliberately bullying her, she would rather believe that she is too narrow-minded, and does not act like a sister or a girl. An unloved child would rather believe that he or she is not doing well enough, rather than believing that he or she is not loved. If he or she is not doing well enough, as long as he or she does better, he or she can get more. But if he or she is not loved, it means that nothing she does is useful. She will doubt the meaning of her life. It was not until the end of the world that she saw the true face of her family, and realized that what had bound her for many years was actually just a trap, relying on a lie that she was unwilling, afraid, and unable to expose. The trap of exploiting her value could be perpetuated. And until she saw Xia Yi, she realized that this trap was not unsolvable. The so-called family affection is done, not spoken, and is mutual, not unilateral. It is not that someone can turn a lie into reality by just saying, "Your brother treats you very well. Your mother has doted on you for many years." Lin Linglin was finally willing to face the reality. She may have loved the other person, but her mother and brother never loved her. She and this brother had no affection. After thinking through these things, the anger and resentment accumulated over the years slowly dissipated. Lin Linglin did not expect that in just a few months she could remain expressionless when facing the death of her brother who grew up with her. Looking at the place where her brother died, she was silent for a long time, carefully experiencing her emotions. There was a slight sense of regret. After all, someone she had known for many years had died, and it was impossible for her to have no emotional fluctuations. In addition, her deepest feeling was actually relief. "Xia Yi, thank you," Lin Linglin suddenly said. "Thank you for helping me get out of the predicament I had been in for many years." Seeing her brother's death, she no longer feared her father's anger and repression, nor her mother's hysteria. Those had nothing to do with her. Whether her brother was happy or not, whether his brother was happy or not, what his brother's future achievements would be, and even whether his brother lived or died, it was all his own fault. It has nothing to do with her. Lin Linglin. She didn't want to interfere, nor could she interfere, nor did she need to pay any cost for it, nor bear any responsibility. She only needed to watch like a stranger, watching the other person go to the end he deserved. Of course, it was the end he deserved. Lin Linglang had his own way of seeking death, and ran into Xia Yi's hands, and was arrogant and conceited and thought that he didn't need to pay any price. He deserved it. Xia Yi also paused after hearing this. She thought that the other party would be angry and sad, and even thought that they might break up and go their separate ways, but she never thought that she would receive a thank you anyway. But it doesn't seem difficult to understand. During this period of time, I have experienced too many things that I would never have experienced before. Every experience is a test. We are all growing up. Xia Yi jumped down from the top of the yacht and patted Lin Linglin on the shoulder. I'm glad you're not sad. Her voice was very soft, but it fell clearly into Lin Linglin ears. No matter where you are, you must remember that this is what I did, and it has nothing to do with you. So, you don't have to feel guilty forever. This is what she needs to bear. As a leader, a decision maker, and the person who took action. It's not Lin Linglin. Lin Linglin eyes suddenly turned red. After saying this, Xia Yi stopped looking at her and turned to the people who came to support and gave instructions. We were too hasty when we took action just now. We were worried that someone would escape. So we didn't choose a better place. Please help us get the person out. There is a garbage incineration site up there, so we can cremate the person. It's not that she's too kind or looking for trouble. The main thing is, the fish in the water can't be polluted. That's everyone's food, and it can't be contaminated by corpses. There are more things to come, which need to be arranged in a hurry. After Lin Linglin investigation and understanding, Xia Yi was able to quickly understand the people in the sanatorium, and got good news. The people left by Lin Yongqin are a complete team, with a very clear organizational structure. There are 4 squadrons in the brigade, each squadron leader directly manages 3 teams, a total of 12 teams, and each team has 5 people. Gu Shui is directly under the 3rd squadron, and Quan Lu is directly under the 2nd squadron. Xia Yi was relieved. This kind of team with structure and hierarchy, although the relationship between the original members will be more stable, it is difficult for outsiders to intervene quickly, but at least it is easy to take over. As long as a few squadron leaders are arranged first, the situation can be stabilized relatively quickly. As for completely winning over everyone's hearts, that will be a matter for the future. There is no need to rush now. Take your time. Xia Yi carefully registered everyone according to the original structure and roughly arranged the work direction. The main things that need to be done now can be roughly divided into 4 categories. The first category is to ensure supplies. The supplies in Xia Yi shelter cannot support everyone to survive for a long time. There must be new open source means. Finding supplies is essential. If there is a more stable source of materials later, such as fish farming, the work of this team can be modified. The second category is to get information. Xia Yi now has a sense of big family and big business, which is a crime of possessing a treasure to a certain extent. Moreover, she already has many enemies, and they will definitely come to cause trouble, just sooner or later. Keeping the outside information open and making friends with some forces appropriately are also essential links. The third category is infrastructure construction. First, the small dock at the entrance of the sanatorium must be built as soon as possible to facilitate the entry and exit of the first and second category members. Then the fish farming area must also be built. Fish cannot be kept in fishing nets for a long time. There must be a suitable breeding space. These 2 parts of work will take a long time. There may be new infrastructure renovation work afterwards. Then arrange them slowly according to priority. The fourth category is security work. There needs to be continuous patrols near the sanatorium. And there must be someone on duty at the entrance to review the identity of people entering and leaving. If an unexpected situation is found, it can be quickly warned and defended. This is also an essential task for the shelter. So we can temporarily assign tasks to several teams. The first squadron is responsible for security work, and the 3 teams are on guard in 3 shifts. The second squadron where Quan Lu is located is responsible for external relations and gathering information like her, and will take over after they come back. The third squadron where Gu Shui is located is responsible for finding supplies like her, and will also take over after they come back. The fourth squadron is temporarily responsible for infrastructure construction, which is also the team invited by Lin Linglin. Let's start from the dock and build it slowly. 3 teams in each squadron take turns to rest. Some work may require a shift every 8 hours, while some work may require a shift once a day. Xia Yi does not manage this too much. He delegates the authority to the squadron leader to arrange the rotation strategy. No matter what work you do, as long as you complete the rated work within the rated time and submit the results, you can get points. The point strategy is not yet perfect. For now, it will be recorded according to the workload. After the point system is perfected, it can be used to exchange for corresponding materials. As for the work done by Quan Lu and Gu Shui before, it is also counted as work content. The points are temporarily recorded and settled together later, in order to ensure everyone's enthusiasm for work. The extra materials obtained during work will be handled by the team members themselves. Since the 4 types of work are different, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The out-of-town type has risks, but the income will be higher, and there may be extra income. Internal work can rest on time, but the income is relatively stable. In order to ensure that everyone is relatively equal, the 4 squadrons rotate their work. It is tentatively decided that each squadron will do each task for 1 week, and then hand over to other squadrons after 1 week. This arrangement may not be the most reasonable, but there is no way to make the granularity more detailed at present. So we will try it out for the time being, and then slowly correct it after there are problems. In this way, we will arrange several major tasks for the time being. Xiaoyi dug out 10 laptops from the entertainment room. She carried the laptop herself, and after holding a meeting with several squadron leaders, she also gave each of them a laptop. Everyone built a shared document on the internal satellite network, which can better update and follow up on the duty strategy. As for the remaining 6, Xiaoyi has other arrangements. The 4 squadron leaders can complete a lot of superficial work, but the work content is obviously more than that. The girls resting in the shelter, her sister Xiaoyi, Lin Linglin, Mao Fangfang, all have corresponding things to arrange, and none of them can escape. Come on, let's work happily together. Chapter 191. First, it is Yuan Xiang. Many doctors were brought back from the gymnasium shelter, but Xiaoyi still has no time to communicate with them. Because of her strong behavior before, the other party may have some alienation with her, and now it would be a waste of time for her to communicate. Yuan Xiang is very suitable. They are all in the same industry, and it will be easier to communicate when they meet. Moreover, she has more experience, her personality and skills are stronger, and she has some experience in department management. She knows the rules and problems of the medical industry, and can control everyone. She is the most suitable manager. Xiaoyi plans to build a medical room in the middle circle, which can provide treatment for everyone living in the middle circle. It will be directly managed by Yuan Xiang, and will be composed of doctors who came back from the gymnasium. A small medical team will be formed, and rotation will be arranged according to needs. There may be field work when necessary. The medical team has basic medical facilities. The medical room in the sanatorium is relatively well prepared, but it still lacks some professional equipment and restricted drugs, such as anesthetics. Everyone is bound to suffer from trauma, and anesthetics are really a life-saving artifact. After Quan Lu comes back, their squadron will arrange the next team to go out for investigation. They can stop by Yuan Xiang's hospital and bring back the necessary equipment and medicines. As for their points, they will be relatively stable. They will get points for normal daily work. If they work overtime due to accidents, they can get extra points. As for Lin Linglin and Miao Fangfang, they will be responsible for some support department work. Lin Linglin is a serious science student with clear logic. Her work content is more inclined to system rule maintenance, such as personnel scheduling management, material management, points management, etc. Miao Fangfang is a salesperson by profession, with a high EQ. Her job is more about communication and coordination, and she is responsible for the communication and dispatch between various departments. These 2 people are relatively young, and they don't have enough experience. Their jobs are very important, so they are a bit forced. But there is no other way. In the stage of starting a company, entrepreneurship, it is not easy to find suitable people. Everyone is a brick, and they can be moved wherever they are needed. What Xiaoyi can do is to observe everyone's strengths as much as possible, and use them according to their abilities. Sister Xiaoyi is the technical support. She just recovered not long ago, so the intensity cannot be too high, and she needs to do it according to her physical condition. But actually, she has a lot to do. These vehicles that came back, there are planes, yachts and cars, and the positioning tools and communication tools inside all need to be modified and maintained. In addition, there is also the linkage between the security system and the access control system. The permissions of the middle circle and the inner circle must be separated. The people around Xiaoyi live in the inner circle with her, and the others live in the middle circle. They all need their own facial recognition and access control management. Oh! There is also a point system. It is easy to convert points into materials, but to convert points into water and electricity, the water and electricity system needs to be modified to ensure that the water and electricity consumption of each room and even each person can be recorded. It takes time to modify this system. These things are too professional, and only my sister can handle them. Xiaoyi gave each of these people a laptop and arranged a car for each of them to facilitate them to travel between the inner circle and the middle circle. Only then did the personnel work come to a temporary end. The next thing is the highlight. We need to formulate the points rule. First of all, let me tell you why we need to do this. There are too many people in the sanatorium. Xiaoyi can't afford to support them, and she can't keep them alive. As the old saying goes, a little bit of kindness will bring resentment. If she takes care of food and drink, she will sooner or later make enemies like in the gymnasium. Although Xiaoyi's supplies are different from those of the gymnasium, her supplies are her own. While the gymnasium supplies are for public use, they were embezzled by individuals. But the underlying logic of everyone's emotions is deadly the same. It's not the lack of food that is worrying, but the inequality of food. Xiaoyi does have more, but those things are hers. She can't provide the people here with the same material conditions as herself. Now everyone has been hungry for a long time, and they will be satisfied with some food, but when everyone's life becomes rich, they will want more. And then, not only will everyone not be grateful for her providing food, but they will also dislike that what she provides is not enough, and not good enough. This is human nature. It's not that Xiaoyi doesn't like the people here, on the contrary. She likes them very much, so she has to consider various possibilities to avoid alienation among people in advance. The best way is to distribute according to work. Provide a certain amount of labor in exchange for materials. Although the degree of hardship of each function is different, there is no way to guarantee absolute fairness, but the input and return can basically be proportional. If you want more materials, then you have to work harder. Xiaoyi clearly told everyone, the things are mine, you come to me to exchange them through your labor. Only if everyone accepts this condition can they move into the sanatorium. And there will not be any vicious incidents like the one in the gymnasium due to the inconsistency of living standards. The points rule is a small-scale currency, which can quantify everyone's work content and use it to exchange for supplies. The way to get points is to work and complete the assigned specific tasks, and you can get points. As for the materials that can be exchanged for points, Xiaoyi has done detailed management and classification. The most important thing is that all supplies are distributed with an upper limit. Xiaoyi needs to make overall considerations, calculate the speed of obtaining all supplies, and then limit the speed of consumption, at least to achieve a balance between income and expenditure, so that it can be maintained for a long time and ensure that everyone will not starve to death. Secondly, all supplies have corresponding distribution rules, and the distribution rules for different categories are different. The first part is food. People who come to the shelter are not empty-handed. They have some supplies in advance, which can support their lives for a period of time, and those belong to them and can be distributed freely. Food is distributed on a daily basis, with a certain daily limit. Even if you have a lot of points, you can consider exchanging some special ingredients, but you can't exchange too much food. The second part is water and electricity. Xiaoyi has a water plant and a power plant here. Water can be extracted from groundwater, and after being processed by the water plant, it is supplied to everyone for daily use. There is no need to consume stored water for the time being. Electricity can be used without consuming energy at present. Using wind power and hydropower can maintain the needs of everyone in the entire shelter, but it still cannot be used without restraint. Electricity is enough for personal lighting, water is enough for everyone to drink, but bathing, washing machines, dishwashers, TVs, even air conditioners, these devices, cannot be turned on without restraint, and there is a quota for the amount of water and electricity used by each person every day. The third part, there are clothes and daily necessities. The distribution of these is even more stingy. Xiaoyi's own clothing storage is not very large. Although it seems that he has bought thousands or tens of thousands of sets, it is okay for a few people to change and wash. If the number of people is multiplied by 10, it is impossible to meet the demands of everyone. The exchange frequency will be lower, almost according to the number of years. Each person's spring, summer, autumn and winter clothes can only be exchanged once a year, and only one set can be added at a time. The same is true for daily necessities. Xiaoyi made statistics based on the inventory. Fortunately, she has a large stock of daily necessities, and there are also a lot of extra stocks in the apartment and villa. As long as the planning is good, life will not be affected at all. Even so, after she specified the exchange rules, she was more certain that the search for supplies outside could not stop. If everyone wants to maintain a basic quality of life, it takes a lot of effort. Not only food, But also clothes and daily necessities are important. The fourth part is medicine. The use of medicine will be more special. Doctors will use medicine after providing treatment. If it is due to injury in the shelter, the treatment does not need to use points, but the amount of medicine used must be registered in detail. If it is due to other accidents, the treatment and medicine need to be exchanged for points. The fifth part is other resources. Items such as weapons, energy and protective clothing will be allocated according to the task. No points are required to exchange, and they will be equipped with corresponding resources before going out. If everyone has personal matters to deal with and wants to go out, they can also redeem some according to their points. But this part is extremely limited. The last three parts of resources are not like food and water and electricity, which are almost non-renewable. There is no way to live within one's means, and one can only use the inventory, and must control consumption very carefully. After Xiaoyi sorted out these things, he distributed them to the managers of various departments, Yuan Xiang, and the 4 team leaders, and synchronized the rules and implementation methods with everyone. At the same time, she also lent some points to everyone. To those who were temporarily unemployed and had not earned any points, they could use the borrowed points temporarily, and could use water and electricity first. She gave each person a set of underwear, a towel, a bar of soap, and a small bottle of shampoo in advance. These things were not much, but for everyone who had not had a good bath, it was a timely help. Since the end of the world, although everyone in the gym had food to eat, it was just barely enough to fill their stomachs. Daily necessities had long been used up, and there was no place to find them. All we can do is to cut our hair short and wash it with clean water like Xiaoyi did in the past. And we have managed to survive until now. We moved to a new place. Although we saw that the facilities here were very complete and safer, we thought that our supplies could last for a long time. And we were already very satisfied. Who would have thought that on the third day after arriving at the destination, we could actually take a shower. We could even have new clothes to change. These girls hadn't changed clothes for a long time, and they felt that they had become stinky. They burst into tears when they heard the news. They can even use washing machines. Everyone lives in each capsule with acquaintances. As long as they discuss the amount of water, everyone takes out their underwear and washes the outer clothes together. The clothes can be washed more cleanly. When the capsule is fully powered, everyone will truly understand how complete the equipment here is. There are just waves of surprises. Each capsule has a kitchen, and there is an energy-saving refrigerator in the kitchen, and they can even cook their own meals. In order to survive, everyone took out the supplies from the gymnasium warehouse, which were mostly space-saving and filling, such as compressed biscuits, instant noodles, etc. But Xiaoyi gave them fish, and a small amount of seasoning. Everyone was given a whole fish. If everyone shared it, they would have steamed it, braised it, had soup, and boiled it. With the compressed biscuits and instant noodles they prepared, it would be enough for them to eat for 4 days. After the end of the world, they could actually eat hot food. Hot food made from freshly killed fish. The feeling of happiness is simply indescribable. Not to mention the girls in the 4 squadrons. Even the doctors couldn't help but sigh. They were able to accidentally get on this ship. It was really great luck. Even if some people were dissatisfied with her strictness at this time, all of them disappeared completely. The conditions provided here are too excellent. Under excellent conditions, it is normal to have a strict screening system. She should constrain everyone through the system to ensure that this kind of life can continue for a long time, isn't it? With Lin Linglin cooperation, Xiaoyi spent some time before implementing the borrowing of points and the distribution of materials. After all the distribution work was completed, the captain of the 3rd squadron found Xiaoyi and said he wanted to talk to her alone. This is what the captain of the 3rd squadron said. I think there are some problems with the housing allocation. Chapter 192. Xiaoyi paused. She called the 3rd captain to one of the space capsules, where most of the space was for living, leaving 2 extra spaces, one for the infirmary and one for the conference room. The 2 sat down in the conference room. Although the 3rd captain was the captain, he was not very old. Lin Yongqing's subordinates were not very old. The youngest was 18 or 19 years old, and the oldest was in his 20s. The 3rd captain was about 22 or 23 years old, about the same age as Xiaoyi. She usually looks very calm. But since she is not very familiar with Xiaoyi, she is inevitably a little awkward when talking to him. Xiaoyi poured a glass of water for him, placed it on the table in front of him, and asked, "What do you mean by the problem?" She was ready to be criticized. Management is often like this. No matter how good your intentions are, it is difficult to fully implement them in the end. If it really falls on others, they may feel uncomfortable and painful. What the captain of the 3rd Squadron said was completely beyond her expectations. I think it's not appropriate for 4 people to live in one room. It's better for 5 people. Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi? ? It's already uncomfortable for 2 people to squeeze into one bedroom. If 5 people live together, wouldn't it be necessary for 3 people to live in one room? Or 1 person to live in the living room? Wouldn't the living environment become very aggrieved? Although Xiaoyi was surprised, he didn't show it, he just asked lightly. Why do you want to make such an adjustment? After the explanation of the 3rd Squadron leader, she finally understood the other party's original intention. In each squadron, members are arranged according to the team. A team of 5 people is convenient for eating and living together, and their work and rest schedules are more consistent, which will not disturb others. Most importantly, it is convenient for isolation. If a team is unfortunately exposed to the virus, the impact will only be controlled within the team, and it will not affect other teams. After listening to this, Xiaoyi fell silent. She thought the 3rd captain asked her to talk about the room for comfort, to improve the environment, to get supplies, or for some other reason, at least for herself. From these words, it can be heard that the other party is not only thinking about himself, but also thinking about others in every word. These people under Lin Yongqing are really well-deserved. The 3rd captain found that Xiaoyi didn't speak for a long time, thinking that she didn't agree with her suggestion, and continued anxiously. I asked the other squadron leaders. They all think. She stopped talking halfway. She felt that saying this was like forcing the emperor to change his mind, as if her squadrons had united to force Xiaoyi to change her mind. They were all straightforward, and they were in a dilemma at this moment, and their faces turned red. Xiaoyi couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't hesitate anymore, and answered happily. Okay. I want to say. The 3rd Squadron leader stammered, and wanted to explain again, but after hearing this. Okay. The word suddenly froze. And she blinked. You said? I said you were very good, and the suggestion is also very good. I will do as you say. Xiaoyi smiled helplessly, and said, let's not talk about whether the suggestion itself is good or bad. Just because they have this thought, it means that they put the safety of the shelter first. They can find problems by themselves, and are willing to provide optimization solutions on their own initiative, which is great. The most important thing is, this is really a good suggestion, which fully considers many problems, and proposes a feasible solution. This problem is caused by the order in which things are arranged. Xiaoyi first arranged rooms for everyone, which is the first step for everyone to do after arriving here. She also arranged work for everyone, which is also a problem that must be faced after moving in. The order of time is fixed and cannot be changed, which leads to a blind spot. When arranging accommodation, it is difficult to arrange it in advance according to the group and division of labor, and it is even difficult to consider this step. Many problems encountered in management are like this. It's not that the problem is not obvious enough, or that the manager is too stupid, but because the problems occur one after another. The previous arrangements are difficult to be compatible with the later changes, which creates historical problems. Such problems are difficult to solve by the foresight of managers. They can only be solved by people who have experienced them in the process of the problem. Xiaoyi is so happy. A team that does not need her to arrange anything and can optimize itself autonomously is simply what every manager likes to see, and must be praised. She waved her hand and said, you can arrange this part by yourselves. As long as you think it is reasonable, you can make a decision. If you need it, ask Lin Linglin to support you. You don't need my consent. The captain of the 3rd Squadron suddenly relaxed. Seeing the smile on Xiaoyi's face, he also smiled with ease. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Xiaoyi began to think about whether to make another suggestion box. A rule was added to the points system. If feasible suggestions are provided and adopted, points will be awarded appropriately. But there will be other problems. In addition to work income, you can't just provide a way to get points. Points are like currency. You can't give them out too casually. You have to consider inflation. You need to think about it before deciding. Xiaoyi rubbed his head, feeling that he was about to overdraw. Go back and take a rest. There's no end to the work. Ming Jiayi probably saw the tiredness on her face, and said helplessly, the important things have been dealt with. Let's put aside the unimportant things. Take me to visit your shelter? Xiaoyi also felt a little overtired, thinking that nothing important had been missed. She agreed. Her plans and work were all advanced, so she would be busier in the early stages. Once the rules and procedures were sorted out and the work goals were established, everyone would be busy, and she could indeed take a break from her busy schedule and have a little rest. After a long time, she finally returned to the main building of the sanatorium, feeling as if she were in another world. She planned to open the sanatorium only to internal staff, including her sister, Lin Linglin, Mao Fangfang, and Yuan Xiang. However, the main building might not be convenient. Whether they wanted to live in the space capsule in the middle circle or move in, it was up to them to decide. But it is limited to the space on the first to third floors. She didn't even tell everyone about the material space in the basement. This is her last trump card. If she doesn't have to, she won't easily use the underground material warehouse. After passing through the security check and disinfection channel, you can enter the main building of the sanatorium. After unlocking the door, the porch light will automatically light up, which is a warm color. Since this is an independent backup power system, it is not affected by the end of the world at all. The fresh air system in the building has never stopped. No one has lived or cleaned for several months, and the interior is still very clean. After being busy for several months, I finally came back here. I have been wandering in the apocalypse for so long. Because of various reasons, I have never been able to live anywhere. This shelter, which she built from scratch and gradually became what it is today, I never had the chance to enjoy it properly. This place gave her a feeling of both familiarity and strangeness. It was familiar because every detail was decided by her, and it was all built according to her preferences. It was strange because she had basically never stayed here, only stayed for a short night, when the downstairs was not fully completed, and when it was completed, she only came to inspect it and took a quick look. After a long time, when she came back here, she suddenly realized that in this dark world, this small building was her home. Seeing the lights on in the building, she regained the long-lost sense of security. After Xiaoyi finally calmed down, she even missed Dahe, her Bai and Sanhua. In such a house, without the noise of the two cats and one dog, it would be too deserted. Xiaoyi took Mingjiayi from the first floor to the third floor and looked at the living room and the audiovisual room, the kitchen and the big canteen, the library and the gym. Finally, he ran into the three-dimensional breeding farm on the first floor. Wow! Xiaoyi was quite shocked. The creatures in this breeding farm that she had not taken care of for more than 2 months were still alive. Thanks to the high-tech and fully automatic nature of the breeding farm, when Mingjai recommended the equipment to her, he had already considered various possibilities in advance, from feeding to environmental control to health monitoring and plant supplementary lighting. All the equipment support was available. Without sunlight, the plants only relied on supplementary lighting. Photosynthesis was not sufficient, and they grew slowly, but they were actually alive. The Chinese herbal medicine she planted was even lush, and the chickens, ducks, fish, pigs and other animals she raised also looked very healthy. Are these things going to be out of print in the world? If I sell 2 chicks that can hatch eggs now, is it possible for me to make a fortune? Xiaoyi fantasized for a while, and suddenly looked at Mingjiayi. Mingjiayi looked confused. It seems not out of print. Xiaoyi stared at the person in front of him, slowly narrowed his eyes, and said, I have a competitor. Mingjiayi. Then may I ask, Miss Competitor, are you going to kill me here to silence me? Killing is useless. There must be someone else watching your vegetable garden. I won't do that kind of useless work. Xiaoyi squatted on the ground, looking at the chicken staggering with curiosity. It's better to squeeze out your surplus value, and dig you over, to see my vegetable garden. Mingjiayi. Although no one has taken care of it for a long time, the animals and plants here are still healthy, and you can even kill 2 or 3 to satisfy your hunger. If they are properly moved to the middle circle, and raised and looked after by people living outside, the production scale may be expanded, which is also one of the ways to increase material output. Mingjiayi. Take a rest first. You are so tired. We can think about these things later. Okay. Xiaoyi really didn't have the energy to deal with these things. Expanding the breeding is one way, but there is really no rush. Everyone is busy now, and there is no manpower to take over these things. Anyway, this garden is doing well without anyone watching it. It's not too late to wait a little longer. So let's maintain the status quo for a while, and then slowly clean up when we have time. The two chatted casually, and walked through the first to third floors of the shelter. When it finally came to an end, Xiaoyi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a satellite phone. Most of the cell phones had lost contact, and there were only a handful of people who could call. She hadn't had time to record every phone number. But since the person who called this phone must not be an outsider, Xiaoyi pressed the connect button. Hello? Gu Shui's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her voice was very low, and it was obvious that she was not very comfortable to speak. But her tone was clearly anxious. Sister Xiaoyi, we are in danger. Requesting support. Chapter 193. Xiaoyi's face suddenly became serious. Gu Shui went out on a yacht. Their mission was to pick up the teammates who were away from home and bring back the supplies they had found before. If it involved supplies, it would not be a small conflict. Moreover, the 5 of them were so skilled, and they were armed. The situation could develop to the point where they had to ask for help, which meant they had encountered a tough opponent. This was not something that 1 or 2 people could do. They should have encountered a small force that had formed. Xiaoyi had just arranged for the team to go out to get information and understand the distribution of forces outside. Unexpectedly, before they got the information, they had already run into each other. Can you hold on? Xiaoyi pulled Mingjiai, and the 2 of them had already started to walk out. But even if they were faster, it would take time to reach Gu Shui's location. Yes, it will probably take another half an hour. Gu Shui heard her voice, and inexplicably calmed down a little, and her speech speed also slowed down. But her voice was still very low. The other party brought a lot of gasoline, and wanted to light up the entire warehouse. They couldn't get it, and they didn't let us get it. Gasoline? Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes slowly. At this time, gasoline is a necessity. The power station has not been maintained for a long time, and most of the cables can no longer hold up. There are large areas of power outages outside. Not everyone has prepared hydropower and wind power in advance like she did. The best power generation energy is gasoline. In addition, gasoline is also needed for travel. Even if cars can't be driven now, speedboats are always needed. This should be the most basic common sense for everyone. In the current environment, no one will waste gasoline casually, let alone use it to light a fire or vent anger. Unless the other party has too much gasoline at home and has no place to store it, so they can squander it at will, or the family is not short of supplies, and they don't care about the entire warehouse at all, or the other party is simply a weirdo. Of course, several possibilities cannot be ruled out. Now that supplies are so scarce, even if there is a conflict, both sides can consider negotiating to divide it, and burning everything, so that both sides lose. This idea also indirectly proves this point. How many people are there on the other side? What's the specific situation? Xiaoyi was thinking about the response strategy in her mind. If the other side was a group of crazy people, she might need to make more preparations. She notified the captain of the 3rd Squadron through another mobile phone to prepare, and walked towards the helicopter parking scale at the same time. Driving and then changing boats is too slow. Helicopters are currently the fastest way to travel. Gu Shui paused, obviously a little helpless, and replied, Only 1 person. Xiaoyi paused and slowly frowned. Tell me the specific situation on your side. Knowing that the other party had only 1 person, Xiaoyi did not use too many helicopters, only 1 to provide support. The helicopter can seat 8 people. In addition to Xiaoyi and Mingjiai, it can bring a small team, and the support is definitely enough. When Mingjiai landed in the middle circle with the helicopter, the captain of the 3rd Squadron had already brought one of the teams, fully armed and ready. Gu Shui was not in the city, but in a warehouse by the lake, which was a distribution warehouse for a chain food brand. The taste of that brand is very ordinary. In order to ensure the stability of the taste of the food and the low cost, all the food is processed by the manufacturer and made into sealed semi-finished food. When the customer places an order or takes it out, the food is poured out of the sealed bag, heated and placed on the plate. This kind of restaurant was criticized before, because the ingredients are processed and sealed, and usually a lot of additives and seasonings are added, which makes the taste much worse. But that was before the end of the world. In today's era when instant noodles are hard to come by, this kind of semi-finished food is simply a delicacy on Earth. Everyone wants it but can't get it, so why would they dislike it? The building looks like a U-shaped building from above. The outer circle is the courtyard wall, and the inner circle is the main house of the warehouse. The entrance to the courtyard is a super large double door. There is a lot of space inside the courtyard wall. In order to prevent theft, the courtyard wall is designed to be very high, and there is also a circle of electronic fence on the wall. The main house of the warehouse is two-story. The first floor has been flooded, and the second floor is still intact. The shelves in the room were arranged in rows, with cartons neatly stacked on them, and each carton contained dozens of bags of semi-finished food. Whether it was the first or second floor, all the windows were tightly sealed from the outside with iron plates. Gu Shuihua spent a long time prying open one of the windows, which allowed everyone to carry supplies in and out. Gu Shuihua said at the beginning that this place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and one person was enough to guard it. It was also because of this that her teammates stayed here alone for many days. Although they encountered a person, they took advantage of the terrain and quickly drove the person away, and they did not encounter any danger. However, after Gu Shuihua and the others returned, something went wrong. Since the entire warehouse was relatively closed, the yard was also safe. In order to move things faster, they locked the yard door and parked the yacht in the yard. Everyone went to the warehouse to move the materials, and no one was left on duty outside. Theoretically, the yacht was parked in the yard. The yard door was locked, and the wall was very high. Even if someone outside found out, they couldn't get in for a while, so they really didn't need more people to watch over them. If not, the other party was holding a gasoline spray gun. Just as Gu Shuihua and the others were carrying supplies, someone held a gasoline spray gun and sprayed a large amount of gasoline onto the surface of the yacht through the fence gate of the yard. According to Gu Shuihua, the other party had come once before, and was repelled by her teammates. The person who came probably also found that this place was easy to defend but difficult to attack, and was not in a hurry to attack again, but patiently waited for their support. It must be said that the other party was very smart in this regard, and did not choose to rush hard, but guessed in advance that there would be support, and waited patiently. After the reinforcements arrived and moved supplies inside, they poured gasoline all over their boats, blocking their retreat and forcing them to surrender. With the ability of Gu Shuihua and her group, they would not be completely controlled by the other party. However, the yacht was sprinkled with gasoline. If one person was not careful, it might be burned to the sky. The attackers did not feel sorry for the yacht, but Gu Shuihua felt very sorry. She did not want to take risks with the yacht. If she could choose the best of both worlds as much as possible, even if it cost more manpower and material resources, she did not want to burn the precious yacht. So he called Xia Yi for help. The helicopter arrived silently, and arrived at the destination set by Gu Shuihua. This place is located on the edge of the city, not a densely populated center. The overall buildings are not high. Both sides of the main road are bungalow shops. Even if the terrain is higher, they are all submerged to the roof. Looking around within a kilometer radius, only the warehouse is bulging on the dark water surface. The situation is very unfavorable for Xia Yi. It is not difficult to defeat the opponent, or even kill him directly after all. There is only one person over there. Even if he is good at fighting, it is impossible to deal with the attack of 3 people inside and outside. The question is how to save the yacht. According to Gu Shuihua's account on the phone, the other party has guns and weapons, and now the yacht has been sprinkled with gasoline. As long as they leave a gap for the other party, they can shoot in the direction of the yacht, and the whole boat will be burned. To avoid this scenario, the best way is to attack by surprise. There is no raised place nearby, and the helicopter cannot be parked on the roof of the warehouse, and it will definitely be discovered by the other party. They can only stay far away in the water, and slowly paddle over with an inflatable rubber boat. There was only one rubber boat on the plane, which was given to the captain of the 3rd Squadron. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi stayed in the helicopter temporarily, watching the battlefield from afar. The warehouse had an independent power supply system, and the electronic fence was still flashing. The lights in the warehouse were still usable, and light could be seen faintly through the damaged windows. In addition, there was a weak light source outside the warehouse wall, like a flashlight, which turned on and off from time to time to observe the condition of the yacht. Gu Shuihua and the others followed Xia Yi's instructions, and did not show any signs of resistance. Instead, they honestly carried the supplies under the urging of the people outside, and carried all the supplies to the yacht. The other party's current requirement is that they should carry all the supplies to the yacht, and then 5 people should board the boat at the same time and drive the yacht to the designated location. The designated location may be the other party's base. I don't know if they have enough trust in the combat effectiveness of their own base, or if they have misjudged the strength of Gu Shuihua and the others. Anyway, the other party's plan is somewhat clever, but it is hard to resist thinking about it. In short, it is a little outrageous in its cleverness. Don't kill them. Xia ordered the other party when he got off the plane. On the premise of ensuring your safety, try to keep as many people alive as possible. Ah? The captain of the 3rd Squadron was a little confused, obviously not following Xiao's train of thought. But this was not a difficult task. So he nodded and agreed. The helicopter went down the rope, and 6 people put the inflatable rubber boat on it, and rowed the boat forward silently. Xiao released a drone, flying in front of the inflatable rubber boat, and used the night vision camera to scout the way for everyone. As the drone gradually approached, through the infrared camera, he looked at the flashlight that was flickering. After seeing the figure behind him, Xiao slowly frowned. The flashlight was in the hands of a man in his 50s or 60s. Nowadays, the average life expectancy of humans has increased a lot, and this man is not considered old. And he looks energetic. He stood alone on a speedboat, looking into the warehouse. The captain of the 3rd Squadron and several others had already seen the man. No one made any sound, holding their breath, and the rubber boat slowly moved towards that direction. The man guessed that the people in the warehouse had support, but he obviously didn't guess that there would be a second wave of support. Nowadays, mobile phones are basically unusable. He probably didn't expect that the people inside had such advanced equipment, and they could actually call for support remotely with a satellite phone when there was no signal. His attention was completely focused on the warehouse, and he did not even look back. So he did not notice that the rubber boat behind him was approaching. Several figures crouched, their bodies bent into a bow shape, and the battle was about to break out at any time. At this time, Xiao felt uneasy in her heart, and she always felt that something was missing here. The center of the battlefield was on the left side of the warehouse door. She did not focus on the center of the battlefield, but instead drove the drone, making a circle far away, bypassing the warehouse door, and moving towards the right side of the door. As the drone gradually approached, the scene in the infrared camera gradually became clearer. Xiao looked at the scene in the picture and suddenly opened her eyes wide. She hurriedly turned on the intercom and said to the captain of the 3rd Squadron on the other end of the phone in a low and hurried voice, "Stop the attack. I say it again. Stop the attack." Chapter 194. There is a speedboat on the left side of the warehouse gate. Gu Shui and the others are in the warehouse, and their field of vision is limited. They judge that there is only one person outside. It is likely that there is only one person outside communicating with them. There is no sound of people talking to each other. That is why they judge that there may be only one person outside. Xiao felt something was wrong. There are 2 important reasons. The first reason is the way this person acts. He poured a lot of gasoline out, trying to set the whole yacht on fire, and even the supplies inside were not spared. Those who can take supplies so lightly are probably the eldest lady, or young master of a family, who has no worries about food and drink, and does not know the price of firewood and rice until he runs a household. Seeing that there was a man in his 50s or 60s on the boat, she felt that this man did not fit her style of doing things, and she felt something was wrong. Of course, there was a second reason, which was also the most intuitive reason. She did not find a very important thing on the speedboat just now: the gasoline sprayer. The other party had already sprayed a lot of gasoline on the yacht. Gu Shui and the others saw the gasoline and smelled the gasoline. But where was the gasoline stored? There must be a storage space. Moreover, the distance from the gate to the yacht in the yard is very far, and a spray tool is also necessary. Xiao has reason to suspect that there is not only this man in his 50s or 60s present, but there may be another person. This man is responsible for lighting with a flashlight, while the gasoline and weapons are in the hands of another person. In order to facilitate the action, this person must not be too far away. At least he can see the man's flashlight, so that he can cooperate with the other party. There is no other high ground nearby, and the only angle is the warehouse door. However, the warehouse door was very wide, and the light was not good. 2 people hid on the left and right sides of the warehouse, but they were not discovered. The captain of the 3rd Squadron had already jumped onto the yacht with his men. Hearing this, he almost stopped halfway, and was in a dilemma. The man in his 50s or 60s in front of him was only 2 meters away from us. He stood on one side of the speedboat, and the 3 of us stood on the other side. The only thing we could do was to stop the loss in time. 3 people hid on the speedboat for the time being, and the other 3, who didn't have time to get on the speedboat, went around to the back of another speedboat. After the 2 sides agreed, they started at the same time. The other 3 people left quietly and slowly retreated. They needed to make a little circle before they could reach their destination. The rubber boat floated on the water, and as the waves rippled, the oars pressed on the water, making a slight sound of water. The sound of water was not loud, but it was clearly visible in the silent night. As long as you pay a little attention, you may find something unusual around you. Everyone's palms were sweating. The captain of the 3rd Squadron was also quite nervous. They were all people who had experienced life and death. Dealing with a man in his 50s or 60s, even with a companion, was not a big deal for them. Gu Shui and the other 5 were stuck in the warehouse and couldn't get out, which was embarrassing enough. Now, due to inaccurate intelligence, the subsequent events were also very ugly. They had 11 members, and if they let the other party set the yacht on fire, it would be too embarrassing. Xia Yi provided good living conditions. This was the first task she gave them. They wanted to complete it beautifully, but it went against their wishes. Problems kept coming up. The captain of the 3rd Squadron had his heart almost in his throat. His muscles were tense. He lowered his body carefully and waited for his teammates to arrive as soon as possible. From one side of the warehouse door to the other side, the door was less than 10 meters wide. Even if the rubber boat made a circle, it was only twice the distance. Everyone was waiting tensely, and the time seemed as long as a century. Just when the rubber boat was about to reach the destination, the man in front of him might have been tired of standing, and he stretched his body. With this unexpected movement, he lost his grip on the flashlight, which fell on the deck with a thump, and rolled behind him from under his feet. The man cursed, turned around and tried to pick it up. The flashlight shone on the deck, and the light rolled on the ground several times with the barrel. The light shone on a pair of boots on the ground. The man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his head hastily and looked forward, and just happened to be face to face with the owner of the boots. "Ah!" the man exclaimed before he could say anything, but was blocked by a hand stretched out from the side, and he didn't say a word. Although the team members reacted in time, it was actually too late. From the moment the man's flashlight fell on the deck, his companions became alert and kept asking questions through the intercom. "Uncle Zhang." "What's wrong?" "Uncle Zhang." A still childish voice came from the intercom. On the speedboat to the left of the warehouse gate, there was a boy who was not yet an adult. About 13 or 14 years old. The boy was holding a gun in his hand. The gun was very worn, and the color was not consistent. It didn't look like a standard gun, but a homemade gun made by himself using tools. There was a scope tied to the gun with a rubber band, and he was holding it in his hand, staring at the yacht in the yard. In the cabin behind the boy, there was a high-pressure water gun and a dozen plastic barrels, which probably contained gasoline. After hearing the low curse of Uncle Zhang, his back tensed up, and he kept asking through the intercom, "Uncle Zhang? What's wrong? Uncle Zhang?" Uncle Zhang opened his eyes wide and struggled desperately, trying to get out of the control of the team members and warn the boy. In fact, he didn't need to do anything. After waiting for about half a minute, the boy still didn't hear his reply, and he had already made up his mind. He took a breath, clenched the gun in his palm, and slowly closed his eyes. At this time, there was still a few meters between the rubber boat and his speedboat. It was too late. As long as he pulled the trigger, the yacht and the supplies inside would be burned. A drone suddenly dropped from the sky, swooped down, and went straight to the boy's face. The propeller of the drone was rotating very fast, and it came towards him with a whirring sound. The boy was shocked, and subconsciously raised his hand, and swung the gun to shoot it away. The gun barrel collided with the drone, and the propeller hit the hard steel, and was knocked off the route immediately, and crashed towards the ground. The boy was delighted, and hurriedly picked up the gun, ready to take the opportunity to shoot forward. But when he raised his hand, he found that the sight was gone. It turned out that the drone was not aimless, and from the moment it hit him, it was aiming at his sight. The boy found that he was being calculated, and he was furious. Obviously, his shooting skills were not enough to hit the target without aiming, so he simply stopped shooting at the boat and pointed the gun directly at the drone, and smashed it to vent his anger. He had just put his finger on the trigger and was about to pull the trigger, when the drone suddenly spoke. "Young master." The drone was equipped with a loudspeaker, so he could speak through the remote control and transmit the sound to the drone. It was a girl's voice, and her tone was a little cold, with a hint of sarcasm. "Do your parents know that you are making trouble outside?" The boy was suddenly stunned. He didn't know that the drone only had a loudspeaker, and did not support two-way communication. He was a little embarrassed and annoyed when the other party exposed his secret. And he was a little scared and said angrily, You, who are you? You crashed my drone. Your parents have to pay for it. The drone continued. The boy's face suddenly turned red. Your parents have to pay for it. Just hit the fear point in his heart, and he subconsciously retorted. That, you crashed into me first. It has nothing to do with me. Speaking of this, it seemed that he suddenly remembered something, which seemed to be evidence that was beneficial to him, and he hurriedly continued to defend himself. You also crashed my gun, and I haven't asked you to pay for it yet. Just as the boy was attracted by the drone, the inflatable rubber boat had already approached the back of the yacht. The team members on the boat moved as lightly as a cat, and quietly landed behind the boy. The boy was completely unprepared, and he had no time to react. He was easily pushed to the ground, and his weapons were removed. The boy realized that he had been fooled. But it was too late. He was pressed to the ground and struggled for several times. The wrist of the person behind him was like a boulder, clamping him tightly, and he shouted in anger, If you continue to bully me, be careful or my uncle will come after you. He will definitely come after you. Team members. Xiaoyi. Everyone was speechless. No one could have thought that Gu Shui and the others were trapped in the warehouse. And the yacht was almost burned. Finally, even a helicopter was dispatched. The culprit who made such a fuss for a long time turned out to be such a little boy. The captain of the 3rd Squadron was so angry that his scalp was numb. Thinking about it, he felt both funny and sad. Fortunately, the matter was temporarily resolved. Both people were caught, although the two people were tossed around for a long time. It was indeed a bit of an exaggeration. But fortunately, the result was good. The danger was successfully resolved. Besides, the warehouse was so big, and there were so many materials inside that the yacht might not be able to carry them all at once. And it would take many trips back and forth. Since they were all here, they might as well help carry the materials. More people would at least make the carrying more efficient. The little boy and Uncle Jean were caught, their hands and feet tied, and put on the yacht full of the pungent smell of gasoline. A man and a woman stood in front of him, poured out all the gasoline in his high-pressure water gun, and carefully put it back into the plastic bucket, muttering, What a waste. It's better to take it back to burn in the fire. And so on. He scooped some water from under the boat, cleaned the water gun, and used a high-pressure water gun filled with water, with some decontamination products, to clean the oil stains on the yacht. This kid broke my drone, and made me do manual labor here. After I find his uncle, I will definitely make a lot of money from him. After the boy was caught, he kept a straight face, and pretended to be cool. When he heard this, he finally lost his temper, snorted coldly, and spoke unhappily. Do you know who my uncle is? Xiaoyi turned around slowly, her hand still moving, slowly washing the yacht with a water gun. She asked back, Aren't you going to tell me? Why should I tell you? The boy turned his face away suddenly, with an expression of dying rather than surrendering. Xiaoyi looked at him and wanted to laugh, and asked lightly, If you don't tell me, how can they come to save you and avenge you? It's pitch black outside. Can your uncle tell you where you are? The boy obviously didn't expect this. He took a breath, and his face turned redder. The child is smart, but he has a strong self-esteem and strong emotions. His IQ can't guarantee a stable output. Xiaoyi finally teased the child enough, and finally decided to be a man. He spoke directly. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know who your uncle is. The boy's eyes widened, and he showed a look of disbelief. Xiaoyi took out his mobile phone and flipped through the message that Quan Lu had just sent. It wrote the other party's gains today, including the distribution of several large and small forces and their managers. Most of these forces emerged after the end of the world, relying on their own unique advantages, and possessing all kinds of materials, and gradually developed into groups. Coincidentally, there was an uncle with a nephew, named Xieshi. Xieshi was originally an ordinary person. His brother and sister-in-law died in an accident. He was only 30 years old, but he could not fall in love or get married. He was forced to take care of a nephew who was in his teens, and he happened to be in the rebellious period. As for his job, it was not very special. In his own words, he was just a gatekeeper. But this gate is special. It is the gate of the oil depot. Look at this door. You only get a basic salary. You can't work from 9 to 5. You have to work night shift occasionally. The work is not easy and the income is low, the only benefit is that it provides dormitory. All colleagues have families. No one lives in the dormitory. It is convenient for him to live in the dormitory with his nephew. There are many people working in the crude oil depot on weekdays. There are also small supermarkets and vending machines. On the day when the typhoon came, everyone went home. He lived in the dormitory anyway, so he was left to work the night shift. Later. I don't need to talk about what happened later. No one wanted the crude oil depot, nor the small supermarket and vending machines. As fewer and fewer people were alive outside, she gradually realized that all these things belonged to him. If the uncle-nephew feature was not enough information, then with the feature of wasting gasoline, the boy identity was obvious. Xia told Xie's situation indifferently, watching the boy mouth slowly open, and the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. Then he slowly spoke, and gave him a clear direction. Okay. I promise to cover it up for you, and not tell your uncle what bad things you have done. Xia looked at the little boy straight in the eye, seriousness in his eyes, and said slowly, in exchange, I want your uncle's contact information. Don't worry. This is not betraying him. I contacted him for serious cooperation. Chapter 195. The boy was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that, after he had plotted against the other party's companions, and the two sides had a series of conflicts, Xia would actually put aside the past and talk to him. The conversation was still about the same topic, as if he could talk to him as an equal. His uncle would not talk to him like this. The boy wanted to persuade his uncle not to do something because he disagreed with his uncle's views, but he failed. His uncle said to him, What do you know? Little kid? He was already 14 years old. Although he was not very old. He was indeed old enough to think independently. He wanted to give his uncle some advice. But he was totally ignored. That's when he felt frustrated. He left the oil depot in a rage, wanting to do something to prove his ability, and to show his uncle that he could be independent. Xia respectful attitude towards him touched the boy's heart deeply. The boy subconsciously followed Xiao's words. But he did not lose his position because of the other party's words. He still maintained basic rationality and asked, Why do you want to cooperate with him? The reason is very complicated. First of all, Xia has a good impression of Xieshi. This sentence sounds mysterious, but it is really important. The first impression and perception of human beings on others is a subconscious judgment of the brain. In many cases, it may not be possible to explain the reason, but it is usually the result of automatic calculation based on years of experience. And there is a basis to rely on. People who make a good first impression are probably because the brain extracts the characteristics of people in the past. People with this characteristic that the brain has met in the past are mostly good people. So the brain thinks that this person is also good and can cooperate with. Such people usually make cooperation smoother. Of course, this impression is not entirely true. If you have to say it, there are two reasons. Reason 1. Xieshi is a person who values feelings. He can stay single and not have children, and spend time raising his nephew, which shows that this person must be good. The second reason is that Uncle Zhang is very dedicated to helping him take care of the child. Unlike the followers who follow Lin Lingling, who seem to be very obedient. They actually don't care whether the child is dead or alive. They just want to have food to eat. This Uncle Zhang is obviously not like that. He really loves the child. In this time when he is hungry and cold, he can still be so sincere. This also indirectly shows that Xie is a good person, which is why he can get such help from people around him. Because of this first impression, Xie made a preliminary judgment, thinking that Xie was a decent person, and that he could try to contact him to see if there was room for cooperation. Secondly, the size of the other party's power was suitable for cooperation. According to the information provided by Quan Lu, Xie's family was neither big nor small, and it seemed that there were only a few dozen people, so there would be no concerns about who would swallow up whom. And it was the kind of relationship that seemed to be able to cooperate on an equal basis. Third, the other party's business scope is suitable for cooperation. The other party's business started with gasoline, which is a scarce and non-renewable resource in the end times, and the demand is huge. They have sufficient storage capacity. If they don't make it randomly, it will probably be enough for long-term use and sale. The most important thing is that they started with selling oil and have their own trading chain. Xia doesn't want her people to do that trading chain. On the one hand, it's tiring. She has to manage dozens of people. And it's hard. If she does trading, she will need many people to go out to run business. Her team will expand again. and the management pressure will become greater. It's better to have quality soldiers than quantity. She doesn't want to spend time and energy to maintain a large stall. On the other hand, it is dangerous. Her people will have to face-to-face communication with people from all walks of life. There may be a fight, or they may be infected with the virus. Each of her people is precious, and she is reluctant to waste them in this way. Therefore, compared with doing transactions, she wants to do the upstream of the industrial chain. Supply goods, as long as the source of goods is in her hands. As for how to sell the goods, she just needs to find a suitable shipper. Of course, this is all Xiaoyi's further plan. She didn't plan to expand her business territory. Now the situation in the sanatorium has just been arranged. There is still a lot of work to do. In fact, there is not so much time. But there is no way. Many times when opportunities come, it is not necessarily at the most appropriate time. As long as you have the spare energy, you still have to consider seizing it. When Xiaoyi saw the handwriting at the door of this food warehouse, she saw the characteristics of the other party from this arrangement. Intelligent with immaturity. Based on this, she roughly guessed the identity and portrait of the attacker. This is why Xiaoyi reminded the captain of the 3rd Squadron at that time, on the premise that his own side was not injured. Try not to hurt the other party's life as much as possible. Only by keeping the person well will there be a chance for cooperation later, or at least, if there is a chance for cooperation. If you find that the other party is suitable, then keep him to cooperate. If he is not suitable, it will not be too late to kill him later. She habitually kept a hand, and it really came in handy. The boy seemed to cause trouble for her, but in fact, he brought her a suitable partner. Of course, what the boy did, challenged Xiaoyi's authority, and threatened the safety of her and her teammates. If she wanted revenge, it would not be difficult. As long as she killed the boy, and Uncle Zhang beside him, she would destroy all the bodies, and then, she would rush to Xieshi territory, and wipe them all out while he was off guard. With her people, she did have the strength to do so. But what then? Let these people do business? They could kill people and set fires, but it was too difficult to do business. Evaluating the strength of her subordinates, what they were suitable for, and selecting the right partners to maximize her own interests, was what Xiaoyi was willing to do. There is really no need to vent anger. Why should I cooperate with Xieshi? Xiaoyi has too many things to consider. But these obviously cannot be handed over to a boy of 10 years old. It will shock his worldview too much. It is not good to scare the child. Xiaoyi said to the boy. Because of the transaction. He is a very suitable person. The little boy was stunned, and gradually fell into deep thought. He seemed to think carefully about what Xiaoyi said. Uncle Zhang saw that he was really thinking, and he couldn't help but poke him secretly from behind to remind him not to make a rash decision. Uncle Zhang has no blood relationship with Xieshi. He is actually an old man who is alone, has no wife or children, and works as a warehouse manager at the oil depot, and he takes shifts with Xieshi on a daily basis. However, he has several houses at home, and he did not stay on duty at the company on the night of the typhoon, but returned home, and it was this simple choice that almost made him starve to death at home. After being hungry for many days, he begged all kinds of relatives and friends, but no one paid attention to him, until he finally remembered Xieshi as a colleague, and called him for help, and he did not expect that it would really work, and the other party came to his house, and saved his life. At this time, Uncle Zhang realized that Xieshi had taken advantage of the location of the oil depot, to gather a lot of people, and established his own small power. Because they were colleagues. Although he was older, he was not older than him. So Xieshi always called him Lao Zhang. There were more and more people around Xieshi, and more things to do. He was too busy to handle it. So he handed the boy to Lao Zhang to take care of. The two had known each other for many years, and had some understanding of each other's character. So they were more at ease. It was no problem for the boy to call a male elder, who was not related to him, uncle. In addition, Xieshi power was getting bigger and bigger. So Lao Zhang didn't dare to be arrogant. So he let the child call him uncle. The boy and the old man were old acquaintances. They had met each other frequently at work. At this time, most of the acquaintances on both sides had died. The old and the young got along well. The boy was smart, and the old man was kind. They gradually developed feelings for each other. This time, the boy ran away from home, which made Xieshi very anxious. He hurried out to look for him. Although many people came out to look for him, only Lao Zhang really understood the child and found the right way. Although Lao Zhang found the person, he came a little late, and found that the two sides were already arguing at the door of the warehouse. Although Lao Zhang is old, he is not very courageous. He is not willing to get involved. He can work with Xiaxi, but he prefers to take care of the child. He does not want the boy to cause trouble, and wants to persuade him to go back. But he sees that the other party also has a gun in his hand, and realizes that he can't just do it arbitrarily. But the child can't be persuaded, which makes him very anxious. So he uses a flashlight to investigate the situation. The boy is still very alert, and he tells him that he can check the situation, but he needs to go in the other direction of the gate. This is how the situation started. Uncle Jean was forced to get involved in this matter. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He regretted it very much. The child was fearless and dared to offend anyone. However, he knew that at this time, if he made a wrong step, he would lose his life. When he heard that Xia Yi was going to cooperate with the boy, he was even more worried. He didn't understand these reasons, and didn't want to think about them. He wanted to leave these things to others to solve. Anyway, he didn't have much ability, and couldn't handle such things. Uncle Zhang watched the boy chatting with Xia Yi, fearing that the boy would be deceived, and finally spoke. "Girl, how can a child understand these things? It's better to tell your family about this." Of course, this is true. Although Xia Yi has her own plans, outsiders can't see it. From an outsider's point of view, this kind of thing should be told to the person in charge. It doesn't make sense to tell a child, and he has no power to make a decision. However, this sentence hit the boy's soft spot. If Uncle Zhang didn't say this, he might have to think about it again. Uncle Zhang's provocation directly aroused his competitive spirit. "What kind of deal do you want to make with Xiaxi?" The boy frowned slowly, as if he was really evaluating it seriously. His face still showed immaturity, and in this situation, he put on a serious look, which seemed a little funny. In fact, he was also worried that he would be laughed at, because every time he made such an expression, the people around him would show a mocking expression. Fortunately, the sister in front of him did not. Not only did she not show a contemptuous look like those people who thought he was young, she even lowered her body, tried to keep her eyes at the same level as the boy, and pretended to discuss with him seriously. Xia Yi asked, "When your uncle was selling goods, did anyone want toilet paper?" Chapter 196. Xia Yi really didn't think the boy was just a child. She really recognized the boy's intelligence. Although many of the things he did were not well thought out, that was also due to the lack of experience and information, which were caused by two problems. The boy didn't value the materials and gasoline, but she didn't think that he was a spendthrift, or that the child was ignorant. If no one had ever told him that materials were precious, no one had told him that gasoline was precious, and no one had told him that yachts were precious, in his world, these were normal things, and he could have them at will. How could he possibly cherish them? No one explained the logic of the world to him, and told him what was important in the balance. So the decision he made would be different from that of an adult. At this time, there was no reprimand for him to make trouble. Be willful, or be ignorant. This is very unfair. This unfairness is not only true for children, but also for girls. Children will be looked down upon because of their age, and girls will also be discriminated against because of their gender. In fact, this is like Sun Jing. To outsiders, her behavior is violent. She does not know what is good for her. She wants to fight for power and profit, but she is ambitious but incompetent, and she always misses the point when doing things, and finally gets nothing. If someone who dislikes her sees her, they might scold her, saying, "You are greedy, and you deserve it." But if she had received good support and instruction like her brother, these terms would have completely changed their nature. Her violent behavior would have turned into ruthless and resolute means, and her desire to fight for power and gain would have turned into aspiration. As long as she had the ability to match her ambition, her greed and delusions would have come naturally. No one taught her the logic of the world, and no one taught her the balance of right and wrong. She is very similar to this child. Of course, no one taught her the principles of being a good person. But in that circle, being a good person is not important, isn't it? Xia Yi thought about these things, not having unrealistic fantasies about naughty children. Maybe many children will do bad things, and the reasons for their bad deeds are different. She will not judge based on the same set of standards and generalize right and wrong. Some people are taught bad things in their bones, and some children's ignorance can be understood after a little correction. Of course, there is another layer to this. The boy has weaknesses, which can indeed be used. He wants to prove himself too much, and hates others' contempt and denial. He will be satisfied if he is given a little respect, which is very beneficial to Xiaoyi. The people around him will also unconsciously assist him. Everyone's denial of the boy will push him to the side that is beneficial to himself. Xiaoyi does not think she is despicable, although she is taking advantage of a child's human weakness. Her cooperation is sincere, and her purpose will not harm the interests of anyone. The most important thing is, if she really doesn't use any tricks and talks to Xiaoyi about cooperation, she may not succeed. After all, she is a girl. As a girl with a sweet appearance and a petite figure, she has been looked down upon many times along the way. Xiaoyi doesn't care whether her tricks are recognized by others, as long as they can be used and she has a clear conscience. That's enough. When the boy heard the word toilet paper, he was really stunned. Although my uncle always thought he was a child, he was unwilling to tell him many things in detail, and he kept most of them secret from him. But he had eyes and ears, and many things could not be hidden. As for Xiaoyi's main business, it was known to everyone, and it was impossible to hide it at all. They made a living by gasoline, although I don't know why. The gasoline in my uncle's unit seemed to belong to him. The gasoline they had could fuel thousands of cars, and it would never be used up no matter how much they used it. The boy didn't understand, what is the connection between gasoline and toilet paper? But the question is, does anyone want toilet paper? The boy thought carefully for a while, making sure that the answer would not harm his uncle's interests, and nodded slowly. The uncle's transaction location was not shy, it was in the oil depot. There were good security measures, and because there was enough gasoline, generators could be used to generate electricity. All the original security measures were working well, and he was not afraid of outsiders breaking in. The dormitory is also in the oil depot, so he can run around and play everywhere, and actually bump into him quite a few times. The boy is very smart, and his memory is good, plus he is interested in these things, so he pays attention to them on weekdays. More than one person asked his uncle if there is a way to buy toilet paper when buying gasoline. The reason why the boy pays attention is that he knows his uncle has toilet paper. There is a small supermarket in the oil depot, which has a lot of daily necessities in stock, and a lot of toilet paper. But no matter who came to ask, the uncle would show an embarrassed look and say that he didn't have any. He knew that the uncle was lying, but he also guessed that the other party had his own reasons, so he didn't expose it. At this time, the boy didn't intend to tell Xiaoyi about his uncle's secret. After all, Xiaoyi's question was just, does anyone want toilet paper? If he was sure that someone wanted it, he could just answer this question, which would not conflict with keeping the secret for his uncle. After getting the boy affirmative answer, Xiaoyi basically put his mind at ease. Toilet paper is a basic need of human beings. This can be deduced logically. According to incomplete statistics, Chinese people consume about 49 rolls of toilet paper every year, which is about 1 roll per week. Some developed countries are more dependent on paper, and their annual toilet paper consumption may be 2 or 3 times that of Chinese people. In the country with the largest consumption, each person consumes 141 rolls of toilet paper per year, which means 1 roll is consumed every 2 or 3 days. These rolls of paper are difficult to reflect in daily life, because everyone has to go to school, to work, and the consumption of toilet paper at home may be lower, and at the same time, the reserve will also be lower. People usually buy a large package, which is only 12 rolls. If you live alone, it's fine. If you live in a family of 3 or 2, it's only enough for 1 month. Daily necessities have a particularly confusing quality, since they can be bought anywhere at any time. People have never realized that they may be scarce. Most people don't have a clear sense of their own usage speed, and except for some hoarders who like to stock up at low prices, most people don't have too much spare at home, which is only enough for 2 or 3 months. But toilet paper is a necessity. It is not that important. After all, it is not as important as food and water. Without toilet paper, people will not starve to death, nor will they die of thirst, nor will they die of the virus. When preparing supplies, its priority will be lowered, far lower than food and water. But when it is really needed, you will realize that it is too terrible to have no toilet paper. That is a pain that everyone knows, but it is difficult to talk about. Of course, some people have smart toilets at home, but asking them why they don't use smart toilets at this time is no different from asking why they don't eat meat. If everyone can use water without restraint, there will be no need to worry about toilet paper. There is water outside, Most people have tried to use that water to wash, but the water is not clean. Not only can it not be washed clean, but it will cause allergies and itching. But if you don't wash it, it will be really dirty. Now the leaves outside are crying yellow, you can't even find a leaf to wipe it. Do you have to use a stone to scrape it? These secret pains of each person cannot be told to outsiders, but it makes people extremely desperate. Xiaoyi was able to infer the cause and effect of this matter. Although her preparations were very complete, these preparations were also completed after a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Before the end of the world, there were more or less incidents of material looting, and it was not difficult to infer from these incidents what kind of pain everyone was experiencing. She would ask the boy, "Does anyone want toilet paper?" Not because she was worried about whether the toilet paper would sell. It was impossible that there would be no sales. If she could get enough toilet paper, anyone with some conditions would come and buy it all. Xiaoyi wanted to ask if she had any sales. If she had sales, then he could really be a partner, become a part of Xiaoyi territory, and even the future cooperation model of the two would be basically formed. Of course, she didn't know that. Before his nephew met Xiaoyi, he had been included in the other party's calculations. And after his nephew met Xiaoyi, his future was all calculated. Even the value he could provide next, and the way he would work for Xiaoyi were all taken into account. And his nephew was very cooperative. He honestly told Xiaoyi the information he needed. That's what the boy said. "I've encountered it a few times, but not many." He thought he was restrained enough in his expression. And he didn't betray any important information about his uncle. But many times, information is like this. To people who don't understand it, it is not important, and may be revealed to others inadvertently. But if someone with ulterior motives heard it and used it, they could draw unexpected conclusions. Xiaoyi was very satisfied with the boy's answer. She did not continue to ask, because this information was enough for her. Given the relationship between the boy and Xie, he would definitely not be allowed to participate in the transaction. The information the boy got was obtained occasionally during his daily play, and he would not happen to encounter it every time a transaction occurred. The fact that the boy encountered it several times was already very telling. There are many people who want to buy toilet paper. In this era of material scarcity, it is certainly difficult for people to survive. But if you have already survived, it may not be so difficult to go further. If you have any kind of means of production, you can meet the living needs of the people who survive, and you will have the opportunity to develop and occupy your own place. Gasoline can do it, so can toilet paper? Chapter 197. With demand and sales, Xiaoyi's plan can be implemented. She will be willing to cooperate with him. In the process of cooperation, he can also get a lot of benefits, at least. He can replenish a lot of toilet paper, right? Even if he owns a small supermarket, the paper in it is limited, and it will not allow him to squander it without scruples throughout his life. However, Xiaoyi is not particularly entangled in whether this matter will succeed. She just habitually thinks things through. Even if it is just a random move, she tends to think about the possibility and plan things to perfection. Because Xiaoyi is not in a hurry to do this. Regarding the cooperation in toilet paper supply, she just had a sudden idea. Xiaoyi took over this factory before, just as a backup for her daily necessities. If the daily necessities in her hands expired or ran out, she could rely on the factory and produce them herself to ensure that she would have no worries about food and clothing. But now the situation has changed. She has more resources to operate and leverage. And the value that this factory can bring is far more than that. The daily necessities factory that Xiaoyi took over from Lin Linglang has been left unused for several months. Just after taking over, Xiaoyi once went to check out the site and reorganize the security work outside to ensure that no one would break in at will. From then until now, she has never been there again. The daily necessities factory is a fully automatic industrial chain, and the demand for workers to operate is extremely low. Unfortunately, Lin Linglang does not know how to operate it, and thinks that if he takes over a place, the funds will grow legs and roll into his pocket. He did things in a mess, and the results were naturally not satisfactory. He did not know how to review and correct them, and he threw away the good factory like garbage. Before the end of the world, it had no reputation, no marketing, and even no quality. Naturally, it had no competitiveness. If no one managed it well, it would easily fall into bankruptcy. But now there is a shortage of daily necessities, and the world is suffering from toilet paper. As long as it is usable and meets safety standards, everyone is very satisfied. Who cares what brand it is? Xiaoyi is short of manpower, and has no good sales channels. Although the factory is fully automatic, it takes time to start and run. There are also problems with material transportation. She needs to solve each level slowly. Xieshi appearance gave Xia motivation. This is a good opportunity to establish connections with the outside world. The so-called establishment of connections may not be so important to Xia herself. Although she has the ability to not be socially anxious, she is introverted at heart. Even if she lives alone in a shelter all her life, petting cats and dogs, and never communicates with people, she may be able to survive well. But current affairs are so changeable. When she has more resources and more power, her attitude towards the outside world will also change. As a force, building relationships is particularly important. Every person or group has their own strengths and weaknesses. It is difficult to have everything without shortcomings. Cooperating with others is to make up for your shortcomings. One of Xiaoyi's shortcomings is that she doesn't want to have too large a group, too many people, and increase the difficulty of management. The disadvantage of limited manpower is that it is easy to be isolated and helpless at critical moments. Even if she does not need others to help her, at least she can exchange information. Her other shortcoming is that she does not have enough sustainable income to support everyone's long-term survival. As a means of production, the factory can have enough material output as long as there is a stable input of resources, forming a positive closed loop and helping her people to maintain their livelihoods in the long run. Therefore, even if Xiaoyi is not in a hurry to promote the startup of the daily necessities factory, when she met Xieshi, she still took the initiative to promote cooperation. When an opportunity comes, you must seize it, because you don't know when you will have the right person next time if you miss it this time. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Xiaoyi explained her ideas to the boy moderately. She wanted to cooperate sincerely, and needed the other party to promote it with her, and she would not hide it when necessary. The boy was silent for a while, and replied, "I think it's okay. I will show you the way home, you take me back, and I will help convince my uncle to cooperate with you." Xiaoyi, she sighed helplessly, and pulled the corner of her mouth at the boy. "Sly kid, you still want to trick me at this time?" The boy wanted to argue that I didn't, but looking at Xiaoyi's penetrating eyes, he felt that this kind of quibbling was really meaningless. The little tricks in his mind seemed to be seen by the person in front of him. Every detail was revealed. The boy couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, and asked back like a loser, "Then what do you say we should do? I won't take you to see your uncle. When he sees you in my hands, he will be more concerned about your safety. Maybe he will pretend to negotiate with me on the surface, but actually attack me secretly. That's almost certain." That's what the boy thought. The boy was hit on the heart. His face was flushed, but he repeated expressionlessly, "Then what do you say?" Xiaoyi was not pressured by him at all, and even seemed not to feel the boy trying to put pressure on her through words. She just continued to speak slowly. "I can beat you up, and force you to scream a few times. I can take back the recording of you crying and screaming, and prove that you are here with me. Your uncle doesn't know where you are, and can't come to attack me, so he will be cautious and consider cooperating with me." The boy's body trembled imperceptibly when he heard this. He swallowed his saliva, and his voice subconsciously lowered a few notes. "Are you doing this?" "Of course, no." Xiaoyi looked at the boy's expression, and took teasing him for fun, and said slowly, "I want to cooperate with your uncle, so I don't want him to have any misunderstandings. I hope that our cooperation is based on mutual trust, and without any barriers. So you want me to record you willingly, and then send it to my uncle." The boy was smart. He quickly realized Xiaoyi's intention, and said with a smug look on his face, "What if I don't agree? You should know that in addition to what I want from you, you also want something from me. I want to cooperate with your uncle, and you want to go home." Xiaoyi stared at the boy calmly, and said slowly, "For me, cooperating with your uncle is just an accident, not a necessity. But for you, going home is a necessity. You have to think about which is more important." The boy was stared at by her calm eyes, and a chill suddenly ran down his spine. Going home is a necessity. This sentence seems to be talking about him, but it is actually talking about Xiaoyi's decision. If he cooperates with Xiaoyi, he can go home successfully. If he doesn't cooperate, what will happen? Will Xiaoyi keep a useless person like him by her side? How will he be dealt with? The boy had been protected by his uncle before, and had never felt the crisis outside. He was quite reckless, and never thought about any terrible consequences. At this time, he realized that he had fallen into the hands of others. The other party looked like a little sister, but she was not the type that was easy to deceive or bully. He is not the only one who schemes against others. Others also scheme against her. If his scheme fails, he may pay a huge price. Such is his life. He should have known these things earlier. His uncle should have taught him this. But his uncle always thought that he was a child, and did not need to face these things. So he never told him, and he never knew about it. The first time he had this feeling, it was through Xiaoyi teaching by words and deeds that he experienced it personally. Xiaoyi saw that he had almost finished scaring the kid. So he put away his cold face and changed to a more gentle tone. Don't you want to prove your ability to your uncle? This is a good opportunity to make your uncle listen to you carefully. He will definitely listen to your recording word by word when he receives it at this time. Xiaoyi looked at the boy steadily, with some temptation in his words. If you can clearly and logically explain the whole story in detail, as well as your analysis and considerations, and the pros and cons of this cooperation, please express it to your uncle. You can successfully prove your ability to him. Why not? The boy showed a dissatisfied look, snorted coldly, and complained in a low voice. It can also prove to him that I am willing to cooperate with you, and not coerced by you. This is called mutual benefit. Xiaoyi refuted the boy seriously. In a cooperation, you will naturally benefit from it, and I can also benefit from it. Only such cooperation can last long. If only you benefit, it is not called cooperation. It is called exploitation. The boy was stunned when he heard this. As an adolescent, it is inevitable to magnify his feelings, thus ignoring many objective facts, mistakenly thinking that the world revolves around him. Xiaoyi helped him to see through the right and wrong, but he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he really agreed with what Xiaoyi said. The young lady in front of him was someone who communicated with him seriously, recognized his ability, took his views seriously, and exchanged interests with him on an equal basis, even equally. Threatened him, calculated him. Treat him like an adult. I promise you. The boy ignored Uncle Zhang's desperate look. The other party treated him as an equal communication partner, and he was willing to return equal respect. He said word by word, I am willing to cooperate with you. The two were talking at an important moment, when suddenly they heard the phone ring, and a message was sent to Xiaoyi. Ding. Xiaoyi glanced at the sender, and decided to click to read. As the text message interface slid up, her face suddenly became solemn. Sorry, our plan may have to change. Chapter 198. The boy raised his head, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Just now, he was listening to the person in front of him talking, and his heart was slowly moved, and he wanted to give his trust. Now, when he heard that the other party had gone back on his word, he felt cheated, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Are you kidding me? Xiaoyi lowered her eyes, and remained silent for a long time. The development of things was somewhat beyond her expectations, and many things had to be accelerated. Originally, she could have guided the other party to cooperate with her step by step, but now it seemed the time was running out. She simply said straight to the point. Have you heard of the name Xiao Liyuan? The boy's eyes suddenly widened, and the surprise in his eyes was beyond words. Xiaoyi understood instantly, and her heart sank slightly. There was no problem with her source of information, so, she was probably in danger. After all, the boy was still young, and his chi cultivation skills were far from enough, and he revealed his flaws at the first sight. When he realized it himself, he found that it was too late to cover it up, so he simply stopped covering it up, and said it directly. Why are you talking about him? Have you heard of this name? It's more than just hearing it. Several possibilities flashed through Xiaoyi's mind. And then she continued to ask. He wants to buy your uncle's gasoline. Is there any other cooperation besides this? The boy shut his mouth after hearing this. He still had the consciousness to protect his uncle, and he was unwilling to talk about things related to interests. He is a very dangerous collaborator. There are many things that cannot be explained clearly. It's not that she can't say it. What happened in the gymnasium is very complicated, and it is separated from the outside world. It is difficult to convince the other party, and it is easy to be misunderstood as her fabrication. Xiaoyi said simply, I have known him for a long time. Everyone I have ever met who has worked with him has been cheated. Without exception. The first one should be Zhai Xiang, who followed Xiao Liyuan's girlfriend in the parking lot. She disappeared at some point, and she never showed up when Xiao Liyuan left the mall. The second one is Xiao Ting, who came out of the hospital with Yuan Xiang and Jiang Ji, but was shot dead by Sun Jiang because she was in love with Xiao Liyuan. She died in front of Xiao Liyuan, and Xiao Liyuan didn't even show any sadness on his face. The third one is Sun Jiang. It is not clear how Sun Jiang is doing now, but she must have had a very hard time. Although this cooperation is different from that cooperation, but no one who has been cooperating with Xiao Liyuan has had a good result. Xia Yi is not a liar. The boy was stunned when he heard it. He looked doubtful and stared at Xia Yi, as if he was evaluating the truth of her words. Xia Yi didn't want to waste too much time, so she uttered some relatively easy-to-understand information. Have you ever thought about why we have to dress like this when we go out? Xia Yi pointed to the protective suit she was wearing. She and everyone she brought with her. Everyone was wearing protective suits. This was their customary rule. Wearing them was not enough. As long as they went out once. Even if they were wearing protective suits, they would be isolated in an independent space for 3 days after returning. This suit was snow white, and it was covered tightly from head to toe. It was so different from others and so eye-catching. Xiao Liyuan has a virus in his hands, which is extremely lethal to the human body. We are dressed like this, and we are on guard against him. The boy raised his head suddenly. Xia Yi's guess was correct. Even too accurate. And it was completely true. Xia Yi did not take too much food from the gymnasium shelter. She did not need it herself. It was mainly for the subordinates who left there, who needed to maintain basic life. So they took away food for about a few months, which was completely rare compared to the inventory in the warehouse. But Xia Yi took away other things in the warehouse, including gasoline. She carried a huge amount of it, and basically took away the upper limit of what the ship could take. Of course, there was still some left in the warehouse. But Xiao Liyuan's ambitions were obviously not limited to this, and the stock was not enough to satisfy him. Although Xia Yi didn't know what the current situation of the gymnasium was like. Since Xiao Liyuan had come out, if he wanted to do something, he would definitely not be able to do without the word energy. It was not impossible to find gas stations scattered outside, and then find a way to transport it back. But it was too inefficient, and it was far less reliable than finding an oil depot to take some away at once. It was inevitable that he would find Xie. And this was the fundamental reason for the quarrel between the boy and his uncle. The reason was that Xiao Liyuan sent someone to find Xie, saying that he wanted to buy a large amount of gasoline at one time. As for the trading materials, Xie could determine them. He could provide whatever materials Xie wanted, and ensure that they were sufficient. Xie was overjoyed to hear this, and agreed to trade as soon as possible. The trading location was still at the oil depot. Due to the huge demand of the other party, a large yacht might be needed as a means of transportation, and some people would be brought to take charge of the transportation work. When the boy heard about this, he felt worried for no reason, and told his uncle about his worries. He felt that this cooperation was very dangerous. This judgment made no sense, and he just relied on the intuition of a child. Maybe he watched a lot of TV dramas when he was a child, and saw many similar fighting scenes, so he retained some memories. So he couldn't explain it, and could only tell his uncle. There are so many of them. What if there are people hiding in the boat? The amount they want to trade is very large, and the other party may drive a large vehicle to come. If there were no supplies in the transport, but a lot of people were hidden in it, and the purpose was to launch a surprise attack, it would cause them a lot of trouble. Xie sneered at this. He said that this situation was absolutely impossible. What kind of place is an oil depot? You don't even dare to light a cigarette. If there is a spark on the power strip, and you use your mobile phone to make a call, everyone will be terrified. Who doesn't know the danger here? If someone wants to launch a surprise attack, they dare not bring any hot weapons. Otherwise, if they accidentally fail, everyone will be sent to the sky together. If he didn't bring hot weapons, under his siege and ambush, the attacks from outside would have no effect at all. He said that the boys were just talking nonsense. And she also needed supplies. Although he had a small supermarket behind him, the amount of supplies was limited after all. He used gasoline to exchange supplies with others. Although there was business to do, the transaction volume was small after all, and the variety was very limited, which could not bring him a complete sense of security. But Xiao Liyuan's deal was different. The supplies were not only sufficient, but also very complete, which could help him replenish many urgently needed supplies. As long as this deal was successful, the huge amount of supplies could almost make him and his men get rid of the problem once and for all. He was greedy, and he simply could not resist the temptation. In addition, there was another reason that was not known to outsiders. Xiao Liyuan was introduced by an acquaintance, and he promised at the time. If he were to be fussy at this time, it would seem that he was not generous enough. and he was a little embarrassed. She attributed all this to children don't understand. He said that these reasons could not be explained clearly to children, and children would not understand. In fact, it was not that these reasons were not clear, but that there were many despicable aspects of human nature in the reasons that were not known to outsiders. That was the shame of adults. And he did not dare to tell the children. Many times, parents are such magical creatures. They are willing to believe in your intelligence, willing to show off your intelligence to the world. But they will never admit it. You are smarter than them. When your opinions and judgments differ from those of your parents, they will try every means to belittle you, saying that you are simple, naive and ignorant, and that your judgment must be wrong. You are far less calm and correct than him, even if his reasons are despicable. They come from his deep-rooted meanness and fear. But he is a parent after all. He can use this identity to justifiably deny it, and put all the blame on the child. Relying on this shortcut, he can easily refute the child's conclusion and give up thinking. Think about the deeper things behind the boy expression. The things that are worth recognizing in the boy. The core of this matter is not how they will be attacked. The core of this matter is that they may be attacked. The boy misjudged the attack method due to his limited knowledge, limited experience, and limited understanding of the outside world. The so-called attack method was all based on the plots he saw in the TV series. Of course, it could not be implemented and could not withstand scrutiny. But his intuition about danger was real. Just like when they came to attack Xiaoyi yacht, he remembered to split up with Uncle Zhang. You said. Although the boy did not know much about the H-alpha virus, it did not mean that he had no concept of infectious diseases. Even these students, because they have received good prevention education, have a much more accurate understanding of infectious diseases than their families. Xiaoyi people were wearing protective clothing, covering themselves tightly from head to toe, so the conclusion was obvious. The boy used a certain tone. This is a respiratory virus. The boy's face gradually turned pale, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. If it was a respiratory virus, to attack his uncle, it would not require a shipload of people. Maybe one person would be enough. Xiaoyi didn't tell him that he didn't even need a person. A bug would be enough. Then, the boy swallowed his saliva, looked up at Xiaoyi, and showed a look of expectation in his eyes. He didn't finish his words, but Xiaoyi already understood what he wanted to ask, and didn't give him any space, and directly shattered all his fantasies with words. If you get this virus, you will die, and the mortality rate is 100%. The boy's body shuddered violently. The coldness slowly climbed up his spine, and his body shivered uncontrollably as if sifting chaff. In the quiet night, you could even hear the sound of his teeth chattering. Xiaoyi knew that she was a bit cruel. But at this moment, her cruelty was actually saving the child. I won't send Lao Zhang back to your uncle. This method is not safe. Let's go directly to the vicinity. I will operate the drone, and you can communicate with Xia. She threw the speaker. Xiaoyi looked at the boy indifferently, with a cold voice. Can you do it? Chapter 199. In order to transport supplies, the yacht was temporarily left to the captain of the 3rd Squadron and Gu Shui, and the helicopter was parked on the helipad on top of the yacht. He did not plan to bring other people with him, and Xiaoyi did not want to go over to fight, so he should use the manpower to move supplies. The semi-finished food material warehouse here has a huge inventory, and it is the most important hub warehouse of the brand in the entire city. It stores a full month's worth of semi-finished products for the entire brand chain. The chain brand has about 20 stores in the city, and each store has a monthly sales volume of several thousand. The food inventory here is as much as 100,000, excluding the first floor that was flooded. There are about 60,000 portions on the second floor. The shelf life of the food is about 2 years. If we calculate 30,000 portions per year, there is a full 100 portions used every day. This part of the supplies was found by Gu Shui and her team before returning to the shelter, and it should have belonged to them. However, the amount of this part of the supplies was too huge. After Gu Shui and the team members discussed it, she explained her plan to Xiaoyi. They did not plan to leave the supplies to the team, as it would be wasted if they could not finish them. She was willing to give them to the shelter for everyone to use, and exchange them for points for a few people, or exchange them with others for supplies with a longer shelf life. These 60,000 supplies are a huge income. The daily supply of 100 supplies is enough for everyone in the shelter to have at least one meal a day, and there will be some surplus. The most important thing is that it can be processed in the microwave and eaten hot. With this meal, even if other supplies are a bit scarce, you won't have to worry about starving to death in the next 2 years. This is of course the most important priority. However, the transportation and storage of 60,000 supplies are very problematic. The Yuehu Sanatorium does not have such a large space, and a new storage warehouse must be built to store this large amount of supplies. This requires people to prepare. At this time, transferring more manpower will simply reduce their work efficiency. It is better to let them work well and solve the current problems first. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi decided to go and check the situation first. They took the speedboat that the boy and Lao Zhang drove, tied up the 2 people and put them in the back, and carried 2 survival backpacks and 2 drones. They went to the location of Xia Shi Oil Depot. Neither side can be delayed. If Xia Yi tried to contact Xia Shi for cooperation before, when the matter involved Xiao Liyuan, the nature was completely different. In addition to the information the boy revealed to her, Xia Yi also learned another thing from the text message sent by Quan Lu. Quan Lu was outside to get information. She wanted to know the situation outside, and see if the husband of the woman in labor was looking for her, who knew that by mistake. She learned another piece of news about someone looking for someone. Xia Shi was looking for his lost nephew. Xia Shi has been making a lot of noise recently. It seems that because he has a deep relationship with his nephew, he is very anxious because he can't find him. He almost released all the people around him, but he still can't find him. At this critical moment, Xia Shi actually withdrew his staff and stopped looking for people. It is said that he was going to receive a big client. The big client was a couple, driving several speedboats, armed with guns, and very wealthy. A couple, several speedboats, armed with guns, and wealthy. These 4 keywords. It is hard not to make them think of Xiao Liyuan and Sun Jiang. Quan Lu reported the information to Xia Yi. Xia Yi asked tentatively, and actually asked the right question. The person who wanted to cooperate with Xia Shi was indeed Xiao Liyuan. Since Xia Yi left the stadium shelter, although a lot of arrangements and preparations had been made, it had not actually been that long, not even a week. I didn't expect Xiao Liyuan to act so quickly. The situation in the stadium was so chaotic, but it was all stabilized within a week, which shows his means. This matter is easier said than done, but Xiao Liyuan really did it. Xia Yi knew that Xiao Liyuan was ambitious. From the moment Xiao Liyuan started stirring up trouble in the shelter at the gymnasium, we can see his purpose. He wants to muddy the waters, to make the people below dissatisfied, and to create conflicts with the managers. In this way, he can fish in troubled waters, take down the managers above, and then benefit from certain specific means, and appear as the new ruler. Xiao Liyuan is ambitious and scheming, but he also has the special ability to realize his ambitions. And most importantly, he will do anything to achieve his ambitions. Sun Jiang should have killed him immediately to eliminate the trouble after realizing that he was such a person, or realized that he could not be killed, and drove him away, far away, instead of bringing him back to the center of power, giving him soil to grow. There was no way. Sun Jiang was not sensitive in this regard, and did not know how dangerous such a person was, and eventually raised a tiger to cause trouble. Obviously, this was just the beginning for Xiao Liyuan, and it was far from satisfying his inner desires. He would definitely expand his power further in the future. Now it seems that the speed is faster than Xia Yi expected. She has to be on guard. Xiao Liyuan and she don't really have any hatred. At most it's just friction in the competition for resources. But she knows in her heart that as long as the other party is not dead, the 2 sides will confront each other sooner or later in the future. If Xiao Liyuan gets the chance, he will definitely choose to annex her without hesitation. Whether she has ambitions or not, she must be prepared for it. This is also one of the reasons why Xia Yi actively wants to stabilize her strength. It would be fine if she didn't encounter Xia Shi incident. But since she encountered it, she would naturally go and take a look. Even if she didn't confront Xiao Liyuan, she would still have to see his situation, and how far he had developed in this short week. If possible, try not to hand over the oil depot to the other party. When Sun Jiang was unhappy, she would at most kill 2 people to vent her anger. In order to achieve his goal, Xiao Liyuan could put tens of thousands of lives on the scale. His greed and cruel means were completely outrageous. How could such a person rely on materials to trade gasoline? He obviously has a lower cost and more convenient way to use it. Xia Yi knew what he wanted to do. She was not sure if she could stop him, but she wanted to stir up trouble. It would not be a big loss if she failed. Anyway, There were many unpleasant things between her and Xiao Liyuan. And this one was not a big deal. If she succeeded, she might be able to get a suitable ally. With this mentality, she took Lao Zhang and the boy and headed towards Xie Shi Oil Depot. Ming Jiao was also driving the speedboat. Xia Yi was sitting beside him on guard, using a drone to observe the surrounding situation. The oil depot was not too far from the food warehouse, and the speedboat could reach it in about 2 to 3 hours. Xie Shi didn't know his nephew well enough, so he sent people to various supermarkets, shopping malls, and other crowded places to look for him, which was why he never found him. On the other hand, Uncle Zhang knew that the boy was stubborn and wanted to prove himself, so he would definitely do something challenging. While the two people in front were driving the yacht, Uncle Zhang secretly glanced at Xia Yi, leaned in the direction of the boy, and whispered, "Why do you believe everything she says? Aren't you afraid that she will lie to you?" The boy glared at her, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. "What's the benefit of her lying to me?" If Xia Yi wanted to avoid right and wrong, he could just leave them behind and let them go back and fend for themselves, instead of telling them the background of the incident. If you want to use him to do something, he is in Xia Yi's hands, which is enough to control and threaten Xie Shi. There is no need to go through such a big detour to make up such a story. Uncle Zhang paused when he heard this. He has never been able to win a debate with a boy. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, "You are a kid who loves to make up excuses." After driving most of the way, seeing that they were about to reach their destination, Ming Jiai gradually slowed down, moving forward slowly. The sound of the speedboat engine gradually weakened, drawing an arc on the water. Xia Yi observed the surroundings through the infrared lens of the drone, and suddenly saw something, and quickly turned off the small light in front of the speedboat. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly in the night. After a few minutes, the dim light came from far away and lit up faintly on the horizontal plane. A yacht was coming towards them. This speedboat looked so familiar. This was the third time Xia Yi saw it. The first time was outside the mall. The second time was at the entrance of the gymnasium. And now it was the third time. It was the one that Sun Jiang loved the most. It looked very luxurious, but it was actually very impractical. It had a 3.8-meter bed and a 2.1-meter leather sofa inside, but no storage space. This yacht couldn't hold a few boxes of goods, so it couldn't be used for material transactions. It couldn't be used for the large-scale transaction that Xiao Liyuan promised would allow Xie Shi to have everything he wanted, including food and clothing. For a long time, the curtains of the yacht were drawn tightly, so it was impossible to see the situation inside through the glass. And no one could be seen. It was impossible to tell where Xiao Liyuan was, nor how many people or supplies he brought. Xia Yi and Ming Jiai looked at each other, and the speedboat changed direction, and drove quickly to the oil depot before the yacht arrived. They had to send the drone to the oil depot before the yacht arrived, and convey the message to Xie Shi. The speedboat was much faster than the yacht, because the yacht had closed doors and windows, and the curtains were tightly drawn. They did not catch the fleeting appearance of Xia Yi and others outside, nor did they hear the sudden sound of the speedboat's motor. Ming Jiai pushed the speed of the speedboat to the extreme, and rushed all the way to the outside of the oil depot, and found a corner that was not easy to be discovered and stopped. Xia Yi threw the drone into the sky, and operated the handles skillfully. The drone sprinted neatly, and quickly broke into the door of the oil depot, and a clear voice came from the microphone. The voice was in the voice change period, with a little childishness and a little hoarseness, and it sounded very familiar. The boy spoke very fast, with an anxious tone, and the voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the drone. "Uncle, I am Xia Lin. You must believe what I say. Don't meet Xiao Liyuan. Go back to the oil depot. Close the door. Go." Chapter 200. It must be said that Xie Shi was able to become a powerful force, thanks to his luck. The oil depot is really a big one, the largest gasoline storage site in the entire city, with more than 30 large and small oil tanks, and the storage space is calculated in 10,000 cubic meters. For the convenience of transportation, the oil depot is close to the river, and the terrain is high, so various flood prevention preparations have been made. Although the water level is very high now, the safety has not been affected, and all the pipelines are located on the top of the oil tank, so the water will not block the oil outlet. There is a row of large oil drums neatly arranged near the river in the oil depot, and 2 rows of small oil drums in the vertical direction, forming a horn. Inside the horn is a 4-story building, which is an office dormitory building. The water level has flooded the second floor of the office building, and the third and fourth floors can still be used normally. Outside the oil depot and the office building, there is a 5 or 6 meter high wall. At the main entrance of the wall is a small parking lot and a gas station, which have been basically submerged. The square top of the gas station is just slightly higher than the horizontal surface, standing red in the middle, like a small island in the middle of the water. Xieshi, along with 3 or 5 other people, stood on a small red island early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of Xiao Liyuan, the big customer. Before the big customer arrived, he heard the propeller sound of a drone, which cut through the night sky. And then it was the familiar voice of his nephew. Xie was startled when he heard it. He hadn't seen his nephew for a long time, and he was extremely anxious. He had let all his people go these days to look for his nephew's whereabouts. He had delayed the big customer's matter for 2 days, but because the other party was really urgent, and he didn't want to lose the business, he was forced to wait here. How could he not be surprised to hear his nephew's voice suddenly? Xieshi looked anxious, looked around for several times, but couldn't find his nephew. He subconsciously raised his voice and asked, Lin, where are you? Why did you come back just now? Come here quickly. Don't make a fuss. Your uncle is so anxious looking for you. The drone only has a loudspeaker, but no radio. Although Xiaolin couldn't hear what he was saying, he could see the other party's expression through the drone's infrared camera. Obviously, he was talking to himself, and didn't take Xiaolin warning to heart. This scene was too familiar. Xieshi often encountered such scenes. He said a lot, but the other party couldn't hear what he said at all, and turned a deaf ear to his point of view. Xiaolin was almost furious. This feeling of not being heard was extremely annoying. He couldn't help but said angrily, Uncle, can you hear me? I told you to go back quickly. It's dangerous outside. Don't cooperate with Xiao Liyuan. Xieshi heard what he said this time, but still didn't agree. Slowly frowned, and said, Why are you still so willful? Kid, didn't I tell you before? Don't get involved in this kind of thing. Adults have their own considerations. Don't take it for granted. Xiaolin couldn't explain it, and yelled angrily, Can't you trust me once? Will you die if you listen to my advice once? How do you talk to your uncle? You're not polite at all. Xieshi was affected by his tone, and immediately showed a dissatisfied look. But his focus was completely different from Xiaolin, which was completely off the track. Xia listened to the negotiation between the uncle and nephew, and sighed in her heart. At this time, she almost completely understood why Xiaolin didn't just stay at home, but had to go out and do something to prove himself. In this kind of suffocating family, it has become a habit for parents not to hear their children speak. This habit usually does not bring much cost, because it only emotionally oppresses the child. Apart from making the child suffer, there is no special problem. But when encountering critical problems, if you still face them with this attitude, the cost is huge. At this time, another drone has also set sail, following the path of the speedboat, and heading in the opposite direction to check the location of Xiao Liyuan yacht. Xiaolin failed to communicate with his uncle, and looked at Xia with a pleading look. He wanted to try to go to the gas station, wanted to try to meet his uncle face to face, to get closer to persuade him. Xia refused. Xiao Liyuan yacht had already appeared in the drone screen, and its speed was not slow, and it was getting closer and closer. Although Xia got there first by yacht, it was only 1 step, and the time difference was not big. If Xieshi left immediately, and went back to the row of houses at the back to isolate himself, it might still be in time. But if they go over now, and persuade, and argue, including the time spent on communication, it will definitely be too late. Besides, she doesn't think the boy can persuade his uncle, which he can't do with a drone. Even if the two meet face to face, the outcome won't change. The green bug is too fast, Xiao's kindness is limited, she won't risk her life. The boy's eyes are getting more and more anxious. Xiao raises her hand and takes the microphone. Xieshi, a drone will fly in front of you soon, you do what I say. When Xieshi heard the strange woman's voice, his face suddenly became serious, and he showed a vigilant look. He did not continue to follow Xiao's words, but asked back, Who are you? Why are you with my nephew? What did you do to him? Xiao could not hear what he was saying, but the drone's infrared camera could more or less see his expression and mouth shape, and could barely guess what he was thinking. She still explained a little. We can discuss my identity in detail later. You don't need to rush to investigate. You just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. Your nephew is also safe. When I was talking to you just now, I think you can feel that he has not received any harm. She was silent for a while, seemingly thinking about the truth of Xiaoyi's words, but at the same time, he secretly made a gesture in private. The two men around him got his hint, and immediately turned on the flashlight, looking around for the source of the sound. Xiaoyi saw their actions clearly on the camera, but did not expose them. He just talked to himself. Time is running out. I make it short. You will see a drone in a moment, with a bottle of spray hanging below. If you are attacked by some kind of green insects, this spray can help you avoid danger. What green insects? She didn't understand at all, and his face was a little irritated. With a low buzzing roar, a drone rotated its propellers and slowly drove into his sight. The drone was not big, and there was a fist-sized spray bottle hanging below it. Since the spray bottle was put on later, the center of gravity was not stable, which made it difficult for the propeller to rotate. It staggered over and brought the spray bottle to him. She did not pay attention to the spray bottle. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of his nephew. His subordinate searched for a long time, but still could not find the source of the sound. He was very annoyed and said angrily, "Where did you take my nephew?" No one responded. There was no one in the night, only the drone trembling in front of him. She was furious. He raised his hand, and was about to knock the drone over to vent his anger. A voice suddenly came from the drone's speaker. There are only 10 seconds left. She stopped moving suddenly. He stared at the drone, and saw a medium-sized speaker installed on its side. Only then did he finally realize that the other party might be very far away from him. It was just a one-way call just now, and there was no way to find the other party through the source of the sound. At the same time, he also realized that if he knocked over the drone, he might completely lose the opportunity to communicate with the other party. What do you want to do? She subconsciously wanted to talk to her. Xiaoyi did not give him time to speak. She had already seen the lights of the yacht from afar. Time was passing in a flash, and there was no time to waste. And it was already in the final countdown. I will only give you one chance. 10, 9, 8. As the number Xiaoyi reported gradually decreased, she gradually felt uneasy. The atmosphere created by the other party was too tense, completely leading him by the nose. He said unhappily, "Why should I believe you?" No response. 7, 6, 5. What should I do, boss? The people around him looked at everything that was happening in front of them, and for a moment they didn't know who to believe. The big customer who came today was indeed powerful, and they had seen it before, but the drone also spoke in a very convincing manner, and both sides had their own credibility. She opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that the other party couldn't hear him, and closed his mouth again. He stared at the spray bottle in front of him, and his attitude was still a little hesitant. Xiaoyi knew that they were hesitating, but she didn't say anything more. She needed to keep an eye on the position of the yacht. As the yacht got closer and closer, the lights became brighter in the night, and the numbers she uttered became smaller and smaller. 4, 3, 2. She clenched his fist tighter and tighter. The drone has turned around, ready to return to the depths of the night. The thumb-sized spray bottle swayed in front of her eyes, making her feel upset. This is your only chance to survive. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Xiaoyi's ultimatum came from the loudspeaker. Her tone was cold and cruel. Good words could not persuade the damned ghost. She had tried her best. If she really didn't listen, she would be powerless. The yacht came slowly from a distance and entered everyone's sight. Seeing that his uncle was still motionless, Xiaolin finally couldn't hold back and raised his voice anxiously. "Uncle, believe me. Believe me. Hurry up. It's too late." 1. She raised his hand suddenly and pulled the spray bottle off the drone. 0. As the drone spit out the last number, it accelerated suddenly and rushed into the night without looking back. Chapter 201. The yacht saw the light from a distance, and slowly sailed towards the gas station. The shape of the yacht was superior and luxurious. The streamlined hull was like an elegant sword, cutting through the water and stopping in front of everyone. The metal handrails reflected a faint light. Xiao Liyuan was wearing a straight suit. The tailoring fit his figure perfectly. The tie and cuffs were meticulous, and he was holding the hand of a lovely girl. The girl was also dressed gorgeously, wearing a beautifully designed dress and high heels on her feet. Her expression was slightly cold, but her 5 fingers were obediently placed on the other's palm. If Xiaoyi stood here, she would definitely be surprised. The girl next to Xiao Liyuan was Sun Jiang. Looking at the attitude of the two people, the conflict at the beginning seemed to have never happened. They have completely reconciled, and even have a tendency to become closer. The same scene, in the eyes of Xie and others, is a completely different feeling. Or, Xia Yi is the one who is different. She rarely pays attention to other people's material and external appearance, and is a little too indifferent to material things. Xie represents the majority of people. When they saw this yacht, and the beautiful couple walking out of the yacht, they were shocked. The two of them simply did not look like people from this era. Even before the end of the world, a yacht decorated like this and people dressed like this would make people envious. Not to mention the current era of material scarcity, many people are hungry and poorly clothed, and cannot get cleanliness and neatness. To be able to maintain such a superior living condition, their ability is evident. Xiao Liyuan and his partner walked out of the yacht hand in hand, stretched out their arms, and made an invitation to everyone. Come in. Sit down. In just a few days, his temperament changed drastically, and he even had a sense of superiority. His invitation was inexplicably hard to refuse. Xie paused, and looked into the yacht. The space inside was not small, but it was decorated at the hotel level. There was plenty of space inside, and there were sculptures and paintings decorating the corners of the walls. In addition to the two hosts, there were only two other people inside, both of whom looked like waiters, one holding a teapot, and the other holding snacks. They looked like rich young men and young ladies traveling, and they didn't look aggressive. Even if they were, they wouldn't have much killing power. 3 of the 4 people were girls, and they were all thin and small. Although Xiao Liyuan was a young man, he couldn't beat 4 people with 2 hands, and it was impossible for him to deal with everyone present. Xiexi vigilance was greatly reduced, and he slowly loosened the spray bottle in his palm. It was indeed too much of a fuss. How could the other party sneak attack them in this state? It was better to be sneak attacked by them. Okay. Xiexi nodded, and took the lead to walk onto the yacht. When his subordinates saw him move, they followed him one after another, and walked in together. Since the yacht was close to the gas station, the drone stopped farther away to avoid being discovered. There was nothing he could do, but he could only watch from a distance as everyone disappeared into the yacht. What should I do? The boy's anxiety became more serious, and tears welled up in his eyes. Xia Yi shook her head and said nothing. She had done everything she could. Even Xia Lin, his nephew, could not influence his uncle. She was an outsider who had nothing to do with him, and had no way to control his behavior. This was Xiaxi's choice. Xiexi and his friends walked into the yacht, and sat down on the leather sofa in the living room. The waiter placed the refreshments in front of everyone one by one. Xiao Liyuan sat in the main seat. His eyes fell on Sun Jiang, with a smile in his eyes, and his attitude was polite and considerate. Caramel chantilly naked cake, her favorite flavor. You can try it too. The luxurious decoration and exquisite food of the yacht can show the quality and taste of the owner's life. Even if Xiexi people are considered a small force, they are not people of this class after all. They have never experienced this kind of life before the end of the world, and now they can't help but feel a strong sense of inferiority. Xiaxi's movements were a little awkward. He tried to act nonchalant, but he didn't do it well. The burly man held a small pastry fork in his hand, and he didn't even know where to start. He tried to pick up a piece with a fork, but accidentally used too much force, and poked the pastry crooked, and it almost fell off the edge of the plate. He subconsciously tilted his head to catch it with his mouth, and rubbed the pastry all over his face, and his expression became more and more embarrassed. This embarrassment further dispelled everyone's vigilance. Xiao Liyuan did not react to the other party's misbehavior. He signaled the waiter to hand over a napkin and asked casually, "Boss, yeah. Is everything ready for the cooperation we talked about before?" Xiexi hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and answered hastily, "Ready." Xiao Liyuan showed a satisfied look, and then asked again, "If it is shipped, can it be guaranteed to be safe on the road?" Xiexi could not stand the doubt at this time, and said with a pat on his chest, "I have been doing this for many years. There is no way there will be any problem. Don't worry." The two of them asked and answered each other for several rounds. Xiexi didn't even notice that it was Xiao Liyuan who was asking questions and answering them. He was being led by the other party throughout the conversation. Xiao Liyuan's lips curled up imperceptibly. This deliberate pretense was useful. If Xia Yi was present, he would definitely sneer at his behavior. But there was no other way. Different methods could be used to treat people from different classes. Although showing off wealth is low level, you see, aren't these people influenced? Surrounded by his wealth halo, he can not only deter the other party, making them not dare to act rashly, but also reduce their vigilance, making them think of themselves as a rich man who is powerless. These two perceptions are originally conflicting, but unfortunately Xiaoxi's emotions have been affected. Under the complex emotions of nervousness and shame, it is difficult for him to make a rational judgment. Until now, he hadn't thought of asking back, where were the materials that Xiao Liyuan used for exchange, why the yacht looked empty. He didn't even need to use the answer he prepared. The two sides talked for a while. The information that Xiao Liyuan wanted was confirmed one after another. The cake was almost eaten. The conversation was basically over, so he said, "Then let's go and see the goods." Xiaoxi was suddenly shocked. This was their territory. If they were going to host, they should be the ones to do it. I never thought that I would get on the other party's yacht in such a daze, and even have a leisurely afternoon tea that I had never eaten before. I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But when I thought about it carefully, there was no real food in my territory. These two people who could eat freshly made cakes in the end times would definitely look down on their instant noodles and instant rice. Xiaoxi's mind was dazed for a moment, and he felt his face was slightly hot. And he said hurriedly, "Let's go now." He left the cabin in a hurry, walked to the deck of the yacht, took a deep breath, and barely calmed down. He took out a flashlight and sent a few signals to the oil depot. Xiaoyi stood on the speedboat, looking far away through the drone screen, watching the oil depot gate slowly open. The yacht sailed in lightly and got stuck in the middle of the gate. She was slightly startled when he saw this, turned his head to look inside the yacht, and asked subconsciously, "Boss Xiao?" Xiao Liyuan smiled politely and answered helplessly, "You see, I didn't bring anyone with me. There are only 3 girls around me. I always have to consider my own safety. I'm sorry, boss. Please bear with me." This statement was clearly skeptical, but thanks to the atmosphere created by Xiao Liyuan before, and his rich man personality, Xiaoxi did not think there was anything wrong, and only said, "But it is not convenient to park the yacht here after all." Xiao Liyuan did not answer him. Standing at the yacht and looking forward, you can see that the oil depot office building is not far ahead. The entrance of the office building has long been submerged, and there is a large terrace outside the 3rd floor, which serves as the dock and reception area at the main entrance. Xiaoxi's other subordinates stood there waiting. They saw the appearance of the yacht from a distance, and couldn't help but secretly show their amazement. Across the night sky, Xiao Liyuan looked at the people opposite for a moment, and a hint of an ambiguous smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He asked softly, "By the way, I have another question for Boss Xie." Xiaoxi was diverted to the topic, and didn't think there was anything wrong, and subconsciously followed the other party's words and answered, "Boss Xiao, please go ahead." Xiao Liyuan paused for a rare moment, and after thinking for half a second, he slowly said, "I wonder if Boss Xie has heard of the name Xiaoyi?" Sun Jiang's eyes flickered slightly. Since she met Xiaoxi and the others, she had always acted like a well-behaved and lovely girlfriend, and had never said a word when the two were talking about business. Her expression did not change significantly at this time, and she quickly withdrew her expression silently. When Xiaoxi heard this name, there was pure confusion in his eyes. "Ah? Who is that person? I've never heard of him." After answering truthfully, he thought for a moment, then said, "Why, Boss Xiao wants to inquire about someone. I have many errand runners under me. If you want to inquire, maybe I can help." "No need." Xiao Liyuan smiled when he heard that. He kept observing the other person's expression. When he was completely sure that he was not lying, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. That's good." Xiaoxi was a little puzzled. Before he could understand the meaning behind this sentence, he saw Xiao Liyuan slowly stand up. "It's not convenient here. We can either drive the boat in and check inside." Xiaoxi just remembered the topic that he had just interrupted and asked again. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the strange scenery in front of him and his sight suddenly focused. The outside of the yacht lit up with a green light. The light was large and fragmented, like fireflies jumping in the forest, jumping in the night sky. From far to near, it rushed towards everyone quickly. Firefly was extremely fast, flapping its wings and rushing straight at Xiaoxi, swooping down on Xiaoxi's face. Xiaoxi's heart suddenly trembled. He suddenly heard the drone just now, the words that the girl said in the loudspeaker. "If you are attacked by the emerald green bugs..." Emerald green bugs? Xiaoxi's face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Chapter 202. The bugs were fast and fierce. Sieshi's body shook violently, and he dodged hastily, avoiding the oncoming attack. This was obviously far from enough. There were so many bugs, so dense, that almost lit up half the sky, and rushed straight at them. Not only rushed at the yacht, but also rushed at the people in front of the office building. Everyone on the yacht had heard Xiaoyi's warning, so they were at least prepared, and tried to dodge, but the people in front of the office building didn't react at all, and just stood there stupidly, being hit by the flying insects. Several people were unable to dodge, and were sprayed with green liquid all over their bodies and faces. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Sieshi shouted at the top of his lungs. This sentence was like a switch, awakening everyone present. The people in front of the office building hugged their heads and ran away in all directions. Some jumped into the water, some rushed into the room, and it was a mess. Sieshi hid his head and face in his clothes, hiding in a dilemma, and turned around to look after he had time to dodge. Xiao Liyuan and his 3 companions had retreated to the cabin without knowing when, and locked the door. Only he and his subordinates were left exposed on the deck, standing at the forefront of fighting against the bugs. Sieshi realized it later. And now he finally realized it. The so-called cooperation was all an excuse. And this matter was calculated by the other party from beginning to end. Just like what the girl said. Xiao Liyuan wanted to use this green bug to eliminate everyone in the oil depot. Xiao Liyuan parked the yacht at the door. Neither outside nor inside. Which was also planned in advance. They did not park the yacht in the yard because they were afraid that this was an oil depot, and that someone would be desperate and set it on fire, killing everyone. Parking the yacht further inside, letting the 2 groups stand together, would prevent someone from escaping in advance, making it easier for the bugs to attack at once and catch everyone inside and outside the yard. How vicious. Sieshi's eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Liyuan held a teacup in one hand, took a deep sniff of the tea, looked out through the glass window of the yacht, endless insect bodies, and desperately struggling people. His eyes were filled with rich enjoyment and pleasure. And the subordinates outside the yacht were in a mess. Everyone's face was full of embarrassment and fear. Many people didn't know where to escape. Within the field of vision, only a few people relied on their agile reactions and speed to hold on. Most of the others were almost wiped out. Sieshi looked at Xiao Liyuan through the glass window of the yacht. Just one look, and deep regret came from the bottom of his heart. He had more than one chance. His nephew had reminded him a long time ago, telling him that this kind of cooperation was dangerous. But he never took it to heart. His nephew had a big fight over this matter, and he was just annoyed by the other party's willfulness, and never thought that this could really happen. Even today, he still has a chance to save it, if he can listen to his nephew's persuasion. Or at least listen to what the woman in the drone said. Green bug, she had described the situation so specifically, how could he not be alert at all, and was led into the ditch by Xiao Liyuan? Even if he had been a little more alert, and not let the other party into his territory so openly, the other party would not have been so unscrupulous. But now, it's too late to regret. The people below had no chance to get the news at all, and the outcome was doomed. These outcomes often depend on a simple decision made by the manager, or even just a thought. Sieshi looked at the bugs rushing towards the crowd. He didn't know what these bugs would bring, what kind of consequences they would lead to. But at least, he was basically sure that it would never be a good ending. He didn't immerse himself in regret for long. Drone. 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 The female voice of the drone. Sieshi brain, which was stiff with anger and fear, finally began to work. He reached into his trouser pocket and touched the hard object, which was a spray bottle. When he first saw the spray bottle, he took it reluctantly, didn't take it seriously at all, and just put it in his pocket. Now when he touched it, it was like touching a life-saving straw. It must be useful. Right? It must be useful. The female voice predicted everything so accurately, including that he would be attacked by insects, including the color of the insects. She knew so much. The method she thought of must be useful. Right? Sieshi finally felt a glimmer of hope in his heart, pulled out the spray bottle from his pocket, and raised his hands in front of him, facing the army of insects coming towards him. He pressed the nozzle hard. The spray was a very small bottle, and the mist it sprayed was also very fine. In the dark night, it was almost impossible to see any trace. She was not even sure whether he had pressed it successfully. He squinted his eyes and stared at the air carefully, trying to confirm whether the spray was really sprayed successfully. and whether he should consider pressing the pump again. At this moment, the situation in front of him suddenly changed. In the direction where he sprayed the spray, all the light spots representing the insects stopped immediately, as if they were cut in the air, and they all spread their wings and flew to both sides. It works! Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. He quickly called the other subordinates on the boat to move closer to him. Xiaoyi brought him a small bottle of mosquito-repellent spray. She had specially stockpiled a lot of it before the end of the world. She had verified it at the entrance of the gymnasium, and was sure it would come in handy. When she realized that she didn't have time to escape, she gave him a small bottle, and asked the drone to bring it to him. It was impossible to save everyone, but at least it could solve the urgent problem. She took this small spray bottle, as if he had found a treasure. Although there was not much liquid in it, it had a particularly obvious effect every time. As long as he gently pressed a pump, the number of green insects around would obviously decrease a lot. Since there were more people in the direction of the office building, the army of insects originally focused on that side, which was relatively better for Xiaoxi. With the help of this spray bottle, the pressure was immediately relieved. Xiao Liyuan was always observing everything outside through the glass window. When he saw the spray bottle in Xiaoxi's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xiaoyi! Xiao Liyuan's voice almost burst out from the gap between his teeth. He just saw that Xiaoxi's expression did not seem to be false, and thought that the other party was telling the truth, but he didn't know that he was still tricked. She moved faster than me. Xiao Liyuan's speed was fast enough. Within 3 days, when everyone in the gym was infected, he responded quickly. First, he screened some candidates, selected some people with high obedience, promoted them to middle class, and removed the virus from them. Use these middle class to manage the people below, and set up unique comparison rules to compete for the already scarce materials, so that the people below can have conflicts among themselves. Many people died in the gymnasium, and with his godlike ability to control the life and death of everyone, and the rules of internal consumption, the effects of several parties overlapped. Xiao Liyuan was not under much pressure, and soon sorted out the messy scene into a much more orderly manner. Since Xiao Liyuan completely let himself go, he actually felt a sense of relief. Not only was the situation in the gym under control, but even Sun Jiang became more and more obedient. After knowing clearly the ability of his system, and that his ability was proportional to the relationship with women, the other party did not even show any jealous behavior, and sent women to his bed openly. Xiao Liyuan's life was becoming more and more stable both inside and outside. His strength was improving rapidly, and his ability to control the virus was getting stronger and stronger. This powerful feeling gave him a sense of power that looked down on the world. If there is anyone Xiao Liyuan is afraid of in this world, it is the couple Xiaoyi and Mingjiai. Although Mingjiai is trapped in his own cocoon, he is unwilling to use his own advantages to expand his power, and is willing to be a background board for a woman. But his system should not be underestimated. If he forces someone into a desperate situation, he may still burst out with great energy. He has to be on guard. As for Xiaoyi, this strange woman, Xiaoyi seems to be very ordinary, but her tenacious and stable character makes it impossible for people to completely trample her under their feet. You never know where she will turn the tables, and give you an unimaginable blow. Just like Xiaoyi didn't intend to attack Xiao Liyuan was also afraid to attack the rat, and before he was fully grown, he was unwilling to confront Xiaoyi head-on. There were too many people and too complicated things in the gymnasium. Even if Xiao Liyuan stabilized the situation at the fastest speed, he was still a step slower than Xiaoyi. We have to be more careful. Xiao Liyuan stared at the spray bottle, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Sun Jiang stood beside him, and always kept her fingers clasped with his. She had been playing the role of a vase dutifully for a while, and finally smiled softly. Why make such a fuss? Sun Jiang's eyelashes hid her eyelids. Her sweet face was cold. She spoke lightly. If you get her to bed, wouldn't everything be solved? Xiao Liyuan. He wanted to get her to bed, but a few months had passed, and there was no progress at all. The two stood in front of the glass window, looking at the scenery outside the window lightly, watching the people outside running away with their heads in their hands, watching their fear and screams. Xiao Liyuan suddenly felt bored. Xiaoyi's appearance successfully disturbed his interest. Such an enemy who he couldn't stand but couldn't get rid of, whose actions and reactions were faster than his, would pop up from time to disgust him, which was bound to make him feel like a thorn in his throat. Forget it, let's go back first. Xiao Liyuan raised the teacup and drank the herbal tea in it. Then he put his arm around Sun Jiang's shoulders, and held her tightly in his palm, turned and walked towards the bedroom of the yacht. The dead will still die. Xia would definitely not be willing to use her boyfriend to save people. No matter which step she expected in advance, the ending would not change at all. Now, the seeds have been planted. All he had to do was wait for the harvest in 3 days. Chapter 203. Whether Xia was by his side or not, Xiao Liyuan did not intend to confront the other party head-on. With such a useful tool as the virus, he did not need to waste manpower and material resources, and take other complicated risks. After the oil depot experienced this disaster, even if some people survived, the overall situation would definitely be seriously damaged. Even if they really wanted to take action, they had to wait until then. Xiao Liyuan's yacht suddenly accelerated. Xie and others stood on the deck of the yacht, avoiding the insects that kept attacking in the air. They were already staggering and could not stand, and at this moment, they stumbled and fell into the water one after another. Falling into the water is not necessarily a bad thing. Since the end of the world, people who survive outside have more or less learned to swim, so they won't be drowned by the water. Insects are afraid of water. Most of their bodies are covered by water, which makes it easier for them to avoid it. Half an hour after the yacht left, these insects were called from afar and changed their direction to the horizon. The night sky returned to complete darkness. Xie survived the catastrophe and stood there in a daze. Some of his men were wailing in fear. Some were running forward, trying to take care of their injured companions. And many were like him, staring blankly at everything in front of them, not knowing what to do. The drone circled in the sky for several times, slowly approaching the crowd, its infrared camera flashing, truthfully reporting the situation on the scene. Xiaolin bit his lower lip tightly, watching through the monitoring screen, and did not ask for help. He knew clearly in his heart that the sister next to him was not unwilling to help. But what was happening on the other side of the screen was not something that could be easily dealt with by human power. The propeller sound of the drone gradually approached, close to Xie's side, and the familiar female voice came again. "Don't be dazed, you still have a lot to do." Xie suddenly woke up. Looking at the familiar drone, listening to the familiar voice inside, he felt his eyes warm for no reason. He thought the other party would definitely take the opportunity to ridicule him. "Who told you not to listen to me? How about it, you paid the price?" Right? He felt that he should accept such ridicule. He deserved to be ridiculed. But he didn't. The person in the drone had no emotion, but gave instructions calmly. "Find a way to inform your subordinates. No two people should meet again. Each person should find an independent space and be isolated for 3 days." Xie suddenly had an idea. He clearly distinguished the implication of this sentence, and asked without hesitation, "If we don't isolate, what will happen?" No one answered. At this time, he remembered again that the drone was just a one-way communication channel. The other party could not hear him, and could not answer his questions in time. But there is no need to answer. Just this sentence is enough. Just when Xie was at a loss, the other party's clear instructions successfully reminded him what to do next. The voice was extremely stable, as if it was not affected by the horrific scene in front of him at all, like a piece of driftwood provided for the dying, enough for him to climb on it, giving himself a chance to breathe. At this time, he no longer considered whether to trust the person on the other end of the drone. Things had developed to the worst point, and it seemed that it couldn't get any worse. He could do nothing. And believing in the other party was the final way out. Xia saw Xie standing there, and urged him lightly, "Hurry up. It is necessary to do a good job of isolation before these people come into contact with each other. Too many members in the oil depot have been infected, and they have no awareness of isolation. If nothing is done quickly, the infection will spread further, and spread to every corner here. This is also the reason why Xiao Liyuan left happily. He only needs to plant a seed, and as time goes by, the seed will naturally take root and sprout, and he does not need to do it himself." Xie finally recovered after hearing this. He did not try to learn more information, but just followed the instructions in the drone, and did what he was supposed to do. He remembered Xiao's words clearly, and did not go through the main door. He swam to the side to avoid everyone, entered the office building through another window, and took a detour to the communication room. There was a loudspeaker in the communication room, which was used for fire notifications on weekdays. For the safety of everyone, even though resources were scarce after the end of the world, they still maintained this system well. The drone followed him, flew accurately into the window hole, and landed beside him. Xie almost relied on muscle memory to dutifully synchronize all the information Xia gave him, including the source of the virus, the way the virus spreads, the cost of being infected with the virus, and Xiao Liyuan's purpose and conspiracy in this matter. Xia Yi did not hide it from him, and he did not hide it from others. He did not have time to think of a better reason to maintain the situation, so he might as well repeat all the information he heard and tell the truth. When talking about the end of the matter, Xie's face turned pale. It was not until this moment that he realized how terrible those bugs were. What kind of person Xiao Liyuan was, and how vicious he was. Fortunately, there was still a chance to stop the loss in time. Xie looked at the camera of the drone through the screen and tried hard to make mouth shapes over and over again. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Thanks to Xiao's timely reminder, his life was saved. Not only him, but also the lives of many brothers in the oil depot. As the voice from the communication room resounded throughout the oil depot, the scattered people finally came to their senses and gradually began to take action. As for what their actions would be, in fact, they were not as optimistic as Xie thought. People infected with the virus would not be willing to wait for death, and it would be difficult for people who were not infected to completely isolate themselves from the impact. The dark and complex human heart was difficult to control, and it was between life and death at this time, and anything could happen. Xia knew the result. She had seen it too many times, but she still didn't say anything. She knew it well, and she couldn't interfere. She was not in a hurry to burst Xie's fantasy. Things had come to this point. She had done what she should do. She would just do her best, and leave it to fate. This was also the thing she was best at after the end of the world. After Xie, she notified everyone of all the information. He seemed to be exhausted and sat down in a chair. He had encountered too many things today. He was so tired that he almost exhausted all his energy. But he knew clearly that everything was not over yet. It could even be said that it was just beginning. Sure enough, after he had dealt with all the important matters, his nephew's voice soon came from the speaker. Uncle, I have something else to tell you. The whole cause and effect of the incident was narrated by Xiaolin, and Xia did not interrupt. After all the information was told, Xie leaned back in his chair quietly, and slowly fell into deep thought. It is impossible to give without seeking any return. Xia met his nephew by accident, and wanted to cooperate with him. So he came to him, and happened to know about his situation with Xiao Liyuan. So he saved his life. This is a reasonable script. It is better to say that the other party has something in mind for him, so that he can feel more at ease. Although Xie is not young, he has not experienced any great setbacks. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary worker. After the end of the world, he relied on some luck to become the boss of a faction. He did not have much sense of reality. He felt more like a star, and the vanity of having his desire for power satisfied. Until today, after experiencing these ups and downs, it seemed as if he had lived his first half of life all over again, re-examining himself and everything around him. Listening to his nephew's story, telling about his acquaintance with Xia, what he had done, and how he was discovered. After going through this, his nephew seemed to have grown up. These things that he would have kept secret from him, actually, he could talk about them on the table. It made Xie really realize that he was indeed wrong before. He was too narrow-minded. He was unwilling to look at his nephew and admit that he was also changing, growing up, and that he did not need to be protected under his wings all the time, but would be able to stand on his own one day. Maybe soon, I will be his right-hand man. Then they talked about his nephew's willfulness, his nephew's blessing in disguise, and his accidental encounter with Xia, and Xia's cooperation plan. Xie, she had almost no hesitation. It was just shipping, which was what he was doing. As the largest gasoline dealer, he was shipping every day. And Xia's guess was not wrong at all. The demand for daily necessities outside was far beyond everyone's imagination. If we can provide suitable daily necessities for sale, it will definitely be a mutually beneficial business. The cooperation that Xia talked about is real cooperation, not one-sided exploitation. It was also after this experience that she realized that this kind of mutual benefit that requires time and cost is much more real than the pie that Xiao Liyuan delivered to the door. She walked to a desk, opened the drawer, took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote a line on the paper, and held it up in front of the camera. I agree. Xia was not surprised by this. She replied through the drum microphone. You will be quarantined here for 3 days first, and finish all the things. I will contact you later, and we will discuss the specific cooperation matters in person. Okay. Xie nodded to the camera. As soon as the voice fell, before he could close his lips, His eyes suddenly fixed in the air, and his pupils suddenly dilated. In the drawer where the paper and pen were placed, there was a green insect lying. After Xie, she entered the communication room. He quickly closed all the doors. He thought it was absolutely safe here, and he had already relaxed his mind. He didn't hold the spray all the time. When the insect rushed towards him, he didn't even have time to put his hand into his trouser pocket. The insect's spike stabbed him head-on. The speed was too fast, and it was fast and fierce. The distance was too close, and Xie, she had no way to dodge. He quickly picked up the stack of papers on the table and slapped the insect fiercely. Unexpectedly, the insect did not dodge or evade, and still rushed towards him. Under the powerful blow, its body was smashed to pieces. Before Xie, she could catch his breath, he saw in horror that the emerald green liquid also broke through the insect's body, splashing everywhere. It splashed onto the back of his hand. At an incredible speed, it quickly penetrated into the skin. Chapter 204. Even Xie, who was at the other end of the drone, was frightened. The incident happened too quickly. The bug was in her blind spot. She didn't even see it, and had no time to remind them. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Everyone was stunned by this sudden incident. Xie stared at his hand in a daze. The green liquid that burst out of the bug seeped into his skin and soon disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. There was no trace left on the wrist. It was so clean that he was a little dazed. He was so dazed that he even doubted his own eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, did everything just now really happen? Was it an illusion caused by his excessive fatigue? Xielin suddenly covered his mouth. Uncle! Uncle! The crying sound came from the drone, waking Xie from his fantasy. His eyes moved away from the wrist, and moved to the insect corpse on the ground, and the splashing juice. On the table, on the ground, there were traces of juice spraying. The mark stopped abruptly at his wrist. Xie's wrist trembled, and he began to shiver slowly. The shivering gradually spread from his wrist, until it spread to his whole body. He began to tremble all over. After a long time, Xie slowly picked up the pen, took a clean sheet from the stack of papers, and wrote slowly on it. Will you really die? Is there no hope at all? No. You will definitely die in 3 days. Be prepared. Xiao's words were almost cruel. There are only 3 days left. If Xie still cares about someone, he must take care of his funeral during this period. If he chooses to numb himself and comfort himself, this short period of time will be gone forever, and will be completely wasted. Xie's eyes twitched fiercely. Few people can face their own death calmly, especially such sudden bad news. He is only 30 years old. If he follows the path of life step by step, the day of his death should be very far away. Even after the end of the world, he had experienced too many deaths. Even though he had just seen with his own eyes that the people around him were being roped by the death god, he was still far from ready. He was not ready for death to happen to him. Xiao's cruel words were like a sharp knife piercing his heart, and the pain it brought was almost suffocating. You? Xie stood up straight, almost wanting to curse. But before he could say anything, he became depressed again. He knew clearly that what the other party said was right, and what he did was right. Facing potential partners with uncertain prospects, Xiaoyi had done enough. Within her ability, she provided them with a lot of help. He had fallen to the point where he was now, which was really his own fault. And he really couldn't blame others. Even if he was angry and unwilling, he had no reason to vent to the other party. The other party had no relatives or friends with him, and there was no reason for him to bear any of his emotions. Moreover, there is one more important thing. He may need to rely on the other party. Can I ask you for a favor? Xiaoyi put his pen tip on the paper again, and wrote a line of words slowly. Xiaoyi. She had anticipated this scene almost from the moment the bug suddenly jumped out. I don't know whether to say that she was extremely unlucky, or extremely lucky. If she was lucky, her plans were always disrupted by strange things. She had the ability to annex Xie Oil Depot, but she didn't do that. She chose to cooperate because she didn't want to take over the things here because she was too lazy to spend manpower and material resources. If you say she was unlucky, she just went out for a walk and paid almost nothing. Oh, maybe she did pay something. She paid a bottle of mosquito repellent spray, and in exchange she got the resources of this oil depot. I will solve all the problems, and try not to leave any worries behind, as long as you don't use the gasoline in the oil depot for trading. It belongs to the category of personal use. And you can use it for free. With no upper limit. Xie wrote word by word on the paper. His strokes were neat and solemn. From the lines, one could feel the earnest request. Although the amount of gasoline in the oil depot is huge, it is not inexhaustible. Being able to propose such a deal is enough to show his sincerity. Xiaolin is still young, and his experience is not enough to hold the scene. And he can't do many things well. Xie wrote very slowly, and only said his request at the end. Can he continue to complete the cooperation you negotiated with me? Xiaolin looked at the words on the other side of the screen, and was slightly startled. And his throat was suddenly choked by something. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. His nose felt sore, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Uncle! Uncle! Xiaolin had been with his uncle for so long, but he rarely heard him say words of approval. He thought that his uncle asked Xia to take care of him. He was a little angry, and wanted to say that he could take care of himself, and didn't need anyone else. Who would have thought that when facing death, his uncle made a completely different decision from before. She actually chose to trust him once. She handed over the management of the oil depot to him. Xia was actually happy to see this happen. She had considered it before. The oil depot was too big, and the transaction-related matters were too complicated. She didn't want her people to take over. She preferred to do things once and for all. After setting the rules in advance, they would be executed by specific people. Although she was destined to spend some time taking care of the children, this was more of a strategic support, rather than human support. For her, a stable cooperative relationship is much easier than sending someone to take over the work. Xie probably saw this. If Xia had any desire for him, and wanted to hold his nephew in his hands, he could have made more excessive demands instead of calmly seeking this kind of equal cooperation. However, after his death, this kind of equality was destined to no longer continue. If they wanted to gain a certain amount of support, they had to pay a higher price. The price of his choice was unlimited use of the oil depot. Then, he would establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Xia. As long as both parties could achieve mutual benefit, the other party would at least hope for the best for him. This was also the basic cooperation logic of many businessmen. Xie almost racked his brains to pave the way for his nephew. Unfortunately, he figured it out too late. He suppressed his child for many years. It was not until he died that he remembered that he could only take a gamble to make long-term plans for his child. Bet that the person you trust has good intentions. Okay. Xia agreed readily. This is a sure-win business for her. She only needs to give Xiaolin specific support, and she can get the sales channel of daily necessities, and the right to use the oil depot at any time. This is a sure-win business for her. Even if Xiaolin doesn't cooperate, and messes things up later, there will be no loss for Xia. She just needs to withdraw, stop helping, and stop cooperating. You can attack or defend. This is really not a big loss. After getting Xiao's promise, she didn't say much to her, but asked her to hand over the drone controller to Xiaolin. You are a smart child. Although I have been stopping you, I also know that you know everything you should know. For example, how to open the oil depot, and what is the password under the heavy access control. She wrote on the paper stroke by stroke. Xiaolin stared at the screen, not missing a word written by his uncle. Tears fell from his eyes, and he wiped them away without saying a word. No one could know that the last quarrel and separation was the last chance for the uncle and nephew to meet face to face. They were destined not to meet again in the future. Now this paper and pen conversation was the last experience sharing. It's not easy to manage these people and things. Everyone has their own greed. But it's not that difficult. With your intelligence, you can always solve it. The most important thing is to distinguish the priorities. Xia waited quietly by the side, waiting for the two to have the final conversation, until the low battery light of the drone came on. She stepped forward and interrupted the other party. Have you almost finished talking? Xia asked. After a moment of silence, Xie nodded. If you want to pass on your experience, this short period of time is not enough. Even if you talk for days and nights, you can't finish it. You can teach a child from 3 years old to 23 years old. But now there is obviously no time. Xia sighed in her heart, but did not comment on it. She just said softly, I have 2 more things to say. First, the bottle of spray I gave you is not some amazing magical item. It is just an ordinary mosquito repellent spray. She said slowly in front of Xie's shocked expression. Yes, that bug can be dealt with ordinary mosquito repellent spray. Although this information is not enough to save your life, It is a very important means of saving lives for those who are lucky enough to survive. You can tell them this information. This kind of spray is not rare. The small supermarket in their oil depot must also have it. There is no need for Xia Yi to help provide it. She only needs to provide this information, which is enough. When Xie heard this, his eyes showed gratitude again. He nodded gently and said, I see. Thank you very much. The second thing. The drone's battery was about to run out. Xia Yi did not have time to exchange too much pleasantries with the other party. She asked her question concisely. You must tell me, who was the person who introduced you to cooperate with Xiao Liyuan? Xie paused, with a complex look in his eyes. He is the person I trust the most. He is very honest, not the kind of person who would play tricks, does not fight or compete on weekdays, has no interest in things outside. I don't believe it's him. I don't believe he would betray me. Xie almost couldn't help wanting to defend the other party. Xia Yi looked at his description, and had a bad premonition in his heart. However, in order to find Xiaolin these days, he also went out alone, and we have lost contact for several days. Xie wrote on the paper, and the two words slowly appeared. As expected, it was the name that Xia Yi thought of in his heart. Lao Zhang. Chapter 205. The drone completed its mission of delivering the message, and tried to fly back with the last bit of power. Almost the moment it returned to the speedboat, it plunged down, and collapsed from exhaustion. At the same time, the speedboat was in a tense atmosphere. Xiaolin rushed forward a few times, and rolled and crawled away from the person behind him. Lao Zhang and him were originally tied to the stern of the speedboat side by side. Xiaolin dodged like this, and almost hid from the stern to the bow. Looking at the terrified expression on his face, it seemed that he was escaping from some vicious tiger or beast. Old Zhang was also terrified. He shivered and huddled in a corner. He looked at everyone cautiously, wishing he didn't exist. The two people were originally close together, and they seemed to be dependent on each other. Xie just said a word, and the trust between them suddenly broke down and disappeared in an instant. You. Xiaolin's teeth were chattering, and his whole back was cold again. His whole world was about to be turned upside down. His only uncle was about to be separated from him by yin and yang, and his only playmate was the biggest traitor. He was about to lose the two most important people in one day. It can be said that misfortunes never come alone, and bad news came one after another. He was horrified. Old Zhang looked even more horrified than him. Old Zhang could hardly speak a complete sentence. He whispered softly, I wasn't. You didn't, or you weren't. Xia Yi looked at him indifferently, hit his soft spot with one word. No, the complete sentence should be, I didn't do it. No, it means something else. The complete sentence should be, I didn't mean it. Old Zhang's face suddenly turned pale. This matter was not difficult to guess. Xiao Liyuan did not spend much time on Lao Zhang, and did not even consider a way out for him. Lao Zhang, as the matchmaker, introduced Xiao Liyuan to Xie. As long as Xiao Liyuan took action, Lao Zhang would inevitably be suspected, and the matter would inevitably be exposed. There was no need for confrontation, and his quibbling was meaningless. Lao Zhang's nose was sore, and tears suddenly came out. There was a strong sense of helplessness in his turbid eyes. I just want to live. From Lao Zhang's perspective, the story is actually very simple. He was in the message room, and was bitten by a bug by accident. Later, someone told him that people bitten by that bug would die, and kindly showed him the tragic scene of the dead. Lao Zhang didn't want to believe it, but he didn't dare not to believe it. The older people get, the more they know the value of life, and the more they want to live a few more years. So, he accepted Xiao Liyuan's deal. He didn't ask for much, just to introduce him to Xie. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I agreed. Lao Zhang's eyes were red, and the guilt in his eyes was so strong that it was about to overflow. He kept making excuses. I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. I just wanted to survive. I didn't think I would hurt Xie. He saved my life. How could I hurt him? How could I? The more Lao Zhang spoke, the hoarser his voice became. At the end, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I never thought it would be like this, really, never thought it would be like this. The night was very quiet. Lao Zhang crying echoed in his ears, making people feel sad. Really? Xia Yi glanced at him and suddenly laughed. This laughter came abruptly, and it abruptly interrupted Lao Zhang crying, and Lao Zhang's voice suddenly paused. Xia Yi only heard Xia Yi's slow questioning. If Xiao Liyuan just wanted to cooperate and had no shameful intentions, why didn't he choose a more above-board method? Old Zhang's breath was choked. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he couldn't say it. Didn't he know that Xiao Liyuan had a problem? How could it be possible? Even if he was honest, he was not a fool. He had lived for so many years, and had basic common sense. Of course he knew that things were not that simple. It's just that he chose to ignore it, and didn't want to think about it. If he thought about the other party's conspiracy, he would have to think about the other party's purpose. And he would have to think about the price she would have to pay for it. He would have to put his life and she interests on the scale to compare, and make a choice by himself. To choose himself or Xie. If he chose Xie, he didn't want to. He wanted to live. And if he chose himself, how despicable would he appear? It's better not to think about anything. As long as he didn't think about anything, and didn't know anything. Wouldn't it be normal for him to make these choices? He is not mean, he is innocent. It is because of cowardice, because he dare not make a choice, that Lao Zhang chooses to deceive himself. This self-deception is very hidden, it really deceives even himself. He really believed it, before today. Lao Zhang is an honest man. People always believe in honest people, are deceived by their honest appearance, think that honest people are good people, and think that it is less likely to be cheated when getting along with honest people. In fact, honest people are really honest, and honest people are really cheating people. Because, people who look honest may not be really honest in their hearts, but people who look honest in appearance must be cowardly in their hearts. They dare not resist in their bones, and they think they are powerless to resist. They dare not express their desires, and they dare not express their anger, and they choose to obey all the pressure from the outside world, so they look honest. They are so obedient and honest, so honest that they dare not make a choice at all. This is the self-deception of honest people. Because the people around him were too superstitious about his honesty. They were not on guard against him, not knowing that the honest choice of this honest man would bring endless death. Even the bugs in the communication room were the ones that had bitten Lao Zhang. He was saved by Xiao Liyuan. But he did not dare to tell others about the existence of the bug. He was lucky and hoped that the bug would disappear by itself. Of course, the bug would not disappear by itself. It would become a hidden danger and hurt more people. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. Old Zhang was like a tape recorder, repeating over and over again. As if this sentence could help him escape from the meanness in his heart, and avoid facing the price of his choice. Xiaoling quietly huddled on the other side, listening to every word Uncle Zhang said, unconsciously, already in tears. He didn't understand at first. Children of this age, happiness, anger, sorrow, and happiness come more directly, and can't understand such complex emotions. Thanks to Xiao's advice, he slowly understood. Uncle Zhang. Xiaolin suddenly spoke, calling out. Old Zhang shuddered when he heard the words. He didn't dare to look at the other person's eyes. He was like a background board just now, and didn't say a word from beginning to end. But it didn't mean that he didn't understand. He heard the whole process, knew about Xiao's cooperation with the Xia family, and knew his current situation. He was like a fish on the chopping board, and whether he lived or died depended on the other person's thoughts. Xiaolin sighed softly, and said slowly, Go away, and don't come back. Although Lao Zhang and he had a deep relationship, and he could be said to be his only playmate, even if the relationship was deep, he knew that he couldn't keep the other person around. He couldn't tolerate such a big hidden danger around him. Lao Zhang's face darkened when he heard this. He knew that after going through this, he and Xiao Xiaoling could not go back to the past. After being together day and night for so long, it was impossible not to be sad. But at the same time he was sad. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving was the best choice for him. He would not die, would not be used to vent anger, and he did not want to stay in the oil depot. Even if he stayed, his future treatment would not be very good. Not to mention that the oil depot was now in trouble, and was no longer suitable for a safe life. With tears in his eyes, Lao Zhang looked at Xiaoling carefully, opened his mouth slowly, and gave instructions. Okay, you must take good care of yourself in the future. Before he finished speaking, he heard a bang. A sound. A flower of blood bloomed on Lao Zhang's chest. He was stunned, looked down at the wound in front of him, with some confusion in his eyes. But it was too late. Now, he couldn't ask anything. He just opened his mouth with difficulty. Scarlet blood flowed out from his lips. Xiaolin's pupils suddenly dilated, subconsciously. looked at Xiao Yi in disbelief, and murmured. You can forgive him, but I can't. Xiao Yi put the weapon back on his waist, turned around, and untied the rope on Xiaolin. Lao Zhang knew too much, including the total amount of materials she found in the warehouse, the cooperative relationship between her and Xiaolin, and even that she was dead. After Lao Zhang left here, he had no other way out. His only choice was to find Xiao Liyuan. Then, he revealed all the above information to Xiao Liyuan in detail. Xiaolin and Lao Zhang have a deep relationship. It is normal that he cannot make such a decision. But Xiao Yi can do it. She cannot let a tiger be a troublesome thing. Xiao Liyuan has brought enough trouble. She is unwilling to send another source of information to him. In addition, there is another important reason. Xiao Yi needs to teach the young master in front of her clearly, face to face. She looked at Xiaolin and said slowly, word by word, you can make decisions for your people, but you can't make decisions for me. You should understand. Xiaolin was stunned. They were in a cooperative relationship, not a complete whole. The rights and responsibilities between the partners must be clearly defined at the beginning of the cooperation. Who can make decisions for what, and who can't? Xiaolin can decide to let Lao Zhang go, that's his own business, and has nothing to do with Xiao Yi, but at the same time, Xiao Yi wants to kill Lao Zhang, that's also her business, and Xiaolin has no right to interfere. Even if they are in a cooperative relationship, Xiao Yi has no obligation to fulfill Xiaolin will. If the other party was Xiaxi, Xiao Yi might not say so much. But the other party was Xiaolin, an adolescent boy. Adolescence is the period of severe outbreak of omnipotent narcissism. Children at that time always feel that the world should revolve around themselves. If someone does something that is not to their liking, they will probably explode on the spot. Xiao Yi does not allow such hidden dangers in cooperation. Chapter 206. The air was silent for a long time. Xiaolin finally came to his senses, slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, I understand. This is a very easy thing to understand. No matter what kind of partner it is, you must position yourself in advance. Many times, the division of rights and responsibilities between partners is unclear, because they did not explain their demands and bottom line clearly in advance, and everyone felt embarrassed, delaying the key things, and finally it was difficult to clean up. Lao Zhang must die. Maybe someone would choose a more tactful way to deal with it, such as waiting until the person leaves, and then secretly solving the problem. But that means lies, it means concealment. If it is exposed one day, it may lead to the destruction of trust between the two parties. Maybe someone would choose to persuade Xiaolin, tell him the pros and cons of the matter, and ask him to change his logic. That means coercion, means moral blackmail and kidnapping. You should act according to my code of conduct, otherwise it is wrong. This kind of fatherly approach, the final cooperative relationship will not be equal. Xiao Yi wants a collaborator, not a follower. Xiao Yi would rather choose a more direct approach. Your choice is yours, my choice is mine. I don't blame you for being right or wrong, but you have no right to interfere with me. Many people are afraid of direct approaches, worrying that being too direct will damage the relationship, but in fact, it will not in many cases. Direct approaches are the most efficient solution. Don't underestimate others' tolerance. And don't underestimate the flexibility of relationships. At least, Xiaolin, who was still young, accepted it. He lost two close people. And almost at the same time, he personally experienced deception, betrayal, and death. He grew up almost overnight, thinking about everything he would face when he returned. There was fear in his eyes. But he did not retreat. I will take care of it, Xiaolin said. The situation in the oil depot was very complicated. It was not convenient for him to go back now. And there was also the risk of infection. The infected and uninfected people in the oil depot, more or less, would have some emotional instability. If Xiaolin went back, he would need to deal with and face these things. But he still decided to go back. He couldn't accept staying alone in a safe place, waiting for his dying uncle to do everything, and then going back to enjoy the results. He hoped to go back and do something. Xiao Yi didn't stop him. It was his own business. She returned Xiaolin's speedboat to him, as well as the gun and scope he used at the time. In addition, she gave him an extra set of protective clothing, a bottle of mosquito repellent spray, and a satellite phone. After all, if they want to cooperate, a way of contact is necessary. Other methods are too slow and not safe enough. Satellite phone communication is relatively stable. Xiao Yi waved her hand and said goodbye to him. If you have any questions, you can contact me. I will be responsible for giving suggestions, but I will not interfere with your decision. The boy stood alone on the speedboat, and his thin figure was silhouetted under the light of the speedboat. As the speedboat accelerated, the silhouette gradually faded in the night fog, faded, and gradually disappeared. This was the path Xia Lin had to walk on. As long as the seeds were planted, they would grow into towering trees over time. There might be wind, sun, and rain, but those were all normal setbacks and would not affect people from moving forward step by step, as long as they had a heart that would not be easily twisted and bent. In many cases, Xia Yi and Xiao Liyuan had almost the same ideas. They all liked to sow some seeds, observe them from a distance, and see if they might sprout. However, Xiao Liyuan enjoys torturing others, while the seeds Xia Yi sows are called hope. Sending Xia Lin away is just the beginning, and this matter is far from over. Lao Zhang's behavior seems to be just a betrayal, but through this incident, we can guess Xiao Liyuan's logic. Xiao Liyuan wants to explore all aspects, but he will not act rashly. His choice is to observe first, and then infiltrate through means. He controlled Lao Zhang in this way, and he would control more people. Who else would it be? Would it infiltrate her? Xia Yi slowly fell into deep thought. She would not suspect others for no reason just because of an accident. But this was indeed a hidden danger that must be considered. When she met the captain of the 3rd Squadron and Gu Shui again, a long time had passed. They had been transported repeatedly between the warehouse and Yuehu Sanatorium many times. A large amount of materials in the warehouse were transported back home. But it was far from enough. At least 3 or 5 trips were needed to transport them all. Even so, they had already made a lot of money. The large amount of materials here, after being transported back to the sanatorium, had already filled up most of the existing space. The captain of the 3rd Squadron discussed with the remaining team members that a new warehouse should be built there at the same time to accommodate these materials. Although there was a lot of work to do, everyone was full of energy. After moving the warehouse back home, they really had no worries about food and drink for 2 years. The only person who was not happy was Gu Shui. After running so many times, Gu Shui couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The materials were transported, but it was too fuel-consuming. Xia Yi smiled and said nothing. The cooperation with the oil depot had not been settled yet, so she couldn't open the champagne too early. She would notify everyone after everything was settled. But no matter what, they would no longer lack gasoline in the future. If Xia Lin can get the oil depot done this time, they will have a stable large gas station in the future, and they can refuel anytime and anywhere. If he can't get it done, then they will completely clean up the oil depot, and then turn it into a stable large gas station, and they can refuel anytime and anywhere. No loss in any case. The work of the 3rd captain and Gu Shui still needs to be done, and Xia Yi's participation can't help much. There are still many things to do outside, so it's better to finish all the things planned before at once. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi drove the speedboat back to the shelter and changed to a cargo yacht. First, she decided to tour the assets she had purchased before, to confirm whether they were still alive and safe. The first destination was the shooting range. Xia Yi bought the shooting range early. At that time, she was worried about not having weapons and ammunition, so she tried her best to store some. These weapons were very scarce at the time, and since she got the things in the gymnasium warehouse, they seemed insignificant. Even so, Xia Yi did not intend to give up these equipment. After all, ammunition is consumable. No matter how much storage capacity is available, it will never be too much, no matter how big the warehouse is. If it is allocated according to the number of people and planned for decades or even hundreds of years, it will still be a bit stretched. Just like food and water, even if they really have no shortage of them, they still need to practice and maintain their hand feel on a daily basis. It is also good to practice shooting with these ammunition. In addition, there are a large number of equipment such as bows and crossbows, which can be reused and are also suitable for making various mechanisms. They can be used to protect the dock and small fishing grounds in front of the sanatorium. The shooting range outside the shooting hall had been destroyed by the storm, and the locker room and lounge outside were also in a mess, as if they had been robbed. They were all turned upside down. After the storm stopped, it seemed that someone had been here. It might be an employee or a member who knew what weapons were inside and wanted to come and get one. After Xia Yi bought this place, the first and only thing she did was to renovate the ammunition depot. She reinforced the original warehouse with another layer, and also had a specially reinforced door. Even the key was kept by her. Even though the other parties searched every corner, they could not find the place to open the ammunition depot, and finally returned empty-handed. Although someone came here to rob, they actually did not suffer any losses. After the two of them opened the door, they spent a lot of time to slowly move the materials in the warehouse to the yacht, because Xiao Yi had considered various safety hazards in advance, including floods, robbery and the like. Not only the shooting gallery, but also the sulfuric acid warehouse, gas station, and daily necessities factory. All the assets are located in relatively high places, and have undergone complex security renovations. Although the outside world was in chaos, the security restrictions she set up were not something that ordinary people could break through, and the supplies inside were not threatened. This time, only the two of them went out. Xiao Yi almost ran through all the storage points that were inconvenient to move before the end of the world, and had no time to move after the end of the world. He stuffed all the supplies that could be moved onto the yacht and took them home at once. The last stop for transporting supplies was the daily necessities factory. The production chain of the entire factory was very complete, and it was all fully automatic large-scale production chains. It did not require too many people to maintain it. If you want to start work, you can do it at any time. At present, the internal backup power and raw materials are sufficient, but they may need to be replenished later. So let's take our time. Xiao Yi checked the security outside and the basic facilities inside, and did not encounter any problems. She did not have time before, but after the manpower and material resources are sufficient, she may arrange a special trip, whether it is her or other members. They need to check the assets outside regularly to ensure that the materials in these places are safe. In addition to the two locations of the villa and the apartment, as better temporary transfer points, the materials inside have not been moved. Xiao Yi swept almost all the supply points, and moved all the supplies that could be taken back into the cabin and locked them. Finally, Xiao Yi and Ming Jiai came to the last stop of this trip, which was also her first stop in the end of the world, the mall. Jiangji was still hiding in the beauty salon in the mall, before going to the stadium shelter. Xiao Yi had promised Jiangji here that after she finished her work, she would come to pick up Jiangji and send him to his relatives. After a long time of twists and turns, she was able to get out of the stadium and had the opportunity to fulfill her original promise. What Xiao Yi didn't expect was that it was only a short period of more than half a month. The changes in Jiangji surprised her. Chapter 207. In just half a month, Jiangji has changed a lot from before. When we first met, although Jiangji had been hungry for a long time, his spirit was very low, and his body was thin. These were all physical problems. During this meeting, he looked exhausted, as if he had not slept for many days, as if something was taken away from his heart. Since we met, his doctor's habits, and his mild cleanliness, seemed to have disappeared, and his temperament became much sloppier. Xiao Yi had some contact with Jiangji in the early stage. Since she had no reason to contact him, she did not leave him a satellite phone. Since the network environment outside became bad, the two sides have not contacted each other again. She had no way of knowing what happened to Jiangji, and what changes had taken place in his mentality. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yi pushed open the door of the beauty salon and looked at him in surprise. There were quite a few supplies in the beauty salon, which could support him for a year or two. And with the filter straw she left behind, it was not difficult to filter some water and wash it. With the various material conditions here, you shouldn't have to live like this. Right? Jiangji was silent for a moment, and didn't say anything. Xiao Yi didn't want to ask more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and there's no reason to tell others. She seemed disrespectful if she asked too much. She thought about it, and just asked, "So what are your plans next?" They had been in a relationship of sharing hardships before. Jiangji had helped his sister when she was in crisis. Xiao Yi always remembered that. She came back this time to fulfill her promise. She had promised him before that after finishing the work at hand, she would take Jiangji to meet his parents. After asking this question, Jiangji fell silent again. It seemed like a very easy question to answer. But somehow, the other party hesitated again and again. After a long while, he finally spoke with difficulty and asked, Yuan Xiang? How is she? Yuan Xiang? Xiao Yi didn't know why he suddenly asked this. But it was not a difficult question to answer. So she told the truth. She has been very happy recently. She opened a new department in my place, and is now the director of the department. Yuan Xiang is really energetic. She competes with her doctors every day. According to the latest news, she has almost conquered them. Her position as the director of the department is getting more and more stable. Jiangji listened to Xia Yi's description. His eyes flickered slightly, as if he was recalling Yuan Xiang's past. After listening, he finally forced a smile and said softly, "It seems like something she can do." After saying that, the air was awkward again. Xia Yi. The pace of this conversation was a bit too slow. Xia Yi didn't want to play Tai Chi with him anymore. So she just got straight to the point and asked, "I'm here today to fulfill my promise. Are you ready? If you are, I can take you on board now to meet your parents." Although she moved a lot of supplies into the yacht, she still reserved 2 rooms for her and Ming Jiayi to live in. And the other room was reserved for Jiangji to live in and store supplies. Jiangji heard this. His eyes suddenly dimmed, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He shook his head and said softly, "No need." Xia Yi looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue answering. Jiangji seemed to know that he couldn't hide this matter, and he had to say something to explain it. After a moment of silence, he finally slowly told the truth. They died. The air suddenly fell silent. In the end times, people die every day. From the initial misunderstanding, slowly to later, blood was stained on their hands, and everyone seemed to have gotten used to it and adapted to it. Death is the tone of life. Everything I try to do every day is to avoid death and to keep myself alive as much as possible. But this is only about the death of others. When facing my own relatives, the situation is completely different. No matter how many deaths there are, I can't accept the separation of my flesh and blood. Sorry, Xia Yi said softly. Jiangji shook his head, tried to breathe air into his chest, and exhaled gently. He looked up at Xia Yi, with caution in his eyes. If I regret it now, and want to go to your territory with you, is it still too late? This is not a big deal. There are many people living in Yuehu Sanatorium now. One more person won't make a difference, and Jiangji is also a doctor. He will definitely be useful in the sanatorium. Xia Yi is not reluctant to have an extra helper. She curled her lips and chuckled. If you want to go, we can leave now. The development of things is not quite the same as expected, but it's not a big deal. Although Jiangji was not sent to see his parents, the itinerary was slightly shortened, but he could also go to the hospital by the way. Originally, Xia Yi needed to go to the hospital to get medicine, some simple anesthetics, and restricted medicines that cannot be sold in pharmacies. However, since the classification and storage of medicines are more troublesome, Xia Yi was worried that going to get them by himself would cause trouble. Originally, he could only wait for someone to take Yuan Xiang there. Now that Jiangji is by his side, it saves a lot of trouble. Before going to the hospital, he needs to move all the supplies downstairs. Jiangji was responsible for moving the supplies himself, while Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi went downstairs to the maternity and baby store for a walk. There is one more pregnant woman in the shelter, and they actually need some maternal and child supplies. Of course, it doesn't matter how you raise a child. Xia Yi doesn't need to do anything special, but since she is here, she might as well bring some things back, just to be prepared. In addition, Xia Yi is also thinking about Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan may be 5 months pregnant. They haven't seen each other since the end of the world came. And then things became more and more busy, and they didn't even call each other. Now that everything is finally getting back on track, Xia Yi wants to take some time to see him. Bai Shanshan probably has everything she needs. She knew she was pregnant before the end of the world. She will definitely spend time preparing everything. However, baby clothes and the like vary from store to store, so there might be something she likes. Anyway, since you are here, you can bring some back. It won't go wrong. Milk powder, diapers, bath towels, quilts, pillows, small clothes, strollers, dining chairs, cribs, educational toys, early childhood education supplies, and all kinds of weird things. Xia Yi took some of them. In short, everyone was busy with their own things. Jiangji was moving his supplies, while Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi were moving maternal and child supplies. It took them several hours to sort out all the supplies. When the two sides met on the deck of the yacht, Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi were carrying a box of baby bottle sterilizers, and they carried it into the storage room and locked the door. Jiangji saw this thing out of the corner of his eye. and glanced at the hands that Xia Yi and Ming Jiai had been holding. A hint of complexity suddenly flashed in his eyes. He spoke hesitantly, asking, "Are you pregnant?" Xia Yi. There are too many flaws in this sentence. In her life plan, there has never been such a thing. Okay. Before the end of the world, she had specifically advised by Shanshan not to give birth. Now the living environment is so bad, she saw a woman in labor almost dying, and just pulled her back from the brink of death, but she still wants to give birth. Is she tired of living? And now she is busy as a dog. It is hard for her to sleep well. She has no time to do these things. Okay. No, even if she has time, who would she give birth to? Everyone thinks she and Ming Jiai are a couple. She is used to this misunderstanding, and reluctantly accepts it. She starts to doubt whether giving birth to a child is too much. Xia Yi looked at him expressionlessly, and twitched her lips. For someone else. Jiangji paused when he heard this. His shoulders slowly relaxed, and he felt a sense of relief. Xia Yi watched his movements and narrowed her eyes slowly. She spoke suddenly without warning. Jiangji. Jiangji back stiffened slightly, and he subconsciously raised his head, revealing a confused expression. Ah? I didn't ask you a question just now. Xia Yi's voice was very soft, but her words hit Jiangji like a heavy hammer. How did you get the news about your family? The mobile phone and power grid outside were all cut off, and Jiangji and Xia Yi hadn't contacted each other for a long time. If the incident happened before the internet was cut off at Jiangji home, then he would definitely contact Xia Yi through his mobile phone to tell her that the situation was urgent and that he needed help. If the incident happened after the internet was cut off at Jiangji home, then how could he know the relevant information? Jiangji clenched his fists, and sweat slowly oozed out of his palms. Although Xia Yi was very gentle when getting along with others, people who knew her for a long time knew that she was completely different from what she looked like on the outside. And she was a person who was extremely difficult to fool. It's not easy to fool. He almost didn't dare to answer this sentence. After Xia Yi asked the question, he didn't rush to urge, but just stood there quietly, waiting for the other party to answer. The air suddenly became quiet. The night wind blew across the water, and the ripples hit the yacht, making a swooshing sound. Jiangji's heartbeat gradually became faster, and his heart was beating, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. After a long while, he gradually calmed down and slowly spoke. An acquaintance who passed by told me. Oh, acquaintance? Yes, acquaintance. Xia Yi slowly closed her eyes. Her eyelashes blocked her eyes, and also blocked the expression in her eyes. She did not ask any more questions, but nodded lightly, and said, "Okay, let's go." The yacht left them all, and went to the hospital. After carrying a large amount of medicine from the hospital, the final destination arrived at the foot of the Yuehu Sanatorium. Due to the limited living space in the inner circle, there was really no room for more people. Xia Yi arranged Jiangji in the middle circle. The other rooms were full, and he could live in a single room for the time being. The captain of the first squadron was responsible for security work. Xia Yi asked him to help carry supplies for Jiangji, and after arranging everything, he called the captain of the first squadron to a hidden place and whispered, "Arrange someone to keep an eye on him. 24 hours a day. Don't let down." Chapter 208. Not long after returning to the shelter, Jiangji approached Xia Yi again and asked for a meeting. Since the 3-day quarantine period had not yet passed, Xia Yi went fully armed and came to Jiangji's room. Jiangji did not live in the space capsule in the middle circle of the sanatorium. He lived in a newly built house. These newly built houses were temporarily built by the 4th Squadron, who were responsible for infrastructure construction. Gu Shui and the 3rd Squadron brought back a large amount of supplies from the food warehouse. In order to have a suitable storage point, the 4th Squadron began to cut down trees and build houses overnight. Although the houses were not windproof, waterproof, moistureproof, and needed to be gradually improved, the basic storage space was built. Jiangji could have lived in the space capsule, but he refused. He chose a small wooden house that had just been built and stood alone in the corner of the center circle. Since the wooden house was used temporarily for storage, many facilities were not prepared, and there was no water or electricity inside. But Jiangji insisted on living in it. I know the requirements here are a bit outrageous, but Jiangji looked a little entangled. After pondering for a long time, he asked hesitantly, "Do you have a way to grow plants here?" "Plants? This span is a bit too long." Xia Yi couldn't keep up with the pace and was really puzzled. Of course, there are places to grow plants, and there are not too few. There are many plants planted in the fields in the middle circle, but there is currently a lack of light. If you use supplementary lights, you need to connect electricity to the middle circle. This is a big project, and it can't be done in a short time. There is a large breeding garden in the inner circle, which has everything you need. You can grow anything you want, but she doesn't want to open the space to outsiders. There is no one except her who has the permission to enter, and she doesn't want to open the permission to Jiangji. Xiaoyi only asked, "What do you want to grow plants for?" "I want to do experiments." Jiangji also thought this was a little ridiculous, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked up at Xiaoyi, but his eyes were serious. "If I say, I want to study a special medicine that can fight the H-alpha virus, will you think I'm ridiculous?" It's really ridiculous. From research and development to market. A drug requires an entire expert research and development team, costs a huge amount of money, and takes at least 3 to 5 years. This is still under the premise of sufficient materials. If some specific conditions are missing, or there is a bottleneck in the research, it may take 10 or 8 years to get the results. Jiangji is a doctor, and he is just an internist, not even a respiratory doctor, nor a professional researcher. With his knowledge, it is almost impossible to develop a special medicine for this terrible virus. But Xiaoyi can't laugh. The environment outside is so bad now. It is impossible for a research institution to operate, and it is impossible to have sufficient manpower and material resources to support researchers to study drugs. Then, human beings will always be bathed in the shadow of the virus, survive cautiously, every time they go out, every time they meet. Will they wear this damn protective suit? No one wants to, no one is willing. Moreover, under the current situation, Xiaoyi Shelter is already considered to be an existing environment, and the research conditions are relatively good. At least there are many doctors here, and there is also Lin Linglin from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, although she has just graduated and is still in internship, and the others are not very suitable, but being able to gather so many professional doctors is already a very, very precious condition. I have been studying for a long time. I want to continue studying. Can you? No, please. Can you let me continue studying? Jiangji asked cautiously. Xiaoyi walked around the room, observing the environment in the wooden house. There was no electricity in the house, only a flashlight hanging on the roof. The light was very dim, trembling. Under the coverage of the flashlight, there was a huge desk, which was full of bottles and jars. Those bottles and jars were not professional, all taken from the beauty salon, and should be the bottles and bowls used to hold beauty items when doing beauty treatments for customers before. When moving supplies from the beauty salon, Jiangji moved all the supplies by himself. Xiaoyi did not participate, so she did not know that Jiangji's room was full of these things, and he was doing some small experiments. In addition to this table, there was also a refrigerator in the corner. Xiaoyi took 2 steps forward and wanted to look inside. Jiangji subconsciously wanted to stop her, but after thinking about it, he stepped back half a step and let her look. The refrigerator has been kept in a frozen state for a long time. Not long after the power was cut off, some water melted underneath, but it was still cool. After Xiaoyi opened the refrigerator lid, she was shocked to see the scene inside. There was a corpse in the refrigerator. The corpse was not unfamiliar. It was the mother's corpse of the mother and son who died in front of the beauty salon. After the two died, Xiaoyi and her friends handled the corpse very hastily. They could not throw it directly into the water, fearing that the virus would contaminate the water source, and there was no condition for incineration, so they could only hide it in a far room. Unexpectedly, Jiangji picked it up and found a refrigerator to store it. Even so, the corpse had already rotted a lot and was a little smelly. Jiangji brought the body here intact. This was probably the reason why he didn't want to live in the space capsule, and insisted on living in this remote corner. There were only 2 pieces of furniture in the whole room, and there wasn't even a bed. Xiaoyi looked at the 2 dark circles under Jiangji's eyes. This man looked quite tired, and his body was already shaky, and he seemed to fall to the ground at any time. She finally understood why he was so listless. Probably because he stayed up late to study this thing. I promise you. Xiaoyi sighed and said softly, I will find a way to provide you with space to grow plants, so that your research can continue. Jiangji's eyes suddenly burst into surprise. He knew that Xiaoyi was a man of his word. Since he promised him, he would probably fulfill it. Thank you. Thank you. This emotion almost flashed away. After saying this, Jiangji quickly lowered his head again and continued to study those bottles and jars. Xia Yi did not bother him anymore and turned to leave the room. In any case, Jiangji research was a good thing, although the probability of success was very slim. What if? Who would not want to get rid of the virus and live a safer and more comfortable life? When resources are sufficient, there will be opportunities to gain more possibilities, as long as it does not consume the materials in the shelter and does not affect everyone's normal life. Xia Yi is happy to support him. She has no reason to refuse. Ming Jiayi saw Xia Yi lost in thought, thinking that she was worried about the promise, and suggested softly, "I have a lot of space there. Would you consider letting him do research there? Besides, I have a lot of medicinal seeds there." Xia Yi shook her head and refused. She also had a lot of medicinal seeds, and she even had a special Chinese medicine area in the breeding garden, although she was not sure whether it was needed at that time. She prepared it subconsciously, but now it is obviously useful. But she has a deeper question. If this question is not answered clearly, she can't support Jiangji unscrupulously. The question is, why? Why did Jiangji suddenly have the idea of researching a special medicine for viruses? Of course, there are many great people in the world who are willing to save the world and devote their lives to science and humanity. But Xia Yi thinks that Jiangji is not for this reason, at least not completely. When they separated in the mall last time, Jiangji didn't have this idea, but now his attitude suddenly changed. In fact, only one thing happened in the middle. Jiangji's parents died. This inevitably made Xia Yi think more. And it was also the serious concern of the matter, forcing her to be on guard all the time. If it was before, she would not have doubted so easily. But after experiencing the oil depot Laozhong incident, it sounded a warning bell in Xia Yi's heart. Xiao Liyuan was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. And he was still haunted. He wanted to occupy the oil depot. So he tried to use the virus to control the employees in the oil depot, and gave him an introducer and undercover, paving the way for him to catch the other party in one fell swoop. Then, what about myself? The person Xiao Liyuan always wants to deal with. Will Xiao Liyuan use the same method to control the people around him, and force them to work for him? If Xiao Liyuan has this idea, then Jiangji is simply a person tailor-made for this plan. Jiangji is a person that Xia Yi and Xiao Liyuan know each other. Xiao Liyuan knows the relationship between Jiangji and Xia Yi, and also knows that when Xia Yi left, Jiangji stayed in the mall. This part of information is enough to support Xiao Liyuan to find trouble with Jiangji while she is away. Many of Jiangji's words also revealed similar information. For example, his parents' death was told by a friend by chance. But the specific death information was only explained as an accident, and the specific accident was not further explained. If Xiao Liyuan kidnapped Jiangji's parents and forced him to do things for him, I have to say, this is indeed a possibility. Xia Yi did not intend to dig into Jiangji's problems. There were many things he did not say, and there were naturally reasons for not saying them. It might be that he could not say them, or it might be that he had no choice. She knew that the information now was enough for her to take adequate precautions. At the same time, she also tried not to embarrass Jiangji. After all, if it was really as she imagined, when Jiangji was forced into a corner, he actually chose to spend time and energy researching drugs and try his best to have the last chance. He was already a very remarkable person. If he really succeeded, he could completely get rid of Xiao Liyuan control, and everyone could get rid of the nightmare of being attacked by the virus. Jiangji's research was sincere. Whether it was the bottles and jars in the room, or the rotten corpse he picked up, they all fully proved his serious attitude. He was not just making up an excuse to deceive her. Xia Yi actually believed in Jiangji's character. She still remembered that when she first met Jiangji, he was obviously starving to death. He had the blocking drug that Lin Linglin needed most in his hand. He could have threatened them with the drug and forced them to hand over the food. But he didn't. He just gave Lin Linglin the drug she needed without reservation. Xia Yi still remembers this behavior. Xia Yi needs to be cautious now. She can't give Xiao Liyuan a chance, so that he can do bad things through Jiangji. At the same time, she also wants to provide enough support to Jiangji to support his research. She can't open the inner circle to him, and she doesn't want to bring trouble to Ming Jiayi. If you really want to find a suitable place, Meijiang Agricultural Products Planting Base, maybe it's a compromised choice. There is enough space for planting there, and Jiangji can use it freely. Besides, The land is vast and sparsely populated, so there is no need to worry about Xiao Liyuan making trouble and blackmailing Jiang Ji to do something. He doesn't have the conditions. The pregnant lady has lived here for a long time, eating and drinking with her child. Xia Yi also prepared maternal and child supplies for her, and took good care of her. It's about time to notify her husband and redeem her. Xia Yi touched his chin, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, then put the receiver to his ear and asked questions. Quan Lu, how is the situation of the Meijiang agricultural products planting base? Is there any progress? Chapter 209. It was not difficult for the Qianlu team to seize a planting base. From the decision to the departure, the total time was less than 1 minute. Qianlu had already investigated the situation of the Meijiang agricultural and trade planting base and reported it to Xia Yi in detail. The Meijiang agricultural and trade planting base is a large-scale planting base. The entire area is on a high ground. It is the only planting base in the area that has not been flooded. The planting base has very standardized vegetable greenhouses and modern all-round management technology. Based on this set of management technology, they can perfectly preserve the original equipment under the attack of typhoons and are not affected by disasters. At the same time, they have the most advanced lighting technology and can complete large-scale planting even without sunlight. But the growth rate of plants will be much slower, and the demand for electricity is huge. Fortunately, they don't have so many people to feed, although the power is insufficient. The planting range that can be supported is not large, which is enough for this small force to survive well. Zheng Xiao, the husband of the woman in labor, is indeed the leader of the Meijiang agricultural products planting base. He was originally the owner of this planting base, and his family was not in a bad situation. So he was able to send his wife to the gymnasium sanatorium as soon as it was established to enjoy her life. He returned to the planting base, eating raw vegetables and fruits every day, and slowly rebuilt it through the exchange of materials. He gradually improved his living standards and formed a local force. After everything was stable, he did want to go and bring his wife back, but because the two sides had lost contact, and the gymnasium sanatorium had strict management, he could never get in and find her where she was. Because of some luck in his heart, he was more willing to believe that the living conditions in the sanatorium provided by the government were better, and he gradually accepted it, as the end of the world has been approaching for a long time. People with special resources have gradually found their own way to survive. When everyone's life has stabilized, they will tend to look outward. Although everyone has enough supplies, it only lasts for a year or two. No one has the confidence to live a stable life in the end times. Meijiang agricultural products planting base is different. It has the ability to produce food. The food here is not decreasing. It is renewable and can be regenerated continuously. For many forces, this is a hot commodity. So, Zheng Xiao was coveted by one force, ambushed, and captured and imprisoned. Since the operation of the vegetable greenhouse still requires some professional and even non-technical work, people who are familiar with greenhouses must be able to do it. Otherwise, outsiders will come in and not be able to tell which vegetables correspond to which seeds, which temperature and humidity. And they can't even find the switch to adjust the temperature and humidity. The other party really couldn't get in. So they had to start with Zheng Xiao, hoping that he would give in and tell the information in the greenhouse. Zheng Xiao would naturally not agree. If he didn't say anything, he might still be of some use to the other party. If he explained the matter clearly, not to mention himself, the dozens of people who followed him would all die without a burial place. No matter how the other party threatened and lured him, even if it was a fight to the death, he would never give in. He gritted his teeth and refused to grow vegetables for the other party. The two sides were deadlocked. Since the other party had captured Zheng Xiao, they naturally occupied his room and his work area. Through investigation, they saw many photos of Zheng Xiao and got a very important information. Zheng Xiao had a pregnant wife who was living outside. From the degree to which Zheng Xiao cherished the photos, it can be seen that the two had a good relationship, and they must have become each other's weakness. So they released the news openly, announcing that Zheng Xiao was looking for a wife. If Zheng Xiao's wife was a little bit stupid and took the initiative to fall into the trap, they could use Zheng Xiao's wife to control the other party. And they were not afraid that he would not obey. Fortunately, Xia Yi thought more and stopped the idea of sending the pregnant woman directly to them. The other party had a good plan. But unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. They thought they attracted Zheng Xiao's wife, a little lamb who was ignorant of the world, but who knew that they attracted a group of wolves led by Xia. In fact, Xia did not covet the Meijiang agricultural products planting base. No matter how strong the food reproduction capacity here is, she does not need it. Although her territory is not large, it is still enough to feed these people. A place like a planting base, just like an oil depot, requires more manpower and material resources to maintain. It is too troublesome, and she does not want to get involved. There are 3 reasons why she would touch and get involved. The first reason is because of the pregnant woman. People cannot always eat and drink for free in their own base. They must help her find a husband and collect some interest for themselves. On the other hand, Jiangji needs an independent and complete planting area. Xia doesn't want to open her planting area to him. However, if she builds another area from outside, it will be more secure. Anyway, the planting base is huge, and not all the space can be used. If she lends a little to her, it won't be a big loss for Zheng Xiao. On the third aspect, the vegetable planting base. This stable vegetable supply channel is in Zheng Xiao's hands. He can continue to export vegetables, and he will definitely not worry about supply in the future. Such a vegetable planting base, the defense is completely full of loopholes. Zheng Xiao and his men can be easily attacked. It is not much better to change the owner. It is a bit too much to show the skills of several people. To attack such a place, killing a chicken with a butcher knife. But there is no way, there is no butcher knife, although the butcher knife is wronged, but it is reluctant to do the work. Within half an hour, all the defenders were knocked unconscious by one slap, with their hands tied behind their backs, strung like a bunch of rolling gourds, lined up neatly, and lying at the door of the planting base. Xia Yishishiren's office at the planting base. There is a desk in the middle of the office. On the desk is a wedding photo of the two. Behind the desk is an office chair. Zheng Xiao is gagged on it. Zheng Xiao's skin is a little dark, probably because he has been in the fields for a long time. Even though he is a technical talent, he still has a rough feeling. He was originally tied to the chair. He was resting with his eyes closed. When the door was suddenly opened, several people wearing protective clothing from head to toe came in. He was slightly surprised. Meijiang Agricultural Products planting base is in the North City, which is far from the stadium. There has been no virus attack in this area, and no one has any sense of crisis, and they have never seen protective clothing. They suddenly came in a row, as if they were going to take people to some strange research institute, which made people alert. Quan Lu walked forward, removed the rag that was blocking Zheng Xiao's mouth, and cut the ropes that bound his hands and feet. The alertness on his face did not diminish at all. Xia was too lazy to explain. So he took out his cell phone and called the woman in labor, then handed the phone to the other party. Naturally, someone would explain the various reasons. Zheng Xiao took the phone with some doubts, and carefully put his cheek on the receiver. When he heard the voice from the other end, his eyes suddenly turned red. The woman in labor kept talking on the other end of the phone, including the many hardships she had experienced during the separation. Whether it was the lack of food and clothing in the gymnasium, no one to take care of her. She was almost kicked out for a false charge. And then she was constantly bullied by the district manager. And there were trampling and violence. In the end, she escaped with a narrow escape and gave birth to the child. The two of them poured out their hearts to the phone. By the end, Zheng Xiao was already in tears. After hanging up the phone, he sat on the chair, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long while, he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Xia. "Thank you." Zheng Xiao almost choked, said over and over again. "Thank you for saving her. Thank you, really thank you." "No need, it's just luck, it's just a piece of cake." Xia waved her hand, said lightly. No. It's not a piece of cake, no." Zheng Xiao shook his hands repeatedly, wiped away the tears on his cheeks with his palms, and slowly stood up. For Xia, it might just be a side trip, but for him, it was something that would affect his life. Zheng Xiao thought that by sending his wife to the gymnasium, sending her to the shelter, he could live a comfortable life, but now he knows that he spent money to ask someone to do everything possible, and actually send his wife into the fire pit with his own hands. Even if his wife followed him, and was a little displaced, and her life was a little unstable, even if she had to eat lettuce and cucumbers every other day, he would never let her go hungry. Going hungry? A pregnant woman who had been pregnant for so many months needed a lot of nutrition for every meal. He had always carefully taken care of his wife and children with the best supplements. But they actually suffered such a great injustice there. Just thinking about it made him tremble with anger. He thought that if his wife could live well, it would not matter if the two of them were separated forever and could never meet again. If he knew that the other person was dozens of kilometers away, suffering all the time, what would be the point of his efforts? The girl in front of him had a huge impact on him. I don't know how to repay you. You just tell me what you want. Zheng Xiao took a deep breath, and his mind gradually became clear. There is no point in keeping the so-called gratitude in your heart. It is better to give back with practical actions, so that the other party's efforts and help are worth it. Don't worry, you should clean up everything here first. Xiao Yi looked around. The agricultural trade base was in a mess due to the invasion of outsiders. The vegetables in the greenhouse were also dying because they were not well taken care of. Most of Zheng Xiaomen knew the seriousness of the situation and did not turn against him. Now they were also tied up in the back room. They had to be released. Everyone should take a break and get everything back on track. Then, send someone to bring your wife back. Xiao Yi said slowly. I will tell you if I need anything, but you don't have to worry. Wait until everything is settled, and then slowly implement it. The agricultural and trade planting base is here. This is where Zheng Xiao made his fortune, and where he can take root. He won't run away, and Xiao Yi is not in such a hurry. She is now laying the foundation one place at a time, and when the time is right, it will not be too late to connect everyone's interests together. She and Zheng Xiao simply agreed to spend a week to clean up the place, and then arrange someone to pick up his wife and children. He would send a boatload of fresh vegetables, pick up Jiangji on the way, and arrange a greenhouse for him as a research area. As for any future cooperation, they could talk about it later. As the two were discussing, Quan Lu and his men had already arrived at the back and released all the other men in Jingxiao base. They had been locked up for a long time and suffered various beatings, scoldings and interrogations every day. They were all bruised and swollen, and no one was intact. It was obvious that they were full of resentment. Everyone walked to the office, cursing, and said hello to Zheng Xiao. Damn it. Damn Zhao Zhiheng. He brought a bunch of hooligans to mess around here. I will kill him next time I have a chance. Xiao Yi solved the situation here, and did not intend to stay any longer. When she heard the name Zhao Zhiheng, she suddenly stopped. Zhao Zhiheng? Xiao Yi's brain suddenly stopped for a moment. She subconsciously picked up her phone and flipped through the memos in it. She didn't like to spend her brainpower on unimportant people or things. Many people she knew had not been mentioned for a long time, and she couldn't remember their names. But the person represented by this name, although she had only met him once. But, if she remembered correctly, Xiao Yi flipped to the first page of the memo, her fingers hanging stiffly in the air. As expected, the 3 words Zhao Zhiheng were written there. There was also a familiar note below, which she should not forget no matter what. By Shanshan husband. Damn. Chapter 210. Xiao Yi was a little speechless. She had never expected this scenario. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. The rolling gourds she had just tied on the ground were actually her family members. But thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. After all, Bai Shanshan family was there. With her financial resources, it could almost be said that she had everything she needed. In addition, she had been warned in advance and had made complete preparations in advance. With her prerequisites, it was normal for her to want to take a step back and live a peaceful life in the shelter. It was also normal for her to want to go out and seek expansion. Moreover, in this chaotic era, everyone does things for their own interests, and there is no right or wrong. It is just a question of position. You do what you stand on. From Zheng Xiao's point of view, his territory was occupied by outsiders, which naturally made him angry. But from Zhao Zhiheng's point of view, it is understandable to want to expand his territory and attack others. After all, whether it is between enterprises or forces, there are cooperation and annexation. And the law of the jungle always follows this principle. It's good enough to maintain your basic bottom line. The only thing that Xiao Yi found abnormal in this matter was that Zhao Zhiheng actually tried to use Zheng Xiao's wife and children as bargaining chips to threaten the other party. This doesn't seem to be approved by Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan has her own bottom line when doing things, and this kind of thing seems to be something she can do. And now Bai Shanshan is pregnant, whether it's herself or her husband. Put yourself in their shoes. They shouldn't do such a despicable thing at this time. Right? Of course. These are all Xiao Yi's speculations. The specific situation still needs to be asked. Xiaoyi walked to the door of the planting base, and picked for a while from the string of candied haws tied with ropes. Theoretically, whether it was someone sent by Bai Shanshan or someone sent by Zhao Ziying, she should be familiar with their faces. She had seen them more or less on weekdays. Even if she hadn't seen them on weekdays, she should have seen them at Bai Shanshan wedding. But there was no way. Xiaoyi really couldn't remember. After a round, she finally chose a person with more expensive clothes and who looked more like a leader, untied him from the candied haws, and tied him up in a single room. Then he splashed water on the man to wake him up. He was a boy in his 20s, who looked careless and ruffian-like. He was just woken up by the water, and he said poo on the spot, spat a lot of spit, and started to curse. Where did this idiot come from, and dared to hit me? Xiaoyi quickly dodged, avoiding the oncoming hidden weapon, and immediately frowned. This man looked like a demon dog, and looked like a complete gangster, and it was really hard to have a good chat with him. She simply pulled out a dagger from her waist, and before the other party could curse a second word, she put it on his neck without hesitation. Speak nicely, or I kill you. The boy stopped moving immediately. His eyes were fixed on the dagger, and his mouth immediately became much more honest. It can be seen that many men with foul mouths are not incurable, but they are just because they rely on the fact that no one can do anything to them. And they are fearless. Whenever they meet someone with enough strength to control them, they will be as honest as they want. This guy spoke cautiously, his lips trembling slightly, and asked tentatively, Sister, I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Xiaoyi. Her scalp was numb when she was called sister, and she wanted to cut it off directly, so that this person would shut up and stop talking. But thinking that this guy might have some relationship with Bai Shanshan, she still held back. She just spoke lightly and asked, Zhao Ziying, what is your relationship with him? The boy was frightened by the dagger on his neck, and his legs went weak. He thought he was in danger this time. Suddenly, he heard the name Zhao Ziying and was stunned. That's my brother. He blinked, as if he had thought of a possibility, and his eyes gradually became bright. So he spoke again, repeating emphatically, Zhao Ziying is my brother. My name is Zhao Ziying, and we are brothers. Xiaoyi was silent for a moment, and asked again, Who is your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Why are you asking me about my sister-in-law? Zhao Ziying was stunned for a moment. She wanted to ask for clarification, but when she saw the dagger on her neck, she became cowardly again. She just pulled the corner of her mouth and answered tremblingly, My sister-in-law's surname is Bai, and her name is Bai Shanshan. Xiaoyi. Excuse me. What a Zhao Ziying. Xiaoyi was speechless. Although she had a good relationship with Bai Shanshan, she did not interfere with her husband's family. Bai Shanshan life and work were very independent, and most of them were arranged by her in an orderly manner. Although Xiaoyi knew that her husband's family had a bunch of relatives who were not easy to worry about, but those people were just symbols, and their level was not very high, and they would not cause trouble to Bai Shanshan. Since Bai Shanshan and her husband had a good relationship, she did not take it seriously. Bai Shanshan could handle the matter well, so Xiaoyi naturally had no need to interfere. Besides, she had her own things to do, and had no interest in her sister's relatives. They were even too lazy to talk about these things on weekdays. Well, looking at the character of this person in front of him, not to mention Xiaoyi, I am afraid Bai Shanshan would not even bother to look at him, and there is no need to talk to him. Xiaoyi did not take these people seriously, and did not recognize them at all when they met, which led to this mistake. But fortunately, although the two sides had a conflict, it was a one-sided crushing conflict, showing that they knew the severity of the attack, and did not cause any substantial harm to the other party. It was not a big deal. Xiaoyi decided to call Bai Shanshan to ask, to see what the other party's attitude was, and then consider what to do next. Xiaoyi hasn't called Bai Shanshan for a long time. Before, the two of them talked on the phone every day. Bai Shanshan would call her whenever she had something to do. Even when she was reviewing driving, she would review her self-driving skills with her. Recently, things happened one after another. She always had no time to chat. The last time she called was when her sister had an accident. Now her sister's condition has improved. She is busy repairing helicopters every day. Neither of them has found time to call each other. Thinking about it, this is also a good opportunity to chat with the other party after a long time. The call was quickly connected. Hello? The person who answered the phone was a man, with a nice voice. A voice that Xiaoyi had no impression of. The other party was unprepared for this call, and there was doubt in his voice. Hello? Xia Yi was slightly startled, and her 5 fingers suddenly tightened. She looked at the number carefully and confirmed that it was correct. This was Bai Shanshan's phone. This woman had some problems since she was a child. She kept her mobile phone very tightly all year round and never allowed anyone to look at it. Not even her. Let alone give it to a man. She would get angry with anyone who took her mobile phone. Everyone has their own habits. And mobile phones are private. Xia Yi respects the other person's habits. Even though she and Bai Shanshan are very close. She never forces them in this regard. And always leaves room for them. At the same time, she also knows that Bai Shanshan man will not be an exception. From dating to marriage. For so many years, Xia Yi called her, whether it was in the early morning or in the middle of the night. And Bai Shanshan never let anyone else answer the phone. There is another thing wrong. Hearing the confused voice of the other party, it is obvious that he does not know who is calling, which means there is no note on Bai Shanshan's phone. This woman is not at the level of memorizing her phone number. She can't even remember the old number she has used for more than 10 years, not to mention this new satellite phone, which is a completely new number. If the note is deleted, it will be very inconvenient to call her. What is the reason for Bai Shanshan to delete the note? She didn't want someone to take her phone and call her. But why would someone take her phone and call her without her consent? This possibility was terrifying. Xia Yi's palm slowly began to sweat. Her heart gradually tightened. And her back also tensed up. She gritted her teeth lightly, took 2 deep breaths, and tried to appear calm as much as possible. The call had already been made, and hanging up directly would only make people suspicious. It would be better to pretend that nothing happened and let the other party feel that he had not noticed anything. She raised her voice, with a hint of surprise in her voice, seemingly more puzzled than the man on the other side. Is this Bai Shanshan call? The man paused for a breath, and was silent for a moment, with a hint of realization in his voice. Ah, you are Xia Yi, I am Shanshan's husband, Zhiheng. Zhao Zhiheng's voice was still low and pleasant, and his tone of voice was gentle, showing a perfect attitude towards his wife and best friend. The seemingly indifferent conversation, but with a heavy shadow, slowly cast over Xia Yi's heart. The other party's gentle voice sounded more suffocating. Zhao Zhiheng heard the voice faintly, and immediately recognized the familiar voice. His breathing suddenly stopped, and he immediately began to struggle. Xia Yi glanced at him indifferently, and did not pay attention to his trickery, but focused on dealing with Zhao Zhiheng. Her voice was very relaxed, and there was no emotion in her heart at all. It was like a normal phone call. Ah. Hello. Is it convenient for Bai Shanshan to answer the phone? I have something to talk to her about. She is sleeping. Zhao Zhiheng smiled. His voice was a little more gentle, and he answered softly, I'm pregnant, so I sleep more. His voice was low and gentle, and it seemed that the air became sweeter when he mentioned his wife. After a moment, he asked again, Do you have anything to ask her? Maybe I can help you. Xia Yi slowly lowered her eyes, her eyelashes covering the mockery in her eyes. Her lips half curled, and her voice still relaxed. Oh, I'm asleep. It's okay, it's not a big deal, I can ask you. I want to go to the Meijiang Agricultural Products planting base. It is said that this place has something to do with you. I want to ask Shanshan, do you know? Meijiang Agricultural Products planting base? Zhao Zhiheng paused. He didn't say anything, but Xia Yi inexplicably felt a hint of coldness from the receiver. The feeling came and went quickly, almost in an instant, and soon returned to normal. Ah, you mean there? It does have something to do with me. My brother is there, Zhao Zhiheng. Zhao Zhiheng also tried his best to keep a nonchalant look, and spoke again. If you have something to do, just go find Zhao Zhiheng. Xia Yi heard the caution in the other party's words, chuckled, and patched up what he said. Ah, it's nothing serious. I just don't have many vegetables at home. I just want to buy some vegetables. They are all our own places. What's the point of buying or not? Zhao Zhiheng didn't know whether he believed it or not, but after hearing Xia Yi's explanation, his tone still revealed a little bit of relief. What vegetables do you need? Just tell Zhiheng directly, and let him send them to you. Give as many as you want. We are all family, so don't be polite. His attitude was quite generous. If it was before the end of the world, these vegetables might not be a big deal, but in the current environment, these vegetables are scarce products. Take whatever you need. This can really be said to be a big deal. But this is based on the generosity of ordinary people. The amount of resources of Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan is not at this level at all. Although, brothers should be clear about accounts, they should also be clear about large sums of money or shares. This level of resources is not so clear. It has come to this. I took some vegetables now, just as a gift of some weight, and I can return something similar later. If I care too much, it will arouse the other party's suspicion. Okay, thank you very much. Xiao Yi smiled easily, and slowly hung up the phone. The phone screen gradually dimmed, and the reflection of her face was reflected on the black glass surface. There was no smile on her face. Since hearing her brother's voice, Zhao Jing kept twisting on the side, struggling to get rid of the rope on her body, but it was obviously useless. Watching the call being disconnected, his eyes showed anxiety. Xiao Yi put away the phone, pulled the thing stuffed in Zhao Jing's mouth, and stared at him calmly. After listening to the whole call, Zhao Jing also understood the relationship between Xiao Yi and his sister-in-law, and felt more confident for no reason, perhaps because he felt that with this relationship, Xiao Yi would not dare to do anything to him. Seeing Xiao Yi take off the thing stuffed in his mouth as expected, he couldn't help showing a look of satisfaction. You know who my brother is, why don't you let me go? If you can coax me a little now, I might forgive you. I can also hide what happened today from him, and pretend that nothing happened. Zhao Jing shook his knees, and resumed his carefree look. Otherwise, be careful or I make you pay. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yi suddenly dropped the rag in his hand. Before Zhao Jing could react, he watched the other party pick up the dagger with one hand. And in his unbelievable sight, he thrust it hard into his thigh. This time, the action was fast and fierce. With one cut, the entire dagger went straight into the handle. It directly pierced a bloody hole in the leg. Ah! Zhao Jing's body suddenly stiffened, and a scream suddenly broke out in his throat. Chapter 211. Fuck you. Are you crazy? Zhao Jing's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was howling miserably. He howled for a while, and then he started to curse, and the curses became more and more nasty. Stinky bastard, fuck your mother. Xiao Yi looked at him coldly, and turned a deaf ear to the dirty words floating in his ears. The dagger was stuck in the other's leg, and he listened to the other's screams without emotion, and listened to Zhao Jing's voice from the middle stage, to the hoarseness of the throat, and then to the weak breath. She remained expressionless. Until Zhao Jing was completely exhausted, he collapsed on the stool, his face pale. Xiao Yi spoke slowly, lightly. The phone will come in a while. Do you know how to answer it? Zhao Jing had already lost his strength, but he suddenly woke up after hearing this, and rolled his eyes, staring at her. Seeing his expression, Xiao Yi curved her lips, grasped the dagger, and twisted it horizontally half a circle. As the dagger turned, the wound suddenly expanded a lot, and blood flowed out again. Ah! Zhao Jing screamed again. His face twisted in pain. Xiao Yi looked at him expressionlessly, not affected by the scream that broke through the sky. He waited until the other party's scream became weaker again, and then asked again, Do you know how to answer? Zhao Jing trembled with pain. It was only then that he realized that it was useless to bring up her brother. This woman was not afraid of his brother at all, and she didn't care about his life or death at all. If I don't do what she wants, she might still kill me. I just say I know nothing. Zhao Jing's eyes wandered. He tried desperately to think of a wording that could fool the person in front of him. Xiao Yi's fingers were on the dagger again. No, I'm wrong. Zhao Jing was already traumatized by the pain, and seeing that she was about to attack again, he started screaming in advance. He quickly admitted his defeat, and said repeatedly, You say how I answer. You say how I answer. I will answer that way. I will listen to you. Really? Say you drank. Xiao Yi slowly opened her mouth and gave her orders, with a sneer on her lips. After Zhao Zhiheng received her call, he would definitely come to investigate the situation. Zhao Jing looked like he was half dead, and it would be easy to reveal his true colors even if he didn't say anything. The room was full of wine bottles, and it was obvious that drinking was a long-term and stable activity for this group of people. It should be a good excuse. Zhao Jing's face suddenly stiffened when he heard this. She had obviously guessed it right, blocking the last hope of escape. You are in my hands now. No matter how capable your brother is, he is far away and cannot come to save you immediately. Xiao Yi looked at him calmly and added slowly, What little tricks you are playing are nothing more than giving him a warning. Even if he knows your whereabouts, he may be able to avenge you in time. But by that time, you will already be a corpse. Zhao Jing's body trembled violently. Until this moment, he finally gave up completely, and gave in completely. No. Xiao Yi guess was correct. Not long after she hung up the phone rang from Zhao Jiying's pocket. The satellite belonged to Bai Shanshan, and her family could also connect to the satellite network, so it was normal for her to make satellite calls. Fortunately, she acted decisively and predicted this call in advance, using the fastest and most ferocious way to scare Zhao Jiying so badly that he dared not make any small moves. Xiao Yi took out his cell phone from his pocket, pressed the answer button, and put it next to Zhao Jiying's face. He made a light mouth shape. Answer it. Zhao Jiying's body was shaking constantly, trying to control his movements, so that the shaking would not be transmitted to his voice. Hello? Zhao Jiying's voice was very alert, and he asked in a low voice as soon as he opened his mouth. Where are you now? Xiao Yi pointed at Zhao Jiying's thigh, watching him tremble obviously, and then raised his index finger, pointing to the wine bottle in the corner. Brother, what are you doing? Zhao Jiying didn't dare to play any tricks anymore, and honestly pretended to be a drunkard. He tried hard to put himself in a drunken state, put on an impatient look, and said irritably, I'm sleeping. I'm so annoyed. Zhao Jiying paused after hearing this, and his tone softened a little, obviously relieved a little, but his attitude was still serious. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. I have something to tell you. What is it? Zhao Jiying muttered. Someone your sister-in-law knows will come to see you later. You have to be careful, don't show any clues, okay? Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes suddenly. After hearing this, Zhao Jiying's face flashed pale. Originally, everything was fine. That incident didn't show any clues, brother. You said this, which really gave away clues? Zhao Jiying fell into despair. But Zhao Jiying couldn't feel his emotions, and kept urging him. Did you hear it? Zhao Jiying had a sad face. Tried to yawn, pretended to have just woken up, and answered in a daze. I heard it. I heard it. Really? Zhao Jiying asked. I heard it. I really heard it. Zhao Jiying's tone became more and more impatient, as if he was disturbed and was in a bad mood and was about to fight with someone. Okay. Okay. It's enough that you heard it. Go back to sleep. Zhao Jiying sighed. His tone was somewhat helpless. Although he was still worried, he couldn't push too hard, lest his younger brother develop a rebellious mentality. He had to give up while he was ahead and hung up the phone. He roughly estimated that Xiao Yi was just buying some vegetables and wouldn't chat with someone who had nothing to do with him. So he was almost relieved. Zhao Jiying was relieved and hung up the phone. But Zhao Jiying's heart was in his throat. After hearing the busy tone from the receiver, he trembled like a sieve. As expected, Xiao Yi spoke slowly. What do you mean don't show your true colors? Have you finished the story? Zhao Jiying couldn't bear to hear this. Hearing this, his legs softened immediately, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. Don't, I'm going to be killed. I'm not saying it you, I didn't ask just now. Xiao Yi, she wanted to scare people, to make them obedient. But now this posture, isn't it a bit too much? She looked at the man who was about to pee his pants, and slightly retracted her murderous aura, so as not to scare him to death, and changed the way of questioning. Your brother has locked up my sisters. Is this what he asked you to hide? Zhao Jiying was startled when he heard this, and subconsciously raised his head, and said with some confusion in his eyes. Ah? How did you know? Xiao Yi's eyes slowly sank. I was not so sure at first, but after seeing Zhao Jiying's reaction, I know now. Seeing this, Zhao Jiying also reacted. He realized his mistake, and turned even paler. He looked up at Xiao Yi with a pleading look on his face. Sister, I was wrong. He subconsciously admitted his mistake. But before he finished speaking, he felt that there was ambiguity, and quickly changed his words. Ah, no. It's not my fault. I don't know anything. It was all done by my brother. I don't know anything. Xiao Yi looked at the person who had turned into a puddle of mud on the ground, and a look of disdain flashed across her eyes. Zhao Jiying couldn't die for the time being. She had to keep him alive. When she went to find Bai Shanshan later, Zhao Jiying would still be useful, whether for guidance or negotiation. However, the dagger on Zhao Jiying's leg was pierced too deep by her, and it might be more problematic to remove it now. It would be better to take it back to the sanatorium and let the surgeons do it. So, under his horrified gaze, she blocked his mouth again. As for what happened specifically, Xiao Yi didn't want to ask, and there was no need to ask more. She just needs to make sure that Bai Shanshan is not free now. Does not answer the phone. Cannot be contacted. And all abnormal situations are because she is imprisoned. And the culprit of all this is Zhao Zhiheng. She just needs to make trouble for Zhao Zhiheng. Thinking about Zhao Zhiheng. He is really shameless to the extreme. Whether before or after the end of the world. He can live a comfortable life. All relying on Bai Shanshan. Before the end of the world. He was a son-in-law of a wealthy family. It was because of Bai Shanshan's favor that the whole family could live a luxurious life. After the end of the world, he was even more dependent on Bai Shanshan material reserves. If Bai Shanshan had not been prepared, this person would have been homeless and died without illness. Just such a person actually had a wolfish ambition and dared to attack Bai Shanshan. It turns out that the daughter-in-law and the son-in-law who married into a wealthy family are completely different species. The daughter-in-law who married into a wealthy family at most wanted some money, so that she could get a class leap and live a more comfortable life. The son-in-law who married into a wealthy family, however, had a wolfish ambition, sleeping on straw and tasting gall. And on the surface, he was humbly coaxing. But in fact, he was waiting for a comeback at any time and place. And turned over to be the master. Xia Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. Zhao Zhiheng didn't even look at the people around him. He was a hopeless person, so he deserved it. But thinking about it, she was indeed careless. When she borrowed the helicopter, Bai Shanshan had clearly stated that it was not convenient for her to take care of her sister recently. It was very likely that at that time, there were hidden dangers around her. It was just that Xia Yi was too busy and didn't think about these things in detail. After that, Bai Shanshan's phone was probably taken away, and it was too late to contact her. Bai Shanshan hadn't called her for so long, which was actually a little abnormal. After all, Bai Shanshan was not like her. She could stay at home for months without talking. With Bai Shanshan's personality, she would feel suffocated if she didn't talk for a day. She should have called to say hello. If she had anticipated these things in advance, she might have been able to persuade Zhao Zhiheng to stop. Since the other party had done this, it was obvious that they had already torn their faces apart, and there was no room for redemption. Zhao Zhiheng would not be like his brother, who was not very smart, and really think that she was easy to bully. Xia Yi slowly showed a sneer on her lips. Since Zhao Zhiheng dared to do it on the first day, then don't blame her for doing it on the 15th. Imprisoning Bai Shanshan. He was so smart. Chapter 212. Xia Yi sneered and reopened the door. She pinched Zhao Zhiheng's collar with one hand. The man in his 20s had already turned into mud on the ground, bleeding from his legs, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood. As soon as the door opened, the people waiting at the door retreated several steps in fear. Especially Zheng Xiao and his subordinates, who originally thought Xia Yi was easy to get along with, saw the scene at this time. Their first impression was completely overturned, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak. Even though Zheng Xiao had made some name for himself in the end times, everyone was just fighting for food to survive, and had never seen such a scene before. Xia Yi dragged Zhao Zhiheng all the way, ignoring his pale face, and dragged him directly to the speedboat they drove when they came. After settling him on the speedboat, she got off the boat again and said to Zheng Xiao in a light tone, "I'm sorry. I made your house dirty." Zheng Xiao's face was already dull at this time, and he couldn't say anything else, but just shook his head with a pale face. "No, it's all right. Since the matter has been settled, then we will leave first. Your wife and children can come to pick you up as usual. The plan we discussed before will not change." Xia Yi repeated the conclusion they had discussed before. Okay. Zheng Xiao nodded repeatedly. No change, no change. How dare he change? Oh, and more. Xia Yi thought about it, and then stopped, raised his hand, and circled the ground, pointing at the tied candied haws on the ground. There were 7 or 8 people on the candied haws. The people who stayed here to guard were all Zhao Zhiheng's men. I still have use for these people, so I take them all away. Okay. Take them away. Zheng Xiao nodded like a chicken eating rice. It's not easy to deal with these people if they stay here. They have been tortured so badly that they can't be released casually. It's also a hassle to keep them here. We have to provide them with food to feed them. The only way out is probably to kill them. Sending them to Xia Yi to take them away is not a bad thing. Anyway, if these people are in the hands of the other party, their end will probably not be much better than death. Okay, that's it. Xia Yi said hello indifferently, turned around and left, and returned to the speedboat. Everyone could see that Xia Yi was in a low mood, and he returned much faster. There was no conversation along the way. After taking the person back, he was detained in a small wooden house without electricity, and was given one meal every 3 days to keep him in a state of neither full nor starving. He was kept for the time being. He would be interrogated slowly later. Xia Yi placed everyone in a suitable position, returned to the inner circle, disinfected and showered, and stayed alone on the first floor, hugging her knees and staring blankly on the sofa. She was not surprised that Bai Shanshan would have a car accident. After all, she was pregnant now, and her physical condition was too fragile, and problems could occur at any time and anywhere. It was normal for someone to take advantage of her after this. Zhao Zhiheng seemed to be a good husband before, and his emotional value was full. For someone like Bai Shanshan, who was rich and beautiful, there was no need for anything else, and satisfying this might be enough. Although Xia Yi did not understand it very well, she respected it. And she also knew that Bai Shanshan was not easy to mess with. And she would not worry too much about it. With the double problems of the end of the world and pregnancy, many problems that were originally controllable became less controllable. Bai Shanshan's physical weakness probably made Zhao Zhiheng develop some ambitions that should not be developed. But no matter how ambitious she was still a pregnant woman. Although Bai Shanshan was giving birth to a child for herself, not for a man. And the child was likely to be given her surname. But this child has the DNA of 2 people after all. Zhao Zhiheng was such a hateful person that he could take advantage of her pregnancy. She gently tapped the leather surface of the sofa. In a daze, Ming Jiayi appeared behind her without knowing when, and reached for a hair dryer, and gently blew her hair. Xia Yi curled up there, and let him blow, and the warm breeze brushed across her neck, slightly relieving her inner anxiety. When her hair was half dry, Ming Jiayi put the hair dryer aside, walked to the sofa, squatted down, and looked up at her. After observing for a long time, he asked, "Are you okay? Are you still angry?" Xia Yi looked up blankly, and looked into the concerned eyes in front of her. She was out of her thoughts at this moment, sensing her emotions, and realized that there seemed to be a fire burning in her chest, burning her breathing a little suffocated. Xia Yi realized belatedly that she was angry. For a moment, she didn't know why. It might be because of Zhao Zhiheng's shamelessness, who could actually do something to a pregnant girl. Or it might be because of Bai Shanshan's carelessness, who didn't know how to guard against it, and easily fell over. Or even because she was slow, and she only knew the truth now. Layer upon layer of anger piled up, and she couldn't even tell who it was directed at. She only felt a strong desire to destroy, ready to burst out in her chest, and let Zhao Zhiheng, the shameless man, pay the price. Ming Jiayi stretched out his hands and hugged her. His arm span was very long, and Xia Yi hugged her knees and curled up on the sofa, just enough to be wrapped in his arms. A low voice lingered in her ears. He said, "You can handle it, right? Hugging is a magical action, which can easily calm down the noisy emotions." The annoyance in her heart was inexplicably relieved. Her forehead rested on Ming Jiayi's shoulder blade, and her voice was a little muffled. "Yeah." Xia Yi smiled softly. It must be said that Ming Jiayi really understands her. When seeing someone angry, the most common comfort is probably, "Don't be angry," or "You can do this or that," or even "I help you solve it." None of these 3 kinds of comfort will make her feel better. She is not against being angry. Things have already happened. Emotions are almost inevitable. Being angry does not mean that she is incapable of solving these problems. Emotions will not affect her decision-making. And the suggestion of "You can do this or that," or "I will help you solve it," is a kind of distrust that she can solve the problem. She does not need this kind of comfort. And just simply accompanying and listening, quietly waiting for her emotions to pass, for her, is the best persuasion. Xia Yi leaned on Ming Jiayi and relaxed. Her mood gradually recovered. She curled her eyes and said softly, "Thank you." In life, who can guarantee that every decision is correct? There is always the possibility of failure. Bai Shanshan supported her again and again when she needed it. Whether it was returning to China, taking care of her sister, or even her cats and dogs, which are still being raised by Bai Shanshan, she always had to help Bai Shanshan when she needed it. She believed that Bai Shanshan was not someone who was obsessed with the past. Maybe if she could help a little, everything would be solved. Besides, with Xiao Liyuan as the enemy in front of her, she had to unite all the forces that could be united. Bai Shanshan's energy was huge. Xiaoyi slowly relaxed and lay on the sofa, holding the back of her head with both hands, and suddenly asked, "Hey, how is the time I made up for you recently?" The two of them were inseparable and holding hands for a long time, and they could accumulate extra points every day. Ming Jiayi points have been restored, and she no longer needs to drag the life of the procurator for a long time. Ming Jiayi fingers run along her hair, and gently tuck it behind her ear. He paused when he heard the words, and his eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke and asked, "Does it have to be like this?" Xiaoyi sighed. This person is too sharp. As soon as she opened her mouth, she knew what she was going to say next. Everything was just getting on track. Everyone in the shelter had their own tasks to do. Infrastructure had to be built. Materials had to be sorted. Security had to be improved. And patrol work outside was also necessary. And Ming Jiayi left the garden he had carefully prepared behind him, and ran around behind her for several months. But he was not able to properly handle his own business. These people in the shelter, everyone has their own things to do. In addition, there is another important reason. Even for Yuehu's sanatorium, Xiaoyi had made a lot of preparations in advance, enough to make it airtight. Many people tried to break in, but in the end, they all returned empty-handed. Even Gu Shui and Quan Lu had said that although the security measures here could not stop them, if they wanted to break in, it would be difficult to get out intact. Bai Shanshan Manor was already heavily guarded. Before the end of the world, the security measures there had been taken to the extreme. Although she prepared for the end of the world later, she had the money power. If she let go of her hands and feet to plan, her manner would be more impeccable than Yuehu's sanatorium. Zhao Jiheng and his family were living in Bai Shanshan Manor. If Bai Shanshan was imprisoned, these people would be considered half the owner. It is not easy to fight head-on, and you must consider outsmarting. Xiaoyi has accumulated some connections and channels recently, which can be used at critical moments. And the string of candied haws she just brought back will certainly bring a lot of valuable information, which can help her break through the opponent's camp. But these are all auxiliary means. If you want to get Bai Shanshan out, you must break into the manor. The most suitable person to do this is Xiaoyi. Although she doesn't often go to Bai Shanshan territory, she has entered her fingerprints, facial recognition, and iris recognition there a long time ago. Bai Shanshan probably wouldn't delete her data records. As for others, may have wanted to delete them, but Bai Shanshan probably wouldn't give them such permission. With Xiaoyi permission in Bai Shanshan house, it's not possible to break into the material warehouse, but it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the manor, and it's likely to be done quietly. During this process, it's more convenient for her to act alone. If she brings others in with her, it might cause trouble because of the camera's facial recognition error. In short, Ming Jiayi was not wrong. Breaking into Bai Shanshan Manor, she went alone. Chapter 213. We must go to Bai Shanshan Place. But before we go, we still need to make a lot of preparations. Xiaoyi calmed down, returned to the center circle, and met Zhao Jiying again. Zhao Jiying and the rest of the people were piled in the same room. The wound on his leg had been bandaged, and he didn't look like he would die for the time being. He was only gagged and his limbs were tied up, and he couldn't move at all. In the dark room, he could only shiver in fear, and he could only cry out to the sky and the earth. But no one answered. When Xiaoyi dragged him out of the room alone, he was already scared out of his wits. He didn't know if he was starving or if he was imagining some strange plot in his mind. He begged with tears streaming down his face. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Xiaoyi, don't cry." Xiaoyi was a little impatient, and his tone was quite cold. Zhao Jiying was already cowardly enough, and after being scared, he became even more cowardly and annoying. "If you keep crying, I throw you into the water to feed the fish." Zhao Jiying shivered, sobbed, and forced back the tears in his eyes. "Tell me about Bai Shanshan recent situation." Xiaoyi was too lazy to play Tai Chi with him, and went straight to the point. She didn't have a deep impression of Bai Shanshan Manor. She didn't know much about the house structure, personnel structure, and various information. She didn't even know how many relatives of Zhao Zhiheng were there. To save someone, you can't just go in blindly. You need to have a clear enough understanding of the information inside, and then make a targeted plan. Zhao Jiying had been abused a long time ago, and didn't have the courage to play tricks. He didn't even dare to have this thought. Listening to her questions, he almost told her everything he knew. Sister-in-law is in the basement." "Basement?" Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. "No, we didn't lock her in. Zhao Jing keenly sensed that she was in a bad mood, and her back suddenly felt cold, and cold sweat broke out instantly, and she hurriedly explained. She went in by herself. She not only locked herself in, but also locked all the supplies in the basement. Zhao Jing had a sad face, and she had a lot of grievances but nowhere to complain, and she could only sigh. If she hadn't hidden so many supplies, why would we have to run outside and rob other people's vegetable greenhouses? Xia Yi carefully asked Bai Shanshan about her current situation. After all, Bai Shanshan and Xia Yi grew up in a similar environment, and their ideas on hoarding supplies are very similar. She is not stingy with supplies, and will prepare a lot of surplus in advance, and will not be stingy to share with others under certain conditions. However, Bai Shanshan is also very clear about the bottom line of the matter. She can feed many people, but the premise is that these people rely on her for their lives. She has a tight control over the materials. Materials represent power. Only when they are in her hands. She has the right to distribute them. Then others can only obey her. Although Bai Shanshan will regularly provide materials to the kitchen and provide others with ways to receive materials. She has the exit of all materials. She has never given the warehouse door to others for safekeeping. And she has not even told everyone where the warehouses where the materials are stored are. Knowing that she was pregnant, it was inconvenient to transport supplies. So she even made a fully automatic transport chain for the supplies. As long as she controlled the switch, the supplies could be automatically transported to the kitchen. Zhao Zhiheng thought that as long as he could get Bai Shanshan in his hands, he would be able to find out the location of the supply warehouse from her sooner or later. And there was no need to worry too much. Who knew that after Bai Shanshan found something wrong, she hid herself immediately and locked herself in the warehouse. At the same time, the ingredients that appeared in the kitchen on time every day never appeared again. Although they had clearly calculated and beat Bai Shanshan, they did not receive any reward at all. Nor could they get any food. Instead, their living standard became worse. And they could only rely on snacks and fruits to fill their stomachs. Zhao Zhiheng and his men were almost going crazy. They dug deep in the entire manor, and finally found the location of the treasure house hidden underground. However, it was useless to find it. The security measures of the warehouse were stronger than those of a bank vault, and outsiders could not get in at all. They just stared at the door of the treasure house. And they almost starved themselves to death. The most annoying thing was that the door of the warehouse was extremely thick. So thick that it was completely soundproof. As long as the people in the warehouse didn't open the door, they couldn't even talk to them. They wanted to give up, apologize, and even beg for mercy. They wanted to tell Bai Shanshan that they didn't want to struggle anymore, and wanted to go back to the past and live a stable life. But they didn't even have a way to apologize or beg for mercy. Finally, they had no choice but to go out to find food. Finally, they plotted against Zheng Xiao. They squandered Zheng Xiao's supplies, and barely had a few days of good life. But the good times didn't last long. Zheng Xiao was stubborn and refused to cooperate with them in planting new vegetables. They watched the food become less and less. And they were about to run out of food. They wanted to make trouble for Zheng Xiao's wife. And they rarely used their brains to set up a plan. They were almost successful. But who knew that they would meet Xia Yi by accident? It can be said that she is extremely unlucky. Xia Yi couldn't help laughing when she heard this. In the current situation, I don't know whether to say that Zhao Zhiheng imprisoned Bai Shanshan with everyone, or that Bai Shanshan imprisoned everyone else on her own. The good news is that Bai Shanshan's situation is not pessimistic. It's not even urgent. The most uncomfortable thing for her is probably that no one has chatted with her for several months in a row, and she is almost suffocating to death. The more Xia Yi thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh. She even had a bad idea in her mind. If Bai Shanshan didn't have a baby in her belly and needed to give birth in a safe environment with doctors, it wouldn't matter if she was left alone in the warehouse without being rescued. This person has food and drink but can't exercise. Maybe she will gain 3 pounds when she comes out. However, since the situation is like this, the urgency of saving people will indeed be reduced a lot. After all, if she wants to save people, it means taking Bai Shanshan away from the original environment. If the situation is urgent, it's okay. Bai Shanshan is living a colorful life now, and there is no need to leave. Xia Yi pondered. She probably needed to change her mindset. Now, compared to saving people, what she needed to do more was to drive out those bastards who occupied Qiuzhou and Keichao, and give Bai Shanshan a comfortable living environment. This was more difficult than saving people. But Bai Shanshan had already paved the way for her. There was not enough food for Zhao Zhiheng and his men. These people, their names were a bit vague. Bai Shanshan Manor had as many people as Mingjioi. Originally, there was a housekeeper, a nanny, a driver, a bodyguard, a chef, and a doctor. Of course, there are also a large number of Zhao Zhiheng's family members. However, Bai Shanshan was too lazy to deal with these people. She only gave them a separate annex building for them to live in, and did not allow them to bother her in the main building on weekdays. Those people had no choice but to obey. The reason is very simple. Whether it is her mother-in-law or brother-in-law. In an ordinary family, for a woman without any power, these people are the objects of oppression, which may double her life pressure and make her miserable. But Bai Shanshan would not. The troubles of ordinary people were not qualified to be brought to her attention. She could just say she would not see them. If she got angry, she could make the whole family pack up and leave. The reason was simple. This was her manner. All the people were hired by her, they ate and lived with her and got paid by her, so they would naturally listen to her. She could make anyone leave if she wanted to. Everyone was in Bai Shanshan management system, and her original power was very stable. Would she be so alienated from everyone overnight that everyone would betray her? It's unlikely. The people around Zhao Zhiheng couldn't be united. Zhao Zhiheng wanted to rebel, and he probably bribed some of the more important people. But he certainly didn't have the ability to bribe everyone. Maybe some people wanted to deal with Bai Shanshan. But there must be people who were coerced and bribed, and had to stand against her. Bai Shanshan's cell phone was taken away, and her people probably didn't have a good time either. Even if they wanted to help her, it would probably be difficult to find an opportunity, and they couldn't find the right person to help. Let's take a step back and say, assuming Bai Shanshan is so deserted by her friends and relatives, everyone in the manor wants her dead, and wants to snatch her supplies and divide them up. When Zhao Zhiheng's plan failed, Bai Shanshan hid alone in the supply warehouse. She had no food to eat, and everyone outside was implicated, and everyone had no food to eat together. Would everyone be willing to bear the result of being implicated and starving? Could Zhao Zhiheng afford it? Although Xia Yi was well prepared for the end of the world, and had never really felt the taste of starvation, she had also truly seen what a starving person could do. Even those who were originally on the same boat with Zhao Zhiheng, now starved to death, must be full of resentment in their hearts, and regretful. Not to mention those who were implicated by him, who were originally living well, but inexplicably lost their food. I am afraid they have long wanted to drive him away, bring back the original owner of the manor, and return to their original peaceful life. Xia Yi slowly narrowed her eyes, looked at Zhao Zhiheng in front of her, and suddenly smiled. Zhao Zhiheng was alerted by her smile, and a cautious flattering look appeared on his face. Sister, do you have anything else to ask? It's not a big deal. Xia Yi pointed to the house where Zhao Zhiheng had just stayed. There was still a string of candied haws inside. She hadn't confirmed the identities of everyone yet, so she had to confirm them now. Who is the housekeeper? Please tell me. Zhao Zhiheng was slightly startled when she heard this. He stared at Xia Yi blankly, with a look of shock gradually appearing in his eyes, and asked almost unbelievably. How did you know? Chapter 214. This matter is not difficult to guess. Zhao Zhiheng wants to seize power in Bai Shanshan territory, but he cannot do it by himself. He must have someone to work for him. And this person must have certain power, such as a housekeeper, such as a nanny, such as a chef. The nanny's influence is not big enough. It is difficult to force everyone to obey. The chef may do something with the food, plot against everyone, but if so, it will be difficult for Bai Shanshan to escape, and there will be no chance for her to sneak into the warehouse and isolate everyone. The person who has enough power, influence, and opportunities to contact Bai Shanshan is most likely the housekeeper. The housekeeper should be the person Bai Shanshan trusts the most in the manor, and the person who can control and suppress others the most easily. Rather than saying that Bai Shanshan was cheated because she was too in love, it makes more sense that she was cheated by her trusted subordinates. But this is very interesting. If you don't tell me, I will wake those people up. Ask them one by one, and I will always find out the clues. Anyway, Zhao Zhiheng has revealed his true colors. Xia Yi is sure that there must be someone from the housekeeper in the pile of candied haws. There is a high probability that there is more than one person. It is only a matter of time before she finds him out. She deliberately said sinisterly. But if I waste so much time to find that person, I will not feel very good. Zhao Zhiheng's face twitched. He also knew that exposing these things would be equivalent to exposing his brother's weaknesses. giving the woman in front of him an opportunity to take advantage of him. His sister-in-law is a very scary person. Now it seems that her friend is even scarier. At most, her sister-in-law won't give him food to eat. How can her friend take his life? Zhao Jing made up his mind. Now that everything should be sold, he has sold his brother completely. There is no more difference. And he is also forced to survive. His brother is so far away. There are ways to make up for the loss. But he is different. If he doesn't sell his brother, he will die without a burial place. His brother would probably forgive him. There are 10 people here, including me. 5 of them are mine. And 5 of them are theirs. Zhao Jing curled his lips, obviously showing strong disdain for the other party. You can tell by the clothes they wear. They are all chefs, drivers, and so on. They have no taste at all. Zhao Jing didn't plan to hide it anyway. He simply gave up and said whatever he thought of. This matter already made him very resentful. When he thought of it, he was furious. He complained madly. The planting base was originally a way for my brother to find it. Our whole family has been hungry for a long time. We have no food to eat. It is so hard to find a meal. Those idiots are like hungry dogs that have smelled something. They stick to my butt every day and stare at everything I do. They insist on taking half of it. Fuck. That was a way for my brother to find it. Why should I give them half of it? Xiao Yi smiled and asked calmly. It was your brother who chose to offend by Shanshan. Why should he let others starve together? Zhao Jing's breath was choked, and his face was flushed. This sentence touched a point that reminded him of the unhappy memories in the past. And he immediately became angry. He didn't agree to it. And it wasn't my brother who made the decision alone. How can you blame my brother for everything? Xiao Yi looked at him furiously and said nothing. So far, everything she needed to know had been confirmed. In Bai Shanshan family, there are basically 2 factions. One is headed by Zhao Zhiheng, and the relatives here are the faction. And the other is headed by the housekeeper. And the hired and retained workers are the faction. And their immediate family members. People from the relatives faction naturally support Zhao Zhiheng's trouble. After all, it is more comfortable for their own son to be in power than to beg for food from their daughter-in-law. People from the housekeeper faction are all workers. The housekeeper is their direct leader. Since the housekeeper and Zhao Zhiheng have partnered up, they have to obey. But in fact, they may not support Zhao Zhiheng's trouble in their hearts. But they have to submit because of the situation. Bai Shanshan hid in the warehouse, which resulted in the entire shelter having no food to eat. People from the housekeeper faction were forced to starve. They must be unwilling to do so, and would vent their anger on Zhao Zhiheng. Although Zhao Zhiheng took advantage of the housekeeper's people, it can be seen from Zhao Zhiheng's attitude that as the half-master here, they have a huge sense of superiority in their hearts, and look down on the housekeeper's faction. Therefore, even if the housekeeper's faction is very dissatisfied with his behavior, Zhao Zhiheng will not lower himself to make reasonable apologies and appeasement. The 2 sides have actually been resentful for a long time. At the same time, Zhao Zhiheng's relatives are still very selfish. They have found a food channel, but they are not willing to share it with the housekeeper's faction. Even if this channel has sufficient food supply, they prefer to eat alone. If the 2 sides had no cooperative relationship, it would be understandable. However, the people of the housekeeper's faction were starving because of Zhao Zhiheng. Now that Zhao Zhiheng has food to eat, they have to continue to suffer. And their inner dissatisfaction is getting worse. In order to have food for his own side, the housekeeper always sent people to keep an eye on Zhao Zhiheng to ensure that after finding food, they could get a share as quickly as possible. How to describe the relationship between the 2 sides? It can't be said that they are not very united, but it can be said that they are incompatible. It was completely within Xiao Yi's expectations. Xiao Yi couldn't help laughing. These people had already started to get on edge before she started to cause trouble. This situation was really funny. If we didn't add fuel to the fire, and let these people fight each other, it would be unfair to such a good mass base. Zhao Zhiheng was originally cursing indignantly, but when he saw Xiao Yi's smile, he felt a little creepy for some reason. And his cursing gradually became weaker. You, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yi ignored him, and just changed the subject. How often do you send vegetables home? Vegetables? Zhao Zhiheng was a little confused. Although he didn't understand the meaning of this question, he had developed a good habit of obedience now, and he began to recall and answer honestly. Originally, it was set every 3 days, but recently it's almost eaten, all, so I won't send it anymore. Unless, Zheng Xiao agrees. Xiaoyi took it up slowly and continued. If he is willing to obey you and teach you the planting-based technology, he can provide vegetables to the family every 3 days like before. That's impossible. Zhao Jing curled his lips when he heard this, shook his head in dissatisfaction, and said decisively, that Zheng Xiao is just an idiot. I don't know what's wrong with his brain. We have tried every method, soft and hard, but he just won't give in. Really? Xiaoyi reminded slowly. Didn't you use some tricks before? To trick his wife over? Hold her in your hands and force him to give in? This is just to calm the housekeeper's gang. How can it be so easy in reality? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Can you find the person just by saying you can find it? As Zhao Jing was talking, his voice suddenly paused, and his eyes were filled with shock again. You are not going to. I have been looking for someone for so long. But you found him so easily? Xiaoyi glanced at him calmly, and said nothing. It didn't matter whether Zhao Jing found him or not. What mattered was that the people over there thought Zhao Jing had found him. After asking all the questions, Xiaoyi kept this person for the time being. He stuffed the rag back into Zhao Jing's mouth again, and carried him back into the dark cabin. At the same time, following Zhao Jing's instructions, he searched according to the clothes and successfully located the housekeeper's people in the string of candied haws. Zhao Jing's people are all his relatives. It feels like one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. From top to bottom, they have the feeling of nouveau riche. Their dress taste may not be as good as the housekeepers, but judging factions by their clothes is indeed a good idea. The clothes are expensive and inappropriate. At this time, they did not forget to show up with a watch. They are definitely Zhao Jing's people. After Xiaoyi found the housekeeper's people, she searched through their bodies and found a mobile phone. Obviously, the housekeeper's people had independent reporting lines, and they would use this mobile phone to send back the information they found. Xiaoyi took the harvest this time, returned to the main building of the inner circle, and sat back on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of her, there were 2 mobile phones. The phone on the left belonged to Zhao Jing, and it could send information to Zhao Jing. The phone on the right belongs to the butler's subordinates, and can send messages to the butler. Xiaoyi chose between the 2 phones, and finally chose the one sent to the butler. The planting base was discovered by Zhao Jing, and the people who interrogated Zheng Xiao were also Zhao Jing's people. The butler's people were responsible for monitoring. In other words, when it comes to supplies, the person who feels less secure and more likely to fall into suspicion is the butler. If the news is notified to Zhao Jing, and something happens to people or supplies later, they will think that it is their own bad luck, and they may not necessarily blame the butler. But if the news was told to the housekeeper, if something happened to the housekeeper's people, it would be easy for Zhao Jing to be angry. After all, Zhao Jing deliberately concealed it first. It was not surprising that he attacked by surprise later. Since we want to ignite the fire, we should ignite it more vigorously, making them repeatedly fall into suspicion, which would be more interesting. Xiaoyi's fingers flickered on the screen, and she quickly edited the message on her phone. The sender's identity was unknown for the time being, but it was not important. She only needed to infer the person's speaking style through the historical messages that had not been deleted in the inbox, and imitate the other person's tone. 3 messages were edited, and they were saved for the time being. Xiaoyi looked at the time interval, and sent a new message every once in a while, creating the effect that the incident was happening while she was reporting. Zhao Jing took a pregnant woman to his room. I asked him who that person was, and he looked very panicked, but he told me that there was no such thing. I don't think it's right. Chapter 215. Bai Shanshan Manor is by the lake. The entire manor stands high on the hillside, covering an area of more than 300 hectares, overlooking the water, private and quiet, and with excellent views. After the model came, the sea level rose, but gradually spread to the foot of the manor. Not only did it not have any impact on the building, but it was like the original hillside villa, turned into a sea view room. In the thick night, from a very far distance, you can see that 3 buildings in the manor are brightly lit. The taller one in the middle is the main building, where Bai Shanshan originally lived. There are 2 auxiliary buildings a few dozen meters to the side, and the 3 buildings are in a corner. The decoration of the main building is all to meet Bai Shanshan preferences, with a very exaggerated and girlish complex European design. This design may seem cramped in a small space, but in this huge main building, the spiral staircase and giant chandelier make the owner's family look even more wealthy and luxurious. In the reception room of the first-floor hall, Zhao Zhiheng sat on the sofa in a suit and tie, holding a teacup in one hand. On the low table in front of him, there was an exquisite fruit platter, cut into complicated shapes with fancy knife skills, which looked like something that ordinary people could not afford to eat. If the food on the platter was not cucumbers. Cucumbers. All cucumbers. Cut the cucumbers into slices, strips, shreds, spiral slices, strips, and arrange them into various shapes. Flowers, lanterns, peacocks, auspicious dragons. As complicated as possible. As vivid as possible. It fully reflects the chef's ability and his hard-working and dedicated work attitude. It has been the 4th day since they started eating cucumbers as meals. There are too many mouths to feed every day, and the consumption rate of all ingredients is huge, including seasonings. It doesn't matter whether it is sweet or salty. There is no sugar or salt. This cucumber tastes just like it is eaten raw. Maybe someone would say that cucumbers are quite delicious, even if they are eaten raw. That's too much of a stretch. He must not have eaten only cucumbers for more than 10 days in a row. This cucumber feast without seasoning can be eaten for 15 days, no matter what shape it is carved into. It cannot suppress the despair of the eater. Zhao Zhiheng can drink tea, just like Zhao Zhiheng can drink wine, not because he is rich and can show off, but because that thing is not a necessity. No one will compete with him for it. With the stock of tea at home, he will drink it every day, and he won't be able to finish it until next year. If by that time, he hasn't starved to death. The housekeeper was also dressed formally, walked slowly over, and sat opposite Zhao Zhiheng. Looking at the sumptuous cucumber feast on the table, they turned away. The two people had almost the same expression, the same clothes. Even when they had no food to eat, they still dressed themselves up like demons and dogs. They needed this demon-like skin, at least to create an illusion, as if their current life was not bad, so that they would not regret their choice. I felt like I was living like a clown. The housekeeper sat on the sofa, gently holding the phone, and his fingers stroking the screen intricately. Zhao Zhiheng just drank his tea, and the two of them just stared at each other in silence for a long time. The housekeeper finally made a decision and asked, "What's the situation at the Meijiang Agricultural Products planting base?" Zhao Zhiheng took a sip of tea, and looked up at him after a moment. "If you ask why, just tell me. Long-term hunger will make people's emotional energy worse, and their endurance will also decrease. The two people who used to pretend to be cool have become much more impolite in their conversations recently." The housekeeper was not very happy after being criticized in a neither soft nor hard way. So he simply said, "Didn't you say before that you would use Zheng Xiao's pregnant wife to force him to submit? How is it going? Is there any progress?" This was originally just a question, but the tone was not very good. However, there was a gap between the two of them, and they were not in a relationship where they could talk directly. If they really talked directly, it would sound like an interrogation. Zhao Zhiheng's eyes also darkened, and he replied coldly, "During the period of pregnancy, women can't eat well or sleep well, and they have too many things to do. Even people like Bai Shanshan will be mentally exhausted due to pregnancy, which makes us succeed. As for Zheng Xiao's wife, I don't know how much suffering she has to endure outside. As long as she sees the news, she will definitely come to the door. Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait. You mean, there is no news about his wife yet?" The housekeeper slowly slowed down his speech, observing Zhao Zhiheng's expression, as if he wanted to see something from his face. Zhao Zhiheng hated his petty look the most. He always put on a suspicious look, as if everyone would lie to him when they had nothing to do. He said impatiently, "No, why are you so endless? Is it interesting? Really?" The housekeeper looked at him quietly, suddenly smiled, stood up from the sofa, and replied lightly, "Okay." After saying that, he patted his clothes, turned and left the reception room. Just after walking out not far, he heard a bang. Behind him, a teacup fell to the ground, and the tea spilled all over the floor. Listening carefully, he could still hear the faint curse inside. "Damn. You bastard." The housekeeper tightly grasped the phone, and the screen lit up, showing the latest conversation between the two people. "Confirm whether the pregnant woman is Zheng Xiao's wife." The latest reply just now, "It has been confirmed." "Yes." The housekeeper stared at the screen of the phone for a long time, and suddenly sneered. Zhao Zhiheng took himself too seriously, and really thought that if Miss Bai was not around, he could really treat himself as the master. Miss Bai at least treated them as decent workers, but this old man treated them as slaves. People are almost starving to death, but they are still putting on airs here. If it weren't for Zhao Zhiheng, how could they have fallen to this point? This bastard has no sense of guilt. Not only does he not repent, he also causes trouble for them every day. It's just 2 broken cucumbers, you can eat them anyway, and if you carve patterns on shit, it's not shit. You can just break a teacup. They don't feel sorry for the teacup because it belongs to the owner, but don't they want anyone to do the cleaning work? Let alone pay wages. They don't even give them food, and still ask them to work. How can Zhao Zhiheng be so shameless? These are all fine, they can ignore it. Now Zheng Xiao's wife has clearly fallen into the trap. Zhao Zhiheng has already grasped her weakness. The agricultural and trade planting base will soon have new food supplies. Zhao Zhiheng is still hiding it from them. What does this bastard want to do? Hid the supplies. Zhao Zhiheng did something evil and dragged them into it, making everyone starve together. Now he has a way to get new supplies, and he actually wants to keep them all for himself. You drag them along to share the hardship and enjoy the happiness alone. Right? You wish. Impossible. You are unkind and I am unjust. Since you want to monopolize the supplies, don't blame us for grabbing them. The housekeeper stood at the door of the reception room, and the air could faintly smell the fragrance of tea from the broken teacup. He sneered, typing slowly, and sending the latest message. Xia Yi looked at the lit screen of his mobile phone, and slowly curved his eyes. The screen of the mobile phone showed it clearly. I will arrange 5 more people to go there, and get ready to take action. Life or death. Among the 10 people who were turned into candied haws by Xia Yi, there are 5 people on the housekeeper's side, and 5 people on Zhao Zhiheng's side, all of whom are of the same age. The housekeeper probably wants to send out 5 more people, 5 against 10, to kill all 5 people on Zhao Zhiheng's side. Then, relying on the power of these 10 people, completely occupy the planting base. Xia Yi once carefully counted the people in the manner. The information of Zhao Zhiheng's relatives can be found in Bai Shanshan wedding photos. In addition to Zhao Zhiheng and Zhao Zhiying, there are their parents, 5 people from their uncle's family, 3 people from their aunt's family, and several distant cousins of the same age. A total of 17 people. The close relatives came here to enjoy the good life, and those from far away were sent here later. Some of them dreamed of squeezing into Bai Shanshan company and becoming the boss through nepotism. Or they wanted to squeeze into the upper class and live a life of superiority. Among them, there were 6 elderly people and 11 people of the same age. As for the staff under Bai Shanshan, there are housekeepers, nannies, chefs, drivers, doctors, etc. She can't get the specific data, but roughly estimated, 2 people will be left for each position. Assuming that everyone will bring a family, the number is about 25. The total number of people is about 40 to 43. 10 of them were turned into candied haws by Xia Yi. And now if 5 more come out, there are already 15 people outside. There are not many people left inside the manor. As the number of people inside decreases, it will be difficult to defend the manor. Xia Yi sent messages to the housekeeper slowly, agreeing on the time to take action step by step, and other relevant information. The time is 3 days later. The housekeeper and his men were also very hungry. Cucumbers, a low-calorie diet food, were not enough to satisfy their hunger. If they waited until all these things were eaten up, they would not even have the strength to take action. Xia Yi used the vegetable base as a cover to sow discord between Zhao Zhiheng and the housekeeper. On the one hand, it was because the other party was in urgent need of supplies. On the other hand, she also wanted to find a suitable place to lure the enemy into a trap. Among the 5 people sent by the other party in the second batch, there was a bodyguard with good skills. It was not because she was worried that she could not beat him, but she was worried that the enemy might run away. If the enemy slipped back and reported the news, the next play would be difficult. In the planting base, it was a familiar territory. Once the enemy came, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Given Zheng Xiao's level of resentment towards them, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. The 3 days were soon up. Xia Yi picked and chose from the weapons he had taken from the gymnasium, and equipped himself with a full set of equipment. The gun had to be a tranquilizer gun, and the grenade was also a tranquilizer, and the main goal was to not let them have a quick death. These were all Bai Shanshan people, and if they could avoid being killed, they should be left to her to deal with later. If one of them was forced to do so, it would not be good if she accidentally injured them. Xia Yi's figure disappeared into the darkness. sitting astride the roof of the office. He wiped the muzzle of his gun in boredom, and quietly waited for the other party to arrive. Chapter 216. Xia Yi and Zheng Xiao agreed in advance to open the gate of the planting base, and not leave anyone to defend it. Since Xing Xiao knew about the evil plan of this group of people, and his wife almost fell for it after giving birth, he hated them to the core. As for Xia Yi's request, he naturally tried his best to cooperate. When he found out that Xia Yi did not bring those skillful men with him, but came with his belly, he also volunteered to help, and could help the other party. Xia Yi thought about it, and still refused. There were only 5 people on the other side. If she did it herself, it was almost guaranteed that there would be no accidents. However, if more people were involved, it would be difficult to deal with them, and someone might get hurt. You just need to cut off their retreat, and prevent them from escaping. Oh! And after someone is knocked down, help tie him up and carry him to the boat I brought. Zheng Xiao. Although Xia Yi was very scary when she attacked last time, and shocked them all, they thought that she was cruel, not that she was outstanding. Looking at this thin girl, she said confidently that she could fight 5 people alone, and didn't need help from others, as if she was worried that they would hold her back. I still felt that she was so arrogant. Thinking over it, Zheng Xiao still felt uneasy. This girl was his wife's lifesaver. If it weren't for her, the wife and children would have died without a burial place. It's not an exaggeration to say that she was his reborn parents. He couldn't watch her risk herself alone. Besides, it was on his territory. They were dealing with their common enemy. There was no reason for the little girl to charge into battle while the men hid behind. Zheng Xiao finally ordered his men to be ready, bring some sticks and weapons, so that when the little girl was exhausted, they could help her quietly, which would save her face, and try not to hurt her. But these preparations were made in secret, and did not disrupt Xia Yi's original plan. The time agreed with the housekeeper soon arrived. A speedboat came quietly, and stopped not far from the gate of the planting base. Several figures jumped off the speedboat quietly, and crouched into the shadows beside the gate. Xia Yi told the housekeeper that they would take Zhao Jing people to drink, and no one would get in the way at the gate. When everyone saw that the situation at the gate was the same as agreed, they were slightly reassured, and gestured to each other, and they split into 2 groups, and slipped inside. Xia Yi said that Zhao Jing people were in 2 different locations. One was responsible for guarding Zheng Xiao and the others, and the other 4 would gather together to drink, in order to prevent the other party from informing each other, and thus alerting the enemy. It is best to split up into 2 groups. 3 people go to the drinking place to ambush, and if someone goes out or walks on the road, they can be intercepted in time. The other 2 people go to kill the people guarding Zheng Xiao. After that, the 5 people will reunite, and cooperate with the 5 people who are drinking to kill the 4 people on the other side on the spot. In short, this plan sounds reasonable, and has no loopholes. The housekeeper believes it. The 5 people split into 2 groups, and sneak into the interior. The planting base covers a large area. All the greenhouses are closed because no one maintains them. It is dark everywhere. Only 2 rooms next to the office have lights on. The room on the left is very noisy. You can hear several people playing cards and drinking. It is well known that Zhao Jing's biggest hobby is drinking. When there is food, he takes the food to drink. When there is no food, wine is his food. This person is either drinking every day, or on the way to drink. The room on the right is a warehouse, which is relatively quiet. About a few dozen meters away from the room on the left, there is a figure walking around in the room, looking bored, probably the person guarding Zheng Xiao. The 2-man team of the housekeeper crouched, walking in that direction one after the other. Their goal was to get rid of the guard quietly. The person in front walked very slowly, groping forward carefully, for fear of accidentally bumping into someone at the corner, and alerting the enemy. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a muffled sound, as if something had fallen to the ground. He was startled and looked around. It was pitch black and quiet. There was no one around, and he was not discovered. He breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could finish his sigh of relief, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was no one. The person who came with him was also gone. What happened? When did he disappear? The person in front suddenly felt a chill on his back, and subconsciously opened his mouth, wanting to shout. But he was a little uncertain. Would he open his mouth to remind his teammates? Or would he wake up the enemy? In this moment of hesitation, his eyebrows suddenly felt numb. The scene in front of him began to blur. He opened his mouth again, and this time, he did not hesitate, trying to speak out to remind his teammates. However, He could not utter a single word. Then his eyes went black, and he fainted silently. Before he fell to the ground, he seemed to feel that the ground was soft, not like the touch of the ground. It was probably the unlucky teammate who followed him. Not long after the two fell to the ground, someone came quickly from the shadows, took out the ropes prepared in advance, tied the two up and dragged them away. No sound was made from beginning to end. As for the other three, it would be more difficult, and it would be difficult to deal with them before the other party noticed. But this was not a big problem. The other two were already useless, even if they noticed. It didn't matter. There was no way to warn each other and cooperate. Sooner or later they would be trapped. Xia Yi squinted at the scope, selected from the three people, finally chose the strongest one, whom he estimated to be a bodyguard. Sure enough, after the bodyguard was shot, the other two quickly realized that something was wrong, looked at each other, without a moment's hesitation, turned around and ran back to where they came from. Moving targets are not so easy to aim at, and it was at night. Xia Yi did not waste bullets. She slowly put away the gun, and left it where it was. With both hands on the roof, he grabbed the safety rope that had been prepared in advance, and lightly tapped the wall with his toes. His body fell to the ground like a leaf. The two fish that escaped reacted quickly, and ran at a fast speed. They ran to the waterside panting. But they found that the speedboat parked there was gone. Fuck. The two realized that they had fallen into a trap. They immediately showed anger on their faces, and turned around to look back. The extinguished street lights beside him suddenly lit up. Xia Yi appeared alone in the middle of the road. Walking slowly. Shadows were looming in the darkness. Moving slowly, forming a semicircular encirclement, gradually closing in on the water. The two exchanged glances. Pick the weak ones. It's hard to tell how many people are in the encirclement outside, but it's obvious that there are quite a few, compared to a head-on confrontation with these people. Xia Yi, this little girl, is a better breakthrough point. As long as they can kidnap her, they may have a chance to get a boat and get out of here. Let's give it a try. The two men moved at the same time without warning, accelerating suddenly, and rushed straight towards Xia Yi. Though the two men were not as strong as the bodyguards, they were both young and strong men, and both were very fast in terms of strength. They rushed forward with all their strength, and arrived in front of Xia Yi in the blink of an eye. Zheng Xiao's breath was choked, and his heart almost stopped beating. He had arranged for someone to come to support him in time, but it was obviously still a step too late. Xia Yi's marksmanship was very good, and she could defeat the enemy with fewer people, which really made them shine, and let them know that she was not just bragging, and she really had the capital to defeat the opponent. But that was also due to the power of the terrain. If she ran into a middle-aged man head-on, it would be a contest of strength. Girls are petite and have little strength, which is a natural disadvantage that cannot be changed. If she fell into the hands of the two opponents, she would be passive. Zheng Xiao's worries were not over yet. The two bodies had already collided with each other. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Xia Yi at the same time. Xia Yi was indeed not as strong as them. She had known it for a long time. Many years ago, Xia Jiping had taught her this fact. But she had never competed with men in strength. In terms of strength, Bai Shanshan was stronger than her. Xia Yi was fast, and had good flexibility. When two people attacked from the left and right at the same time, Xia Yi's right foot quickly slid to the right, and moved to the right side of the right opponent. The two opponents' moves failed at the same time. At this time, the position of the person on the right was very awkward, just blocking the front of the person on the left. He was about to turn around and swing his fist. Xia Yi suddenly raised his left foot and kicked him hard on the front bone. There was a slight crack sound. He clearly heard the sound of a bone breaking. Then, there was a sharp pain. He immediately hugged his calf and rolled on the spot. The position where he fell and rolled was very unfortunate. He happened to be between the person on the left and Xia Yi. The person on the left was afraid of stepping on him, and was ready to step aside before attacking. However, Xia Yi did not need to do this. When she knocked down the first person, she had already calculated the path in advance. At this time, he turned right to accumulate strength, and the whole person turned a semicircle on the spot. And at the same time, he happened to move on the ground, and barely bypassed the person on the ground. Then he did a back kick. It landed accurately on the head and neck of the person on the opposite side. This action was crisp and neat, and the opponent was kicked in the cheek and flank immediately. He didn't even scream, and fainted on the ground immediately. Zheng Xiao's heart had just risen to his throat, and when he saw the scene in front of him, His heart almost stopped. There was silence in the air. A group of Zheng Xiao subordinates gathered in the distance, posing a posture of charging forward in order to save Xia Yi. At this moment, all the figures froze in place, looking at the two people on the ground in amazement. The action just now was so fast, they didn't even see clearly what happened. In the blink of an eye, one of the two people on the opposite side hugged his legs and screamed, and the other fainted on the ground. This girl's skills. Does she need them to save her? At this moment, the screaming person on the ground just rolled behind Xia Yi. His eyes became fierce. He took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Xia Yi back fiercely. Chapter 217. Zheng Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. His heart, which had been raised to his throat, rose a few inches again. He wanted to remind Xia Yi to be careful, but just as he opened his mouth, he had no time to speak. He saw the situation in front of him change again. Xia Yi was not surprised by this. When the battle was fierce and victory was just around the corner, it was the easiest time to lower one's guard, and it was also the easiest time for the opponent to sneak attack. Before the person was completely knocked unconscious and tied up, she would not let down her guard. When the person behind her moved quietly, she could already feel the direction of the other person's screams gradually changing. She didn't even turn her head at this time, as if she had eyes on her back. Her body suddenly moved to the side. The person on the opposite side missed the dagger, and his legs and feet were not smooth, so he lost his balance and rushed forward. Xia Yi chopped down with one foot again, hitting the other person's wrist from top to bottom. With a tooth-grinding creaking sound, the person's wrist twisted and fell down, and it was obvious that the wrist bone was broken. The wrist was more severely injured than the front bone, and it hurt more. The man let out a terrifying scream. Ah! Perhaps because he was powerless. The man's scream was more shrill and longer than before. Xia Yi felt annoyed, and kicked him in the back of the neck, which successfully made the man faint and shut his mouth completely. Zheng Xiao men. They were completely speechless. This was too cruel. Listening to the screams of the man on the ground, their own limbs seemed to be aching. Until this moment, they finally realized a reality. Xia Yi was right. It would be better for her to handle this situation alone. Fortunately, they didn't have time to help, given the speed at which the other party drew the dagger. If their people really went to help, they might not be able to be as unscathed as they are now. Zheng Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth, standing 3 meters in front of Xia Yi, and his movements were a little timid. Obviously he was scared by her. Really, really amazing. Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for helping me deal with this. Xia Yi pointed at the two unconscious people on the ground, stepped back 2 steps, and left the 2-meter range beside them. Zheng Xiao's subordinates finally came up carefully, tied up the 2 people, and then transported them to Xia Yi's speedboat. Thank you. Xia Yi nodded and smiled. Zheng Xiao shivered at her smile, and his tongue was a little knotted. No. You're welcome. He refreshed his understanding of Xia Yi over and over again. From the beginning, a kind-hearted collaborator. It became a kind-hearted collaborator who can conditionally be kind-hearted but cannot be easily offended. Otherwise she will become ruthless. And then became a female bandit leader who is good at shooting and has a kind-hearted condition but cannot be easily offended. Otherwise she will become ruthless. Now, the stacking of armor is no longer enough. Xia Yi's label in his mind was simplified again, becoming a simpler sentence. A person who must not be offended no matter what. Xia Yi saw his frightened look and felt helpless in her heart. However, what she did might be a little scary from the perspective of ordinary people, so she accepted it. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future, Xia Yi said with a smile. And after a moment of silence, she said again, it may not be peaceful in the future. If Mr. Zheng encounters any situation, we can share what we have and help each other. Zhao Zhiheng and the housekeeper suffered such a big loss, and they might retaliate later, although she would not give them a chance. It would be right to remind Zheng Xiao to be more cautious. Besides, Xiao Liyuan is also an unstable factor. The planting base is like Xie Shi oil depot. It is a very rare and important resource. It is possible that the other party will target it. We should be more careful. Yes. Yes. Zheng Xiao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Xia Yi, forget it, let's go home quickly. This group of people are so nervous that their bodies are stiff. If she stays here any longer, I'm afraid her legs will be numb. After saying hello to the other party, she drove her speedboat, with 5 newly strung small candied haws, and went home. The way back was very quiet. The 5 little Tonghulu were tied up tightly, and their weapons were taken away, so they couldn't get up to make trouble. Xia Yi drove the speedboat on the road, his mind gradually drifted away, and he fell into deep thought. Now that the situation around him is gradually stabilizing, he can take this time to take stock. The situation with Zheng Xiao has basically come to an end, his wife and children have been sent back, and the crisis of the agricultural trade planting base has also come to an end, and he will probably spend more time on production in the future. After several times of cooperation and communication, everyone got to know each other's character and strength, and the trust and relationship between the two sides gradually became solid. It should not be difficult to cooperate further in the future, if reasonable exchange resources can be provided. The agricultural and trade planting base can basically become a long-term fixed food supply site. At the same time, Jiangji was temporarily arranged here. Zheng Xiao cooperated very well, and arranged a greenhouse for him to place his research results and the body. His research began a new chapter. Jiangji has recently been considering using traditional Chinese medicine to solve the problem. Although traditional Chinese medicine is not his field, fortunately, the supply of medicinal materials is sufficient, and there is enough space for him to experiment. During this period, Ming Jiayi also returned home briefly. His family's business is not small. Fortunately, he has established a very stable management system in advance. It is not a big problem if he is not often here. However, he disappeared for too long this time. He should go back to take a look. Shaoliyuan is so rampant. Those forces outside with some resources should be more cautious. Prevent the other party's infiltration, and work together to find a way to deal with the other party. After all, relying solely on mosquito repellent spray is too passive. Ming Jiayi family also has some doctors who can provide a communication channel between them and Jiangji, and provide sufficient help when the other party needs it. As for Xia Shi and Xia Lin, there has been no news. Xia Yi actually doesn't need to ask more. A few days have passed, and Xia Shi is likely to have passed away. Xia Lin has a lot of things to do. He didn't contact her, which means that it was going well. Before the matter comes to an end, it's better not to disturb him. Taking stock of her own forces. There are food supply bases, resource supply bases. Ming Jiayi and Bai Shanshan both belong to the forces that are already rich in resources, with doctors and soldiers under their command. In less than half a year, her forces and friendly forces have developed into something decent. Xia Yi returned to Yuehu Sanatorium from the planting base, tied up 5 candied haws, and tied them together with the other 10. She looked at Zhao Jing horrified gaze, slightly curved her eyes, and smiled. Thank you for your help. There are a few more people here. There are 43 people in Bai Shanshan Manor. Minus these 15 red axes, there are only 28 people left. These 28 people also include Zhao Jing's parents, aunts, uncles, and 6 elderly people in their 50s and 60s. They have been pampered by Bai Shanshan for a long time. It's not like when they went out to work. They have been pampered to the point where they can't carry anything, can't lift anything, and have big bellies. Their fighting power is almost gone. Among the remaining 22 people, at least 2 of the nannies are women, who probably have not received professional training and whose combat effectiveness will be relatively weak. There are at most 35 strong men in the manor, and 15 of them have already been gathered here. He is getting closer and closer to his goal. Zhao Jing looked at the pile of teammates in front of him, and the fear in his eyes became more and more obvious. It was not until this time that he finally understood Xia Yi's intention. You want to drive us all out? Yes. Xia Yi looked at him with a smile, and admitted it openly. That is my sister's territory. Why should you occupy it? She didn't want to kill these people. In the end times, death is too easy. Just find a body of water and jump in. No matter if you can swim or not. You will soon get lost, run out of energy, and die in it. She wanted to drive these people out, let them lose everything, and become homeless in the end times. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Let these parasites who live peacefully in big villas, who have a place to live and food to eat but are still not satisfied, experience the taste of struggling for survival. That is the life that originally belonged to them. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. Anyway, Bai Shanshan is not in any danger of life. All other work is proceeding step by step. She can complete these tasks slowly. Next, in Bai Shanshan Manor, it will definitely be very lively. She will always add fuel to the fire. Let the liveliness burn more vigorously. Xia Yi rummaged through the 5 new Tonghulu and found a cell phone. The 5 of them had to contact and report to the housekeeper when they went out to do things. According to the time, 7 or 8 hours had passed since these people arrived at the manor. The housekeeper was worried that taking the initiative to contact them would distract them. So he had not sent a message or made a phone call so far. But he must have been waiting on the other end of the phone, waiting for a reply. And he must have been very anxious. Time had dragged on long enough, and the emotions had accumulated. Xia Yi finally showed mercy, picked up her phone, and gave the housekeeper some news that he had been thinking about. She picked up her phone, selected the housekeeper's phone number, and dialed it directly. Almost at the moment of dialing, the other party answered in seconds. "How is the situation? Did it succeed?" The housekeeper's voice came from the receiver. Xia Yi did not speak. The housekeeper did not hear a response, and his voice suddenly became more anxious. And he asked again, "How is it? Hello? Are you talking? Hello? Hello?" After hearing him call her several times, Xia Yi still didn't say a word, but hung up the phone slowly. Not long after hanging up, the housekeeper called again. After waiting for 2 seconds, Xia Yi hung up directly, called again and hung up again. After hanging up 3 or 4 calls in a row, Xia Yi slowly sent a message, which only had 4 words in it. "Be careful of Zhao Ji." After sending this message, Xia Yi turned off the phone directly. Chapter 218. When the housekeeper and his men broke in, Zhao Zhiheng was sleeping. He slept in Bai Shanshan room. Since Bai Shanshan hid in the warehouse, he slept here every day. This place is totally out of place with Zhao Zhiheng. The whole room is decorated in the princess style that Xia Yi despised very much, but Bai Shanshan liked very much. The main feature is a pink and luxurious color. Zhao Zhiheng lived here, not because he liked the princess style so much, nor because he liked Bai Shanshan so much, that he was obsessed with her room and her bed. He slept here, more like a kind of compensation and revenge. Because this is Bai Shanshan bedroom, Bai Shanshan bed, not their bed. Although they are married, they often spend the night together, but not every night. Bai Shanshan likes to sleep alone. Whether Zhao Zhiheng can spend the night here depends on Bai Shanshan's mood today. If she is in a good mood, she will call him. If she is not in a good mood, forget it. He is like a favorite concubine waiting for His Majesty to call him. Only if His Majesty allows, can he spend the night on this bed. Zhao Zhiheng could only passively accept it before. But he was quite resentful in his heart. Resentful that he could not exercise his husband's power anytime and anywhere, which was a manifestation of his family status. Now that he has the opportunity, he wishes he could sleep here every night. The housekeeper brought 7 or 8 people, including men and women, and did not care that the other party was sleeping soundly. He opened the door and broke into the bedroom, and pulled the person out of the bed. Zhao Zhiheng was in a deep sleep, and he opened his eyes dazedly, and saw a group of people around the bed, which almost scared him out of his psychological trauma. "Fuck. Are you sick?" Zhao Zhiheng shuddered, subconsciously hugged the quilt tightly, shrank towards the head of the bed, and said angrily, "Who the hell let you enter my bedroom? Why did you enter my bedroom?" Zhao Zhiheng was only wearing a pair of underwear, and no matter how loud he spoke, he couldn't show any momentum. The housekeeper folded his arms and looked down at him, and suddenly laughed after a moment. "Your bedroom? Who said this is your bedroom?" Zhao Zhiheng's eyebrows immediately stood up, and he was about to open his mouth to refute. But before he could say anything, he suddenly met the housekeeper's teasing eyes. The voice got stuck in his throat. "Yes, this is not his bedroom. This is Bai Shanshan's bedroom. The housekeeper has the authority to enter her bedroom. Even I don't have the authority to enter her bedroom through facial recognition, but the housekeeper can. If the housekeeper didn't have this authority, they wouldn't have easily taken away her mobile phone and cut off all her external contacts. That woman is also cruel. Relying on her being a rock climbing expert, June Ran was able to escape from the window along a rope when she was 5 or 6 months pregnant and hide in the warehouse." Zhao Zhiheng recalled Bai Shanshan and couldn't help being a little stunned. He was in a daze here, and the people around him couldn't wait any longer. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, they surrounded him. "I give you a chance now. As long as you release my people, we can still live in peace." The housekeeper looked down at him and said coldly, "Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this bedroom today." Zhao Zhiheng was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the housekeeper blankly, with real confusion in his eyes. "What do you mean by releasing your people? How did I touch your people?" The housekeeper looked at him indifferently, with an expression of, "I think you are just pretending," and said nothing. Zhao Zhiheng hated his look of seeing through everything the most, and immediately became furious. "Can you do something serious every day, and stop making up nonsense? Your people are all with you. What does it have to do with me? Why do you come to me for accountability? You are really sick. Oh, you don't admit it, what a pity." The housekeeper raised his lips, snorted coldly with a fake smile, raised his hand, and waved it gently, saying, "The chance I left for you is gone." "What do you mean?" Zhao Zhiheng immediately felt something was wrong. He had only said half of his words, when a baseball bat came towards him. There were men and women in front of him. Zhao Zhiheng was disheveled, and he was curled up in the quilt. How could he hide? The baseball bat hit his thigh squarely. Ah! Zhao Zhiheng immediately took a breath of cold air. At this time, everyone had received the housekeeper's order, and without waiting for him to speak, they rushed up in a swarm. Baseball bats, thermos cups, rolling pins, and various cylindrical objects were all used as weapons by everyone, and they hit him indiscriminately. The housekeeper's subordinates had long been resentful of Zhao Zhiheng. Bai Shanshan grew up with a good education, and she was sensible, reasonable, and clear about rewards and punishments. She treated everyone politely on weekdays, which made people feel basic respect. Although Zhao Zhiheng read the same books as her and started a business from scratch. But education is something that is cultivated from childhood. No matter how much he pretends, some things are ingrained in his bones. There are more than 10 people in their family, and they all have a snobbish taste of flattering the superior and looking down on the inferior. When facing people who are higher than themselves, they lower their posture to lick them, and let the other party step on their faces. When facing people who are lower than themselves, they have a superior and high-handed posture written on their faces, for fear that others will not know that they look down on them. The employees at home are not fools. How could they not see such an obvious difference? When Zhao Zhiheng wanted to find the housekeeper to cooperate, the housekeeper hesitated, but the conditions proposed by the other party were too tempting. If Bai Shanshan warehouse was opened, the materials inside would be divided equally between the two parties. No one knows how many materials are in Bai Shanshan warehouse. But seeing that her quality of life has not decreased at all in the end times, it is known that there must be a lot of them. Who doesn't want to be the one who controls the resources? The housekeeper got greedy. Who knew that greed would lead to bad things? They accidentally let Bai Shanshan run away. Not only did they fail to get the supplies, but they also lost more than they gained, and even lost their stable source of income. Zhao Zhiheng dragged everyone into the water. Not only did he not feel guilty at all, he became even worse. When he was in a bad mood, he would smash plates and bowls, making things all over the floor, picking on people, asking the chef to make new dishes, and saying that the toilet was not bright enough. Before the end of the world, at least someone would pay you a salary to do these things. After the end of the world, at least you can have a meal. This is the job you do. So it's okay to suffer a little grievance, and everyone will just put up with it. But now there is no money, no food, and Zhao Zhiheng is in power. But he doesn't provide anything for everyone, and he takes it out on everyone every day. Who can stand this? The conflict between the housekeeper and Zhao Zhiheng is based on a conflict of interest and a breakdown of trust. But these employees who took action were really angry and resentful of Zhao Zhiheng. If it weren't for you, how could we live so miserably? Who are you to point fingers at us? The anger of the crowd was extremely fierce. How could Zhao Zhiheng handle it alone? He was beaten with sticks and clubs and screamed. He screamed for a long time. Finally, the people downstairs heard the noise. Zhao Zhiheng's mother came up to see what was going on. She was frightened by the scene in front of her and screamed, "Ah! Murder! Rebellion! Hurry up and help!" This shout called the relatives of the Zhao family. Zhao Zhiheng had already been beaten badly, and his mother exaggerated the situation, which frightened the family members. How could they bear to hear such a thing? They rushed forward with their weapons. Everyone depended on Zhao Zhiheng for food. If anything happened to him, everyone would starve to death together. The housekeeper beat Zhao Zhiheng just to scare him and force him to submit, which meant beating him with a stick. But the Zhao family came desperately. They brought knives. Things soon turned into a bloody conflict. Seeing people rushing up from the door, the housekeeper assigned several people to block the door. Not only did they fail to block the door, one of them was stabbed. Blood gushed all over the floor. The blood irritated everyone's nerves. The relationship between everyone was already tense. They had been grudges against each other for a long time, and at this time, they were tired and hungry, and had already been anxious. As the two sides fought, they took out a desperate posture. No matter what I do, I will kill you first. There were fewer people beating Zhao Ziying, and he finally got a chance to breathe. But with this little breathing opportunity, he watched helplessly as a cousin was slashed with a vase and lay motionless on the ground. Stop! Stop it! Zhao Ziying held his head and screamed miserably. Tell me, what do you want? I will agree to whatever you want. I will agree to whatever you want. The bloody stimulation made the butler a little crazy. He grabbed Zhao Ziying's neck tightly and roared. Then give me my people back. Spit out all the food you ate alone. Share the vegetables from the vegetable base with us. I didn't eat alone. I didn't. Zhao Ziying had no way to explain himself, and argued frantically. Bullshit! You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. The housekeeper pinched his neck tightly, making Zhao Ziying's cheeks red. You have found Zheng Xiao wife. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Do you want to starve my people to death, and keep them all for yourself? Zhao Ziying suddenly stopped moving. He hesitated for a moment, blinked, as if he didn't understand, and asked again. What did you say? Are you still playing dumb? The housekeeper asked in disbelief. You just said. Zheng Xiao wife was found. Zhao Ziying repeated what the housekeeper said, staring at the other's eyes, bloodshot. He asked, almost gritting his teeth. Who told you? The housekeeper's heart was slightly shaken. The anger in Zhao Ziying's eyes was too real. His previous speculation, which he had always believed in, suddenly became less certain at this moment. The housekeeper subconsciously tightened his 5 fingers and said coldly. Speak clearly, don't try to fool me again. Zhao Ziying was pinched and coughed repeatedly, and suddenly shook off the other party's hand, and it took a long time for him to catch his breath. His eyes were heavy, and he said in a low voice. We were plotted against. Chapter 219. You're fucking lying to me? The housekeeper almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Bai Shanshan was still locked up in the warehouse. She was struggling to protect herself now. She didn't even have a contact number around her. And she had no chance to notify anyone who would plot against them when they had nothing to do. Seeing the housekeeper's face turn unfriendly again, Zhao Ziying hurriedly spoke again, and said first. Xia Yi. I said the person who plotted against us was Xia Yi. You know Xia Yi, Bai Shanshan's sister. It must be her. The housekeeper looked at him coldly, and curled his lips. Keep making up stories. I'm not making up stories. Zhao Ziying was so anxious that his face turned red. He took out his cell phone from the side, and threw it to the housekeeper. Check my records yourself. If someone reports to me, I will always have records here. You can delete the records too. Although the housekeeper said this, he still picked up the phone and started flipping through the chat list. After flipping through the records for a while, he opened the call log again, and pointed at the name on it. You weren't talking to Zhao Ziying? That was the call I made. Zhao Ziying was furious and explained irritably. If Zheng Xiao wife was found, shouldn't my brother have called to tell me? Why did I call him? Then who knows what's going on with you? The housekeeper said coldly. Listen to me. Zhao Ziying couldn't convince him. So he snatched the phone away and pointed at the number on it. This is the phone call I answered. The housekeeper didn't understand what he was saying at all, and frowned subconsciously. Zhao Ziying was so tired that he could only explain it bit by bit from the beginning. This phone number is Xia Yi. Then what? Xia Yi called me that day and asked me something about the planting base. And then hung up. I lied to her and said Bai Shanshan was asleep. And she didn't force Bai Shanshan to answer the phone. Later I muttered in my heart. They have known each other for so many years. And they were so easily fooled. Look. Something has happened now. Zhao Ziying patiently explained the situation to the housekeeper. Is it possible that she discovered something was wrong at that time, and then killed all of our people? Impossible. The housekeeper frowned. My people later sent me a message, saying. At this point, the housekeeper suddenly came to his senses. He only received a text message at that time, not a phone call. Cold sweat suddenly seeped out of the housekeeper's back. You mean? Zhao Ziying saw that he finally reacted. And then he said in a deep voice. The information may not be sent by your people. After so much trouble, the two finally calmed down and began to review the whole story. And finally got close to the truth. The housekeeper was silent for a long time. Suddenly he raised his head, took out his mobile phone, found the subordinate who provided the information a few days ago, and pressed the dial button for the number. Not surprisingly, there was a sound of machinery on the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. The housekeeper was even more unwilling to give up. He snatched Zhao Zhiheng's phone again and dialed Zhao Zhiheng's number again. A mechanical sound came from the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. The two phones were placed in front of him, and the same sound came from them. The housekeeper looked at the screen that flickered. Finally, he slowly believed what Zhao Zhiheng said. If his people were calculated by Zhao Zhiheng, it was Zhao Zhiheng who led the people to do it. There was no reason for Zhao Zhiheng to lose contact. Unless something happened to both of them. Zhao Zhiheng had only speculated, but now that he saw that his brother's phone was really unreachable, his heart slowly sank. His guess was now completely confirmed, and he also convinced the housekeeper, but his face did not show any sign of satisfaction. Instead, it became even uglier. It was really Xia Yi. The time and the place were so coincidental. It could only be Xia Yi. This was the enemy they least wanted to face. Before the two of them attacked by Shanshan, they actually stole her mobile phone first, and cut off her contact with the outside world, not for others, but because of Xia Yi. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they both knew it. They were afraid of Xia Yi. They all knew Xia Yi past. The first time they saw Xia Yi was many years ago, when her parents had just passed away. She looked gloomy and scary, as if she had walked out of a cold storage. Her eyes could make people feel cold all over. After not seeing each other for a while, this woman's temperament became more and more terrifying. It is said that when someone went to rob her house, they were all big and strong men, and they all died in her house. She was extremely cruel to the robbers. Anyone who broke into her house would sneak in standing up, and be carried out lying down. Every one of them, all of them never came back. But she relied on having a good lawyer, and finally escaped the blame completely. At that time, Zhao Zhiheng told Bai Shanshan, "Stay away from this scary girl. She is a female killer." He was obviously kind-hearted, but Bai Shanshan didn't know what was good for her. Not only did she not agree, she pointed the gun at him. She said, "Don't try to interfere in my life. If you interfere too much, you will be the one to stay away from me." Zhao Zhiheng was really afraid of this crazy woman. He was afraid that she would attack him if she went crazy. Since he couldn't afford to offend her, he stayed away from her. The two sides hadn't met for a while. No matter how he plotted against Bai Shanshan, he had a layer of confidence in his heart. After all, she was his wife. Even if he really made her angry, he could just coax her, and it would be over. Xia Yi was different. If she went crazy, his life would be in danger. Zhao Zhiheng and the housekeeper gradually reached an agreement. The two found a common enemy, and the tension between them gradually eased. But the fight outside didn't stop. The two sides had been fighting each other for half a day, and many people were injured. The conflict between them was no longer because of the interests of the housekeeper and Zhao Zhiheng, but was completely based on the old hatred and resentment with each other. Under the stimulation of blood, everyone's state was close to madness. There was a person who was shorter in height, and was always at a disadvantage in the fight. He wanted to escape from the crowd, but he couldn't do it, and was even stepped on in the end. 1 kick. 2 kicks. He was stepped on his head and face several times in a row, causing his nose to bleed. He desperately shouted help. Help until his voice became hoarse. But everyone was already fighting, so who had time to pay attention to him? He was almost suffocated by the stomping, and it took him a long time to find a gap. He escaped with difficulty, his face full of anger, looking at those people fighting. Violence was raging in his heart. He only wanted revenge. He didn't care who he would take revenge on, or how he would take revenge. He just wanted to vent all his anger. At this moment, he suddenly stepped on something and almost tripped to the ground. Looking down, he saw a man lying on the ground. The man was stabbed in the thigh, and the handle of the knife had not been pulled out yet, and blood was oozing out. He looked at the other person steadily, and a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips. "I can't beat them, but I can't beat you." After saying that, he pulled out the knife with his backhand, and slashed the opponent's throat. Blood suddenly surged up, sprang out in a fan shape. It was like a bloody rain, and everyone in front of him was covered in red. The blood sprayed on everyone's hands, faces, and bodies. The people in the fight finally realized that something was wrong, and slowly stopped their movements. After a long pause, Someone suddenly screamed. Dead. Dead. Really dead. This is a cutthroat artery. No need for professional judgment, everyone can know that. This person is dead. Zhao Zhiheng and the housekeeper realized belatedly that something was wrong. Stop it. Stop hitting. Zhao Zhiheng roared, almost piercing everyone's eardrums, finally succeeded in awakening everyone from their madness. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. The housekeeper also hurried out to stop them. He brought people here to force Zhao Zhiheng. The purpose was just to rescue his own people. Now it seems that there is another reason. Naturally, there is no need to continue to put pressure. And looking at the current tragic situation, if the fight continues, not only will those people not be rescued, but the few people left around will also be killed. With the concerted efforts of the two people to stop it, the situation was finally stabilized temporarily. But in fact, it was too late. The tragedy had already happened. Both sides were fighting with weapons. Metal sticks were flying everywhere, vases were smashed all over the floor, and several people were holding knives. In the end times, there are no legal constraints, and there is no such thing as a life for a life. Apart from this important deterrent, the struggle between people will tend to be crazy. The two sides did not fight for too long. But there were already 5 or 6 people lying on the ground, covered in blood. And it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even those who did not fall had more or less cuts on their bodies. Without disinfectant, anti-inflammatory drugs and tetanus, these wounds could still be fatal. These people had their own friends, even their own relatives, and doctors who could have saved people. The 2 doctors hired by Bai Shanshan were also involved in the fight, and each of them received serious injuries. It was hard to save himself, let alone save others. Although Zhao Zhiheng and the housekeeper's people were persuaded to leave, the anger in their eyes did not subside. Both sides were like angry bulls, staring at each other with bloodshot eyes. Judging from the posture, if they were not stopped, they would fight again immediately. Zhao Zhiheng looked at the miserable state of his family, and his eyes were almost bloodshot. The housekeeper, that idiot. If he hadn't been stupid, how could it have developed to this point? Not to mention these people. Even Zhao Zhiheng himself wanted to cut the housekeeper into pieces. But he knew he couldn't. There were only a few strong laborers in the whole manor. If the internal fighting continued, there would be no hope. Just as everyone was fighting, a drone appeared silently outside the window. The drone's infrared light flashed, faithfully recording everything in front of it. Chapter 220. Bai Shanshan stared at the screen intently, watching the scene set back by the drone camera. Ever since Bai Shanshan entered her home's autism warehouse, she had no intention of coming out easily. She even brought Xiaoyi cat and dog out. The cat and dog were originally staying in her bedroom. All 3 guys were as smart as ghosts. She threw the cat to the window, and the dog was scattered on the spot. She walked in front with a half-open can of food. The 3 soldiers were divided into 3 groups, each taking their own route, and finally followed her to the destination. The 4 of them lived happily in the warehouse. She had prepared a living room in the warehouse to prepare for natural disasters. There was almost everything in the warehouse: food, drinks, electricity, water, and even her favorite big bathtub. During the day, they ate, exercised, and played with cats and dogs. Although it was a bit lonely without a mobile phone, after being completely free from electronic products, she actually experienced a kind of joy in life that she had not experienced for a long time. Bai Shanshan had even become addicted to it. Just stay here, until the group of people outside starve to death, then she can go out naturally. Originally, Bai Shanshan had no interest in the situation outside, but something unexpected happened today. Sanhua barked very fiercely. It was not the kind of barking that was just because it was hungry, thirsty, wanted to poop, or wanted to take a walk. It barked twice, went to the warehouse door, turned around, ran to the side and barked twice again, obviously hinting at something. Although Bai Shanshan did not have electronic devices such as mobile phones and computers that could communicate with the outside world, she had no way to see the surveillance outside. However, there was a drone in her warehouse. Xiaoyi had reminded her to prepare it before, and it came in handy at this time. Bai Shanshan drove the drone, drove out of the vent on the top of the warehouse, and slowly explored the night. As the drone's perspective rose, the scene of the entire manor came into view. Bai Shanshan shook her head and sighed. Oh, you know what? It's quite beautiful. The drone was pulled to the highest point, and it suddenly dived down, with full visual impact. And it was shocking. Oh, I'm pretty good at it. Bai Shanshan sighed, controlling the drone, circling around the manor, and actually playing with it slowly. After playing for a while, due to the long flight distance, one of the drones accidentally crashed. She suddenly remembered why she took out the drone. She found a new one from the warehouse, unpacked it, and finally leisurely drove it to the top floor of the main building. It was then that Bai Shanshan discovered that a large-scale bloody fight had actually occurred there. The people fighting were either her employees or her relatives. It seemed that both sides were hurt, and neither side had any advantage. Bai Shanshan was not worried at all. She even grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started to eat them. She adjusted the angle of the drone while eating and watched with great interest. Hey, housekeeper. Why are you still pinching Zhao Zhiheng's neck? You two are playing very fancy? TSK. Just fight if you want to. It's so dirty that there's blood everywhere. Looking at the bloody fight in the room, she occasionally sighed. My bedroom is so beautifully decorated. You made it dirty. And I can't even find anyone to fix it. Oh, my life is so miserable. When she heard them call out Xia Yi's name, Bai Shanshan finally curved her eyes and smiled sincerely. She touched her round belly and sighed. It seems you are lucky to see your godmother at first sight. Xia Yi didn't know she had been made a godmother at this time. Fortunately, she didn't see Bai Shanshan's behavior. If she had really seen it, she would probably give up saving people out of disgust and let this guy fend for himself. The situation outside is not optimistic. Even if the two sides stopped fighting, it can't change the facts. The relationship between the two sides has completely deteriorated, and there is no fact of easing and reconciliation. Some people have died because of this fight. Even if they look at each other, they want to tear the person into pieces. No matter how angry Zhao Zhiheng was at the housekeeper, he could only swallow his anger at this moment. The people around him were already in very bad condition, and it was most important to stop the loss in time. He looked around, his eyes fell on his relatives, and snorted coldly. Why don't you go and bandage it? Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. Seeing that no one obeyed his order, Zhao Zhiheng frowned and asked, Why don't you go? After a moment, someone stood up and whispered, The medicines are all in the warehouse. In the warehouse where Bai Shanshan was. Zhao Zhiheng choked suddenly. Everyone's eyes fell on him, like a flame burning every inch of his body. As if reminding him all the time, if it weren't for him, this tragic scene in front of him would never have happened. Zhao Zhiheng was almost suffocated by this kind of burning eyes, slammed the table, and said angrily, Then you can't wash it with water. Wrap it with a towel. Don't you have any medicine? Are you just going to wait here, waiting for people to bleed to death? Everyone dispersed. Whether it was Zhao Zhiheng's relatives or the housekeeper's people, they all left the room one by one with tears in their eyes, dragging their own people on the ground. Only blood stains and a strong smell of blood were left in the room. Zhao Zhiheng was choked and dizzy, and subconsciously wanted to press the housekeeper's bell to call someone to clean up. His fingers were suspended in the air, but he could not press them down again. He had clearly realized one thing: after today's conflict, probably, no one would come to clean up his house again. Zhao Zhiheng waited in the blood on the floor in annoyance, wanting to wash his face a little and clear his mind. When he slipped into the bathroom and saw his appearance in the mirror, he was suddenly stunned. Only then did he realize why those people just now looked at him so strangely. Before the housekeeper came to make trouble, Zhao Zhiheng was sleeping in bed, and he didn't even have time to put on his clothes, and was picked up and beaten. Now, he was only wearing a pair of underwear. It was covered with purple marks. Most importantly, they were obvious, red and swollen, finger marks from being pinched on his neck. Fuck. Zhao Zhiheng's face was swollen and purple. He acted like a boss at home every day. No matter among the elders or the younger generations, he was always the one who had the final say. He had never been so embarrassed. All the pretense he had in his life was emptied at this moment. Before he could recover from the collapse just now, his peripheral vision suddenly swept over and saw someone peeking at the door. The person who came was his mother. Zhao Zhiheng pulled a bathrobe and put it on, and asked, enduring his inner irritation, What's the matter? Seeing that her son was in a bad mood, Zhao mother looked a little cautious and asked tentatively, I heard from them that your brother was in trouble. Zhao Zhiheng rubbed his eyebrows. Before he could answer, Zhao mother had already understood the answer to the question, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and her expression was full of pleading. Hengzi, you can't just ignore him. He's your own brother. Zhao Zhiheng's blood pressure rose when he heard this. Who said I don't care about him? Then why don't you go and save him? Zhao Mother grabbed him anxiously. Her fingers clenched tightly, wrinkling his clothes. Don't you know who took him away? Go and save him. Go and save him. Why don't you ask who took him away? Can I save him? Zhao Zhiheng's emotions were almost out of control, and he roared in a low voice. Why do you think I can save him? Why do you think I won't die outside? So you still don't plan to save him? Mother Zhao lowered her eyes in disappointment, sighed deeply, and stood up to walk out, muttering in a low voice as she walked. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Zhao Zhiheng was so angry that his hands were shaking, but he couldn't find a suitable rebuttal. Mother Zhao has always been like this. When she forced him to move his family into Bai Shanshan house, her attitude was the same. When she cried and said that there was not enough food, and her daughter-in-law was not filial, and when she treated them harshly every day, she was like this. She looked so pitiful that it seemed as if the whole world had wronged her. His mother was good at doing this, putting him high up, in an invincible and omnipotent position. Then she forced him to give everything for the family. As long as he couldn't do it, she would put on a pitiful look, as if she was condemning him with her eyes. Behind every sentence, I'm useless, there was a hidden meaning, which was, my son is unfilial, I'm so pitiful. Repeatedly, using this method again and again, until he was forced to compromise. Zhao Zhiheng had seen through it, but still couldn't resist. Looking at Zhao Mother's pitiful back, knowing that she was pretending, he still compromised again. I go right away. Just go. Just go. Zhao Mother immediately turned her head, and almost instantly put on a smile, and the loneliness on her face just now was swept away. Your two cousins should also go, they also have brothers outside, you have to hurry to look for them. Several people have had accidents at home today, your brother can't have any more accidents. Get out. Listening to the nagging of Zhao Mother, Zhao Zhiheng didn't want to say another word. Okay, I go out. Zhao Mother had already gotten what she wanted, and walked out contentedly. While she walked, she complained again. You, child, why are you so bad-tempered? She kept nagging like this, and disappeared at the door. Zhao Zhiheng looked at Zhao Mother's back coldly, with a sneer on his lips. Mother Zhao had worked hard for many years, and finally raised a son who could do everything. Oh, even if he was not omnipotent enough, she would force him to do everything. As long as she was pitiful enough and weak enough, she could always force the people who cared about her to do everything. Then she could satisfy her desires. This trick worked every time. This time, Mother Zhao also thought so. So, she would never have thought that this omnipotent son would leave without hesitation when there was no rice to cook at home. He never thought about coming back. Of course, he could never come back. Chapter 221. On the dark road of the manor, a sightseeing car drove out of the garage, without even turning on the lights, and drove silently towards the gate. Zhao Mother had just finished talking with Zhao Zhiheng, and was still immersed in the sense of victory of her son's compromise, and was unaware of this. Zhao Zhiheng had this idea for a long time. Most of the food was hidden in the warehouse by Bai Shanshan, and there was very little food available outside. Since the end of the world came, he felt very insecure about asking Bai Shanshan for food every day, so when conditions allowed, he hid a lot of things privately. Bai Shanshan would regularly deliver food to the kitchen via a conveyor belt. In addition to the dishes that the chefs needed daily, it also included several boxes of semi-finished food, as well as instant noodles, bread, ham, and the like. These snack foods would be delivered regularly every week. There was no set amount, and everyone could take them when they needed them. But the delivery amount was fixed. If they were eaten up, they would have to wait until next month. At that time, the kitchen had sufficient supplies, and the dishes were rich every meal. Who would have nothing to do to take these semi-finished foods? There would even be some surplus from the regular weekly distribution. Zhao Zhiheng would quietly take away the surplus while no one was paying attention and hide it in his room. Bai Shanshan probably knew about this situation. But because she had too much supplies, she didn't really care who took away the small amounts of food, which were originally meant to be shared among everyone. By accumulating little by little, she could save up a lot of snacks. These days, everyone in the manor was starving. Although Zhao Zhiheng could only eat cucumbers on the surface, he had a small stove to eat privately. The snacks he hid were enough to keep him alive for a few months. But he didn't dare to eat it openly. The reason was ridiculous. Because there was no place to throw away the garbage. There was a special garbage disposal station in the manor, but it was activated regularly. Zhao Zhiheng's identity obviously shouldn't do this job, and if he waited for others to deal with it, then The food packaging bags would be easily discovered. When were these foods taken out? Who took them away? And in which room were they eaten? How were they thrown out? If you really checked the surveillance, it would not stand up to scrutiny at all. It's easy to trace him. Everyone is starving, but Zhao Zhiheng is eating and drinking lavishly. Not to mention what the housekeeper will do. Even his mother won't agree. These people haven't had a full meal for a long time, and they will definitely want to share the food in his hands. There are so many people here, more than 40 people. The food in his hands is enough for him to eat for several months, and if these people share it, it will be eaten up in a few days. The most important thing is, he saved the food by his own ability. Why should he share it with others? Zhao Zhiheng had been starving on the Jinshan mountain, struggling with his conscience every day for some time. He had wanted to leave with the food for a long time, but he had never been able to do it. What happened just now made the final decision for him. The housekeeper's people were already at odds with his relatives, and it was unclear what would happen here in the future. The scene just now also made him lose face. Everyone hated him, and even laughed at him. Staying here was a thankless task. The most important thing is that Zhao Mother also added fuel to the fire in this matter. Those people have never worried about the future. They only know how to eat and drink from him. If they run out of things, they will ask him for them. If he doesn't give them, they will throw a tantrum and act pitiful to him. But who knows his difficulties? The food at home will not last long. It is not enough for these people to live for 10 days. Even if they really need to arrange for people to go out, they should go to find supplies. Who the hell has the leisure to go out to find people? Who the hell wants to go find Xia Yi? Who the hell wants to save his brother? It happened so quickly just now. It took Zhao Zhiheng a long time to figure it out. Xia Yi wanted to deal with him. But why did Xia Yi deal with him? Why did he know everything about the manor? There is only one possibility. Zhao Zhiheng, that bastard, betrayed him. A bastard who betrayed him. And he was asked to risk his life to save him? Dream on. These stupid idiots. If you want to die, go and die. He didn't want to be buried with these people. Zhao Zhiheng took advantage of everyone's busyness, secretly moved the fast food hidden in the room, moved them box by box into the underground parking lot, and moved them to a car. He even went to the kitchen with a sneer, and took away the only 3 boxes of cucumbers left. These people were going to starve to death anyway. It didn't matter if they died early or late. The supplies here belonged to his wife. He married his wife with his own ability, and obtained the supplies with his own ability, which allowed these people to rise to the top with him, and live a rich life with him. After enjoying the blessing for so long, they should be content. If there is anyone to blame, blame these people for being too greedy. If they were not so greedy, everyone could live well. Since they are so greedy, they have ruined a good game. Let them pay the price. As for the housekeepers, it is none of his business. Let them fight, beat, and die. When these people are dead, he will come back. These people are outsiders. Bai Shanshan is different from him. After all, a night of love is worth 100 days of grace. Maybe she can forgive him if she asks. Zhao Zhiheng almost sneered as he walked out of the door, driving a small car, which was loaded with almost all the supplies in the manor. There was a yacht parked at the gate. The yacht was not very spacious, with only 1 bedroom and 1 living room inside. But the area on the deck was okay, just enough to park this small car. Zhao Zhiheng parked the car on the deck, took the key and walked into the cockpit. He still did not turn on the lights, and drove the yacht away from the manor quietly. He drove in the dark for more than half an hour, and drove to the foot of a mountain. Zhao Zhiheng parked the yacht in a secluded place, and then heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and leaned back in his chair. Just when he relaxed, a light laugh suddenly came from the darkness. The laugh was faint, and it sounded like a girl. It seemed far away, but also seemed close, ethereal, and completely untraceable. In the dark night, it was simply creepy. Zhao Zhiheng's back stiffened, and a chill suddenly rose. Who? He turned his head suddenly, and the flashlight quickly moved around, trying to catch some traces in the darkness. Don't play tricks. The female voice chuckled leisurely, and said slowly, Why are you so guilty? Zhao Zhiheng's body shook slightly. He really heard it right. There was a sound. It could even speak. The night would amplify the fear in one's heart. Darkness means the unknown. In this place where you can't see your hand in front of you, even if you are the bravest, you will feel a little bit scared. Zhao Zhiheng was not very open-minded, and his legs were a little weak at this time. He swallowed his saliva, tried to give himself courage. and growled. If you have the ability, don't hide in the dark. Come out. Come out. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. No head or face. And the whole body was pale. Ah! Zhao Zhiheng screamed immediately and sat on the ground. He widened his eyes in horror, and tried to move his hands backwards. And his buttocks also rubbed back desperately. Don't kill me. Zhao Zhiheng stuttered, his voice was shaking desperately, trembling. I have old people above me and young children below me. Your wife is pregnant. Right? Xia Yi suddenly sneered, looking at the person on the ground coldly, with a mocking expression on her lips. She was just wearing a protective suit, but she could scare people like this. Zhao Zhiheng was a little shocked. Hearing her talking normally, he was stunned for a long time, and it took him a long time to react. Xia Yi? Xia Yi glanced at the car on the plywood, reached out, and rummaged through the car compartment. Looking at the supplies left inside, she sighed softly. There are quite a few things. It seems that after locking up by Shanshan, you have lived a good life? No. Zhao Zhiheng confirmed her identity, and his body trembled even more severely. He tried to move his butt back several steps, until he retreated to the position where the boat could not retreat any further, and he could hardly speak. Xia Yi. She didn't expect that she was scarier than a ghost. Zhao Zhiheng said bad things about Xia Yi behind her back. Bai Shanshan didn't like it, so she said it to other people. Since he knew Xia Yi's life, he had been talking about her behind her back for many years. There are many unfair things in the language system, and the biggest unfairness is that the invention of words, like gossip and gossip woman, is to humiliate women. In fact, are there no such people among men? This group has even more such behaviors. It is a pity that language is not defined by women, so in the entire vocabulary system, there is no insult similar to bad man. Say Zhao Zhiheng is just bad, not masculine, because he is cowardly, and bullies the weak and fears the strong. He can only be bad, and dares to be bad. When he really met Xia Yi in person, he was so cowardly. All for you, all for you. Zhao Zhiheng looked at the supplies with nostalgia. His eyes filled with deep reluctance. They were all what he had worked so hard to save over the past few months. But he didn't dare to be greedy. He was afraid that if he accidentally offended this female killer, she would really chop him into the water and feed him to the fish. I give you all the supplies. So, spare my life. Okay. Of course you have to give it to me. Xia Yi glanced at him and said lightly. These are all Bai Shanshan things. Even if Bai Shanshan doesn't want them, it's her freedom to give them away casually. Why should the garbage in front of me be cheap? But, Xia Yi looked at the variety of supplies. All kinds of fast food, and a bunch of wilted cucumbers, looking half dead, probably the last batch sent by the agricultural and trade planting base. You are so greedy, you even took away the pots and bowls? You don't even care about your parents' lives? Xia Yi chuckled, and Zhao Zhiheng shuddered again. She blinked her eyes lightly, and suddenly had an idea. There is nothing left in the manor? That's great. Great. Chapter 222. Before Xia Yi set out to Bai Shanshan house, Xia Lin had contacted her. He brought a bad news and a good news, but both were as expected. The bad news was that Xia Shi had passed away. The good news was that Xia Lin had stabilized the situation. Although Xia Shi had done enough preparation before his death, Xia Lin was only a boy in his teens, and he actually relied on his own strength to stabilize the situation at the oil depot, which was already very remarkable. Xia Lin expressed his gratitude to Xia Yi, and told her that the cooperation they had discussed before was still effective. But it would take some time. The oil depot was still there, and the uncle and nephew had protected the access to the oil depot tightly, and no one else had it. They still had plenty of resources to trade, but they had no one left. Xiao Liyuan attack in the oil depot almost brought them devastating damage. Originally, none of these people would have survived. Because of Xia Yi's timely reminder, some people were able to take precautions, and were not caught in one fell swoop. But after all, there were not many people left, less than 1/5 of the original number. And the manpower could not be replenished immediately. After Xiao Liyuan calculation, the entire oil depot suffered a devastating blow, and everyone became much more cautious. They guarded the gate tightly, and did not dare to let the partners send people in at will. All the oil barrels were placed outside the oil depot, and Xia Lin arranged people to take them back, load and unload them by themselves, fill them up, and then carry them out. There are fewer people, But there is a lot more work. Even these people cannot spend all their work on moving goods. They must also prioritize maintaining the original customer relationships. After all, the goods can be supplied more slowly. But if the customer relationship is lost, then there is nothing. This leads to a decrease in the efficiency of delivery. And there is no way to complete the previously agreed transaction on time. Not to mention the transaction with Xia. Even their original transaction is almost unsustainable. Xiaolin was so busy. But he had no other choice but to call and apologize one by one. The most helpless thing was that even though they were so short of manpower, they could not just recruit helpers from outside. After all, Xiao Liyuan matter was not over yet. Since the last incident, they had been on guard all the time, carefully guarding against Xiao Liyuan attack. Xiao Liyuan did send people to test them, but he did not force his way in, since he saw that some of them were still alive and the precautions were more stringent. He temporarily disappeared and was not in a hurry to take further action. Not knowing what the other party is planning next makes people more nervous. And precautions cannot be neglected for a long time. But now it seems that the timing is just right. Xiaolin just mentioned the coolies. And now the coolies are coming? There is no leader in the manor. And they can't even afford to eat. Letting them sell their bodies to earn a living is also a very cost-effective deal. Moreover, this group of people have been hiding in by Shanshan House for many years. And they don't even go out. They have never met Xiao Liyuan. And the probability of being infected with the virus is relatively low. Compared with people outside, they are still much safer. Xia Yi asked about the material situation in Zhao Zhiheng's manor, originally just to verify his inner assumption. Who knew that this sentence would hit Zhao Zhiheng's lungs? Zhao Zhiheng did not hesitate at all when he went out, and did not feel any psychological burden when abandoning those people. But now he fell into deep regret. Before Zhao Zhiheng ran away, he had thought well, to find a safe place to live for a few days, and wait until the storm passed, and then slowly come out to find food. He had cars and yachts in his hands, and it was more than enough to accumulate a small force, so he naturally did not need to be too nostalgic for home. Who knew? He was caught by Xia Yi before he ran out for half an hour. All the supplies he had worked so hard to save for so long were completely used to make wedding clothes for others. How could he know that Xia Yi, whom he had avoided for a long time, and did not want to meet at all costs, was actually waiting for him on the yacht? Even if he had promised his mother at the beginning. At least, he could bring his cousins with him. With those people in front, he would have a chance to escape from Xia Yi. Now he is alone, let alone running away. His legs are weak even when he stands up. Unfortunately, he was too cruel, too ruthless. He really took away all the food in the manor, leaving no way out. He had done so much. There was no need to think. Even his own mother would not want to save him. At this time, Zhao Zhiheng was even looking forward to it. Looking forward to those people at home discovering his betrayal as soon as possible. Maybe they would come to arrest him. Even if he was arrested and taken away with these supplies, they could live a few more days. After all, they were all his relatives. Even if he hated him, he would not kill him with his own hands. But if Xia Yi took him away, his future would be uncertain. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhiheng's plan was doomed to fail. In fact, not long after he escaped, he was found by people in the manor. Several cousins came to find him, wanting to go with him to rescue other brothers. These people had no idea who Xia Yi was, and even had no idea about Bai Shanshan. To them, Bai Shanshan was just a sister-in-law who was not easy to mess with. Although her family was rich, she was not virtuous at all. To them, Xia Yi was just a friend of the sister-in-law. Even though Zhao Zhiheng had repeatedly said how difficult it was to mess with Xia Yi, in the eyes of these people, she was still just a young girl who couldn't make any waves. Moreover, these people had no idea about the supplies at home. Although they knew that there might not be much supplies, it would only cause them to complain and be dissatisfied with Zhao Zhiheng. No one felt that it was their responsibility to find supplies. Therefore, after following the instructions of Zhao Mother, several people did not feel that Zhao Zhiheng was the hero at all, and came to find him without any psychological burden. Who knows? They found that the house was empty. Zhao Zhiheng's belongings were well hidden, and no one knew about them, so they didn't feel anything. But his wardrobe was empty, and his clothes for 4 seasons were taken away, which obviously made things wrong. Although Zhao Zhiheng felt very aggrieved. He was the only backbone of the Zhao family after all. He suddenly fled from home, and everyone in the family was in chaos. Zhao Mother was panicked, and she just sat beside Zhao Father crying. Zhao Father smoked and sighed one after another. As for what to do next, everyone was arguing. Some said they should go out to find him, while others said it was too dangerous outside, and they couldn't go out casually. The room was in chaos. At the same time, the chef had reached the cooking time, and found something wrong in the kitchen. When the housekeeper heard the news, he went to the security room to check the surveillance, and saw Zhao Zhiheng took something away. He came with people to question him. The conflict just now was barely over, although the housekeeper found that it was a misunderstanding. It was all caused by his suspicion. Naturally, he felt guilty, and just wanted to stop the fight and take everyone back to heal. But who knew that not long after, such a thing would happen? He thought Zhao Zhiheng would have a sense of the overall situation. At this time, instead of thinking about how to work together to rescue people, he should think about working together to find supplies. Who knew that this person could be so selfish that he hid the life-saving supplies for everyone? Who can stand this? We must ask him to get them back. The conflict that had not been completely resolved just now has triggered a new fuse. You know, not long ago, the two sides had experienced a bloody fight, and everyone's anger has not subsided. At this time, they found that the other party had robbed the supplies, and they were furious. Almost the first moment the two sides met, a conflict broke out again. This time, they even skipped the quarrel process and started fighting. This was the last bite of food. And for this bite of food, people would do anything. Adding to the old grudge between the two sides, they almost fought to the death, and both sides were beaten to a bloody pulp. The situation was as tragic as it could be. When 7 or 8 more people fell on the scene, the housekeeper and his men realized belatedly that they had been looking for the wrong person this time. The people left inside the manor were in a terrible state. Several people from the Zhao family died, leaving only 4 old people, 2 men, 1 woman and 3 younger generations. A total of 7 people. Several people from the housekeeper's side also died. And with him, there were only 5 men and 3 women left. A total of 10 people. And almost every one of them was injured. The housekeeper was also injured. It was only then that he finally came to his senses and realized one thing. No matter how much hatred the two sides had, they could not hurt each other at this time. Otherwise, everyone would die without a burial place. This time, when the housekeeper came out to persuade them to stop, no one spoke up to object. The relatives of the Zhao family also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stopped attacking. Both sides tacitly retreated to a safe distance. We can't fight anymore. The housekeeper said this with his back teeth almost bitten. If he had a choice, he would tear the people in front of him into pieces. But he also knew that the remaining people should not be wasted on the incompetent wastes of the Zhao family. The Zhao family had no idea, but he knew very well that they had to go out to find food. However, finding food did not need the consent of the Zhao family. Even if they found food, they did not intend to share a share with the Zhao family. These vampires, who only know how to lie on others, deserve to be starved to death. The housekeeper took the remaining 10 people with him, left Zhao Zhiheng's room, and left the manor without looking back. Not long after they left the manor, a small speedboat came towards them. Trembling, the fuel gauge of the speedboat had reached the bottom, and the speed was getting slower and slower. The driver was stepping on the accelerator impatiently, but it was obviously useless. No matter how she operated, she couldn't make the speedboat move another step. The driver was struggling with what to do, and suddenly raised his eyes and saw the oncoming person, and his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Hey! Help! Chapter 223. The driver of the speedboat was Xia Yi. She greeted the housekeepers from a distance. Xia Yi was not worried about being recognized in by Shanshan entire manor, except for Zhao Zhiheng, who had met her a few times and had communicated with each other. The others had basically no impression of her. Even if they met face to face, they might not be familiar with each other, not to mention that it was dark now, and she was wearing a protective suit. As long as she didn't introduce herself, these people couldn't tell who she was. The housekeeper saw her waving and didn't intend to deal with her. But he saw Xia Yi waving the flashlight, and the beam hit the bow of his boat. There was a plastic bag there. The housekeeper and his men had not had enough to eat for many days, and they were very sensitive to food packaging. Even in the dark night, at a distance of several meters, they could still accurately identify the contents of the plastic bag after being shown by the flashlight. There were 3 bags of brand new instant noodles in the plastic bag. I only heard Xia Yi ask from a distance, "Hey, do you have oil?" I trade you food? The housekeepers looked at each other, and excitement suddenly appeared in their eyes. Instant noodles. This is instant noodles. Instant noodles are so recognizable that, once you smell them, they will be engraved in your DNA, making it hard for people not to remember them. Even for people who eat 3 meals a day normally, when they occasionally think of instant noodles, they will have a conditioned reflex, and their saliva will be secreted uncontrollably, not to mention those who can't even get full by eating cucumbers. The stimulation that instant noodles bring to their hearts is simply indescribable. But instant noodles are important. Oil is also important. Both are important and scarce resources. Since they don't go out much, the oil in the speedboat is not exhausted, but it's only for a few trips. Without the support of the warehouse, the oil is not enough for them to squander. They are not willing to exchange oil for instant noodles. But they have been hungry for many days, and they can't give up the instant noodles. No matter what kind of life they had before, what kind of character they had, not many people can keep the basic bottom line when they are extremely hungry. Since these people came out to look for food, they didn't intend to abide by the rules. The law of the jungle is the norm. It's just a few packs of instant noodles. What's the big deal if you snatch them? Let us see first if these instant noodles are real. The housekeepers looked at each other, nodded knowingly, and drove the speedboat forward. They had just moved a short distance when they suddenly heard the people on the other side speak. Wait! There are too many of you. You can't all come over. Xiaoyi stopped them loudly. Just one person. Bring me oil. The housekeepers acted as if they didn't hear anything and drove forward on their own. What a joke, a girl alone in such a place. How can her words have any deterrent effect? No one takes her refusal seriously. The speedboat was approaching without slowing down, clearly with ill intentions. Xiaoyi didn't seem surprised by this. She stared at the other party quietly, smiled softly, took out instant noodles from the plastic bag, and held 3 bags in her hand at the same time. She crossed her left and right hands, making a tearing gesture. The butler and the others stopped their movements suddenly. If you don't stop, I tear these bags open and throw them into the water, Xiaoyi said slowly. The housekeeper's eyes were all wide open. No! Although the amount of instant noodles was not large, there was not enough for them to share. Each person could only get 1/3 of a noodle cake at most. But this is instant noodles. Instant noodles. They haven't seen instant noodles for a long time. They are almost starving. If they miss these packs of instant noodles, they don't know when they will find food next time. How can you throw it into the water? Or tear open the packaging bag and throw it into the water? Then it will be completely inedible. Once you miss it, you will never find it again. Who knows if you can find it again next time? Xiaoyi's words directly grasped their vital points. The housekeepers watched her movements, and finally stopped moving forward. The girl on the opposite side was quite vigilant. It seemed unrealistic to rob directly, but if they were asked to exchange it with gasoline, they would be unwilling. So the housekeeper started to argue with her. You exchanged 3 bags of instant noodles for gasoline, which is too bad for us. Why don't we change the exchange method? You just get on our speedboat, and we take you back, okay? Give them the instant noodles. How can these people take me back? With the hunger of these people, they might even chop her into pieces and stew her. They really treat me like a little girl, and the lie is too clumsy. Xiaoyi shook her head secretly. She mocked in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She pretended not to hear the malice in the other party's words and bargained. That won't work. If you take the things, who knows if you will send me back? You don't trust us? The housekeeper directly provoked her. The method used was also very common. A classic way for boys to provoke girls. When many men want women to obey their wishes, they will use this method to force the other party to submit. It's nothing more than relying on the fact that many girls are soft-tempered and dare not say it in front of boys. Yes, I just don't trust you. They are afraid of falling out, of destroying the relationship, of making the other party angry. And this fear always lingers in their hearts. And they are led by the other party. When they hear the words I don't trust you, they are afraid of being labeled as distrustful of others and will subconsciously refute. No. If they say these 2 words, the other party will just hit the mark and will naturally follow up with the next sentence. No. Why didn't you listen to me? There are also girls who dare to confront, and they will refute at this time, saying, I just don't trust you. But they still won't have a good result. The other party can rely on his strong body and directly take action to achieve his desired goal. After doing all the bad things, he will use the girl's resistance as a handle to criticize her. Since you don't trust me, Why should I save face for you? Since you don't trust me anyway, I will just take action. Tell her that everything she has experienced is because she is too strong and not obedient enough. You don't trust me? This sentence almost makes the bully invincible. Whether you say yes or no, it's your fault and you suffer. This kind of rubbish trick works every time. The housekeeper is in by Shanshan house, facing the relatives and friends of the host family. And he always has to maintain the basic upbringing of this environment. Naturally, he dare not use this kind of despicable trick to force a girl. But now, his true colors are exposed. Xiaoyi almost laughed. After so much time, her passive skill was still as powerful as ever. There were always people who looked down on her because of her appearance. These cunning scumbags could always use new methods to refresh her worldview. But Xiaoyi was not in a hurry. She didn't want to beat the other party here directly. The terrain here was too open. If they fought, it would be difficult to catch all 10 of them at once. And it would be easy for them to run away. She had other plans. So, Xiaoyi chose the third way with a smile. You think it's a big loss to exchange oil for 3 bags of instant noodles. But there's nothing I can do. I only have this much. She sighed, showing regret, and after thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly came to her. But you can go to my house. I have a lot of instant noodles at home, and a lot of oil. I have a lot of stock at home. Xiaoyi's voice was very cheerful, as if she had no wariness at all, showing her fragile neck to the tiger and wolf. After saying this, the other party's eyes suddenly lit up. A lot of instant noodles, a lot of oil. This girl has a lot of supplies at home. Isn't this exactly what they want? Anyway, they have to grab it. What's the point of grabbing these 3 packs of instant noodles? It's not enough for everyone to share. It's better to go all out. If you want to grab a big one. That's fine. The butler's voice sounded reluctant, but in fact, there was no need to think about it. His face was obviously full of joy. Xiaoyi curled his lips, a mocking look flashed across his face, and then he disappeared silently into the darkness. Then you drive a speedboat over here alone, put the oil in front of me, and I give you these 3 instant noodles as a deposit. Xiaoyi described the transaction process in detail, looking careful and cautious, as if afraid to leave any opportunity for the other party to take advantage of. After that, he added a threat. If you want to take force, I tear the instant noodles apart and throw them into the water, and then jump into the water myself. Even if I can't swim back and drown in the water, you won't get anything. Don't worry. We are not that kind of people. The housekeeper replied with a smile. This time, they really didn't intend to take action. There was the temptation of more materials. And no one wanted to break up the relationship now. The little girl in front of him looked thin and small. But she had a tough personality. If he provoked her in advance, it would be a waste of effort. It would be better to follow her back first. Find out the location and situation first. And then it would not be too late to take action. Listening to the other party's explanation, Xiaoyi smiled noncommittally. Come on. Both parties followed Xiaoyi's request and completed the transaction step by step. The housekeepers did not make trouble and gave her a small pot of gasoline. The amount of gasoline was not large, but it was enough to drive to the destination. Xiaoyi poured the gasoline into the tank and handed over the instant noodles as promised. The other party took the instant noodles and had no intention of going back. He opened a bag and started eating on the spot. The others were immediately anxious when they saw this. Another speedboat rushed over at the fastest speed, and the 10 people immediately wrestled together. Xiaoyi watched these people fighting and drove the speedboat to the side, moving away from the fighting range of the crowd, so as not to be affected. Then he lowered his head, took out his mobile phone, and edited the message. The housekeeper struggled for a long time, and finally succeeded in dividing the 3 instant noodles, but the division was not very clear. Xiaoyi did it on purpose. When she saw that there were 10 people on the other side, she deliberately took out 3 packs of instant noodles, so that they could not divide it equally no matter what. Some people had more, some people had less, and it was inevitable that there would be a difference. Just for this bite of instant noodles. The people on the opposite side stared at each other, and there was already a tendency of internal strife. The housekeeper finally calmed everyone down. And suddenly he was shocked, and his back almost broke out in cold sweat. It was not until he saw Xiaoyi still waiting on the speedboat next to him, and did not take the opportunity to leave, that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could not help but curse in his heart. Idiot. What a good opportunity. He didn't know to run, and was still waiting for them here. Since she was stupid, there was nothing she could do. She deserved it for them to rob her of her supplies. Xiaoyi seemed oblivious to this, seeing that the fight was almost over and the internal conflict had subsided on the surface. She nodded and signaled to the housekeeper. Then she started the speedboat and led the way. The housekeeper and his men drove the speedboat, not far behind her, and drove forward. The 3 speedboats, 1 in front and 2 behind, drove forward in the night for about half an hour before gradually slowing down. The lights of the building ahead had already shone through the night. It was a building. The size of the building could not be seen from a distance. Only 3 or 2 windows could be seen faintly with lights. This place is nice. The housekeepers looked at each other and could not help but be tempted. After the 10 of them left, they considered living outside. Although the manor was comfortable, there were also Zhao Zhiheng's family members there, and the other party had not died out yet, and still had some fighting power. There was absolutely no reason for them to share the food they found themselves. But if they lived under the same roof, they had to guard against the other party stealing, robbing, and attacking, which would only cause a lot of trouble. If they could find a good place to stay outside, there would be no need to go back. My home is the window on the right. Xiaoyi pointed at the small building, and the direction of his finger turned slightly, and it landed not far ahead. There was a double-door door, which was made of very thick steel plates, and the sharp fence on the top of the door was shining coldly. The main door was tightly locked, and there was a small door on the inside, about the width of a speedboat, just enough for them to enter and exit. We need to go in from this side to enter the building. The housekeepers had already regarded this place as their own territory, and they were quite satisfied looking at this small iron door. This kind of iron door for the entrance should be small, so that outsiders cannot break in casually. If they break in, they can close the door and beat the dog. It can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is a very suitable place to live. No wonder the other party can still live in that building safely after such a long time, since the end of the world, probably relying on this door. Xiaoyi took out the key to open the small door and led everyone into the yard. The housekeeper followed them in without any precautions. There were only a few windows with lights on in the building, and it was obvious that there were not many people living there. With their fighting power, they would not be afraid of the other party. Moreover, the other party was in different rooms. If they wanted to take them all, they could defeat them one by one. After entering the yard through the small door, it was still pitch black everywhere. After the 3 ships moved forward a few meters, they suddenly heard a click. The sound of a lock was heard behind them. Chapter 224. The housekeeper suddenly felt something was wrong, and picked up the flashlight and shone it backwards. At some point, the small door they came in through had been tightly locked. The flashlight shone forward again, and there was no one on the speedboat leading the way. The girl on it was gone. The housekeeper felt a chill on his back, and all the pores on his body exploded. "It's broken," he cried out in a hurry, and was about to open his mouth to remind everyone, but it was obviously too late. He only heard click, a sound. The lights in the courtyard suddenly lit up. The housekeepers and their companions had been driving in the dark for too long, and their eyes were no longer used to the light. At this moment, they were suddenly hit by a strong light, and they squinted their eyes instantly. When they finally got used to the light, they looked around and were shocked. The courtyard they were in was not small, but under the huge light source, they could see the scenery clearly both near and far. Rows of cylinders stood in the night, and their size was extremely huge. Although they could not see clearly what they were, they felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The courtyard wall was so high that it was despairing. It enclosed the brightly lit building and the huge cylinder, leaving no possibility of escape. The speedboat they were driving was parked at the entrance of the courtyard. 10 meters around the speedboat, there was a whole circle of ships. A circle of people stood on the ships, each holding a crossbow, pointing at them from a distance. The cold crossbow tip flashed with cold light. The butler and the others were so scared that they had goosebumps. These ships and crossbows were very close to them, so close that as long as the other party fired, there would be no room for escape. It was just too dark just now, so they didn't see it at all. Now the headlights suddenly came on, and the cold crossbow arrows seemed to suddenly appear beside them. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. The housekeepers and the others had not yet adapted to the change of identity. They thought they were plunderers, who would rob the natives here, take their supplies for themselves, and take their homes for themselves. They looked at this building, as if they were examining the spoils of war. They fantasized about becoming the masters of this place, and that they could rely on the geographical advantage of this place, and shut the door to other foreign invaders, who knew that before he woke up from the dream. He became the dog that was beaten. Fuck you. You stinky woman. You lied to us. At this time, someone suddenly reacted and saw the figure standing among the other people. He was thin and wore a strange white protective suit. How can it be considered a lie if it is consensual? Xiao Yi chuckled and replied lightly. Haven't the housekeeper and others thought that she might be a liar? It's impossible that they didn't think of it. The situation outside is so chaotic now. How can it be so easy to pick up a naive person on the road, who is ignorant of the world and waits for them to rob? They will take the bait. The reason is very simple. Greedy and conceited. Greedy, naturally greedy for more supplies in her hands. Even if they know there may be fraud, it is difficult to suppress the greed in their hearts, want to take risks, and take her supplies for themselves. Conceited, because they look down on her, looking at her appearance, they subconsciously feel, she can't do anything to me, nor dare to do anything to me. Seeing the housekeeper's hands gradually clenched, Xiao Yi reminded him softly, don't try to run. The housekeeper looked up suddenly, and was about to say something. A gust of wind suddenly hit him. Xiao Yi loosened the bowstring in his hand, and shot the tense crossbow arrow out. The housekeeper had no time to dodge. He just watched the crossbow arrow rushing towards him, brushing past him, and accurately nailing it between him and the person next to him. The plywood that was only half a meter wide. The cold sweat on his back broke out again. He stared at the trembling arrow feathers, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot. After a long time, he swallowed his saliva, and asked tremblingly, Who are you? Oh, you just remembered to ask now. Xiao Yi. Poochie. Laughed out loud, with a strong sense of ridicule in his voice, and said slowly, I have changed 2 mobile phones to send messages and chat with you. How come you still don't think of me? The housekeeper's knees finally gave out, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. He spoke tremblingly, his voice almost bursting out from between his teeth. Xiao Yi. Long time no see. Xiao Yi greeted him half-heartedly, as if to get to know the housekeeper again. These 2 people couldn't recognize each other when they stood face to face, which didn't mean it had been long enough. How does it feel to change jobs? Xiao Yi looked at the housekeeper, and asked in a friendly and concerned way. The housekeeper was still frightened by the arrow, and now he knew the other party's identity, and he was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't say a word. It seems that the new boss doesn't treat you very well, what a pity. Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly hardened, snorted lightly, said, You are a traitor. Butler. He was scolded by Xiao Yi, and he couldn't refute a word. I too. He stammered, and subconsciously tried to find a reason to explain. For example, he also wanted to survive, and there was no other way. But thinking about his boss's character, making excuses might lead to more serious consequences, so he made up his mind and begged for mercy directly. I was wrong, Miss Xia. I am sorry to Miss Bai, I was foolish to change jobs, I am sorry. It is all your fault, I admit it. Please, give me a way out. The people standing beside him were all the butler's subordinates. He usually had a gentlemanly and elite posture, and always had a cold face to the people below him. Now he was crying in public, with no face at all, and everyone was stunned. The butler could no longer care about so much. Even though there were 10 people around him coming in, it may not be possible for 10 people to leave standing in the future. He had hoped to have more people under him before, so that he could do things more conveniently, but now these ideas have long been thrown out of his mind. As long as he can leave himself a way to survive. It's no big deal to lose face in front of a group of dead people. It's better than losing your life. Okay, who said I want to kill you? What are you afraid of? The coldness in Xiao Yi's eyes flashed away, and he returned to a calm look, as if the murderous aura that just burst out was just an illusion. The housekeeper paused in his begging, raised his head in confusion, and asked tremblingly, Then, what are you going to do? I know your previous work and job-hopping experience, so I'm going to recruit you. Xiao Yi said with a smile, and in the stunned eyes of the other party, he said slowly, It just so happens that your previous boss has also been working for me recently. You 2 are familiar with each other, and you can cooperate better. Work. Previous boss? The housekeeper felt that his brain was in a knot. He could understand every word Xiao Yi said, but after putting them together, he could not understand her meaning no matter what. Xiao Yi smiled and waved. A ship in the distance turned on its lights and turned around in the middle of the yard. A row of people standing on the back of the ship suddenly appeared in front of everyone. These people's hands and feet were handcuffed with long chains, and their clothes of good quality were rubbed and wrinkled, and covered with black dirt, which rubbed on their faces and hands, and was everywhere. The other party seemed to be unaware of this. They were all focused on their own arms, where they were tightly holding a broken bowl, which was filled with porridge so thin that you couldn't see the rice grains, and they were wolfing it down. Those people looked so familiar. They looked so familiar that they had long lost their former appearance, and their bodies were so dirty that you couldn't tell what they looked like before. The housekeeper could accurately call out the names of these 16 people. Yes, 16 people. 10 of them were his and Zhao Zhiheng's men, and each of them had 5 men under them, who were sent out to station at the planting base. There were 5 more, whom he secretly sent to launch a surprise attack, to cooperate with the 5 before. Then, what surprised him the most was yet to come. In addition to the 15 people, there was also a familiar face. The man who had just swept away all the supplies and secretly left the manor not long ago, who was hated by everyone, stood among them. Zhao Zhiheng. The whole family was in good order, no one was missing. Butler. They were in the manor, and several people died in the internal strife, and the others were more or less injured. On the contrary, all these people outside were detained by Xia Yi to work. They were all safe and sound, and even had food to eat. He simply didn't know what to say. Who was luckier? Of course, Xia Yi knew that there would be internal strife in the manor, and she was waiting to reap the fruits of her labor. And she didn't expect that the manor would play her to such an extent. It can almost be said that it was self-destructive. The relationship within the manor collapsed so quickly, and they hardly went out. So there was no risk of infection with the virus for the time being. Xia Yi wanted to temporarily detain these people, and wait until Bai Shanshan came out to deal with them. He couldn't kill them, nor could he let them go. Keeping them alive would be a waste of food. Xia Lin was short of people in the oil depot. So wouldn't it be a good opportunity to provide talent to the other party? In short, they hit it off. Xia Yi simply went all out and sent everyone to Xia Lin. Even the last 10 people were directly led to Xia Lin territory to be captured, saving her the trouble of transportation. The housekeepers knew that they couldn't resist, and after Xia Yi explained the whole story, they hardly resisted and accepted it. Just do hard labor. It's better than dying. At least you can still make a living. They lined up honestly one by one, put on shackles one by one, and joined Zhao Zhiheng's working people camp. However, both sides still don't like each other, and they glare at the slightest friction. The relationship between colleagues needs to be adjusted and improved. At the same time, with the housekeeper's employment, Xia Yi also got the latest information. There are only 7 people left in the manor. All of them are from Zheojiadian, old and young, male and female. It was not lethal to her, so there was no need to avoid it. After Xia Yi greeted Xia Lin, she did not waste any more time. Filled up the speedboat with gas, packed her luggage, took food and weapons, and returned to Bai Shanshan Manor. This time, she was really ready to go in and pull Bai Shanshan out of the basement. Chapter 225. There was no speedboat at the gate of Bai Shanshan Manor. Maybe because of the frequent comings and goings recently, the people here had already driven away all the speedboats parked outside. Xia Yi guessed that there were other spares inside, but it was very likely that, like more food, they were hidden in the warehouse or somewhere else by Bai Shanshan, and would not be easily touched by others. So he found a very remote corner, hid the speedboat, and locked it. The main gate of the manor was heavily guarded. The walls of the entire manor are 5 meters high. A whole circle of high-voltage power grid surrounds the top of the wall, and the end is connected to the metal gate. The metal gate is a mechanical sliding rail door, which is tightly locked, with a gap so small that even flies cannot fly in. There are 2 side pillars on the left and right of the gate, and 2 rows of black gun muzzles are arranged on the top, aimed at the entrance in a staggered manner, making people panic. The bullets cover a wide range, almost covering the width of the entrance of 20 meters. As long as you stand at the entrance, at the speed of a normal human, there is no possibility of escape. Several infrared cameras flash below the muzzle, carefully identifying the figures in the lens, ready to work with the bullets at any time to shoot the intruders into a sieve. Xia Yi stood not far away and watched for a while. After observing the structure of the gate clearly, without any hesitation, she walked to the front door. 2 rows of black muzzles were pointed at her. She seemed unaware, and pulled down the protective suit hat and mask directly, and scanned the door recognition system. The face recognition system was not fast, and the light flickered slowly, scanning her cheek from top to bottom, and then scanning her iris. In the dark and silent night, the red and blue identification lights flickered, carrying a strong sense of danger. After waiting for half a minute, the identification system finally finished its work and slowly turned off the screen. Then, with a light beep, the automatic voice replied, "Identification successful." The gate opened to both sides along the slide rail, moving out a width of about 2 meters, which is a distance suitable for humans to pass through. Xiaoyi stepped into the gate. There were clumps of vegetation on the inside of the gate. The trunks were still tall, but the branches and leaves were no longer lush. With the lack of sunlight in the past few months, they had already fallen bare. She held a flashlight, stepped on the grass and fallen leaves on the ground, found the parking lot at the entrance, found a relatively clean sightseeing car, put her life-saving bag on it, and started it. Although Xiaoyi passed the identity recognition, she was actually not familiar with this place. She and Bai Shanshan stayed abroad all year round, and she would not stay in China for too long every year. She hardly came here, but went to Bai Shanshan's small apartment more frequently. She could confidently do the identity recognition because she knew the security system of Bai Shanshan House, which was specially developed by someone, and was used by all industries around the world. Although she had not been here much, her permissions would be synchronized here. In fact, Xiaoyi did not know the way at all. The manor had a lot of space. She did not want Bai Shanshan to break her legs and die of exhaustion before she found it. It would be better to find a means of transportation in advance. As for whether driving a small car around the manor would be discovered by the surveillance, Zhao Zhiheng was not there, and there was no one left in the housekeeping. She did not believe that the Zhao family would check the monitoring room. It was good enough for these people to find where the monitoring room was. So, she drove into the manor in a swaggering manner, just like she was back home. Not long after Xiaoyi left the parking lot, a drone drove in from the manor and circled nearby. As luck would have it, it just passed her by. Driving forward along the wide driveway, Xiaoyi looked around, trying to catch a lone person to lead the way. Unfortunately, everything was as quiet as a chicken. Maybe all the people working in the manor had disappeared, and there was no one hanging around outside. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find the right person. In desperation, they had to drive to the main building. A sound came from the kitchen on the first floor of the main building. Zhao mother and Zhao Zhiheng's aunt, as the only two older women in the Zhao family, were forced to take over the jobs of nanny and cook after the housekeepers left. Zhao Zhiheng's aunt was cutting on the chopping board, while Zhao mother was washing in the sink. The two of them worked quietly in the kitchen with tense faces, without saying a word from beginning to end. In the huge kitchen, the only sound that could be heard was the rhythmic sound of the kitchen knife chopping on the chopping board. Dang, dang, dang. Two older women were working in the kitchen, while the rest of the Zhao family was waiting outside. Some were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and some were sitting in the reception room. For the convenience of the staff in the manor, the kitchen was independent of the main building, and had two independent passages. One passage led to the dining room in the main building, where meals could be transported by cart. The other passage was directly open to the outside, making it convenient for the staff to enter and exit, and also for the transportation of ingredients and kitchen waste. This way, when the staff enter and leave the kitchen, they will not disturb the host family. Everyone was waiting quietly, but they kept a distance, and no one planned to step into the kitchen. The emotions on their faces were very complicated. Some people looked excited, some were very resistant, and some had contradictions on their faces. "Is it ready?" someone asked in a low voice. "Don't worry. Wait a little longer," another person answered. Not long after, the smell of meat slowly came out of the kitchen. The kitchen here is well isolated, and the smell will not spread to the living room. Only the chef can smell it. The two people in the kitchen smelled the meat aroma from the pot, and their faces were not expectant at all, and even looked pale. The two of them were busy in front of the stove with their mouths closed, and they made physiological retching movements from time to time, as if they would vomit in the next second. Xiaoyi passed by the employee passage and followed the smell to find the kitchen. This is the scene she saw. She looked around and keenly caught the shredded cloth in the corner of the kitchen. She immediately understood something, and anger rose in her eyes. Xiaoyi knew that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later, but she had been in the apocalypse for so long and had never seen it before. She didn't expect that the first time she saw it was not among the starving people. Instead, It was among these Zhao family parasites, who were well-dressed and well-fed. These lazy parasites in the Zhao family were far from desperate. Even if they couldn't leave the manor without a speedboat, they could use other methods. If they wanted to go out, they could use a bathtub, a door panel, or a small boat. The reason they made the current choice was simply because it was the simplest choice and would save them from suffering. It was really disgusting. Zhao Mother and Zhao Zhiheng's at work with their mouths shut. Suddenly, they saw Xia Yi rushing in and were both startled. They wanted to call for help, but found that they had almost reached their limit. They tried to open their mouths, but they couldn't utter a single word. Everyone wants to eat meat. As long as you close your eyes and don't think about anything, you can always eat it. However, no one wants to do the process of disassembling the meat, cleaning and stewing. You can't let your children do this kind of work. And it's even more impossible to instruct your men to do it. Others have 10,000 reasons to escape, but they can't escape because of their identities. They are doing this, not because they think they have a good psychological endurance, but because there is no one to do the housework. And they are the only ones who are forced to do it. Xia Yi picked up a pot and threw it at Zhao Zhiheng's aunt, knocking her out. Zhao Mother was the typical one who cried at home and was submissive outside. When facing her own children, she could just act weak and pitiful, forcing them to feel sorry for her, and then give in, achieving her goal. But when facing outsiders, this trick was completely ineffective. Suddenly seeing Xia Yi in front of her, she found that an outsider had broken into the manor. She was so scared that she had difficulty even speaking, not to mention saying a few words to pretend to be pitiful. Xia Yi held a fruit knife in his backhand, stroking the handle gently, and said slowly, "Be quiet and don't talk, and I won't kill you." Mother Zhao's legs were shaking, and she barely stood up by holding on to the stove. She nodded hard, and squeezed out a barely audible word from the depths of her throat. "Yeah. Pack all these things." Xia Yi's eyes swept across the kitchen counter, and her frown tightened even more. These obviously couldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. What if those bastards really took a bite? H-alpha virus was already a headache. She didn't want to face Prion again. Xia Yi pointed to the opaque plastic storage box next to her and said, "Pour out the soup, and put everything else in there." Although the whole picture could no longer be seen, and it could not be said to be buried in peace, it still had to be handled properly. There must be an incinerator in by Shanchen Manor, so it would be better to cremate it completely. Mother Zhao looked at the shining tip of the knife, and she did not dare to resist Xia Yi's order at all. She just trembled and slowly dealt with the things in the kitchen according to her instructions. After finishing the things on the counter, she thought for a moment and asked again, "Ice, do you want the things in the refrigerator?" Xia Yi. She didn't ask what was in the refrigerator. It was obvious that it was stock that could not be finished in one meal. She felt physically uncomfortable just thinking about it, and her voice was as cold as ice. "Put it all in." "Okay. Okay." Mother Zhao opened the refrigerator again with trembling hands, took out the things inside, and slowly put them in the storage box. Zhao Mother was already scared, and these things were too easy to cause physical discomfort. So she moved very slowly, according to the normal cooking speed. When Xia Yi entered the house, Zhao Mother should have finished her work. However, she did not leave on time, and lingered in the kitchen for a long time. The people outside finally couldn't wait any longer. Everyone was anxious, but no one wanted to come over. In the end, it was Zhao's father who came to ask. One was his wife, and the other was his sister, so it was more appropriate for him to come. Zhao's father stood up from the living room, walked slowly through the corridor, and knocked on the kitchen door. He was reluctant to do it, and his tone was full of impatience. And he urged, "Are you done? Why are you so slow?" Chapter 226. Zhao Mother shuddered violently upon hearing the sound, and the things in her hand fell to the ground with a click. Zhao Father heard the noise in the room, but he did not intend to open the door, and only scolded through the door. "Why are you so clumsy? Be careful. Don't drop the food." Zhao Mother squatted on the ground, trembling as she picked up the scattered things, and could not say a word. "Did you hear that?" Zhao Father knocked on the door a few times and shouted, "I'm asking you a question. There are so many people waiting outside for food." Zhao Mother was so frightened that she trembled even more and moved even slower. Xia Yi watched all this from the side, and couldn't help but want to sneer. Zhao Father urged her very anxiously, knocking on the door non-stop, as if Zhao Mother was so evil that she delayed his important business. In fact, All the dirty work was done by Zhao mother and aunt. All the bloody and cruel scenes in this room were done by the two of them. Father Zhao did nothing. Just waited outside for the food to be ready. He didn't even dare to open the door, nor even look at it. But he complained about the people working like a master treating a slave. In this cannibalism incident, everyone was vicious. Without exception, the two people in the kitchen were like executioners, who personally completed the most vicious actions in the whole process. But the people behind the executioner were even more despicable. Everyone made this cruel and vicious decision together, but they left the execution process to the two women. They hid behind, as if nothing had happened, and enjoyed the fruits of their labor without any psychological burden. If this matter was brought to light in the future, they could probably just say, it was the two of them who did it, and there was nothing we could do. As long as they pushed others to the front, they could wrap themselves in an innocent cloak and hide their inner greed and fear. It was so despicable that it was disgusting. A trace of violence suddenly rose in Xiao Yi's heart. She didn't want to touch these people, as long as they didn't commit suicide. She wanted to keep them alive, whether it was hatred or revenge, homelessness or begging on the street. She wanted Bai Shanshan to see it with her own eyes. Xiao Yi didn't intend to interfere. Before getting Bai Shanshan out, she might use these people to do some work, or let them suffer the consequences. But she never planned to touch them. But today, Xiao Yi's fists really itched. She could have done the same as before, defeating them one by one without bloodshed. But now she changed her mind. Xiao Yi waited for Zhao mother to pack up all the items, and put them in the box in an orderly manner. He suddenly slapped Zhao mother on the neck with his backhand, knocking her unconscious. The knocking and urging outside became more and more urgent. Xiao Yi walked slowly to the door and pushed it open. Zhao father was just urging outside. He wanted to hear the response from the two people in the kitchen, but he had no intention of facing the scene in the kitchen. The door opened without warning, which frightened him. He took 2 steps back and blurted out, "Who told you to open the door?" Before he could finish his words, he finally saw the situation clearly. The person standing in front of him was neither his wife nor his sister. It was a person wearing a one-piece white protective suit and dressed in a strange way. "You are?" Another sentence of Zhao father was stuck in his throat. This was not because of surprise, but because of a fist coming towards him. Zhao father had no time to react. He felt a sharp pain on his face, and his nose bled immediately. He couldn't even scream, and was hit by the punch and retreated 3 steps. His shoulder hit the side wall hard, and his body staggered, and he groaned from his nose. He subconsciously wanted to stand up and fight back, but he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. Before he could stand up straight, the second punch came. 2 consecutive punches shut the man's mouth. Xiao Yi grabbed the man's collar and dragged him into the kitchen. Zhao father suddenly widened his eyes, and fear suddenly flashed in his eyes. He coughed subconsciously and said hurriedly, "No, don't." These words were obviously useless. Xiao Yi did it on purpose. The more afraid Zhao father was, the more he wanted to hide behind and avoid seeing the scene in the kitchen. The more he wanted him to see it. Seeing how cruel and vicious they were, he had to face his own ugly heart. Xiao Yi dragged him into the kitchen, opened a box, and pulled Zhao father's head to push it in. When Zhao father saw what was in the box, his body trembled violently, and his face turned pale as paper. He knew how disgusting and horrible this matter was, and he didn't even dare to look at it. So he pushed everything onto his wife and sister. The reason was very simple. This is what women do. I can't cook even if you ask me to. It can both conceal his fear, keep his face, and avoid facing the scene in front of him. Who knew that he could not avoid this level after dodging thousands of times? I actually felt the head-on attack at close range. The smell of meat and blood mixed together, several complex smells blended strangely, and rushed straight into the nose. Father Zhao couldn't bear to even look at it, tilting his head. Wow! With a thud, he vomited all over himself. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Although Zhao father didn't have time to call for help. The noise in the kitchen was not small. Everything happened with the door open, and the living room at the other end of the corridor could hear something was wrong. Someone asked from a distance, "Uncle, what's wrong? Uncle? Uncle?" After calling several times without any response, the man sounded quite anxious and kept urging him. But from beginning to end, no one came to take a look. Looking at the 3 people lying in the kitchen, Xiao Yi sneered and closed the door. He walked slowly towards the living room along the long corridor. There were 4 people in the living room, 1 older man, 3 younger people. 2 men and 1 woman, all of them were huddled there with ugly faces. Originally, everyone had expectations in their hearts. There was expectation and fear, the 2 emotions were intertwined. They hadn't eaten for a long time, and were starving. When they thought about eating meat, the aftertaste of the meat lingered in their minds. At the same time, they also avoided imagining the horrible scene in the kitchen. Everyone knew what they were going to eat, but they chose to forget it. The food in the kitchen was not served for a long time, and strange sounds were heard inside, which triggered many associations. What happened? One of them asked in a low voice. Why did I hear the sound of fighting? Is my uncle and aunt fighting? Someone speculated. How is it possible? If you don't hurry up and eat now, how can you still think about fighting? No, can't it be? Another person thought of something terrible, and shuddered violently. Is he resurrected? Everyone shuddered at the same time. This kind of situation should not happen, and no one would believe it under normal circumstances, but everyone was too guilty, and felt a chill down their spine just thinking about it. Several people were trembling and whispering. Suddenly, footsteps were heard coming from the passage, and everyone subconsciously looked forward. They suddenly saw a figure in white, standing leisurely at the entrance of the passage. They stared coldly at the 4 people in the room. Ah! The person facing the passage saw it first, and immediately let out a scream, and fell to the ground. The scream was extremely shrill, and attracted others to look at the passage as well. Combined with the association that the person just made, everyone was scared out of their wits. They had no intention of resisting at all, and even forgot about eating. They ran away in all directions. Xiaoyi would never allow these people to escape. The fastest young man in the crowd ran towards the door, obviously wanting to escape from the main door, and escape to the yard. Xiaoyi moved in front of the man and raised her foot to block him. The man was in a panic and fell to the ground. She kicked him hard in the waist and abdomen, kicked him back to the center of the living room, and locked the door. The second exit was the corridor. Another young man ran upstairs. Xiaoyi grabbed his wrist with one hand, and then kicked him hard at the knee. His knees softened, and he immediately knelt on the stairs. This time, with momentum, his knees hit the sharp corner of the stairs. The force was so heavy and fierce, and the man screamed. The third exit was the reception room. The older man's legs were not so flexible, so he thought of hiding in the reception room to avoid the sharp edge. He had just escaped in, and before he could close the door, Xiaoyi slammed the door from the outside. The door panel hit him hard on the forehead, and he fainted immediately. Although there were 4 people outside, Xiaoyi was alone. But she was extremely fast, and her body was very slippery. When outnumbered, she was able to not be at a disadvantage at all. Every time, she just happened to block the opponent's escape route. The opponent experienced complex psychological changes. At first, they just wanted to escape, and hid in a corner where no one was, but later found that they could not escape, and tried to resist. However, all failed. No one could touch even a corner of Xiaoyi's clothes. They could only be played with by her passively. Until the end, everyone's psychological defenses were completely broken. They could not get any information. They could only hold their heads and faces, and passively endure the punches and kicks on their bodies. Xiaoyi was just venting her anger. She punched and kicked these people hard on their bodies and faces, from one end of the living room to the other, until this group of people fell to the ground in a mess, holding their heads and screaming for mercy. She let out a long breath, and the anger in her heart gradually eased. Xiaoyi did not intend to communicate with these bastards, and only took out the shackles she had brought with her from her bag, including the 3 people who fainted in the kitchen, and the 4 people outside. There were 7 people in total, and 6 of them were handcuffed by her. She found a room without windows, drove everyone in, and locked it from the outside. The only young woman was left, helplessly standing there, looking at her blankly. Xiaoyi glanced at the other person and said lightly, "Come with me. I have something else for you to do." Chapter 227. The girl followed Xiaoyi into the kitchen. She was the most honest person in the living room. Xiaoyi did not hit her, and there were no signs of injury on her body. Xiaoyi took her with him to move the storage boxes in the kitchen, moving them one by one onto the cart and stacking them, and transporting them to the incinerator in the backyard. While the girl was moving, she could feel what was in the box, and her face turned pale. Xiaoyi looked at her, with a sneer on her lips. "Why? You dare to eat? And you are so scared when you move something?" The girl didn't say a word, tears streaming down her face. Xia Yi looked at her crying calmly, and didn't ignore her. Compared with the other people in the room, she was the lightest to this girl. For someone who had such thoughts, she should be punished more or less. The two spent some time, and finally moved all the boxes to the incinerator, and burned them all. Burned all the retreat routes of the Zhao family, and also burned all the evil thoughts in their hearts. After all these things were dealt with, Xia Yi told the reason why he kept the girl. Where is Bai Shanshan warehouse? Take me there. The girl was always confused like a puppet. Whatever Xia Yi said was what she did. One command and one action. And she never resisted. It was not until this time that her mind turned slightly and gradually reacted. Bai Shanshan warehouse? You are, Xia. She couldn't quite remember Xia Yi's name, but she had only heard it from her family, and was trying hard to recall it. Xia Yi nodded. The girl's silent heart began to beat again. Since the other party appeared, all his behaviors were out of the ordinary. He just beat people instead of killing them, just kidnapped people instead of robbing them, and finally threw all the bodies into the incinerator. She always felt strange. But if she connected it to the other party's identity, all this became reasonable. How will you deal with us? She glanced at Xia Yi carefully, and asked nervously. If everything she had just experienced was not a zombie, not a ghost, but a friend of Bai Shanshan, was the purpose just to defend the injustice? Anyway, Bai Shanshan was not dead. So, do they still have a chance to survive? Xia Yi glanced at her indifferently. The girl was swept by the slightly cold gaze, and her back stiffened immediately. She had realized at this time that the person in front of her was different from the girl she knew, and was not the type who could pretend to be pitiful and be kidnapped by her emotions. Not only would she not gain anything by talking too much nonsense, it might even make her situation worse. Thinking of this, she no longer dared to talk nonsense, and led the way obediently. The warehouse where Bai Shanshan was located was downstairs from the main building. The underground floor was the parking lot, and the warehouse was located from the underground floor onwards, and the overall structure was very similar to Yuehu Sanatorium. It had to be said that the two people's thoughts were highly in sync. However, if they were really highly in sync, Xia Yi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After Xia Yi followed the girl to the door of the warehouse, she sighed as expected. As expected, there stood a big door in front of her, made of solid and thick steel plates. It looked like, well, how to describe it? It reminded people of a bank vault in a second. Among the weapons Xia Yi had, the most lethal one was probably the cannonball, which was taken from the gymnasium. Even if he fired that thing at the door, it might not be able to blow a hole. Xia Yi. No wonder the Zhao family couldn't do anything to Bai Shanshan. It turns out she built a turtle shell in her own home. Xia Yi was speechless for a long time, then sighed, and asked, do you have a way to talk to her? Such as doorbell, video call, etc.? No. The girl shook her head, shrank her shoulders and explained softly. They tried their best outside. Halfway through the sentence, she suddenly felt a little regretful, and wanted to swallow the second half of the sentence, but accidentally met Xia Yi's gaze. Xia Yi looked at her steadily, his eyes as sharp as a blade, as if he could see through people completely. The girl trembled slightly, and finally spoke honestly, saying the second half of the sentence. They tried every possible way outside the door, setting it on fire, flooding it, electrifying the door, and putting smoke in the cracks of the door. But it was useless. Xia Yi's eyes suddenly turned colder. Bai Shanshan had made sufficient preparations, and would not be hurt by these means. But this did not mean that these people were not vicious. This method, if used, could cost someone's life. The girl's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally it was as light as a mosquito. Later, they knelt down at the door and begged for mercy, crying bitterly, and reminiscing about the past. But it was useless. The coldness in Xia Yi's eyes became more and more intense. These people first killed others, and wanted to force Bai Shanshan into a dead end. After finding that it was useless, they could even lower their faces to beg for mercy and peace. I have to say, it's really shameless. For the time being, she just let these people get beaten, starved, and do some hard labor, which was really too easy for them. Later they thought, it wasn't that she was too hard-hearted, it was probably that the door was too thick, she couldn't hear. Xia Yi. Although, this judgment is probably correct. Whether the other party kills or plays the victim, it's annoying to keep nagging at the door for several days. With Bai Shanshan's personality, it's impossible for her to remain unmoved. She has to open the microphone and scold a few words. She was able to control her temper and not curse, but it was obviously not because of love. It was probably because she didn't hear anything. Xiaoyi was speechless. She thought she would be able to see Bai Shanshan today. She had been struggling for several days for the dead girl. Although she had caught everyone in one fell swoop without bloodshed, these disgusting Zhao family members made her feel the disgust and darkness of human nature repeatedly. Bai Shanshan should pay her mental damages. Now not only can she not get the mental damages, she even has to find a way to meet this ancestor. But it's obviously useless to be anxious about this matter. The Zhao family has not been able to knock on the door for so many days. Xiaoyi doesn't think she can knock on it right away. Even if she can find some lethal weapons, she can't really use them on Bai Shanshan door. This door was built before the end of the world, and it requires a professional construction team. If it is destroyed by her now, it will be difficult to find suitable materials to rebuild it. But Xiaoyi is not so anxious, so just forget it today. Anyway, Bai Shanshan life is not safe. If she can't see her today, she see her tomorrow. If she can't see her tomorrow, she see her the day after tomorrow. This person locked herself in the warehouse. She couldn't stay there forever. She had her own way of investigating. As time went by, she would find something wrong sooner or later. She was exhausted these 2 days. Anyway, Bai Shanshan had many rooms, and she brought enough food. She could find a place to rest first, and then think of a solution. Xiaoyi took the girl back to the main building and tied her with the others. After repeatedly confirming that the shackles on these people were strong enough, and it was impossible for them to break free and run away, she closed the door again and put a double lock on the door. At the same time, Bai Shanshan was also confused. She had used a drone to scout around not long ago, and found nothing unusual. But Sanhua, for some reason, suddenly became very excited, standing in front of the warehouse door, jumping and hopping desperately, wagging her tail and spinning in circles. Bai Shanshan guessed that something might have happened outside, just like the internal fight among the Zhao family last time. So she drove the drone out again, and went to patrol the manor to check the situation. Unexpectedly, the drone circled around the manor again and again. Not only failed to find the location of the fight, but also couldn't find a single person. The housekeepers, the Zhao family, more than 40 people, all seemed to have disappeared, and none of them could be found. Bai Shanshan drove the drone around, always knowing what happened, but had to return empty-handed. Looking at the barking Sanhua in front of her, she couldn't help but wonder, what happened? Xiaoyi walked around the main building and chose a guest bedroom on the top floor. The bedroom was next to Bai Shanshan master bedroom, and was originally prepared for Xiaoyi for a long time. In order to make the situation more conspicuous, she turned off all the lights in the rooms of the main building and the annex building, leaving only the main lights in her room and the corridor at the door. Whether looking from the window or from the surveillance, she could see the abnormality at a glance, no matter what channel Bai Shanshan came from. As long as she could see that the light was on in this room, she would definitely understand what she meant. After finishing everything, she walked into the bedroom, locked the door from the inside with her own padlock, took a quick shower, ate some food, drank some water, and climbed onto the big bed in the bedroom. Xiaoyi lay on the soft bed, looking at the ceiling without any focus. The fatigue on her body slowly came over her, but her mind became clearer and clearer. Things were not completely dealt with, and the hidden danger still existed. Even if she wanted to rest, it would be difficult for her to fall asleep. She simply stopped forcing herself to sleep. Xiaoyi picked up the phone from the pillow, flipped it around for a while, and all her movements were subconscious. She didn't even react to what she did. And then she heard a familiar voice coming from the receiver. Hello? Xiaoyi was startled, looked down at the phone, and then realized that 3 words were displayed in the center of the screen. Mingjiai. Hello? Mingjiai didn't hear her response, and the second call became more urgent. What's wrong with you? Why don't you talk? Aw, I'm here. Xiaoyi replied subconsciously. Oh, that's good. Mingjiai was obviously relieved when he heard her voice. You called me suddenly, is there something? When Xiaoyi heard this question, her brain stopped for a moment again, and she blinked slowly. She herself didn't understand why she called Mingjiai in a daze. It seems nothing happened. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Mingjiai spoke slowly. His voice was low, and there was some cautious temptation. So, did you miss me? Chapter 228. Xia Yi was stunned when she heard this. She had never thought about it from this angle. Ever since she knew Ming Jiayi's situation, the two of them had been together for a long time like conjoined twins, and, without realizing it, they had gotten used to being with each other. They had been together before, and there was nothing special about them. After they were separated, they were busy all the time, and they didn't notice anything. If, in the gap between being busy, they suddenly let out a sigh of relief, they would inexplicably feel uncomfortable. She would subconsciously think, what is Ming Jiayi doing now? Ming Jiayi waited for a long time, but didn't hear any answer, closed his eyes gently, and sighed in his heart. He didn't ask any more questions, and changed the subject naturally. By the way, I have something to tell you. After the last separation, Ming Jiayi returned to his shelter. On the one hand, he hadn't been back for a long time, and he needed to check whether everything was running normally. On the other hand, he also contacted the doctors there to see if he could help Jiang Ji in his research. The information he updated this time involved the second thing. H-alpha virus can be cured. Xia Yi sat up suddenly. Are you serious? Calm down, don't get too excited, I haven't finished talking yet. Ming Jiayi gently comforted her, then slowly explained. This virus can be cured, but not now. It will be 7 years later. Xia Yi was slightly startled when she heard this, and then quickly reacted. The system told you? Yes. Ming Jiayi gave a definite answer. Although Xiao Liyuan had a smoother life in his previous life, he found a base that suited him very early, and hooked up with a female boss with some resources. However, after he discovered the function of the system, he still took the same path as now, using viruses to control others. This control lasted for 7 years, making him go from an unknown junior to a boss who dominated the area. But his control has a big disadvantage. The threat of the virus is a one-time one, an influence on the spiritual level, rather than a long-term control on the material level. Although his subordinates have been lingering in fear for a long time, they dare not betray easily, but if they really betray and escape, as long as they don't run into him again, they won't pay too much. In the short time when Xiao Liyuan was the king, many people could not stand his madness and desire for control, so they began to secretly gather people to study the treatment of this virus. The environment was worse at that time, but everyone was tortured more severely by the virus, and their determination to fight it was stronger. Under the premise of very scarce resources, the Institute went through a long period of intensive research, moved again and again during the encirclement and suppression, and lost data again and again. Finally, 7 years later, it successfully developed a special medicine. Xiao Liyuan was furious, but he was powerless to change the situation. Things in nature are like this. Existence is existence, and it will not be transferred because of people's subjective will. The virus will cause many deaths, which people are powerless to change, and the emergence of special medicine will successfully block the virus, which is also beyond human power. No matter how much Xiao Liyuan hated it, the special medicine had been developed and widely spread among the people, and it had reached a point where it could not be reversed. And his years of oppression of his people also came to an end at this time. Xiao Liyuan was naturally unwilling to face this outcome. He wanted to force the system to find a new way to help him control his people and maintain his original power and status. The answer was of course no. The H-alpha virus was a derivative of natural disasters, and it was something you can encounter but not seek. The encounter of the system is completely unrepeatable. Once lost, it is lost. Xiao Liyuan was so angry that he discarded the system. This is the whole story of how the system found Ming Jiayi again and brought him back to life. Only after this puzzle is put together, the whole story is complete. The system had always been reserved about Ming Jiayi, including the relationship between the system and the virus. If Xiao Liyuan hadn't mentioned it, the system would not have been willing to tell Ming Jiayi everything. It was because the system was very worried that Ming Jiayi would be like Xiao Liyuan, blinded by ambition, and do things without considering the consequences. The energy of the system itself is not enough for him to break away from Ming Jiayi and find a third host. However, the system did not expect that Ming Jiayi did not have much ambition. He had a great hand, but he went to the other extreme. The system was not worried about his ambition, but worried about his death every day. The system did not have any ambitions now. He only hoped that Ming Jiayi could be safe and sound, and that nothing would happen to him. However, things were still not as the system wished. Although Xiao Liyuan's start was not as smooth as in his previous life, after many twists and turns, he finally took the path of his previous life. For various reasons, Ming Jiai gradually stood on the opposite side of Xiao Liyuan. The relationship between the two sides was like a taut line, ready to break out at any time. A decisive battle was inevitable. After thinking about it, the system decided to tell Ming Jiai the whole story. Whether a thing can be completed, a sense of purpose, and a sense of belief are very important. If you are not so sure about the research results, even if you work very hard, you will inevitably fall into confusion and self-doubt, which will consume time and emotions and affect the efficiency of achievement. If the research can be confirmed to be successful, everyone can be more focused, more dedicated, more confident, and achieve twice the result with half the effort during the research and development process. Tell Ming Jiai that there is a specific medicine for the virus, and this information is crucial. Of course, the system is also suspected of earning points by using this information. He can also tell Ming Jiai the formula, but he needs to exchange it for a large number of points. Ming Jiai refused. On this matter, he and Xia Yi hold exactly the same attitude. There are so many roads in life that you can't see the end of. Knowing that there is a clear result at the end of this road, you just need to walk slowly and step by step. There is no need to rush to take shortcuts. This shortcut is like a loan, overdrawing the future to satisfy temptations. Temptations will only increase. The future is extremely limited. I will convey this information to Jiang Ji as soon as possible. Knowing that this matter has a clear result, Xia Yi's confidence is also much greater, and he is more willing to allocate more resources to support this matter. The group of doctors under her command is not small, but there are not many patients who need treatment in the sanatorium. It's time to give priority to Jiang Ji work. After finishing the business, the two chatted for a while. During the chat with Ming Jiai, there was an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Xia Yi was chatting, and she was really a little sleepy. She yawned silently, although she didn't make any sound. Ming Jiai still noticed it. He smiled softly and said softly, "Go to sleep if you're tired. Put up the drone for monitoring, and then synchronize the image information to me, and I help you on duty. If I find anything unusual, I call you immediately." Ming Jiai obviously found out why she couldn't sleep well, and helped her find a suitable solution. Okay. Xia Yi thought hard, and seemed to think that this trick was really possible, and agreed in a daze, and then set up the drone according to Ming Jiai's method. She almost fainted with her head against the pillow after doing the work almost instinctively. Before she fainted, Xia Yi seemed to remember something, and suddenly opened her eyes. "I forgot to tell you just now. You were right." Xia Yi's eyelids were fighting, but she kept mumbling, "I really miss you." Before she finished her words, she could hear the sound of even breathing in the receiver. Ming Jiai was stunned when he heard this. He thought he had no hope of getting an answer, but at the last moment, he suddenly saw the light, and was overwhelmed by the feeling of surprise. He put his fist against his lips, staring at the phone that was on the line. For a long time, he couldn't even suppress the corners of his lips. Xia Yi slept very soundly that night. After waves of intense exercise during the day, her body was already exhausted. After sending the drone footage to Ming Jiai, her mind suddenly settled down, and she fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow, without a dream all night. The next morning, she was awakened by a familiar voice. Well, familiar and strange. Familiar, because she had been called that many years earlier. Strange, because she hadn't tasted that for a long time. A trio of cats and dogs. Meow, meow, woof woof woof. Meow, meow, woof woof woof. Xia Yi pulled the quilt over her head, covered her ears tightly, curled up in the slightly warm quilt, trying to pretend not to hear. But it was obviously useless. The sound was extremely penetrating. Even though it was through the door, it could still be heard clearly, without interruption, one after another. This is what it means to lock cats and dogs outside the door. These three people consider themselves the masters of the house, and they have to patrol every scene in the house at all times, especially the environment where the poop scooper is. Whether the poop scooper is eating, sleeping or bathing, they must be within the sight of the masters, otherwise they will be very worried, and express it with continuous calls. It seems that they are worried that the poop scooper will secretly die alone in the room when they can't see. Wait! Xia Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up with the quilt in his arms. Outside the door, cats and dogs. She threw away the quilt, put on her shoes, walked quickly to the door, opened the peephole. Bai Shanshan wore a beautiful floral dress, her hair was neatly combed, and was standing outside the door with a bulging belly. Beside her were two cats and a dog, scratching and barking like they had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and suddenly smelled canned food. The cats and dogs could feel her approaching through the door, and they barked even more happily. Xiaoyi looked at the scene outside through the peephole, and the corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. It was only a few months later, but she felt as if she was in another world. Fortunately, nothing had changed. The 4 things outside were all old-timers. Xiaoyi took out the key to unlock the padlock, and then unlocked the door. The moment she opened the door, Sanhua kicked the ground with his hind legs, jumped on the spot, and flew straight into her arms. Xiaoyi was pushed back several steps by this, and finally managed to hold the dog steadily. She raised her hand and weighed it, and immediately frowned. It's fat again. This dog must have eaten too well recently, and hasn't gone out for a long run for a long time. And its body fat rate is obviously on the rise. Dubai and Arai are always half a beat slower than Sanhua, and the best position in their arms was taken away. They immediately barked again in dissatisfaction, and circled around Xiaoyi feet desperately. It's still the familiar style, and it's still the familiar taste. Just the jealousy of these 3 can be filmed into 100 episodes of a TV series. You are such a heartless person. Bai Shanshan leaned against the door frame with her arms crossed, shaking her head and sighing deeply, and her words were full of sourness. I have fed you well for several months, but you still haven't become accustomed to me. As soon as you saw her, you forgot about me. Xiaoyi finally pushed the cats and dogs around her aside, took 2 steps forward and hugged her. Before she could speak, her stomach was pressed against her, making her back arch. She looked down, and pulled the corner of her mouth helplessly. Is it fun to run with a ball? Hey! Luckily you're here. Bai Shanshan touched her belly, turned around on the spot, and her skirt raised a beautiful arc. I was worried. No one took photos of me during my pregnancy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must keep a good memory. Xiaoyi. Okay. How could she expect her brain circuit to connect with Bai Shanshan? The brain circuits of the 2 of them are more different than those between humans and dogs. Xiaoyi touched her forehead helplessly for a moment, and finally slowly got used to this familiar feeling of dislocation. You said the city gate tower. I said the hip axis. Isn't that her and Bai Shanshan daily life? I haven't seen each other for a long time. I almost forgot it. She directly ignored Bai Shanshan hip axis, and began to talk about her own city gate tower. There are still a few people locked up in the room by me. Do you want to go and see? Oh, those few. Don't worry about them. Bai Shanshan habitually took her arm, pulled the people downstairs, and talked about her hip axis. Hey, I'm starving, let's go eat hot pot. When was the last time we had hot pot together? Bai Shanshan thought for a while, but couldn't remember, so she simply stopped thinking about it, and continued. I'm telling you, I'm afraid I won't have a good pot in the future, so I prepared more than 100 kilograms of hot pot base. More than 100 kilograms. Kilograms? Xiaoyi? Okay. If she and Bai Shanshan have the biggest common hobby, besides fitness, fighting, and designing violent 3-piece suits, it's eating. 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 The 2 hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was time to have a big meal to celebrate. Forget about other things for now. It didn't seem to be a big deal. But, eating hot pot. Xiaoyi tilted his head and thought for a while, and really had no relevant knowledge. So he had to ask. You are pregnant. Can you eat this kind of thing? Bai Shanshan heard this, and waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay. The child who can be born into my belly must have a good life. Xiaoyi. The 2 chatted about hot pot without restraint, and walked past a row of doors. In one of the rooms, 7 people from the Zhao family were locked up. The 2 cats and 1 dog made too much noise. Since they went out and went upstairs, everyone had been listening attentively. Listening to the 2 talking about hot pot. Their mouths were drooling like crazy, and their eyes were wide open. Chapter 229. Xiaoyi and Bai Shanshan naturally ignored those people's ideas. The 2 of them, along with their cats and dogs, entered the warehouse. Through the door that was comparable to a bank vault, there was an elevator with doors opening in both directions at the entrance. The door on the left led to the warehouse, and the door on the right led to an apartment of unknown size. Bai Shanshan took her straight into the apartment. As soon as she walked into the door, the familiar smell of hot pot rushed into her nostrils. There was a dining table in the middle of the restaurant, and the electric cooker was heated at the lowest temperature, and the hot pot soup was bubbling. Xiaoyi's eyes widened. You I felt something was wrong yesterday, and I took the drone out for a walk today, and after seeing the secret code you left, Bai Shanshan said confidently, I cooked the hot pot base right on the spot. Xiaoyi. Very good, this is very Bai Shanshan. What else can I say, let's eat. Bai Shanshan relied on the large area of the apartment, and built a cold storage directly in the apartment, which has all kinds of vegetables, fruits and fresh meat, so you can eat them right away. The two of them took out 7 or 8 stacks of freshly cut meat slices, all kinds of hot pot sauce, and vegetables, and started to feast on them. I have to say, the hot pot base Bai Shanshan stocked up was really tasty. Xia Yi was sweating while eating while holding the pot, and he couldn't stop eating at all. I'm telling you, I prepared all the ingredients, even truffle lobster caviar. Bai Shanshan gulped dong, drank a big mouthful of water, sighed with satisfaction, and burped without any image. Looking at the fragrant hot pot in front of him, he thought of something again, and his expression suddenly became sad. It's a pity that my chef is gone. The housekeeper can change jobs if he wants, the bodyguard can change jobs if he wants, even the doctor can change jobs if he wants, but the chef. How could they kidnap my chef? I have so many excellent ingredients. I have prepared them very well, but I just can't cook. Bai Shanshan slammed the table in grief, and her sadness was beyond words. I can't even cut a lobster. I can't just put it in hot pot. Xiaoyi. She wouldn't have that worry. All her ingredients are super simple. Either they can be heated in the microwave and eaten directly, or if they can't be eaten directly, they can definitely be put in hot pot. Xiaoyi chewed expressionlessly, and continued to scoop meat from the pot to eat. She was eating happily, when the topic suddenly turned to her. Oh, right. I remember it. Bai Shanshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaoyi had a bad feeling in her heart, and pulled the corner of her mouth. What? The handsome boy who pursued you. He can cook. Bai Shanshan raised her eyebrows, with an indescribable light in her eyes, asked quietly. It's been so long, how are you doing, did you sleep? Xiaoyi. She decided not to talk to him, not even raising her head, and ate her meal by herself. Are you not good enough? Bai Shanshan knew from her expression that the progress of these two people was indeed frustrating, and couldn't help but sigh. Hurry up and sleep, and then keep them as our chefs. I tell you, there are too many delicious foods in the cold storage. With our level, we really can't clean them up. We must find a proper chef. Who said that you can only be a chef after sleeping? Xiaoyi completely disagreed with her logic. Now that she didn't sleep, she could still ask Ming Jiai to be the chef. It's hard to say whether it will last long, but at least there is no problem in eating up Bai Shanshan cold storage. That's right. Bai Shanshan completely understood the other direction, sighed, and shook her head. Maybe he's a long-term borer. Xiaoyi. This person was obviously pretending to be pitiful, but why did she still feel a little bit of pity? She gritted her teeth secretly, but still followed Bai Shanshan's words. Have you thought about how to deal with those people? Yes. Bai Shanshan's attitude was calm. Seeing that Xiaoyi had almost finished eating, she took her back to the elevator, got out of the elevator on the 3rd floor in the opposite direction, stood on the electric horizontal escalator for about 3 minutes, and pressed a few buttons in front of the shelf number 7648 in the number 15 warehouse. The electric pickup belt started to rotate, and a small sampan was slowly carried down from it. The sampan was about 1.2 meters wide, less than 5 meters long, and about the size of 2 single beds put together. Bai Shanshan pointed at the sampan, with excitement in her eyes, and said with a smile, Let's exile them. Xiaoyi. This woman's brain circuit will always leave her speechless. Xiaoyi had no objection to this disposal. She didn't want to kill these people directly. It was too simple. So it was better to let Bai Shanshan have fun. Although Bai Shanshan looked happy, and was eating hot pot as if nothing had happened, Xiaoyi knew in her heart that she just didn't want to talk about those bad emotions, and ruin the happy atmosphere of the meal. Bai Shanshan had to let herself resolve the anger in her heart. Xiaoyi pushed the cart with the sampan, and went upstairs with Bai Shanshan. She hooked her finger at Sanhua, and took it out for a walk to lose weight. As for Dahe and her Bai, they would stay in the apartment for the time being. After all, they didn't like to go out that much. The two of them pushed the cart, and went to meet the people from the Zhao family. The Zhao family had been eating cucumbers for a long time. After Zhao Zhiheng left, they had no more cucumbers to eat. They were already so hungry that their eyes were blurry, and they were dying. Xiaoyi and the other two walked into the house, and the smell of hot pot rushed into everyone's nostrils. It was too stimulating. The bodies of the Zhao family were bound by iron chains, but they could not control their noses. When they smelled the fragrance, they swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. Although they were very greedy, Xiao Yi's appearance yesterday was too intimidating. Everyone's wounds were still aching, and no one dared to provoke her. They chose the lesser of two evils, and everyone looked at Bai Shanshan with expectation. After exchanging glances several times, Zhao mother spoke first. Wife, you look very energetic. Xiao Yi, Bai Shanshan. He was so thick-skinned, and he was still taking advantage of his age at this critical moment. Bai Shanshan pulled the corner of her mouth and whispered to Xiao Yi. I don't talk much to her usually. I didn't know she was such a person. A daughter-in-law with power and money is unlikely to have disputes with her mother-in-law. The reason is simple. She doesn't need to ask for survival resources from her mother-in-law. All disputes between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are nothing more than a struggle for power and resources. Whether it is how the family's money is spent, how things are arranged at home, or even the recognition and attention of men. They are the power of many women at home. The fight between the two women for survival resources was deliberately interpreted as a small fight between women. They themselves did not even realize that when they entered into marriage, they had already ceded basic power to others. Between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, if one of them holds power, the living space of the other will inevitably be compressed. Bai Shanshan has never experienced this, because she is rich and powerful. As long as she is not weak in her heart, she can always stay in the upper position. No one dared to question her lifestyle, let alone how she spent her money, even whether she would have children, and whose surname the children would take, from beginning to end. No one dared to ask the first half of the question. Mother Zhao had no chance to talk to Bai Shanshan at all, let alone bring up the posture of mother-in-law. Because there was no chance to get along with them, the Zhao family did not understand at all what Bai Shanshan had. Due to the poor living environment of the lower class, everyone usually fought for survival resources to the death. The way these people live is, either you suppress me, or I suppress you. They are soft to the strong, and bully the weak. Even if they are out of the bottom environment, they still get along with people according to the bottom logic. They never understand cooperation, never experience win-win, and can't understand the mechanism of power. No matter how much they benefit from their daughter-in-law, they think that this is the daughter-in-law's natural filial piety, and in their hearts, they still regard Bai Shanshan as bullyable. No matter how much they did, it was hard for them to feel fear and guilt, because they felt deep down that Bai Shanshan would not do anything to them. Even if Bai Shanshan shut herself in the warehouse, planning to starve the people outside to death, she really planned to do so. Maybe Zhao Zhiheng believed it, but it was hard for other people in the Zhao family to believe it. In their cognition, they just didn't believe that a daughter-in-law dared to do this. It was such a stupid cognitive limitation that made them feel that Bai Shanshan was the one who was easier to talk to when they met again. Oh, I suddenly remembered that. I forgot to tell you. Xiao Yi looked at Zhao mother's face, and suddenly felt a little itchy, and said indifferently, They did a lot of things at the door of your warehouse. Burning, pouring water, electric shock, lightning and so on. Your place is too strong, you may not have felt it. The Zhao family was stunned when they heard this. Although Zhao mother's way of greeting was a bit senior, she also wanted to get close to her and show her goodwill. Although what happened before was a bit excessive. It's all over now. Who would start a quarrel when others are trying to reconcile? Everyone looked at Xiao Yi with some resentment. But after what happened before, they were very afraid of her and didn't dare to say anything. Mother Zhao just muttered to herself. But isn't it okay now? Yes, I'm fine. Bai Shanshan looked at this nominal mother-in-law steadily, and suddenly laughed. But the smile did not reach her eyes. She spoke softly, word by word. So, you will be fine next. This sentence sounded like comfort, but for some reason, Mother Zhao's body trembled uncontrollably, and a creepy feeling crawled up her spine. Since you like to be the first to do something, then let's start with you. Xiao Yi led her out of the crowd. Mother Zhao was suddenly pulled out of the crowd, and her body staggered 2 steps, and she stepped into the dark corridor uncontrollably. Chapter 230. Bai Shanshan walked in front, Xiao Yi dragged Zhao mother behind. The three of them hung the sampan behind the sightseeing car, and drove out of the manor. When Xiao Yi dragged Zhao mother, she shrank like a quail, looking timid and cowardly. When Xiao Yi let go of Zhao mother, she put her on the sampan and dragged her behind the speedboat. Zhao mother faced Bai Shanshan in the back seat alone. Somehow, she became strong all over. Zhao mother lay on the sampan. She was trapped and couldn't move, but she kept chattering. Bai Shanshan, what are you going to do? How can you leave me here? How can you be a daughter-in-law like this? Bai Shanshan stretched out on the speedboat and was bored and bickered with her. Yes, I am also curious why. I just slept with your son. Why do you think you are so powerful all of a sudden, and you can ride on my head and do whatever you want? Mother Zhao. She only had her own logic in her mind. Women get married, they marry their own daughter-in-law. No matter how rich and capable she is, she must obey her son and give priority to his affairs. Not to mention her, many women of the same age, although unwilling to think so, have this set of docile logic in their bones, which dominates their choices. Her thoughts are not enough to support the female-centeredness. She has no ability, and she dares not even think about it. Slept with his son or something. Can a woman talk like this? She just felt that she couldn't accept what Bai Shanshan said, but she couldn't refute it, and she was so angry that she trembled. You don't act like a woman at all. You broke up the family, and you didn't even find my son back after he left me. There are too many concepts in this sentence. His son clearly didn't want to share the materials with him, so he ran away with the things by himself. This matter essentially had nothing to do with Bai Shanshan, but in Zhao Mother's eyes, her son was obviously not wrong, and any mistakes were because his daughter-in-law was not good enough. All kinds of verbal traps, all revolved around the core idea of male-centeredness. Bai Shanshan played with her nails, replied to her words one by one, and casually accompanied her in chatting. A dog knows how to find its way back when it goes out. Why does your son need others to find him before he can come back? Why, your son is worse than a dog? Mother Zhao couldn't stand this. She screamed immediately after hearing this. How can you talk like that? She originally wanted to talk nicely. When the two sides just met, she wanted to put down her face, talk nicely, let Bai Shanshan stop being angry, put aside the previous things, and give everyone a bite of food to eat. Everyone had made up their mind in the past 2 days, and would not cause trouble in the future. They would treat everything that happened before as a nightmare and forget everything. But after they met, they didn't even have time to say anything before they were furious at the other party's actions. They got angry after just a few words. In fact, if it was Zhao father who spoke first, things would not be so complicated. Men of that generation at least saw the world and knew knowing the times outside. Although they couldn't explain the power system clearly, at least they knew that some people looked easy to provoke. But in fact, they couldn't afford to provoke them. When you meet someone you can't provoke, you should slap him in the face or lick him on your knees. Zhao Mother was different. The environment she lived in was too simple, and the power structure was too stable. She had no way of understanding this changing relationship. In her eyes, her husband was above her and had to obey her, and her daughter-in-law was below her and had to obey her. She could not see the situation clearly, and could not bear it, so it was easier for her to make the situation ugly. Of course, it was useless for her to bear it. Zhao Mother tried to reprimand Bai Shanshan several times, but she failed. After being lazily scolded by the other party, she finally couldn't hold it anymore and started to curse loudly. You vicious woman. You just want to starve us to death. My son must be unlucky to marry you. You are such a vicious woman. And the child you gave birth to, ah. Hearing the curse on the child, Bai Shanshan finally couldn't listen anymore, raised her hand, and pulled the sampan hard. Zhao Mother was unstable, and she almost fell off the sampan. She screamed in fear, and finally closed her mouth. Did I take your things and rob your supplies? I just didn't give you my things. I just wanted to starve you to death. Bai Shanshan looked at Zhao Mother, who was still in shock, leaned back lazily on the sampan, and asked indifferently, You eat my food? Wear my clothes? And you can live to this day? All because of me. I have raised you for so long. You should kowtow to me to thank me. Why am I the one who is vicious? Oh, maybe it's because I didn't do what your son wanted, and he killed me alive. Oh, I am so vicious. Bai Shanshan shook her head and sighed. Alas, it's a good thing that I'm vicious. Otherwise my child would have died with me, and there would be no chance for him to be born in this world. Zhao Mother was speechless after being mocked by her. She couldn't speak for a long time, and just said angrily, You are unreasonable. This idea may be a bit sophistry, but usually, the person who says others are unreasonable is because she herself can't make sense. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. You are so angry because you can't win the argument. It's too boring. There are so many people in your family. I have to pick them up one by one. Just be quiet for a while. Bai Shanshan had almost had enough of talking, and stopped this boring debate. Suddenly she turned her head to look at Xia Yi and raised her voice. That's it. while Bai Shanshan and Zhao Mother were arguing from time to time. The speedboat had already traveled far in the night. At this time, in front of the speedboat was a flooded bungalow. The water level was almost level with the roof, and only a few eaves were barely above the water. Bai Shanshan picked a few eaves and kindly found a relatively flat place. After Xia Yi said hello, the two of them approached the speedboat nearby, untied Zhao Mother, and threw her on board. Zhao Mother was still immersed in the emotion of being offended by her daughter-in-law, and finally realized that something was wrong. She was taken away from the manor by the boat and came to a completely unknown place. It was pitch black everywhere, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The speedboat that brought her here was already dragging the sampan and slowly sailing away from the shore. Mother Zhao realized belatedly that she was left alone. No food, no drink, and even no light. There was no one around her except herself. The fear spread like a tide, squeezing her chest, spreading upward, until it strangled her throat. What are you going to do? Mother Zhao opened her mouth in disbelief, screaming. Since the end of the world, she has never left the house. Not even for a day. Even though she had done something like that yesterday. It was the first time she had suffered in these days. Before that, she had a nanny to take care of her and a chef to cook for her. Even though she had no food later, she never lacked clothes. Nor did she lack lights or electricity to stay alone outside in the dark night. She had no idea what she was about to face, and the fear of the unknown almost overwhelmed her. I don't know if you have ever thought about it. If your son hadn't entered my house, what kind of life would you have now? Shanshan suddenly spoke, which made Zhao Mother slightly stunned, but she obviously didn't intend to hear the answer. She just curled her lips and said lightly, "Let you experience it." After that, the speedboat turned its head without looking back, and sailed away into the depths of the night. Zhao Mother looked at it in disbelief. The speedboat gradually disappeared from her sight, the faint light of the speedboat gradually went away, and the darkness returned to the surroundings, until she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. The darkness in the end of the world is completely black. There is no natural light source. After the sight is deprived, the fear spreads from the bottom of her heart layer by layer. Mother Zhao's body was shaking. She stayed alone in the dark night for a long time. After a long time, she finally believed that she was really left here alone. She wanted to curse. Cursed by Shanshan, the unfilial daughter-in-law, the vicious woman, and wanted to throw all the dirty words at her to vent her anger, until she was tired of cursing, and there was nothing left to curse. The memories of the past finally woke up, and slowly flooded into her mind. Bai Shanshan was actually quite good to her before. Bai Shanshan gave away gold and silver jewelry that she couldn't afford on weekdays without blinking an eye. When her son said that she was tired of doing housework, she hired a nanny for her, and never let her do any work again. Later, the end of the world came, and the whole family moved into Bai Shanshan Manor. Life was pretty good at that time. They didn't have to worry about food or food. All the ingredients were prepared in advance. They watched the news about how terrible the outside world was, and how many people died today. It was like another world. Why did it turn out like this? It seemed that Zhao's father was angry that Bai Shanshan didn't take them seriously. Even though they lived under the same roof, she didn't come to see them. Somehow, she hit it off with her son, and a series of things happened later. Zhao's mother realized that something was wrong at this time. They didn't see each other much before, and Zhao's father and son had never been angry. Why did they suddenly become dissatisfied now? Is this matter so important? Why did they provoke her? Mother Zhao stayed alone in the dark night, and remorse finally surged from the bottom of her heart. She could not figure out what these men were after. Of course, she probably had no chance to figure it out. Mother Zhao was just the beginning. After Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan turned around and returned to the manor, they did the same thing again, taking the people of the Zhao family, including Zhao's father, and others. They sent them to different directions, different distances, and different corners. These people reacted faster. Unlike Mother Zhao, who realized the situation was wrong early. Cursing, begging, struggling, trying to escape, all possibilities were tried. But it was obviously useless. Several people at the same time could not beat Xia Yi, and now they were struggling one by one. How could they be Xia Yi's opponent? No matter how they struggled, they were still put on the sampan by the two of them, and exiled to various places. After dealing with everyone, Bai Shanshan lowered her eyes, and asked softly, "Where is Zhao Zhiheng? Where is he?" Chapter 231. Xia Yi briefly explained the current situation to Bai Shanshan. And Zhao Zhiheng was caught by her, and was temporarily working as a laborer. Bai Shanshan was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. Okay. After you are done with the matter, you can deal with it directly. I don't want to meet him again. Xia Yi didn't say anything else. Bai Shanshan got married, got pregnant, and had children, not for men, but for herself, but Zhao Zhiheng was chosen by her after all, and she should have a sense of love. She could let it go very happily. That was a decision made rationally, but it didn't mean she wasn't sad. Xia Yi didn't know how to comfort her. After a long silence, she slowly asked, "Are you okay?" I was too naive at that time. Bai Shanshan's voice was a little low, and she said slowly, "It's not that I don't know their morals. I just felt at that time, they didn't deserve to die, and they shouldn't die in the end times." Bai Shanshan had reflected on her choice. During these days of isolation in the warehouse, she reflected again and again. Of course, some people would say, "Who made you love-minded? You are not clear-headed. You care about other people's family affairs. You deserve it." These so-called voices of regret are just words. If it really happens to you, you will still be a member of the mud. It is precisely because those people cannot escape the mud that when others are in the mud, they will be overwhelmed by the sense of powerlessness and angry to the point of stress. Bai Shanshan's decision to intervene was actually a chain reaction. When she learned about the apocalypse and knew that she had a child, her relationship with Zhao Zhiheng did not deteriorate. When the relationship was normal, it was a fantasy to ask her to abandon him and live alone in the apocalypse. Not to mention that he was the father of her child. If she kept Zhao Zhiheng, it would mean that her reserves would be disclosed to him sooner or later, and she would know about the apocalypse in advance. So how would she explain that she had money and resources? Why didn't she let the other party's relatives survive? If Zhao Zhiheng lived, and his relatives died, then the relationship between the two would still break down, and it would be meaningless to let Zhao Zhiheng survive. So, the real situation of Bai Shanshan's choice question was like this. She chose to let the Zhao family survive, or let the child be without a father. This choice question hardly needs to be considered. Bai Shanshan didn't even need to choose, Xia Yi could help her choose, which was also the reason why Xia Yi kept everything from Bai Shanshan in the early days. In the end of the world, every choice is complicated. There are chain reactions, and it is not so easy. At that time, who could foresee the ending today? Before the end of the world, Bai Shanshan felt that she was rich and powerful, and had everything. She could support everyone, and she didn't need to think too much. However, the end of the world is like a magnifying glass, which exposes the subtleties of human nature nakedly in front of everyone. Bai Shanshan is still too kind. Or she is lucky. She thinks that the Zhao family may not be so greedy. Bai Shanshan is rich and powerful, which makes her naive within her cognitive scope. Arsenic is wrapped in a seemingly sweet coat, and the slight discomfort in daily life flashes by and is hidden in an instant. This kind of naivety is very similar to Lin Linglin. However, Lin Linglin naivety is wrapped in the pretended love of her parents, and she thinks that her parents love her. Bai Shanshan naivety is wrapped in the obedience of the people around her, which makes her mistakenly believe that the other party has no wolfish ambitions. In short, they all naively thought these people were not that bad. Not really. Only after the end of the world, these people tore off their disguises. She could see with her own eyes the indifference and cruelty in the hearts of her blood relatives and lovers. They abandoned her without hesitation before the day of life and death, and before they reached the end of their rope. They even didn't treat her as a person at all. This may not be a bad thing. Bai Shanshan said so. The badness of these people's humanity always exists. If it weren't for the background of the end of the world, they might have been deceived for a longer time, tortured for a longer time. How many people have been supported and kidnapped by family affection, love, marriage, for many years, but they are never willing to give up, unwilling to see clearly. There is always a glimmer of hope in the bottom of their hearts. Hope. They may not be so bad. The end of the world uses the cruelest way to tear off the fig leaf on those people for them, and help them see the reality clearly. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Only by cutting off the rotten flesh can you be reborn. For example, it is better to leave no father than to leave a rubbish father to your child. Bai Shanshan raised her eyes, smiled gently, and there was a flicker of ease and relief in her eyes. This is the road I should experience. I need to experience it. Only by experiencing it, and making a choice by yourself, can you really get rid of it. After the two of them settled the situation here, They drove a small boat away from Baishanshan Manor, with 2 cats and a dog, and temporarily went to Yuehu Sanatorium. After all this trouble, there was no one left in the manor. Although Baishanshan looked healthy, she had been pregnant for several months, so she still needed someone to take care of her. And she also needed a prenatal checkup. Xiaoyi had a lot of things to do at home, and the doctors also had work to do. They couldn't arrange for someone to take care of Baishanshan, so it would be better to let her stay in the sanatorium for a while, at least until she had the baby. The two drove the speedboat to Yuehu Sanatorium. Dubai and Ariai were stuffed into the cat bag, while Sanhua was temporarily free, lying in the speedboat cabin. In addition, the two of them only brought some dry food and water, and did not bring any more supplies. Anyway, Yuehu Sanatorium had everything, and she prepared a copy of everything for Baishanshan, even maternal and child supplies. The two of them, the cat and the dog, were moving forward in the night, casually chatting about Xiaoyi's situation after the end of the world. And they did not feel lonely. The distance from the manor to Yuehu Sanatorium was not far, and it only took about half an hour by boat. When they had been walking for about 10 minutes, Sanhua suddenly twitched its nose, slowly opened its eyes, and stood up from its prone position. Xiaoyi felt something was wrong, and quickly turned off the engine and the boat lights, pulled Baishanshan, and slowly hid in the dark. Shoo! She turned her head, and gently warned Sanhua. Don't make a sound. Sanhua obviously wouldn't make a sound. It has always been a cowardly dog who said, if there's anything wrong, you go first. When it felt something was wrong, it quickly ran into the depths of the cabin and hid behind the cat bag, and even its tail could not be seen. Not long after, there were faint voices coming from behind. There were several boats, not electric or gasoline boats, but primitive boats that needed to be paddled. There were no headlights on the boats, just a flashlight, moving slowly forward. They were going in the same direction as Xiaoyi and the others. 2 people, 2 cats and 1 dog held their breath, each quietly nestled in the cabin, waiting for the boat to pass by a few meters away. Luckily, Sanhua reminded them early. Although they were almost brushing against each other, the other party did not notice them at all. After the boat had gone far away, Sanhua slipped out from behind the cat bag and called softly, reminding Xiaoyi that it was time to turn on the lights. Xiaoyi then turned on the boat lights and restarted the engine. However, she did not rush to start the boat this time. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and found 2 guns. She had prepared them before, but they were almost bloodless on the way, and she had no chance to use them. She picked up one and threw it to Baishanshan, and kept the other for herself. Baishanshan took the gun, picked up the scope and compared it, rubbed her fingers on the gun, and sighed softly. What's the matter? Did you rob the armory? Not really. Xiaoyi pulled the corner of her mouth and said indifferently. The armory sent it themselves. Not only did they send the guns themselves, but they also brought dozens of good thugs. The two had just said a few words when Sanhua sobbed again and interrupted their conversation. Xiaoyi was forced to turn off the boat lights and engine again. Several more boats passed by. Xiaoyi slowly frowned. Ahead was the direction out of the city. Except for the Yuehu Sanatorium, there was no proper place to stay. She had traveled back and forth on this road many times alone, and had never met anyone. Nowadays, meeting a group of people occasionally could still be considered a coincidence, but wave after wave, where were they going? However, this was just the beginning. After these 2 groups of boats passed, not long after, the 3rd and 4th waves came. Many boats were scattered, slowly drifting on this road. The two had thought that after this group of people left, they would start the speedboat as soon as possible. But now they found that it was not appropriate. The boats passing by were not traveling very fast, and they were definitely much slower than the speedboat. If they started the engine and moved forward, they would definitely meet again not far ahead. There were about 10 of these passing boats. If the other party used the boats to create an encirclement and waited in front to intercept them, it would be difficult for the speedboat to break through. No matter how good Baishanshan looked, she was a pregnant woman after all. If the boat and the speedboat collided, she would inevitably be shocked. Not to mention the 2 cats, who were easily stressed, and the dog, who was always timid. The current situation was obviously not suitable for rash action. Xiaoyi took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Quan Lu to ask about the situation nearby. As soon as the call was connected, he heard a low voice from the other end. Xiaoyi's heart sank slightly. Quan Lu's job is external reconnaissance. If there is no special situation, She should not be so cautious. Where are you? I am about 8 kilometers north of my home. I just finished my mission, and am on my way back to change shifts. Quan Lu reported in a low voice. The second squadron leader just contacted me, and asked us to stay in the vicinity, for the time being and not rush home. What happened? Xiao Yi asked. The second squadron leader said that outside the dock at the door of the house. It was surrounded by many ships. Dozens of ships. The entrance was blocked. Chapter 232. Don't go back for now. Xiao Yi whispered to Quan Lu. The purpose of these people is not clear for now, so don't rush to confront them head-on. With the current security measures of Yuehu Sanatorium, these people can't invade even a little bit. Even if they surround the door, they will just surround it, and won't cause any harm. First find out the situation, and then make the next decision. Okay. Quan Lu agreed happily. Oh, and... Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, and then thought of something, and asked, do you have enough supplies? It can last for 3 days, no 5 days. Quan Lu answered. Xiao Yi, from the tone of voice, it is definitely not enough for 5 days. Eat 2 bites a day, and it will be enough to last until the 5th day. Xiao Yi sighed softly. These girls have long been used to treating themselves harshly, and they always try to squeeze their potential as much as possible when doing things, rather than finding more ways to back themselves up. It is rare to retain such a quality in the end times. But think about it from another perspective. If such a quality is not cherished, it is easy to be treated harshly. I will call Zheng Xiao. You go there first. Let them give you food. Quan Lu and Zheng Xiao have met several times, and she was even responsible for escorting Zheng Xiao's wife. Xiao Yi arranged for them to go somewhere, and both parties would feel more comfortable. As for the food owed to Zheng Xiao, after this incident, she could return it with food of equal value or other items. After arranging Quan Lu and her teammates, Xiao Yi called Zheng Xiao to arrange for a meeting and a temporary room. Then he called the captain of the first squadron in charge of security, and told him not to go out, and to be responsible for the defense work temporarily, before there was any offensive intention outside. He also called Lin Linglin and called a batch of drones to the captain of the first squadron, responsible for looking down and reconnaissance from high altitude, and transmitting the images to the server of the satellite network in real time. Hey, these people under you are really good at doing things. Bai Shanshan watched the whole thing and couldn't help sighing. Lucky, I picked it up. Xiao Yi spread his hands. The drone image was quickly transmitted. 4 drones were arranged in a fan shape, swooping down from the mountain. The position and angle of the cameras were very suitable, and the image just happened to completely cover the scene at the entrance. About 100 meters away from the entrance, there were about 20 boats, each of which was not big, with about 3 or 5 people on board, and a total of about 50 or 60 people. The behavior of these people was very strange. They didn't get very close to the entrance, but just wandered in the water, as if they were looking for something. The purpose was a bit strange. There was no need to go out to find something, more than 20 boats, and more than 50 people. Right? The equipment these people had was just a flashlight, and it was pitch black everywhere, and they couldn't see anything at all. If they were looking for a boat, they wouldn't have to use such a big force. If they were looking for a gold-plated diamond-studded embroidery needle, even if they added 10 times the number of people, it wouldn't change the result. What are these people doing? Xiao Yi flipped the screen, looked around for a while, and suddenly his sight was attracted by one of the boats. That boat looked quite special. It was the only small speedboat with a generator among all the boats here. Looking at its equipment configuration, it should be the person in charge of command here. The people on it looked familiar. Lin Yongza and Su Jiuan. If it was these 2 people, it would make a lot of sense for them to wander around the entrance of Yuehu Sanatorium. They were probably looking for their son. Maybe before Lin Linglang came here, he had used some method to reveal his destination. Judging from the current situation, it seems to be some kind of locator. Later, Lin Linglang died and was killed in the incinerator. But maybe his locator was still in the water, so it attracted the other party to look for him. After such a long time, the Lin family was still willing to come out to look for him. The love of these 2 people for their son is obvious, and they are a perfect contrast to Lin Linglin. However, this is only the reason why this happened. The point of the matter is not here. The point is, with the coming of the end of the world, Lin Yongza's influence has gradually weakened, and is almost approaching nothing. Even to protect his son's safety, he only arranged a few people before. He can't have such great power to dispatch 50 or 60 people at this time. Who would be the person who used Lin Yongza's excuse to find his son and wandered around the door of his own shelter to cause trouble? The answer to this question is obvious. Xiao Liyuan and Lin Yongza got together. And with Lin Yongza's help, they found the location of Xia Yi's shelter. Of course, they are not completely sure yet. They are probably just testing. Xia Yi frowned slowly. Although things have not deteriorated to that extent, just in case, we still have to prepare in advance. She called the captain of the first squadron again and whispered, "Close the doors and windows, and temporarily stop all outdoor work. If someone tries to break in, try to operate the mechanism to repel them. Don't go out unless it's absolutely necessary. If you have to go out, be sure to bring mosquito repellent spray and protective clothing. If someone is at risk of infection, isolate on the spot. Don't take any chances." Xia Yi gave a series of orders. The captain of the first squadron also became nervous, hastily agreed. "Okay," and arranged it on the spot. These people were arranged, but Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan whereabouts became a problem. If they wanted to return to the sanatorium through the main gate, they would have to cross paths with those ships. They didn't know the other party's purpose now. If the other party suddenly attacked them when they entered the sanatorium, the situation would become very passive. If they chose to attack in advance to avoid being attacked, and used guns to directly kill the other party, it seemed unnecessary. Let's not talk about Lin Yongza and Su Jiaoan for now. The other 50 or 60 people were strangers to them, and they hadn't reached the point of fighting to the death. "Should we go back to my place first?" Bai Shanshan asked. These people didn't bring any supplies. With the weapons they had, they couldn't force their way into the sanatorium. Even if they surrounded the door, they couldn't stay there for too long. Xia Yi and the other two had enough supplies. Enough to use up all the ammunition and food for these people. When they were too hungry to survive, they could go back to the sanatorium. It was possible, but it was not necessary. Bai Shanshan's shelter had food, drink, beds, and showers. Most importantly, it had doors and windows, which could isolate the green bugs that spread the virus. There is really no need to sleep here. Okay. Xia Yi also planned so. Let these people toss themselves first. When they can't stand it anymore, and are ready to retreat, we can arrange people to follow them, to check their whereabouts and purpose. As for the two of them, there is no rush for this moment, and it won't be too late to return to Yuehu's sanatorium after the other party has withdrawn. This time, we will just take a ride, and after the ride, we will return to Bai Shanshan Manor to rest. The two quickly reached an agreement. Just as Xia Yi was about to turn around and start the engine to drive back, Sanwan next to her suddenly jumped. It suddenly opened its mouth and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Xia Yi staggered after being pulled by Sanhua, and immediately stopped her hand movements. She keenly discovered that this cunning dog did not bark, relying on the tacit understanding formed by the two sides over the years. Xia Yi herself did not speak, but just said hush to Bai Shanshan, and quietly turned off the screen in her palm. Two more small boats came from behind, passing by them. The boats blocked the entrance of Yuehu's sanatorium layer by layer. But the other party still felt it was not enough, and continued to send more people and boats to approach this area. Let's not talk about the purpose of these people. However, there is a fact that cannot be ignored. These boats are still pouring in at this time, which means that they are not only scattered in front of the speedboat, but also behind the speedboat. There are many. Xia Yi was driving a speedboat. If she went forward, she might encounter these ships. If she turned back, she might still encounter these ships. They were almost surrounded by the enemy ships on the water, and they were in a dilemma. As long as they sped up, they would be discovered. Xia Yi narrowed her eyes suddenly. It was not until this moment that she finally figured out Xiao Liyuan's purpose. Finding a son for Lin Yongza and his wife was just his excuse. His real purpose was to come for her. Xia Yi was paying attention to Xiao Liyuan's situation. Xiao Liyuan must also be paying attention to Xia Yi's whereabouts. Xia Yi had a drone for reconnaissance. Didn't Xiao Liyuan have similar means? Before heading to Bai Shanshan Manor, Xia Yi's last stop was Xiaolin Oil Depot. Xia Yi and Xiao Liyuan had fought in the void outside the oil depot. The other party might have left spies there in advance, always observing the whereabouts of the people coming and going, and finally succeeded in locating her position when Xia Yi left. However, Xiao Liyuan was also patient. He knew that Bai Shanshan Manor was not easy to mess with, and did not try to send people to force his way in. Instead, he made preparations in advance, followed behind, and arranged personnel. When Xia Yi had dealt with everything and was taking Bai Shanshan home, they used human wave tactics to block her way. They might even know Xia Yi's location. They might just use this method to lower her vigilance and slowly set up a siege. They wanted to capture her while she was alone and weak. Xia Yi didn't know how many people Xiao Liyuan left in the stadium shelter, how many people he tamed, and how big the team was expanded by using these people. But, roughly speaking, it shouldn't be a problem to support a few hundred people. This is a waterfront city. It's not difficult to find some small wooden boats and sampans without owners. As long as you spend some patience and time, he can use hundreds of boats, carry thousands of people, and spread the tentacles all over the lake. He prepared so many boats and spent such a big battle. What he wanted to fish out of the sea was not Lin Ling Ling, nor the embroidery needle, but Xia Yi. Xia Yi looked around quietly. In this dark night, there may be countless boats hiding, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, staring at its prey coldly, waiting for the right time. Pounce forward and bite off the prey's throat. Chapter 233. What kind of person is this who is making such a big fuss? Does he like you? Bai Shanshan held a gun in her arms, squinted her eyes, and looked at the scope, and pointed at the empty night, and did not forget to tease. Xia Yi, looking at the colorful colors on her face, Bai Shanshan raised her eyebrows, and smiled knowingly. No way, do you really like you? It's not that kind of like. Xia Yi pulled the corner of her mouth. If she fell into Xiao Liyuan's hands, whether the other party would really use her to rob her, it's really hard to say. But it's better not to tell Bai Shanshan about this, lest she provide more material for teasing. She needs to be mentally stable now, and can't bear to hear this. If he falls into my hands, I will kill him without hesitation. If there is a ranking list of people she wants to kill, then Xiao Liyuan is definitely the first one. For a very great reason without personal emotion. Eliminate harm for the people. As it's a fight to the death. So exciting? After Bai Shanshan made a casual joke, she finally calmed down. It was her hobby to pair Xia Yi with someone randomly. But it was not to commit suicide. Being surrounded by mortal enemies in the vast ocean was a level that made it difficult to escape. So it was worth treating calmly. It would be great if I could fly a plane, Bai Shanshan said with some regret. There was a ready-made helicopter parked in her helipad, the one she had used to pick up Xia Yi's sister before. She drove it very smoothly, but now her belly was too big, so it was not so convenient to sit in the driver's seat. So she had never considered this way of travel. Otherwise, why would they need to drive a speedboat on the water? Sitting on a helicopter, this time is enough to travel back and forth several times between the two places. Xia Yi pondered for a while, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, blocked the light with his palm, stared at the map and studied it. Now the situation of the two is very awkward. The speedboat stopped in the middle of the water. If the other party also had a drone or night vision telescope, it would be easy to locate their position. There was no obstruction around here. The speedboat was like a target standing in the middle, and it was at the mercy of others. If she starts the speedboat and speeds away, she will be intercepted, whether heading to Yuehu Sanatorium or Bishanshan Manor. If the interception method is a gunfight or even a close combat, it will be fine. However, if the opponent does not fight with her at all, and just uses the boat to intercept her, things will be much more difficult. Although the speedboat is relatively strong, it is not indestructible. Even if the boat can be smashed, it will definitely affect the speed of advancement. A few boats blocking the way are enough to stop the speeding speedboat. Xia Yi was carrying a pregnant woman, who could not withstand such a strong impact, and they were dragging cats and dogs with them. If they left the speedboat, they would not be able to move at all. The two of them could not force their way in. And if Xia Yi was right, the opponent was Xiao Liyuan, who had a killer move, the green bug that could spread the H-alpha virus. Even if they were carrying a spray that could restrain bugs, if they were attacked by this thing, it would definitely reduce their speed. Xia Yi looked at the screen and thought for a moment. Then she reached into her bag, took out the drone she carried with her, fiddled with it for a while, turned it on, and let it fly. Bai Shanshan looked at her series of operations and asked softly, "How is it, Xia Dejunshi? Have you come up with an idea?" "Not sure. Let's wait and see." Xia Yi drove the drone, selected a direction, explored forward, and asked softly while operating the handle. "First, fasten your seatbelt tightly. Put on your backpack, and protect your stomach." "Okay." Bai Shanshan rolled up the edge of her skirt, pinned it to her belt, tied her thighs and shoulders to the seat with a safety belt, pulled the cat bag, dog bag and survival bag to her side, and tied them to her legs as much as possible. She also took a safety jacket and put it on backwards, carefully protecting her stomach. Then she put the butt of the gun on her left shoulder, found a stable position, and aimed at the drone light in the distance. Xiaoyi saw that she was tied too tightly, frowned slightly, took out a flashlight from her pocket, and threw it over. Bai Shanshan raised her hand to take it. Looking at the familiar flashlight, a smile appeared in her eyes. I still have it. I can't help it. It's too strong. I don't have the chance to break it or throw it away. Xiaoyi smiled. The flashlight dagger was given to her by Bai Shanshan, and it stayed by her pillow, spending countless nights. In order to bring it back from abroad, it took a lot of effort. While the two were chatting, Xiaoyi didn't stop, and the drone continued to explore the depths of the night. She tried to maintain the forward speed and angle to ensure the stability of the drone. She had adjusted the angle of the drone camera, not facing the forward direction, but rotating it 135 degrees, facing the direction of the wing. It was just right to see that after the drone flew, the movement on the side of the wing was exactly the direction of the blind spot of ordinary drones. Sure enough, shortly after the red dot of the drone rose from the ground, several small boats approached from the side, gradually forming an encirclement that was not far away. The drone moved forward along a specific trajectory, and the encirclement was slowly adjusted accordingly, always maintaining a fixed range, like a pocket, and including the drone and Xiaoyi's speedboat at the same time. TSK. This dispatching method is amazing. How did you do it? I want to get a copy too. Bai Shanshan was amazed beside him. The encirclement responded very promptly. Hundreds of ships were as easy to use as fingers, and the dispatching angle was extremely smooth. No, you don't want it. Xiaoyi sneered. Bai Shanshan, who would go weak at the sight of a bug and scream like a girl, would be crazy if she knew what was giving directions to the other party. The other party was openly manipulating the position of the ship without any reservations. From the other party's perspective, the encirclement was approaching from the rear flank, and from the angle of the drone's flight, Xiaoyi could not detect their movements at all. Xiaoyi relied on the drone's tricky angle to observe this information. After the other party's location information was confirmed, Xiaoyi pushed the drone handle with his left hand, pulled the speedboat joystick with his right hand, and asked with his head tilted, "Are you ready? Ready to go?" Bai Shanshan clamped the butt of the gun on the side of her neck, held the flashlight with her backhand, and slowly placed her index finger on the trigger. She narrowed one eye and answered with a smile. "Let's go!" As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoyi pulled the joystick to the bottom. He rushed straight in the direction of the drone. The night ahead was as dark as ink. In the distance that could not be seen, the encirclement of ships was densely packed, blocking all the exits. Unfortunately, these were all beyond Xiaoyi vision range. The speedboat did not slow down at all, straight along the direction that the drone had detected, and rushed forward, as if it was completely unaware of the surrounding situation. From the perspective of an outsider, it looked like the drone was exploring the way ahead, and the camera did not find anything abnormal, and the speedboat followed closely behind to break through. The people on the sampan were secretly delighted, seeing that the two had completely entered the encirclement. Everyone immediately turned the boat around, and rushed towards the two like flies smelling blood. As the boats moved, the encirclement gradually narrowed, and then narrowed again, gradually narrowed to Bai Shanshan range. Xiaoyi pressed the drone's automatic return button and threw the controller into the cabin. It turned around without warning, before anyone else could react. The speedboat circled in front, drawing a beautiful arc. At the moment when Xiaoyi dropped the controller, Bai Shanshan narrowed her eyes suddenly. Aiming at the ship in front, she quickly pulled the trigger. Bai Shanshan shot very rhythmically, a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time, repeated many times in a row. The interval between each time was very short. Even though there was only one gun, the series of gunshots rang out one after another, but it brought a violent feeling like a storm, making people feel breathless. She was very confident in her shooting skills, and once she pulled the trigger, she would not look back again. With each gunshot, a corresponding boat driver would fall down, while Xiaoyi was turning the speedboat. Bai Shanshan also drew another beautiful arc with the bullet. With the sound of gunshots, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The boat driver suddenly fell down, and the forward movement suddenly stopped. A series of drivers fell down, and a series of boats came to a standstill. These boats that were shot could only stay on the water, shaking and trembling. The encirclement, which was shrinking, came to a complete stop at this moment. The ship stopped neatly as if they had agreed in advance, and drew a concentric circle with a larger diameter outside the arc of the speedboat's turn. Next, there was a series of chain reactions. The front row of ships lost their drivers and were forced to stop. The back row of ships was blocked by the front row, and there was no way to bypass the front row to chase. So they had to stop. The back row of ships had a relatively spacious position, but they were also farther away, and they turned their bows too early before, and it would still take time to adjust the direction back. The speedboat was originally surrounded by countless small boats, and it could neither run nor hide, and it could only wait for death in the middle of the water. Xiaoyi's fake move made a gap in the originally tight encirclement. The boats that were closely converging towards the speedboat were far less flexible than the speedboat, and were shaken like this, and fell into a ship jam situation on the water. At this time, the speedboat had turned 180 degrees and turned around to rush back the way it came. "Oh!" Bai Shanshan exclaimed with joy, and threw her hair behind her head. There were two girls on the speedboat, one petite, the other with a big belly, sitting and standing, both looking very thin. As the speedboat suddenly accelerated, the wind blew their hair and hit their faces. Neither of them blinked. They were always calm and firm, and never wavered in fear. They left the dense pursuers far behind. Chapter 234. Chase. The people behind were anxious when they saw this, and they were eager to turn the boat around and catch up with the speed of the speedboat. But this was obviously an impossible task. The encirclement outside was made up of various small sampans, and there were not even any electric boats, all of which were rowed by manpower. They would choose a large number of sampans, on the one hand, for quietness, and not easy to be discovered, on the other hand. They could not find so many intact electric boats, and even if they did not have so much energy to waste. A group of sampans rowed by humans, competing with a speedboat, isn't that a fantasy? Not to mention that the sampans can't turn as fast as the speedboat. Even if they don't need to turn, the speeds of the two sides are completely different when they compete on the same starting line. Their original plan was not to compete in speed, but to use a large number of quiet boats, and to use the human wave tactics, and surround Xiaoyi silently when she is not aware of it. When Xiaoyi found the gap in the human wave tactics, and escaped from the gap, their plan had completely failed. At this time, at the entrance of Yuehu Sanatorium, the leader of the speedboat parked next to the supervisor had received the news and cursed loudly. Waste. All of them are fucking waste. This person was Xiao Liyuan, recently promoted capable subordinate, named Wang Yan. Wang Yan was known for his intelligence, and was fully responsible for this encirclement and suppression operation against Xiaoyi. From planning to execution, he was responsible for everything by himself. Before taking action, he had patted his chest and promised Xiao Liyuan that he would definitely catch this woman back. Who would have thought that after working so hard for so long, with half of her body in the trap, and only the last step left, she could still escape? Xiao Liyuan once told him that Xiaoyi was not that easy to catch, and he was mentally prepared for failure. It would be fine if there was no chance at all. But they were so successful in the early stage, and they were about to open champagne in advance. But she could still mess things up suddenly. This is too aggrieved. Why don't you chase her? Wang Yan yelled at the speedboat driver. Most of the boats that were encircling Xiaoyi were sampans, which were completely unable to catch up with the enemy. Now if they wanted to change the situation, they could only rely on the few speedboats here. As long as they could hold back Xiaoyi, even if it was just a little bit of time, as long as the boats behind could catch up, then there would be a chance to form an encirclement again. Lin Yongzi and Su Jiaoan were also on the speedboat at this time, and they looked up in shock. They were here to look for Lin Linglang. But they knew that Lin Linglang was most likely in Xiaoyi's hands, whether alive or dead. Since Lin Linglang was disfigured, Lin Yongzi was worried that he would be captured again, so he installed a locator on him. After Lin Linglang fell into the water at the entrance of Yuehu Sanatorium, the locator sent a signal for the last time, then fell into the water, and the power was completely cut off. After that, there was no more news. He disappeared without a sound, as if he had never existed. Lin Yongzi and his wife wanted to look for him, but they knew that this was Xiaoyi territory, so they didn't dare to. As the situation outside became worse and worse, Lin Yongzi's power and influence became worse and worse, and the old connections he had made gradually lost contact. Some people tried to please him, saying that they would help him after they were done with their work. But they were so busy that they disappeared. Even his biological sister, Lin Yongqing, had no news from one day. Lin Yongze was furious, sighing at the fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of the world. But he had no other choice. He would never dare to ask Lin Yongze to find Xia Yi. Before the end of the world, he had status and position, and people respected him wherever he went. He was naturally not afraid of anything. But now everything around him was gone, while Xia Yi's power was growing bigger and bigger, and he was thriving. In addition, Lin Linglong's disfigurement had already overturned Lin Yongze's impression. Lin Yongze would no longer think that Xia Yi was a simple and easy-to-deceive girl. In Lin Yongze's heart, Xia Yi now was deep-minded, cruel, and murderous. Asking him to go to Xia Yi to look for Lin Linglang was absolutely impossible. Compared with Lin Linglang, his own life was more important. But he had to look for his son. Not to mention that Su Jian cried every day at home. Now people outside were becoming less and less reliable. When he got old, he would have no way to survive. He would have to rely on his son for support. Lin Yongze was in such a contradictory situation. But he was at his wit's end. Xiao Liyuan happened to come to him. In order to deal with Xia Yi, Xiao Liyuan naturally had to investigate her and try to find all her possible weaknesses. Lin Yongze needed to find his son. And he also needed external support. And the enemy they both shared was Xia Yi. In short, the two sides hit it off. Then, Xiao Liyuan, as promised, sent someone to take Lin Yongze and his wife to the place where the locator last sent a signal before Lin Linglang disappeared. As expected, it was Xia Yi territory. Although no one found Lin Linglang, the two sides had a more consistent goal. Hearing that Xia Yi was not far ahead, Wang Yan and Lin Yongze decided without hesitation to set off the speedboat quickly and chase in the direction where Xia Yi left. Wang Yan's speedboat was speeding ahead, and several speedboats in the distance followed closely behind. These speedboats were all the speedboats Wang Yan brought out. At first, he was worried that the speedboats would make too much noise, and if he participated in the encirclement process, Xia Yi would hear the noise and alert the enemy. Except for their speedboat, all others were parked in relatively far corners. It was not until they heard the order that they all rushed out. Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan shuttled out of the sampan, rushed out of the encirclement, and ran away quickly. The direction they fled to was neither the direction of Yuehu Sanatorium nor the direction of Bai Shanshan Manor. The entrance of Yuehu Sanatorium was surrounded by people. If they went in that direction, it would be equivalent to falling into the encirclement again. They had not had time to investigate the entrance of Bai Shanshan House. But they could also know that their whereabouts were revealed from there. And there could be no ambush and preparation nearby. No matter which direction they go, they may fall into the encirclement. Therefore, when Xia Yi escaped, she went in a direction that was not involved in either side. This direction was completely unexpected, and the other party had never imagined it. So they were caught off guard. The speedboat drove ahead for a short time and left all the sampans behind. However, at the same time, they also heard the roar of several other speedboats in the distance behind them. That was the speedboat where Wang Yan and Lin Yongze and his wife were. The relative distance between the two parties was not actually very close. Xia Yi was not worried that the other party would catch up with her when she was moving at full speed. However, she was afraid of the other party's tracking methods. Even if the other party could not catch up with her, it was not easy to get rid of her. The two of them could not drive on the road forever, and they had to find a place to stay. But it was not easy to choose a place to stay. They could not go home for the time being, and if they led the people to other partners, it would easily cause trouble for others. Xia Yi pulled the speed of the speedboat to the peak, and the two of them rushed all the way, and headed straight for the destination. The speedboat was speeding in the night, and the night wind blew against their bodies, almost blowing through their clothes. The slightly cold air hit their bodies, making their skin tremble. But they felt inexplicably refreshed. Bai Shanshan held the butt of the gun, screamed happily, and said excitedly, "Haha. It feels so good to escape." Xia Yi smiled and raised her eyebrows. Although today's experience was really dangerous, the tacit cooperation between the two of them really made people feel the long-lost happiness. The two humans were in a good mood. But the cats and dogs on the speedboat didn't think so. The speed of the speed frightened the three creatures inside and outside the speedboat. They kept cursing. Xia Yi couldn't slow down at all, so he could only comfort them helplessly. "Okay. Bear with it for a while. We be there soon." The speedboat drove in the dark for more than 10 minutes and stopped in front of a small building. The small building was originally a 2-story building. The first floor was completely submerged by water. There was a small door on the side of the second floor. It was originally a staircase leading downstairs. Now, after the water level rose, it just happened to become the entrance door. Xiaoyi turned around a little, hid the speedboat in a hidden corner beside the building, turned off the speedboat headlights, and replaced them with a flashlight with a shorter light diffusion distance. She carried the survival backpack on her left arm, carried the cat bag and flashlight in her right hand, and walked in front to lead the way. Bai Shanshan picked up the dagger, cut the safety belt on her body in a few seconds, dragged the sobbing Sanhua, and walked behind her holding the railing. There are 2 entrances on the second floor of the small building. One is a large piece of landscape glass, which almost occupies one wall. The glass is made of tempered glass and cannot be easily broken. Even if it is broken violently, it is equivalent to demolishing one wall of the house. The house has no meaning to exist. The other entrance is the entrance door on the second floor. The entrance door lock is locked, but it is a combination lock. Bai Shanshan looked at the combination lock and couldn't help raising her eyebrows and asked softly, "Have you learned a new skill? Can you pry this thing open?" "No need for that." Xiaoyi walked to the combination lock, shone a flashlight on it, confirmed the model of the combination lock, quickly flipped open the protection plate, and entered a string of numbers on it. That was her birthday. With a beep, the door opened. Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan. Is this the safe house you found for yourself? Bai Shanshan thought about it, and found a relatively reasonable explanation. But she didn't understand the unreasonableness of it. How can a safe house use your birthday as the password? It's too easy to be cracked. This is not my safe house. Xiaoyi shook her head. A smile flashed across her eyes, and she explained softly, "So, no one would guess that the password is my birthday. Except for herself." Chapter 235. "Oh, it's not your territory, that's no wonder." Bai Shanshan heard this, and subconsciously followed Xiaoyi's words. "No wonder, I have no impression of this place. I've never been here before." Xiaoyi walked into the house first, closed the door with his backhand, and pulled the curtains on the inside of the landscape window, blocking the possibility of outsiders looking in, before answering. "You have been here, but you just didn't come in here." Bai Shanshan followed her to put things away, put the cat bag on the sofa next to the window, gently comforted the dissatisfied Dabai and Ariai, and fed them a handful of cat food. She didn't stop talking. Nor did she stop gossiping. "Ah? It's impossible. If I've been here, how could I not have any impression of it?" Bai Shanshan frowned and thought. After thinking for a while, she suddenly realized that something was wrong and her eyes widened. "No, since this is not your territory, why is the password your birthday?" Seeing that he had teased her enough, Xiaoyi finally smiled and said helplessly, "Because this is Xia." Bai Shanshan tilted her ear, not understanding what she meant, and asked subconsciously, "What?" Xiaoyi repeated, "Xia? Xia?" Bai Shanshan put the name in her mouth, chewed it for a while, and finally reacted. "Xia?" Her eyes suddenly lit up, and the gossip light in her eyes blazed. "You said this is the Xia?" Xiaoyi nodded. Bai Shanshan had indeed been here. Just one day before the end of the world, Xiaoyi followed her helicopter and left here. Ming Jiayi was left at Xia's door. Bai Shanshan obviously remembered the scene of that day. She looked at Xiaoyi jokingly, thinking about the plot at that time, and made a sound of tut-tut. Tut-tut-tut. Looking back, it seems like a lifetime ago. Xiaoyi had nothing to recall, and walked around the room by herself, checking the safety of every corner. Bai Shanshan looked at her meaningfully, and deliberately dragged out her voice. "He even used your birthday as the access code, and your relationship hasn't made any progress yet?" Xiaoyi raised her eyebrows and explained evasively. "He didn't tell me the password. I guessed it myself." When she was surrounded, Xiaoyi checked the map on her phone, wanting to find a safe place nearby, and suddenly thought of this place. Yixia is not far from Yuehu Sanatorium, which is enough for them to leave the pursuers behind. And the environment here is relatively closed, which is enough for them to defend for a while. She thought that no one lived here, and she just needed to pry the door open. But when she got here, she found that it was a combination lock. She suddenly had an idea and tried it with her birthday. Then, the door opened. Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan couldn't help but want to complain. "He secretly set the door to his hotel to your birthday." Xiaoyi, "Yes." Bai Shanshan, You didn't even ask him. But try the combination lock with your birthday. You must be very confident in this password in your heart. Xia Yi, I don't believe it very much. That is to say, it's almost the same. Bai Shanshan's eyes widened when she heard this, and she asked in disbelief. You two have such a good understanding, but you haven't been together yet. Xia Yi. Oh my god, his love is meticulous, every detail is visible, open and honest, and without reservation. Bai Shanshan shook her head, and made a gesture of holding her heart with both hands, and squinted her eyes, to admire for a while. Bai Shanshan suddenly remembered something, and quickly raised her eyes and asked. But you? You know everything. But you don't make promises to others. Xia Yi. You are playing with other people's feelings. Xia Yi. Xia Yi also admires Bai Shanshan. This woman has the flavor of, after going through so many hardships. She is still a girl when she returns. Having just experienced such a disappointing marriage. This woman's emotional desire has not been affected at all. She still believes in love, and is still keen on pairing her with a couple. I originally. Xia Yi was about to start explaining. But she stopped talking halfway. Bai Shanshan was very annoyed by her, and was very dissatisfied with her shameful behavior of saying half, and swallowing the other half. So she asked, just what? Xia Yi put her index finger in front of her lips. Gently pressed Bai Shanshan with one hand. And the two of them sat on the sofa next to the viewing window at the same time. She covered her body with the half-closed curtains and carefully observed outside. Bai Shanshan saw that she took the opportunity to avoid the topic again, and immediately rolled her eyes. But at least he shut up and tightened the gun in his hand. Avoiding the topic is avoiding the topic. There is obviously something going on outside. Two faint green lights passed in front of the house. Slowly slowed down. Lingered in front of the window. As if looking for something. Bai Shanshan's sight suddenly fixed. She stared at the two green lights. Her face turned pale. Then, what is that? This is the one you envied before. Xia Yi kept it a secret. And saw Bai Shanshan condemning expression. And smiled. Their messenger, specially used to spy on our whereabouts, to tip off people. Bai Shanshan. Her expression was obviously a little distorted, looking at Xia Yi with some distrust. What are you talking about? You're not saying, in our world, there are already some unscientific things. Right? Xia Yi. If the coming of the end of the world can barely be considered within the scope of science, then is it unscientific to know the news of the end of the world by predicting it before it happens? Is rebirth unscientific? Is the system unscientific? Although these unscientific abilities do not belong to her, and no one can explain why these things exist in this world, the impact they have produced has already really fallen on her. They are facing unequal enemies. This is the objective reality. The green insects are wandering outside the window, seemingly a little confused. They can follow instructions and convey messages, but their IQ is obviously lacking, and their judgment of things is not sharp enough. Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan hid behind the curtains, holding their breath, waiting quietly. The green insect circled in the air, but still couldn't find the two people. It was flapping its wings, preparing to turn around and leave. Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan were just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, in the night in the distance, a light floated over. The light was hanging on a small boat, on which two people were sitting, paddling carefully, approaching the viewing window. The green insect stopped moving suddenly, and fell back into observation. Xia Yi, Bai Shanshan. The two people were unaware of this, and the boat slowly approached the small building and stopped next to the viewing window. After a simple investigation of the area, they thought that there was no one here, and regarded the door as a temporary safe place to stay. Xia Yi and the other person were very close to the viewing window, so close that they could hear the ripples of water caused by the oars. But the other party did not find anything wrong. The boat stayed outside. Xia Yi and the other two were inside. There was a light source outside, but not inside. It was really hard to see the specific situation from the light into the dark. After the two of them stopped the boat, they rested by the side of the boat, took out dry food from their backpacks, and ate by themselves. The two green insects were not far away. With their speed, they could reach the two of them in one sprint and spray venom fiercely. It was really hard not to worry about them. Fortunately, these two bugs have their own discipline. The purpose of this trip is just reconnaissance, and there is no plan to hunt for food. Although they are very close to each other, they never get close, but just observe from a distance. Otherwise, these two will be dead here today. The two outside the window have no idea that they are dancing in front of the god of death, and even chat in a low voice. Only then did I know that the two people on the boat were also girls. Xia Yi and the others could not act rashly, so they hugged Sanhua and nestled on the sofa, and were forced to listen to gossip. Why do we have to hand over all the herbs we have? One of the girls said in a low voice, trying to suppress her anger. Isn't this robbery? If you don't hand it over, you die. Another girl said with a gentle voice, sighing softly. They have something to do recently, and they didn't have time to punish us. They said they would give us a week's grace period and come to pick it up after a week. They gave us a clear ultimatum. If we don't hand it over after a week, there was fear in her voice. Let us bleed to death. But can we escape by having sex? The girl with a low voice couldn't help but sneer, and her anger was evident. Do you know that person, he is very lustful, as long as they are girls under 25 years old, who are not bad looking, he will not let any of them go. Ah. When it comes to this topic, the two people are obviously disgusted. The girl with a low voice cursed. When will he die? If he doesn't die, we will all be forced into a dead end. Hey, we are not the only one who has been forced into a dead end recently. We are all going to collapse. They are too ruthless. Is there no one who can deal with them? Xia Yi listened to the conversation between the two, frowning, thinking. There was enough information in this conversation. The other party was obviously discussing Xiao Liyuan. It seemed that Xiao Liyuan was quite busy. His power was expanding rapidly recently, and his subordinates were becoming more and more abundant. Not only can he make such a big scene to capture her, he also has the time to burn, kill, rob, and forcibly abduct women, having abilities far superior to others. It is easy for people to expand their desires and do whatever it takes, being superior to others for a long time. It is also easy to lose humanity and not treat people as human beings. However, from ancient times to the present, power maintained only by violence has never been stable and long-lasting. Violent intimidation can make people obey on the surface, but it will also accumulate more and deeper anger, until one day, everyone can no longer bear it and rise up to resist. Xia Yi is happy to see this happen, and is willing to help push it forward. Chapter 236. Xia Yi and the other person listened quietly, each thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly felt a pain in her wrist. Bai Shanshan pinched her gently. Xia Yi felt the hint, and quietly spread out her palm and reached out. Bai Shanshan wrote on it with her finger. I have a place, I can recruit people. Recruit people? Bai Shanshan obviously thought the same as her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xiao Liyuan behavior has offended countless enemies, who are weak and powerless, and have no ability to resist each other. But what if everyone gathers together? That would be another force that could be hostile to him. Let's take a step back. Even if they don't have the ability to be hostile to him, at least they won't be his helpers. Where? Xia Yi wrote with his finger. Not far away, about half an hour by boat, there is a community. Bai Shanshan wrote very slowly. She wrote word by word, and Xia Yi's expression was a little distorted. That's a building that my family invested in, and it hasn't been delivered yet. The glass has been installed, but it hasn't been decorated yet. Xia Yi? Yes, she almost forgot how rich the woman next to her was. There are 56 buildings in total, which can accommodate about 7,000 households. Xia Yi? There are not many people left in the city now. Is this building able to accommodate everyone? Anyway, this is a good place to stay. They only provide each other with a location, not other rescue, not food resources, nor security measures. Everyone can be gathered together, as long as they comply with basic rules, such as not killing or robbing. They can live there. If there are people who are forced into a desperate situation, they will probably be willing to gather in such a place. When more people gather, they become a force, and they become power. Xia Yi is not very obsessed with how big the force is, how many people he has. After all, managing a huge force requires time and energy, and it also requires taking on more responsibilities. She did these things to gather more strength to fight against the common enemy. Xiao Liyuan grew too fast, and she had to accumulate strength to match him, so that she would have a chance to eliminate him. Otherwise, she would be the one to die sooner or later. The two people at the door might be good guides. It must be said that encountering such a thing on the way to escape was a pleasant surprise for Xia Yi. The two of them talked in a low voice for a while, and the green bugs that were monitoring them finally lost their patience. It circled and flew high into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the night. Xia Yi observed the surroundings for a while, and after confirming that the two insects had completely left, he exchanged a glance with Bai Shanshan, adjusted his protective clothing, and gently opened the door. The sound of the door opening was very light, but it was still clearly audible in the night. The two people on the boat heard the noise, turned their heads sharply, and immediately showed a look of fear on their faces. Xia Yi blinked innocently, and greeted the two people in a kind tone as much as possible. "Hello. You two over there." The two people on the boat. How could this be good? They stopped here to eat and chat, because they thought it was deserted and a safe place to stay. How could they know that? There was someone in this dark building. What they just said, if it fell into the ears of that man's men, the two of them would be finished. When the two people on the boat thought of this, they broke out in cold sweat on their backs. The two sides stared at each other for a while, and the girl with a low voice was bolder and asked first, "Who are you?" This question was not easy to answer. Xia Yi tilted his head and thought about it, and found an answer that the other party could understand. "The person you are particularly afraid of. Hasn't he been very busy recently? Busy catching people? If I'm not mistaken, the person they caught should be..." Xia Yi pointed to his nose, and said with a somewhat innocent look, "I." Two people on the boat. Their people are still wandering outside. It's not very safe here. Would you two consider hiding here? Xia Yi kindly suggested. Her suggestion was hard to get approval. The two people on the opposite side looked more alert. "It's too late for you to escape now. Although this matter has nothing to do with you two, it's just that you are really unlucky." Xia Yi shrugged helplessly said, "If I'm not mistaken, your whereabouts have been discovered by the other party." "What do you mean?" The girl with a deep voice spoke again, and asked in a low voice. Xia Yi raised her finger again, and put it on her lips. "Listen." The two people on the boat were slightly startled, and subconsciously followed her to quiet down. In the dark night in the distance, the sound of the engine came faintly, although it was not very clear, but it could still be felt that it was getting closer and closer. The noise was so loud that it sounded like there was more than one speedboat. The two people's faces turned pale. One of them reacted faster, and quickly turned off the boat lights. There were not many people who could have multiple speedboats at this time, so it was very likely that they were Shaoliyuan people. Even if it was not Shaoliyuan, the two of them wanted to be quiet, and didn't want to be targeted. "I advise you two not to hesitate." Xia Yi's eyes slowly sank, raised his hand and pointed to the distance in the night, and said softly, "These people who wanted to catch me have already caught up with us. Originally, these people only came to catch Xia Yi, and would not trouble these two people. They were unlucky. They showed up at this time, and they were rowing. At the speed they were moving, they had no chance to escape the encirclement. However, if they had not appeared, the two green bugs might not have attracted Shaoliyuan people. With this calculation, it was even. Why should I trust you?" The two people on the boat were still alert, and asked in a low voice. "No way. You have no other choice." Xia Yi spread his hands, and did not intend to persuade them any more. Many people can still survive at this time, relying on their intuition of danger. She is more dangerous, or the speedboat outside is more dangerous. It all depends on the other party to judge. The two people on the boat looked at them secretly. Although Xia Yi and the other two are both girls, one is petite, and the other is pregnant. They look weak and vulnerable on the outside. But as long as you talk to them for a few words, you can feel the calmness in their words. Inexplicably, I felt that they were not easy to mess with. The most important thing was that the two of them were fully equipped, even with guns. If they wanted to deal with me, they could just do it directly, without having to lie so roundaboutly. But if we go into the house, wouldn't it be? The girl with a gentle voice thought for a moment, spoke carefully, and tentatively pointed out the flaws of this plan. It will be even harder to escape. The two of them were paddling a small sampan, and the speed was too slow. There was no other place to hide, so it was certainly difficult to escape. But would it be safer if we hide in the house? This small building is such a big target, the other party will definitely come in to check. If we stay here, wouldn't it be like a prison, completely losing the chance to escape? I naturally have my own way. Xia Yi said lightly, but did not explain further, just said, "What do you think? Have you decided? Will you come in or not?" The two girls on the boat were still hesitant. At this time, the roar of the speedboat engine in the distance came from far away, and was clearly audible in the air. The other party's people were obviously nearby. The two of them were not strangers. They had just escaped from the territory occupied by Xiao Liyuan. In the future, they would probably be captured by the other party. They knew what kind of people the other party was. And they also knew what would happen if they fell into the hands of the other party. The two people on the boat looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and nodded to Xia Yi. Okay, let's go in. They didn't completely believe Xia Yi's words, but they had to believe it at this time. Xia Yi and the other man looked confident and determined, with no fear on their faces, so they must be really capable. Even if it was like being trapped in a circle with two people like this would make people feel much safer. The two people on the boat gritted their teeth, put on their backpacks, and went into the house. Xia Yi looked around, confirmed that there were no other little eyes outside the door, then walked out again, moved the sampan of the two people to a position, like the speedboat, hid it in a hidden place next to the building. After leaving no traces outside the door, then he followed the two into the house, and closed the security door. After the two people on the boat entered the room, their backs were still tense, and they obviously did not let down their guard. They did not choose to sit on the sofa, but found a hidden corner, each holding their own backpack, curled up on the spot, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan saw the two people's nervous expressions, shrugged helplessly, but did not deliberately ease the atmosphere, but busy themselves. Bai Shanshan put the gun on her lap, took out the spare bullets from her bag, checked them one by one, and pushed them into the magazine one by one. Xia Yi took out a plastic bag from her bag, which contained parts of another gun. She took them out slowly, and assembled them slowly. The two people in the corner hugged their knees, huddled together secretly, and looked at everything in front of them. They felt like they were on a pirate ship. The fear in their hearts did not subside, but became more intense. These two people said they had their own plans. Could it be that they were holding weapons and confronting Xiao Liyuan people? The rhythmic click sound ended. Xia Yi had assembled the gun in his hand, loaded the bullets one by one, and pulled the bolt. At this time, the engine in the night was getting closer and closer, and finally drove to the door and stopped. The two girls in the corner trembled violently, and their fear became more and more intense. After a rustling sound, Wang Yan's voice came from the door. There is a house here, go and take a look. Chapter 237. Xia Yi looked out through the gap in the curtains. With the lights on the speedboats, he could vaguely see the situation outside. There were 4 speedboats in total, and about 10 people. How could he delay the time a little longer? Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan looked at each other, and gently opened the door lock from the inside. Now the enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light, and the other party had no idea of the situation in the small building. Compared with a clear and hard fight with real swords and guns, careful exploration would take more time. Bai Shanshan was pregnant, and it was not very convenient for her to move, so she knelt in front of the sofa, and put the gun on the handle of the sofa, and quietly pointed it at the door. Xia Yi held the dagger in her hand, leaning against the door. Her gun was hung diagonally on her body, with the butt of the gun clamped on her waist, so she could turn the gun up and point it at the enemy at any time. The other 2 girls were guided by them to hide in the corner of the house, protected by thick walls, so they would not be easily injured even if a gunfight broke out. There were footsteps outside, and someone had already got off the speedboat and tiptoed to the door. The people in the house held their breath, waiting for the people outside to move. The people outside the door got off the speedboat, picked up the flashlight and shone it around, talking in low voices, with confusion in their words. No one here. Did we find the wrong place? Impossible. The boss said it's here. It must be here, Wang Yan said confidently. The boss he was talking about was Xiao Liyuan, with those green bugs pointing the way. The boss could see and hear everything, and he never made a mistake. Is it in the house? Wang Yan ordered in a deep voice. You guys, go in and take a look. Go in. The people at the door were obviously unwilling, and they wandered outside the door hesitantly. They had seen with their own eyes how terrible those 2 women were. The speedboat passed by the sampan parked in the middle of the water, and they had also seen the bodies lined up in a circle there. The shooting was accurate, like chopping melons and vegetables. They didn't want to die, so who wanted to run into the muzzle of the gun? What the hell are you afraid of? Wang Yan looked at the hesitant steps of the crowd and said with dissatisfaction. Hurry up and go in. 2 brave people walked in front tremblingly, and tried to turn the door handle. They thought they would hear the click sound of tightening. But as soon as they exerted force on their wrists, the door actually opened. After the man turned the door open, He was shocked and exclaimed, "The door is not locked." Wang Yan was not blind, so he naturally saw that the door was not locked. So there was no need to remind him. Seeing this, he immediately said angrily, "Then go in and take a look." Several people held their weapons in their hands and carefully poked their heads out, looking inside the door. It was pitch black inside, and no one could be seen, nor could any sound be heard. They pushed each other, and finally pushed out two people, one in front and one behind, and picked up the flashlight and shone it inside, and walked forward tremblingly. They shouted as they walked, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone?" After calling out twice, the flashlight suddenly went dark. I don't know what happened in the house. There was no movement at this time, and no one made any sound. Where are the people? Where are the people? The person behind was puzzled and looked inside, trying to find the whereabouts of the first two people. But a few seconds after entering the house, they were silent again. Next, it was the third group. There was a light source outside the house, and it was completely dark inside the house. It was very similar to the situation just now. The scene inside the house could not be seen from outside, but the shadows of people coming in could be seen from inside the house with the help of the light outside. Xia Yi was lying in ambush behind the door alone, calmly waiting for someone to step in. After seeing someone enter the room, she rushed in from behind at the fastest speed, pressed one of the men's mouth, making him unable to say a word. Then she raised her knife and hit the vital point with one blow. The man didn't even utter a groan, and was quietly put to the ground by Xia Yi. She was able to take the other person's flashlight and turn off the light source while avoiding any noise. Her series of actions were fast and fierce, like flowing water, and before the other person could react, his companion had been knocked down. The other party entered the dark place from the light source, and fell to the ground without even having time to adjust their eyes to the darkness. All the movements were very smooth, without any drag. After the two people fell, Xia Yi quickly dragged them aside, waiting for the second group of people to come in. And then the third group. Just like these pairs of invaders, Xia Yi killed them all by himself with a knife. The two girls in the corner huddled together cautiously, but their eyes could not help but move towards the door. Seeing Xia Yi's actions, her eyes could not help but reveal excitement. So handsome. So many tall and strong men, under her dagger, were like toys, without the slightest chance of fighting back. No wonder the two of them were so brave, and dared to confront Xiao Liyuan men. They were really good. In the eyes of these two girls, Xiao Liyuan was very scary. He had many people, many ships and many supplies, as if they were inexhaustible and inexhaustible. These people are crazy and loyal. They obey his orders without giving any discounts. Xiao Liyuan is like a local emperor. Whatever he wants, someone will flatter him and rush to satisfy his will and desire. All those who disobey will be severely punished. I don't know what the punishment is, but it's like some terrible poison that will turn the blood around the body green and cause bleeding from all 7 orifices to death within 3 days. No one can even touch the patient. Otherwise, they will soon develop the same symptoms, and it will be difficult to cure. Slowly, more and more people obeyed him. As time went by, those who didn't want to obey became weaker and weaker, and more desperate. Looking at Xia Yi and the others, they used lightning-fast methods, and faced Xiao Liyuan people without any fear, and even had the upper hand. Inexplicably, they felt expectations in their hearts. They couldn't help thinking they didn't want to be fish on the chopping board. They also wanted to be such people. There were not many people on the speedboat outside. At first, they did not react at all. They were eager to check the situation of the people in front. Several groups of people rushed into the small building one after another, and soon lost their whereabouts. When the fourth group of people lost contact, only Wang Yan and one of his men, and Lin Yongzi and his wife were left on the speedboat outside the door. They were all people who cherished their lives, and naturally did not want to rush in and die like those men. They just stayed in the speedboat carefully and vigilantly, and did not dare to move forward again. They were not in a hurry, and Xia Yi was naturally even less anxious. While the people outside were not coming in, she slowly cleaned up the scene, moved the people piled up on the side of the door to the window, and piled them up neatly. The people outside were not in a hurry to come in, and the people in the house were not in a hurry to go out. So the two sides were in a stalemate. Wang Yan looked at the small building without any movement, and he still didn't know what was going on inside, and he felt a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "How long can you hide in there? Our support will arrive soon. When the main force arrives, what else can you do? Will you just surrender? After finishing her work, Xia Yi leaned against the wall lazily to rest, and turned a deaf ear to the shouting outside. She was obviously very calm and not anxious at all. The other two girls in the room had already become anxious. As they watched Xia Yi and the others' behavior, their mentality had gradually changed from vigilance to admiration, and finally to worship. If they hid in here at first just hoping to survive and escape, now they have developed feelings for Xia Yi and the other two, and don't want them to have any trouble. Although Xia Yi and the other two look very skilled, they are no match for four hands. If the other side really uses the human wave tactics to overwhelm them, what should they do? Just as the two girls were anxious, stars of light gradually lit up from the window. Through the thick curtains, they could still feel the change in the light outside. From the original darkness to bright lights. Small boats gathered from afar. Lights were hung on the boats, and the dense lights illuminated the entire sea. They were the sampans that had just intercepted Xia Yi. After Xia Yi escaped, they immediately followed the speedboat. Although the hand-rowed sampans were slow, they could still reach their destination slowly, as long as they took some time. Support is coming. Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the lights. His eyes fell on the small building, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Just now, they were able to escape from the encirclement of the boats by taking advantage of the speed of the speedboat. He wanted to see. What about now? How can they escape now? Can they fly away with wings? The people outside the house were smug, and the two girls inside the house were sweating. Only Xia Yi was not in a hurry at all, just leisurely playing with the dagger, quietly waiting at the door of the house. The boats outside were getting closer and closer, surrounding them layer by layer. They had learned the lesson just now, and they didn't want to leave Xia Yi any chance to escape. The distance between the boats was very short, and there was no gap for the speedboat to pass through. The whole building was surrounded airtight. Wang Yan had a grim smile on his face, just when he thought Xia Yi was at his wit's end. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from his ears. Something fell from the sky, and a huge splash of water exploded in front of his eyes. The air wave rushed straight over with the lake water. Splash! Splashing all over his head and face. Wang Yan was unsteady on his feet, and stumbled, and fell headfirst from the speedboat. However, this was just the beginning. The first loud bang started the fight, followed by the second, and the third. Bang! 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 One after another. Loud bangs followed. In order to narrow the encirclement, the ships under Wang Yan's command were very close to each other, providing the enemy with excellent attack conditions. Any splash could blow up a large number of ships and turn people and horses upside down. Chapter 238. Who? Wang Yan clung to the edge of the speedboat, poked his head out wetly, spat out a few mouthfuls of water, and looked up. Amid the huge waves, the sound of the propeller could be faintly heard. The sound came from far away, parted the layers of night sky, and rushed straight towards the small building. The people on the boat barely managed to stabilize their bodies, and looked up through the water curtain. They suddenly saw the culprit of all the accidents. It was a helicopter. There were two machine guns on both sides of the helicopter, guarding the left and right sides respectively, dropping a bomb into the water from time to time, creating fountains in the water. Since the explosion outside, Xia Yi turned sideways and moved towards the door quietly. At this time, he was squinting his eyes, looking at the direction of the helicopter. Seeing that the helicopter was almost in position, he suddenly turned on the flashlight, waved to the back, and indicated that he could follow. Bai Shanshan moved quickly, carrying the gun and holding Sanhua, and walked towards the door of the house. Xia Yi picked up the cat bag and backpack from the corner and followed closely. The two people hiding in the house heard the gunshots outside, and were so nervous that they couldn't speak. At this time, they finally realized that Xia Yi's method of freedom was not a temporary perfunctory solution, but a real method. She could actually dispatch a helicopter to pick them up. The most exciting thing was that at such a dangerous time, Xia Yi and the other person were still willing to take them into consideration while they were escaping, and planned to take them with them. The moods of the two of them fluctuated in an instant, from despair to surprise. After Xia Yi greeted everyone, she put her luggage at her feet, put a gun on her shoulder, and half knelt at the door. Everyone followed her signal and came forward, standing behind the half-open door, waiting quietly. After a while, the helicopter landed on the ground. Before the plane stopped, a figure jumped down from the air. rolled forward twice on the spot, and quickly landed beside Xiaoyi, protecting her shoulders with one hand. Another figure followed closely behind, picking up the backpack and cat bag beside her, and leading Bai Shanshan forward. Bai Shanshan cooperated very well, but whistled without any hesitation. Ouch! After saying that, without waiting for Xiaoyi to glare at her, she quickly got into the cabin with her back hunched. Then came the two girls behind. They were excited and nervous, and had no idea what was going on. They followed Bai Shanshan in a daze, and found a seat in the helicopter to sit down. After confirming that everyone was in place, Xiaoyi took Ming Jiayi's hand with one hand, quickly boarded the helicopter, and then quickly closed the hatch. With the originally dark night, a huge fountain blocking the view, and two machine guns suppressing the firepower, they did not encounter any obstruction that could be called obstruction. Just like that, under the siege of hundreds of ships, they rushed straight into the sky and flew away. Wang Yan. He only understood Xiaoyi's plan at this time. Xiaoyi obviously had a speedboat, and could have escaped further. So why did she stay here? It was not that she didn't know her whereabouts had been exposed, nor was it that she had no way to escape, and could only sit and wait for death. She just wanted to stay here temporarily, waiting for support. She left the speedboat and entered the small building because it was more closed, less likely to be attacked by surprise, easier to defend and harder to attack. And it was also a bigger target, making it easier for helicopters to land. Wang Yan wanted to delay until support arrived. Xiaoyi thought so too. She just needed to delay until the plane arrived. So, when she was discovered, and even when she was surrounded, she was not in a hurry at all, because these encirclements could not block the route she really wanted to escape. What did he just say? Could these two people fly with wings? What a damn bad mouth. Wang Yan wanted to slap himself in the face. These two people really did fly with wings. Before the helicopter left, it was still not quiet. It sent them several large fountains from the sky, showering them intermittently. When the local rain above finally stopped, the helicopter had completely left everyone's sight and disappeared into the night. At this time, Lin Yongzi and Su Jialan were rescued from the water by the people around them in a mess. The two looked up at the night sky, looking at the direction where the helicopter flew away, and they still haven't recovered. After a long time, Su Jialan couldn't help swallowing her saliva and asked softly, "Is that Xiaoyi?" Wang Yan wrung the water out of his clothes in embarrassment. He had deployed a lot of manpower and material resources before setting off, and he patted his chest and promised that he would definitely catch Xiaoyi. But a large number of manpower were in place, and they all followed his arrangements. Then everyone was like walking a dog, being led around by Xiaoyi. This defeat dealt him a huge blow. He was in a bad mood, and when he heard Su Jialan's stupid words, he immediately sneered. "Yes, this is your good daughter." Wang Yan knew where Su Jialan's pain point was. When he was unhappy, he would find other people's pain points and step on them. It looks like not only did he kill your son, but he also wanted to blow you to death. Su Jialan's legs softened, and she knelt on the deck with a thump. Her eyes were full of helplessness. She looked at the vast night sky and murmured, How could she do this? How could she do this? That's her own brother, and I'm her biological mother." "Okay, shut up now." Lin Yongzi was also annoyed by her noise, and the shock in his heart was even more serious. He even felt a little regretful. He had been in the officialdom for so many years. Although he had his father's protection, he still had to rely on himself to judge people's colors and flatter the powerful and trample the weak to get to where he is now. He thought he had seen countless people, but he actually misjudged Xiaoyi. Helicopters, machine guns, and weapons that could blow up the lake into a water curtain cave. Someone who could have such equipment was willing to come to pick her up when Xiaoyi was in danger, which showed that the relationship between the two sides was close to a certain extent, even closer than his relationship with his sister. Lin Yongzi was left to fend for himself in the apocalypse, and had experienced so many hardships, and his biological sister never came to care about him, let alone save him. If he knew that his daughter would reach such a height in the future, why did he provoke her in the first place? After Xiaoyi and a few others got on the helicopter, until the helicopter reached a stable stage, their shoulders were tightly held, and they never let go. Ming Jiayi was still a little frightened. This trip seemed to be safe and sound. From the results, it even seemed like Xiaoyi was playing a trick on him, slipping Wang Yan's people from Yuehu's sanatorium to Yixia, and then leaving safely. But he knew in his heart that it was not the case. Wang Yan's plan was actually useful. If there were no loopholes in the execution process, and Xia Yi happened to catch them, she was able to adapt to the situation during the process, and she had known Bai Shanshan for many years, and had a very close cooperation with her. She could have successfully won the victory in the face of danger. Xia Yi was actually dancing on the edge of a knife. In the whole process, if there was any mistake, the consequences would be disastrous, and he would not be able to wait for his response. Ming Jiayi simply could not imagine what would happen if Xia Yi accidentally fell into Xiao Liyuan's hands. Just thinking about it made him angry and violent, and he wanted to cut Xiao Liyuan into pieces. Ming Jiayi's heart was turbulent, and his face was naturally not very good, so he just kept silent. His subordinates observed his words and expressions, and naturally knew that he was in a bad mood. And they were very honest, not daring to say a word. The other two girls came to a strange environment, and on a helicopter. They didn't know what to say. The whole cabin fell into a strange silence. The first person to speak was Bai Shanshan. From the moment she saw Ming Jiayi get off the helicopter, her gossiping heart never stopped. If she didn't ask now, when would she ask? Xia Yi. Bai Shanshan pointed the finger at Xia Yi without hesitation, and raised her eyebrows and teased. I didn't expect that you would ask for help? Xia Yi suddenly raised her eyes. If her eyes could become real, she would have 2 ice blades in her eyes at this time. First freezing Bai Shanshan into ice, then chopping her into pieces, and then freezing the pieces into ice pieces. Hee hee. Why are you glaring at me? Don't you hate asking for help the most? No matter whether it's a big thing or a small thing. You never want to owe anyone anything. Bai Shanshan exposed Xia Yi without hesitation, jumping around wildly in front of her face. I thought I was the only special one. How come someone else is special now? Xia Yi? She asked, almost gritting her teeth. Can you shut up? No. Bai Shanshan put on a slightly manner. Ming Jiao was also listening nearby, and his heart suddenly softened. After Xia Yi found that he was surrounded and determined the escape route, he sent him a message as soon as possible, and agreed to meet him at Yixia, asking him to send a helicopter to pick her up. When he heard that Xia Yi was surrounded by Xiao Liyuan, there was only anger and anxiety in his mind, and he quickly sent people to pick her up, without having time to think too much. Until Bai Shanshan started to tease him, he suddenly realized. In Xia Yi's eyes, he was already a special person. When Ming Jiayi faced Xia Yi, there was no sense of security at all. Xia Yi could easily make people feel alienated. She had a very unique personality, and was a little cruel. If you want to describe her with an animal, she was more like a lone wolf. It seemed that no matter what kind of situation she encountered, she could solve all problems by herself without anyone. He felt that Xia Yi didn't need him. To what extent? Probably, as long as there was a disagreement, she could abandon him at any time and walk away. But this was Xia Yi. This personality trait would not change, and he would not want to change it. He thought that this insecurity would probably always accompany him, and might even accompany him for the rest of his life. At this moment, after Bai Shanshan pointed it out, Ming Jiayi suddenly realized that he seemed to have obtained what he thought he would never want in his life. For Xia Yi, he was special. Chapter 239. Ming Jiayi tilted his head, looking at the figure in his arms. Ever since they boarded the helicopter, he had never let go, holding Xia Yi's shoulders, holding her in his arms. Xia Yi leaned against him naturally and comfortably, arguing with Bai Shanshan from time to time, without any resistance to his actions. She had gotten used to his existence, and unconsciously, had included him in her life. When she needed him, she thought of him. Xia Yi actually had other options. If she contacted Xia Yi, Yuehu Sanatorium could also prepare a helicopter, and someone could come to support her. The result would be exactly the same. She was a person who could solve everything by herself, and she never wanted to owe anyone, including Ming Jiayi. Now, she was willing. Before either of them realized it. This was a development that Ming Jiayi had never expected. You said you didn't play with other people's feelings, and you haven't explained to me yet. Why didn't you play with them? Bai Shanshan lit one fire, and still felt it was not enough, turning her head and lighting another one. The topic that they had not finished talking about in. Remembering Xia, which Xia Yi had avoided by pretending to be stupid, was brought up again at this time. Xia Yi raised her eyes in disbelief. There were 9 people on the plane now. 4 of them were complete strangers, and the other 2 had just met for less than half an hour. If Bai Shanshan teased her when there were only the 2 of them, or even Ming Jiayi was there, when all 3 of them were present, she would feel more normal. Discussing this topic in front of 6 strangers. Does this woman Bai Shanshan really deserve a beating? Bai Shanshan. Xiaoyi gritted her teeth, with a malicious look in her eyes, and fought back. Do you want to eat instant noodles tonight? This woman is now in her hands, and she has to beg for food in her territory. If she continues to make trouble, she will let Bai Shanshan eat 3 meals of instant noodles in a row. She will make Bai Shanshan, the greedy one, cry. Bai Shanshan looked like she would eat instant noodles if she wanted, and continued with a fearless attitude. Why, do you want to change the subject? Before she finished her words, Ming Jiayi suddenly tilted his head and asked Xiaoyi, why don't you stay at my place first? I make you a nice meal, and then go back after you have a rest. It was obvious that he was trying to help Xiaoyi out. Oh, I can't bear to leave. Bai Shanshan chuckled and teased slowly. Don't interrupt me in a hurry. Don't you want to listen to Xia Xiaoyi confession? She might be willing. Ming Jiayi was slightly startled when he heard this, and his heart suddenly became hot. Due to the various forms of daily interactions before, he might have known Xiaoyi's personality and living habits well enough. But he had no chance to know the things he wanted to know the most. For example, Xiaoyi's view on love. Bai Shanshan had been with Xiaoyi for a longer time, and her understanding of Xiaoyi was completely on another level. The inner level. Ming Jiayi realized deeply. What Bai Shanshan said might be true. Bai Shanshan provokes Xiaoyi every day. The two of them quarrel with each other in various ways. This is also the way they get along with each other. They will not really irritate anyone. She knows Xiaoyi's limits. Bai Shanshan mentions this matter now, which is probably true. It can be said that Xiaoyi really might speak out his true thoughts in this situation. Bai Shanshan continued to tempt with a smile. If you miss this opportunity, you may not be able to do it next time. Miss Bai. Are you tired of hot pot? Ming Jiayi's eyes fell on Bai Shanshan, and he spoke again to stop her. If you want to eat anything, you can order whatever you want. Bai Shanshan burning gossip heart was severely poured with a basin of cold water. The two people opposite her were on a united front, and it was obvious that she had no room to gossip. Finally, she slowly lost her temper inside. It's boring. Ming Jiayi smiled faintly and said nothing. He, of course, wanted to know Xiaoyi's true thoughts. Xiaoyi admitted that he missed him, which made him sleepless for 2 nights. But not at this moment. Bai Shanshan just felt that this moment was okay, which did not mean that this moment was appropriate or comfortable. He did not want Xiaoyi to feel uncomfortable at all, no matter what kind of discomfort it was. Even if it was only a very slight embarrassment, he did not want it to be caused by himself. He would rather confess his feelings himself, confessing again and again, until Xiaoyi accepted it. Bai Shanshan said that she was reluctant to let him go. And she was right. We should be careful before landing. We should not go directly to your place before confirming safety. Xiaoyi saw that Bai Shanshan finally shut up, and finally spoke again, asking the question that had been lingering in his mind for a while. That green bug has the ability to track. Do you? No. Xiaoyi looked up at Ming Jiayi. She asked, do you know? And they both knew that she was asking, does your system know? That bug is a normal bug. Ming Jiayi paused, communicated with the system for a while, and replied softly. Its flying height is limited by the altitude. The altitude at which a helicopter can fly is much higher, which means that if they fly higher, away from the altitude that insects can withstand, they can get rid of the tracking of the green bug. This is good news. Although helicopters have more restrictions, fuel consumption is also higher, and they are not as convenient as speedboats. But raising the altitude to get rid of tracking is always a way, so that they would not be under the surveillance of the other party all the time and be tied up. However, even if they could confirm safety, they could not return directly to Ming Jiayi Manor. Compared with the address of Xiaoyi and Bai Shanshan, the location there was relatively secretive, and outsiders knew almost nothing about it. Xiaoyi did not want to reveal the specific location there. She turned her sight and looked at the 2 girls she had taken in before, and asked, what are your plans for the future? Since the 2 girls got on the helicopter, they shrank into 2 quails, listening to Xiaoyi and Bai Shanshan quarrel, and they could not tell whether the 2 were really quarreling or joking. And they were so nervous that they dared not say a word. At this moment, the topic suddenly turned to themselves, and they were a little confused for a moment. The girl with a low voice spoke first, hesitantly. We don't know either. Xiaoyi didn't rush to ask, but just looked at the 2 quietly, waiting for her to continue. The 2 of them looked at each other. To be honest, They really wanted to ask for help. When they saw the skills of Xia Yi and Bai Shanshan, they were filled with complicated emotions. They admired Xia Yi and the other two, admired their beautiful skills, their clever thinking, and how they managed to escape after being surrounded by many people, and even took away their two unfamiliar burdens. So strong that they couldn't help but want to get close to him, want to rely on him. But they also knew that they couldn't really do that. Xiao Liyuan was not an ordinary enemy. It was not easy to be his opponent. It would cost a huge price. They couldn't be shameless enough to ask for his help. However, if they really left Xia Yi, they might lose the only chance to get rid of Xiao Liyuan's violent control. They were reluctant to give up easily. The complex emotions in her heart were intertwined, like cooking in oil and burning in fire. And she was extremely entangled. We have encountered difficulties. The girl with a low voice was silent for a long time, and finally made up her mind and said, "Can I talk to you? Please point out a clear way." She chose a way to ask for help, but not to force the other party. If Xia Yi and the others had a way, they would show them the way and tell them what to do. If not, they would not force it, but just resign to their fate. Xia Yi was not surprised by this. She had intended to listen to the other party's thoughts, and by the way, to understand what Xiao Liyuan had done, and what means he relied on to control so many people to work for him in a short period of time. If it was someone who could be rescued, she would not be stingy in helping. But she did not elaborate on this, only whispered, "Go ahead." Just these two simple words, but the two girls on the opposite side felt their noses sore, and almost cried. When they were almost in despair, someone was willing to listen to their suffering, and was willing to help them. This was already very touching. "My name is Sun Zhao. Her name is Sun Ling. We are cousins. My family was originally a herbal medicine merchant here." Sun Zhao roughly told their story. As businessmen, the Sun family was considered a relatively wealthy family, living in a nearby villa area. Most people in the villa area were well off, and survived the most difficult period in the end of the world. After the apocalypse, all hospitals were closed, and medicinal materials became increasingly scarce. They continued to use their existing inventory and connections to slowly find a way to survive. There are still many such residents in the villa area. Everyone has their own connections and corresponding sources of goods. They have some contacts and support each other. Who knew that some time ago, their entire villa area was targeted by Xiao Liyuan? They thought the other party was here to ask for goods, and they treated him very carefully. Who knew that the other party's attitude was very overbearing, and he actually asked them, the residents, to hand over all the goods within a week. There was a neighbor with a bad temper, who refused immediately. Xiao Liyuan said nothing after being rejected, and left with a smile. Everyone thought that the matter was over. But 7 days later, the whole family of that family died. They bled from all 7 orifices, and the blood was green. The death was extremely horrible. After all his family members died, Xiao Liyuan came back and told these merchants that they must hand over all the materials within a week according to his requirements. Otherwise, everyone in this villa area will suffer the same fate. All the merchants were terrified, but they still didn't want to obey orders, so they tried to escape. But those who escaped not only failed, but were all caught and angered Xiao Liyuan. Xiao Liyuan came to the door for the 3rd time with a large number of people, forcing each of them to take a medicine, and told them that this was a medicine that would make them bleed from all 7 orifices. After 7 days, if they did not hand in the supplies on time, even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, they would die of drug poisoning. If they hand in the supplies on time, they will get the corresponding antidote and avoid the risk of death. The merchants knew they were no match for them, and were desperate. In order to save their families, they almost planned to hand in all the supplies as required. Unexpectedly, the woman next to Xiao Liyuan accidentally revealed the news. Xiao Liyuan was not only greedy for money, but also lustful. He would take all the daughters of the merchants' families into his room. We are unwilling." Sun Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. She clenched her fists tightly, and said with almost gritted teeth, "We just wanted to come out to ask for help, to see if there is any other way out. Even if we can't find a way in the end, we would rather die outside than fall into the hands of that bastard." Xia Yi heard this and understood something, but for safety reasons, she still spoke again to confirm. "You said, if you flee outside and don't go back to get the antidote, you will die in 7 days? Chapter 240. Yes. Sun Ling nodded, and continued softly. If we are poisoned, and we don't get the antidote on time, we will die like that neighbor, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes slowly. This is interesting. You know, the symptoms you described are not symptoms of poisoning. Xiaoyi looked at Sun Jiao and Sun Ling steadily, and said slowly, word by word. That's the symptom of being infected with the virus. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Jiao and Sun Ling didn't react, but the other people on the plane were shocked. There were 9 people on the helicopter, in addition to Xiaoyi, Bai Shanshan, Ming Jiayi, and Sun Jiao and Sun Ling. There were 4 of Ming Jiayi men. They worked for Ming Jiayi, so they were naturally well informed. Even though they rarely left the manor, they still knew very clearly how powerful the H-alpha virus was. Although everyone was wearing protective clothing, it did not mean that they were completely safe. They were still very afraid of the virus. The 2 strange girls on the helicopter were not only not wearing protective clothing, but also infected with the virus. Doesn't that mean they were in close contact with the source of the virus? How could this not be terrifying? Seeing everyone horrified expressions, Sun Jiao and Sun Ling reacted belatedly. Xiaoyi used the word virus. Virus means you mean? Sun Jiao swallowed, pointed his index finger at himself, and asked with wide eyes. Can the virus in our bodies be contagious? Xiaoyi paused for a moment after being asked this question, and answered half of it temporarily. This virus is indeed contagious, and it is highly contagious, but... Before she finished her words, Sun Jiao and Sun Ling suddenly flashed back, and immediately showed a guilty look on their faces. I'm sorry. We didn't know it would be like this, I'm sorry. They both lowered their heads to their chests, almost bowing at a loss. You put us down quickly, anywhere, put us down. They are probably doomed, but they came out to ask for help before they die, to try their luck. It's not easy to meet a few kind people, it doesn't matter if they can't help them, but if they are implicated, then they will be guilty. They were going to die anyway. So it would be better to just throw them down, and let them die somewhere. Xiaoyi, she sighed helplessly, interrupted the 2 people's self-confession, and said softly, listen to me. Xiaoyi did not show any fear, but approached the 2 people, looked at them carefully for a moment, and said again, I said that this virus is highly contagious. But I did not say, you 2 are infected with this virus. Sun Jiao and Sun Ling were both stunned. The information they knew originally had many errors and omissions, and now new information was added, and it was completely impossible to distinguish who was right and who was wrong, and their minds were in a mess. The most important error here was, the outbreak time of the H-alpha virus was not a week at all. It was 3 days. Through the previous conversation between Xiaoyi and Ming Jiayi, it had been repeatedly confirmed that, although the existence of the system was very unbelievable, the H-alpha virus it created was, to a certain extent, scientific. The virus is spread through insects. Although insects can explore the way and report information, they are still insects. They conform to the food chain rules, are afraid of mosquito repellent spray, and cannot survive in the air. Viruses are just ordinary viruses. They can spread and kill people. However, if drugs that can control the virus are found, the diseases they bring can also be cured. Based on the above conditions, there are obviously many loopholes in Shaoliyuan words. First, the outbreak time of H-alpha virus is 3 days. Xiaoyi has verified it with his own eyes countless times. Unless the virus mutates after testing or spreading, it is unlikely that the lethal time will inexplicably become 7 days. Second, it is unlikely that the infected person has no symptoms of the virus. Jiangji told Xiaoyi how to check the pupils of the infected person. Sun Jiao and Sun Ling obviously do not meet the conditions. Third, the condition for the virus is infection by the green bug, not relying on taking medicine. Of course, these are all inferences based on known facts. If Shaoliyuan has some means to change the characteristics of the virus, what he said is not impossible. But Xiaoyi is more inclined to, this is a lie. The reason is very simple. Shaoliyuan needs a lie. The original H-alpha virus has limited characteristics. It can be used to intimidate others, but it is difficult to control others. Whether Shaoliyuan spreads the virus or treats the virus, he has to consume his points. Even if he infects others with the virus, he is only intimidating them in the short term. After the virus is removed, the control effect will be lost, which is actually not worth the loss. The territory he controls is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more people to control. He can't sow the virus once for everyone. and then spend points to dissolve it. He can't afford it. What has the virus become now? You only need to take the medicine to be poisoned, and then take the antidote regularly to suppress the effect of the poison. It is designed completely according to his needs, and perfectly achieves the effect of controlling others. Even if the virus has mutated, can it mutate so quickly, at will, to become what Xiao Liyuan wants? Xia Yi is more inclined to believe that. This is a lie made up by Xiao Liyuan. A half-true and half-false lie. It is true that you will die. It is also true that you will bleed from all 7 orifices. It is also true that the blood will turn green. He just changed the cause of death from a virus to a drug. Xiao Liyuan first used the real virus to cause a small number of people to die after being infected, and let others see what these people looked like after death. He used this method to intimidate everyone, first to gain their trust, to make everyone believe that there is indeed such a drug. On the other hand, he can also use this to establish his authority, to tell everyone that he is the only one who can control everyone's life and death, and if you want to survive the poison, you must rely on the antidote he provides. When people see a dead person with blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, they will naturally feel fear, and thus read his words in detail. Most of the content is true, and only a small part is a lie. As long as the true part is believed, the false part will also be easily believed. Those who do not understand the mechanism of the virus are easily credulous. Even those who have experienced the virus personally are not completely sure of the true mechanism of the virus. No one can say with certainty that there is no such drug in the world, and Xiao Liyuan is a liar. Even if they think it is wrong, they can only believe it for the time being. No one is willing to take risks easily, use their own lives, and challenge the authority of this matter. Therefore, although Xiao Liyuan lie is not rigorous enough, and even a little clumsy, it is difficult to be exposed in a short time, especially now that there is no internet. The speed of information dissemination will become very slow, and word-of-mouth communication is prone to ambiguity, and the information will not be so accurate. This is also why places with low literacy rates are more likely to be deceived and more likely to believe in unfounded rumors, because there is no good scientific guidance. And now this kind of environment is the perfect soil for lies to breed. Of course, this is also the most important means for Xiao Liyuan to expand his power in a short period of time and control so many people to be willing to work for him. However, even if Xia Yi has made many arguments, guesses are still guesses after all. She can't guarantee that the guess is absolutely accurate, and she can't bet on other people's lives. Xia Yi looked at Sun Zhao and Sun Ling and said softly, "This is what I know. As for whether my guess is credible, you still have to make your own judgment before making a decision." You mean? After listening to Xia Yi's analysis, Sun Zhao and Sun Ling stared with their eyes wide open. Their eyes did not move for a long time, and they were obviously a little stunned. After a long while, Sun Zhao murmured, "If we run away now, will we not die in 7 days?" Probably. Xia Yi still did not use affirmative sentences. Even such an ambiguous sentence was enough to make Sun Zhao and Sun Ling's eyes burst with surprise. Sun Zhao and Sun Ling looked at each other, and said at the same time without hesitation, "We need to inform our families about this matter." Xia Yi respected their ideas, but also reminded them in time. "You said before that Xiao Liyuan gave you a lot of time because he mobilized a lot of people to surround me. Now that my affairs have come to an end for the time being, he may soon turn his attention back to you. You must consider the risks of going back. This time you go home, you may not have the opportunity to come out again." "Yes, we know." Sun Zhao and Sun Ling did not hesitate, and they had obviously considered the cost of their choice. "If there is a chance to live freely, we hope to live with our family." "Okay." Xia Yi nodded, took out a mobile phone from her bag and handed it over, and said, "If you have any situation later, you can use this phone to contact me." At this point, Sun Zhao and the others no longer showed gratitude in their expressions. After they happily took the phone, they didn't rush to mention leaving, but talked about another topic. Businessmen here value reputation the most, and don't like to take advantage of others. You have provided us with a lot of help, and we also hope to give you something in return. Although we are not very old, our family is short of people now, and we have to go and decide many things by ourselves, so we can be of some use. If you have any use for us, please feel free to ask. This is a very sincere promise." Xia Yi left her phone to the two of them, originally waiting for their families to contact her, and to offer such a reward and promise for her. Now that Sun Zhao and the others took the initiative to bring it up, it was a pleasant surprise. However, she was not in a hurry, just thought for a moment, and casually mentioned it. I have a lot of daily necessities, shampoo, bath gel and other goods. I wonder if you have a market for them here? This is actually a very interesting question. Sun Zhao and Sun Ling are businessmen, and they have many business partners around them. They all have a wide network of contacts. This question is not difficult for them, and they can get the answer quickly. In fact, this question is more like a question of giving you a chance to repay a favor. For Xia, the key point of the question is actually behind it. She asked about the sales of daily necessities, and the subtext of the question was actually, do you know any reliable teammates? The conflict with Xiao Liyuan is imminent. Before the final conflict breaks out, she still has to continue to spare no effort to win over her teammates, to get in touch with more bosses and win over more bosses. Daily necessities are a very good entry point. The reason is simple. In this time of food shortage and clothing shortage, everyone will give priority to exchanging food when they have supplies. Who cares about whether they are clean or not? If they can spare the energy to exchange daily necessities, it means that their supplies are extremely rich, and their ability to survive in the end times must not be bad. Sun Zhao and Sun Ling were slightly stunned when they heard this. They were very happy that Xia Yi was willing to put forward conditions. Certain conditions are easy to repay, uncertain favors are difficult to repay. Conditions can be transformed into a good cooperative relationship, while favors can easily destroy cooperative relationships. The reason they were stunned was, this condition was too simple, so simple that the two did not dare to answer casually. They were willing to meet this condition, but they had to come up with an answer that was substantial enough. Sun Zhao and Sun Ling struggled for a long time. After thinking about many answers in their minds, they slowly spoke. Jiang Shiliang, have you heard of it? Jiang Shiliang? Xia Yi blinked. She was also shocked by the name. The richest man in this city?